Reborn into the world of biohazard, Dawei was captured by Umbrella Corporation and subjected to inhumane biochemical experiments. After being infected with numerous viruses, he transcended once more, this time into the Marvel Universe. His ability to traverse worlds shattered the dimensional barriers of Marvel, leading to the simultaneous arrival of extraterrestrial beings such as Xenomorphs, King Kong, Predators, and Terminators. The clash between biotechnology and metal, the confrontation between tyrants and Chitauri, as well as the conflict between virus-infected beings and mutants, ignited a biochemical frenzy. Chapter 1. From Hell to Heaven. The harsh crackle of static filled the air as an indistinct figure fumbled with a wireless radio in the pitch blackness of a sewer. Accompanied by numerous plump rats gnawing at his toes, he sought solace in the chaotic sounds. This is the latest news. The wreckage of a spacecraft named Nostromo has recently crashed in New Mexico. However, British authorities have denied any failure in the launch. The man twisted the radio knob, searching for useful information. Hi there, folks. Old friends, we meet again. I am your longtime friend, Kenos Investment Advisor. My investment advice this time is to continue buying shares of Stark Industries. According to inside information, Stark Industries has once again signed a military contract worth over $20 billion with an unnamed third country in the Middle East. With a sharp click, the man turned off the radio, his eyes gleaming in the darkness. Stark Industries? This is Marvel. Have I finally escaped Raccoon City? Splendid. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed in the abyss. He was Dawei, a citizen of China who had once accidentally reincarnated in the world of biohazard. His genetic makeup, distinctly different from the locals, endowed him with unparalleled adaptability. Thus, after being captured by Umbrella, he became a mere subject in their laboratory. T-virus, C-virus, G-virus, progenitor virus, TG virus, Veronica virus. Countless viruses were injected into his body, inflicting excruciating pain that felt both heavenly and hellish. Electrocution, freezing, burning, bloodletting, and incisions became mundane forms of torment, instilling both fear and resentment within him. Ultimately, driven to madness by the relentless agony, he detonated a 30-kiloton nuclear device set as a failsafe by Umbrella in Raccoon City. After that, he lost consciousness, only to awaken in this dark, dank sewer. Upon finding a wireless radio and seizing a few batteries amidst the chaos, he concealed himself in the sewer, subsisting on rats while gathering information. He was determined never to return to Umbrella and face their torturous experiments again. The suffering inflicted upon him was unbearable. At last, it was over. The sensation of rising from hell to heaven was indescribably sublime. I have been reborn. Dawei stretched his stooped figure and kicked aside a mouse gnawing at his toes, sneering, "You little pests, I wouldn't hesitate to bite back. If I break the skin, you'll transform into zombie rodents. Farewell, we shan't meet again." With each heavy yet unburdened step, he trudged through the sewers, the sounds of the bustling city fading into silence. With a surge of strength, he forcefully overturned the locked manhole cover. Above him, the sky was adorned with a myriad of stars and neon lights, every building seeming to form letters. It appears I remain in a freely corrupt capitalist nation. How fortuitous, as improving my life comes without psychological burden. His gaze fixed upon a stray dog. "Come here, my dear." The prolonged torment had rendered Dawei somewhat neurotic. His smile instilled fear in the wild dog, which tucked its tail and whined softly, retreating to relinquish a bone. "A bone? I find it of no interest. Human food is far more to my liking." With a swift motion, he lunged towards the dog, his finger piercing its skull, injecting a small dosage of its virus into its brain. After completing this act, he withdrew his finger and settled onto a nearby step, patiently awaiting the emergence of his next victim. The dog's body began to contort as the formidable traits of the T-virus manifested within it. The white blood cells were overwhelmed, its body succumbed to the viral invasion. Muscles mutated, bulging and forming nodules, its shape distorted as joints warped and bone spurs emerged, its once clear eyes transformed into a bloodthirsty crimson drool, dripping onto the ground. Without Dawei's suppressive influence, it would have succumbed to madness, driven solely by instinct to bite, devour, and kill. "My dear, do not be hasty. We must await a victim. Even the art of deception requires a touch of finesse." The night in New York was a chaotic one, teeming with gang members, addicts, pickpockets, prostitutes, and mutants, all unusually active, while Dawei prepared for a dark turn-up. Events on the desolate, shadowy streets, as fatigue threatened to overtake him. A blonde woman finally came into view. He quickly curled into a ball, resembling an ordinary homeless man, huddled in the corner, while the zombie dog lay motionless amidst the refuse, indistinguishable from a genuine corpse. Click, click. The blonde woman approached with light, cautious steps, her hand resting on her waist, eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Dawei knew all too well, sane individuals would not venture out in New York at night, especially in such a secluded, impoverished area. Her eyes swept the vicinity like radar, missing no corner, when suddenly she stumbled and a grotesque mass lunged toward her. Howl woof, a terrifying wild dog, its bones protruding grotesquely, moved with unsettling agility, exuding a putrid stench that horrified the woman. She had never encountered such a creature before. "Fear not, fair lady, I shall rescue you." At the opportune moment, Dawei seized a wooden stick from the ground and charged at the zombie dog. However, the blonde woman refused to remain passive. She deftly sidestepped the beast's assault and, with a swift motion, drew a handgun from her side. With a firearm in her possession, the woman transformed into a fierce panther. Bang! 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 The zombie dog's skull was shattered by a single shot, while two more bullets struck Dawei's thigh. "Damn! I've been hit." As the woman approached him, Dawei feigned weakness, murmuring, "Fair lady, I merely wish to assist you." With that, he closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. Due to the myriad viruses raging within him, Dawei's control over his body had reached an almost perverse level. His act of fainting was indistinguishable from genuine unconsciousness. The woman, equipped with an earpiece, furrowed her brows as she regarded the fallen Dawei. Had this vagrant truly intended to aid her? She was uncertain. Having witnessed too many schemes and conspiracies, the entire situation felt oddly fortuitous. Lowering her earpiece, she maintained a vigilant gaze. No suspicious individuals detected, but we have inadvertently injured an Asian vagrant. Send someone to take him to the hospital, charge the medical expenses to my account. Having spoken, the woman tossed a gilded business card onto Dawei's body before silently departing. Chapter 2. Paid hospital stay. After a brief slumber, Dawei awoke. Even before he opened his eyes, he sensed the presence of light. Stealthily, he cracked his eyelids to glance around, discovering the serene figures of nurses and the elderly doctor nearby. He realized that his gamble had paid off. That young lady had not abandoned him to his fate. In truth, the wager was perilous. Even in the morally esteemed land of Huaxia, good deeds do not always yield good fortune, let alone in the self-serving realm of America. "Dr. Martha, the patient is awake." A keen-eyed nurse exclaimed as she noticed Dawei's eyes fluttering open. "Lily, let us maintain our rigor. The patient's awakening does not guarantee his safety," the portly doctor asserted, waddling over to Dawei with a smile. "Young man, you must be a vagrant, correct?" "Madam, is such an inquiry not rather blunt?" Dawei retorted sharply. "Do not be modest, young man. Being a vagrant is nothing to be ashamed of. As it stands, you are in luck. While you reside in this hospital, I can provide you with $100 every day. Although it may not seem like a fortune, it will suffice for decent attire and tidying up that scruffy beard of yours. Perhaps with some time, you might even charm a lovely lady and ascend to the pinnacle of life. What do you say? Are you tempted? Indeed, you are truly my dear aunt. It's a deal. Lily, ensure you take good care of this fine young man. This year's holiday bonus will rest upon him," the doctor proclaimed. "Young man, this lovely nurse shall attend to your needs." "Splendid. Beautiful lady, might your name be Lily?" "Eavesdropping on a lady's name is rather impolite. You should introduce yourself first." She replied, "Dawei, but you may call me David. I am from Huaxia, and I am undocumented. Lily, an exceptionally skilled intern at St. Francis Hospital. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out." "Anything at all?" Dawei inquired, casting a playful glance at her. "Of course, provided you can entice me first." She teased, her laughter blooming like a flower as she adjusted her modest bosom. "That may require quite a few dollars." "Indeed, freeloading is not an option here," she replied, to which Dawei mentally cursed the decadence of capitalism for its openness. However, He found himself not entirely averse to this straightforwardness. Lily, could you arrange for some Chinese cuisine? Of course, but all expenses will be deducted from the funds that Aunt Martha has agreed to provide you. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. And may I also have a newspaper? Is a $20 tip acceptable? Why not go rob someone? Because I'm a nurse, not a server, Lily replied with a smile. A $20 tip is already my minimum charge. If you wish to win my heart, being too stingy would not bode well. Take it, take it. You truly are a money-minded individual. Lily, exhilarated after receiving money from Aunt Martha, planted a kiss and turned to order food for Dawei. Aunt Martha, do you know who brought me here? Rest assured, young man, someone is covering your bill. If you wish to uncover the identity of this benefactor, you may need to visit the tax office for that information. I only have medical insurance. What a pity. I had hoped to embrace a wealthy benefactress and enjoy a life free from worry for a while, but it seems this is merely a one-time transaction. Aunt Martha, how much can a medical insurance account reimburse? This is a special medical insurance account that can reimburse 97%, and its coverage is quite extensive. As long as you are willing to sign, you can purchase a broader range of goods. What do you think? Are you tempted? But I came here illegally. I have no identification, no medical insurance, nothing at all. None of that poses a problem, for the insurance is not yours. Your signature merely indicates that this decision is yours alone. Aunt Martha, the plump lady, appeared rather unprincipled. While medical insurance in America is notoriously expensive, there are unwritten rules. A single cut suffices, and generally, one would not meet a dire end. However, Aunt Martha's demeanor suggested she intended to extract every last ounce of benefit in one fell swoop. Sign it. Only a fool would refuse. All right, rest well. I shall seek someone from the black market to prepare the necessary materials for you. The service fee is $300, plus an additional $100 for a tip. Aunt Martha, you are even more unscrupulous than Guna. Of course, I am a doctor. If you're willing to cooperate with me, the tip could be waived. Aunt Martha cast a provocative glance at Dawei, licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with greedy desire. Dawei inhaled sharply, feeling a chill at the nape of his neck, and awkwardly chuckled. Aunt Martha, you truly have a way with humor. With my slender build, I might as well be flattened like a pancake. 100 it is. Hurry, young man. Missing an evening with Aunt Martha is your loss. Just wait. I shall return tonight. Dawei lay on a hospital bed, and, after a short while, Lily returned, holding a copy of the Global Daily and a serving of General Tso's chicken. Come, try this authentic Chinese cuisine, along with the newspaper you requested. After handing over the newspaper and the meal, Lily began to change her clothes. Hey, what are you doing? Clocking out. What time is it? You're leaving already? The wall clock indicated it was precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Of course I'm leaving. I'm still a trainee nurse, you know. I only work 4 hours a day. Apologies, but I have completed my duties for today, and the remaining time is mine. Lily had changed into a stylish tank top and hot pants, her face adorned with makeup that accentuated her wild, cat-like allure. We have a creative party today, and I must hurry, otherwise I might be late. How? Hello, Miss Lily. Aunt Martha asked you to look after me. Is it really all right for you to leave like this? After all, I am your bonus and holiday. In this vast hospital, it felt eerily deserted, and I was rather frightened to be alone here. Lily couldn't help but chuckle. Come on, you're a vagrant, aren't you? I apologize. I didn't mean to mock your profession. I merely meant that the word fear shouldn't be in your vocabulary. The nightlife in New York is far more terrifying than this hospital. That's different. Anyway, I'm going with you. You have no clothes and lack creativity. Who says? Dawei rolled off the hospital bed, swiftly shedding his patient gown and donning his tattered ensemble. What do you think? Who dares to say my vagrant attire lacks creativity? Just look at this quality and smell this authenticity. All right then, but our theme this time is Star Trek. A wealthy individual procured the remnants of that spacecraft, Nostromo, which crashed a couple of days ago. It's quite precious. You mustn't damage it, otherwise the compensation would be beyond reach. I'll go see how entertaining it is first. If it's enjoyable, I shall invite my good friend Maya and her husband Lucas next time. Don't worry, Lily, you know us Asians. We despise causing trouble and are always obedient. I guarantee you'll be proud. Very well, let's depart. Chapter 3. The Spaceship Party. Hey Lily, who is this vagrant? At the White Rose Bar, A group of eccentrically dressed youths were dancing wildly. As Dawei and Lily pushed the door open, his attire drew everyone's attention. "This is my new boyfriend. This is his style." "Wow, Lily, I didn't expect your taste to be so bold." Now that everyone has arrived, let us set off. Klaus had prepared the venue, bringing along the remnants of the spacecraft his father had acquired. Folks, once you arrive, you'll discover just how thrilling it truly is. What are we waiting for? The crowd exited the bar, hopping onto their beloved motorcycles, racing down the road, with Lily on her pink bike, trailing Dawei and the throng of youthful revelers. Half an hour later, they arrived at a vast, abandoned factory. Welcome to the Star Trek theme park. Although it's still under construction, many of the facilities here are designed to mimic spacecraft. "Oh, everyone, you finally made it. Klaus, lead us to see your father's treasure." "I can hardly wait." Of course, Klaus led the way, with a group of around 30 closely following him, navigating through the twists and turns until they reached the heart of the abandoned factory. Dawei's eyes narrowed, sensing an aura that did not belong to any earthly creature. Brutal, bloodthirsty, and shrouded in darkness. The wreckage of a spaceship loomed large, spanning the equivalent of 3 football fields. It was hard to fathom how such a colossal piece of cosmic debris could be hoarded by a private collector. Faded letters spelled out Nostromo in English, and a cold sweat broke out on Dawei's forehead. He had pieced together the identity of this vessel. How could it have descended upon Earth? It was a product of the year 2140, harboring terrifying monsters within its confines. Escape? The thought of fleeing was swiftly extinguished by his own resolve. Life in Stark's world was fraught with peril. Despite possessing every conceivable virus, he still harbored no certainty of surviving until the end. No matter how formidable Umbrella might be, their research was rooted in earthly origins. To survive, one must at least possess the capability for interstellar travel. One needed the ability to exist amidst the cosmos, much like the Zerg from StarCraft or the Xenomorphs. "Wow, Klaus, how much did your father spend?" "This is astonishing." "Not much. Merely an exchange of interests." The wreckage of this ship will serve as the centerpiece of the theme park. All crucial equipment and components have been removed, and after renovation, most of it consists of our own earthly creations. So it's merely a shell? Even so, I assure you the design within will be refreshing. Come on, let us go. With a triumphant shout, Klaus opened the spaceship's hatch, and the crowd surged forward, eager to enter. "It's so extravagant," Delta exclaimed. "Indeed, it's incredibly lifelike." While the wreckage was indeed real, we had invited designers from Hammer Industries and Stark Industries for a redesign. The current swaying sensation is one of its unique features. Once all the hatches close, it will be entirely sealed. At that point, you will experience the sensation of weightlessness. Now, everyone, step into the space pod. The ship is adjusting its parameters. Under Klaus's guidance, the group entered an egg-shaped space pod. After pressing the activation button, the world spun wildly, and after what felt like countless revolutions, they were finally released. Ugh! A chubby boy expelled a yellowish substance, which inadvertently floated into a girl's mouth. "Richard, what are you doing?" I didn't mean to." The chubby boy stammered, his embarrassment palpable. The girl's boyfriend swiftly delivered a punch to him. Klaus, apologetic, remarked, "That was my oversight. I failed to provide you with weightlessness training. Please bear with it. This dizziness will soon pass." "How are you feeling, Riley?" Dawei noticed that Riley's complexion was somewhat pale and reached out to support her. "I'm fine. I'm young and will recover swiftly," Riley replied with a radiant smile, revealing a playful little canine tooth that added to her charm. "Stop staring. If you get lost in thought, you might miss out. Back in school, I was quite the heartthrob. Perhaps your slightly Eastern features lend you an air of mystery? Hey, buddy, take good care of your girlfriend. We're about to split into groups for some fun. This place is vast, with control rooms, escape pods, adventure chambers, escape rooms, and weaponry bays. It's crucial to note the adventure chamber. To preserve its authenticity, remnants from the ship have been left intact. If you venture there, make sure to arm yourself from the weaponry bay, as it may pose some dangers. "Klaus, how could this be?" Delta inquired, puzzled. "Wasn't it said everything had been dismantled? Doesn't that make it rather unsafe for us?" "Buddy, the technology aboard this vessel is far superior to ours. That area is likely the original escape pod of the ship, potentially equipped with self-destruct mechanisms or defensive weaponry, like robots or artificial intelligence. Guys, there is a hint of danger. If anyone feels uneasy, do not enter the adventure chamber. Understood? The other areas remain quite pleasant. Now, everyone is free to enjoy themselves. Everything aboard the ship is at your disposal, courtesy of me, Master Klaus. Hail, Klaus! A throng of beast-eared girls surrounded Klaus, striking poses, while Riley seemed eager to join in. Hurry up, don't dawdle. You might just get a taste of the soup. Oomph. If I go, I'll surely outshine those girls. Riley proudly arched her slender neck. Then hurry and go. If I were a woman, I'd leap at the chance. Klaus must be an incredibly wealthy heir. If it weren't for knowing that Tony Stark has a daughter, I might think Klaus was Stark's son. This guy is just too extravagant. I dare not. Riley chuckled as she playfully draped her arm over Dawei's shoulder. Today, you're my boyfriend. I must maintain my virtuous image. Let us go have fun. Split into groups? Nonsense. Before long, everyone will be off doing their own thing. The gold diggers are flocking to Klaus, while the dull men are drawn to machines and spaceships. As Riley held Dawei's hand, they occasionally passed by the throng surrounding Klaus, who remained blissfully unaware of her beauty. Let us move on to explore the rest of the ship. This guy is blind. He can't even see my allure. Riley huffed, pulling Dawei forward. Chapter 4. The facehugger. The interior design of a spaceship is imbued with a sense of entertainment, featuring not only a bar and a casino, but also an array of self-service gourmet delights. The aesthetic of this otherworldly realm is a paradoxical beauty, simultaneously advanced and retrograde. Despite possessing the capability for interstellar travel, the scattered weaponry resembles that of a bygone era, were it not for the unmistakable engravings adorning these arms. One might easily mistake them for relics from World War II. Dawei chuckled softly. This exemplifies one of the illogical narratives prevalent in many American science fiction works, which artificially suppress technological advancement to assert the superiority of humanity. What are you laughing at? Is there something amiss with my attire? Riley inquired, twirling to examine her ensemble. Not all. It looks splendid. However, I suspect you may have indulged a bit too much. Perhaps it's time to head home? Absolutely not. Riley exclaimed as she leaned against the back of a hatch. David, do you have any idea how much it costs to indulge in these themed establishments? I would need to save 3 months' worth of salary, and without connections, gaining entry is nearly impossible. Klaus and Delta had already engaged a number of girls in playful games, the echoes of their excited shrieks resonating clearly even from a distance. Well, suit yourself. This is the decadent empire, and I have no authority to judge others. It was merely because this nurse named Lily bore a striking resemblance to a character from a television series he had once watched, The Growth of a Girl, that he felt compelled to speak up. Do you think I would partake in those trivial games with those shallow girls? No, I would not. I am someone who yearns for true love. What about you? As for me, I am but a wanderer, seeking to earn some quick cash, rent a place, and then find employment. David, I hear that people from your homeland are quite fond of saving money. What are you implying? I assure you, I am utterly penniless. Oh, David, I am your girlfriend, after all. Please, that was merely an act. It no longer holds. Lily gazed at Dawei, her eyes sparkling like stars. Though he was aware of her intentions, Dawei found himself softening. Very well. Lily, what do you desire? Yea, from now on, all your savings will belong to me. Oh. Wait, I shall help you save them. Did I say that correctly? And afterward, once you are discharged, you can temporarily reside in the apartment I rent, taking care of my daily needs. Isn't that a privilege of being a girlfriend? Surely, that is not too much to ask. Not at all. That is quite normal in our homeland. Being a woman from your country is truly a blessing. Shall we go? Where to? Lily pushed Dawei into a lavish bedroom. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Dawei laughed as he declined, to which Lily playfully scolded, You pervert! What are you thinking? Here lie garments. Hasten to change, and perhaps take a shower as well. Lily flung herself onto the vast double bed, perusing magazines, eagerly anticipating whether something intriguing might unfold shortly. Dawei entered the bathroom, turned on the hot water, yet found himself in a quandary. Alas, the troubles of the poisoned are unknown to others. The water cascaded, and Li Dawei had rinsed himself several times, while Lily continued to hum a cheerful tune. David, are you ready? Come out quickly. I have yet to behold the visage of a Huaxiao person. Almost there, Lily, just a moment. Hee, could it be that you're shy? I've heard that Huaxiao people are bashful, but surely not to this extent. You must be of age, not still a virgin, I hope? That would be quite an embarrassment. Li Dawei was rendered speechless. Had this woman truly teased him? Lily, not all of us Huaxiao people are conservative. There are those among us who are quite liberated, indeed far more so than your lot. It just so happens that I am of the more reserved variety. The two stood in silent opposition, one on the bed and the other in the bathroom. Lily's curiosity and competitive spirit were thoroughly ignited. She rubbed her cheeks and tugged at her tank top to admire her delicate figure, her expression one of defiance. Li Dawei tilted his head back, allowing the water from the faucet to flow into his mouth, as the myriad of viruses within him were consumed. Currently, the situation had reached a peculiar equilibrium within his body. As long as there was no contact with his blood and bodily fluids, there was no toxicity. Should contact occur, however, one would have to undergo a viral selection process. If successful, one would emerge as a superhuman. If not, one would transform into a zombie. Perhaps I should acquire some biochemical knowledge to create a vaccine? Li Dawei set himself a short-term goal. Having been infected by the ancestral virus, he possessed an extended lifespan, ample time to acquire various knowledge. The high-ranking officials within the Umbrella Corporation, initially mere wealthy capitalists and politicians, ultimately evolved into scientists, owing to their prolonged existence. The temperature of the water in the bathroom rose steadily, and Lily grew increasingly impatient, clad in revealing shorts and poised to burst in. Oh my goodness! How could this happen? Suddenly, the ship was filled with screams and curses, followed by the sounds of panic and heavy objects crashing to the floor. Li Dawei hastily donned his trousers and tank top, emerging swiftly to seize Lily's arm. Let us quickly discern what has transpired. Lily retorted, you are quite swift. I must say, though she grumbled inwardly, the ambiguity between them had dissipated, and the two raced barefoot, soon stunned by the sight before them. In the midst of a group of disheveled men and women, the host Klaus was ensnared by a monstrous creature resembling an octopus, thrashing wildly. The creature's tail was lodged within Klaus's mouth, violently stirring, seemingly intent on suffocating him. Delta, what on earth is that on Klaus's face? Lily exclaimed in astonishment. I don't know. Just moments ago, we were engrossed in our game when this object suddenly fell from the ceiling, completely enveloping his face. And no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't pry it off. Let me give it a try. Li Dawei approached, reaching out to touch it. The icy sensation and the slick, keratinous surface met his fingers. He attempted to crush it with sheer force. But how could such a highly evolved creature, capable of surviving in the harshness of space, be so easily dispatched? Li Dawei tugged at it. Klaus emitted a horrendous scream, as a yellow-green slime dripped down from his face, corroding the floor with a sizzling sound. Delta, the most prudent course of action now is to immediately contact the hospital regarding the wreckage of the spacecraft. This creature secretes a potent acid and is likely undergoing some unknown transformation. We cannot separate them, and there may not be just one of these monsters here. Yet, it was only Klaus who could unlock the wreckage. Delta's words echoed like a whisper from the Grim Reaper, plunging everyone into a chilling despair. Chapter 5. Encounter with the alien with a resounding crash. Another one of those monsters plummeted from the sky. This time, Li Dawei did not hold back. He leapt into the air and kicked the creature away, seizing a steel pipe to strike down fiercely. The clang resonated from the collision of the pipe against the face-hugging creature. It wants he die. We need to escape. Li Dawei grasped Lily's hand, urging her to flee. The creature let out a chilling wail, quickly vanishing from sight. What do we do now? The group turned their gaze toward Li Dawei. Can we call for help? No. This area is encased in a Faraday cage. Electromagnetic signals cannot penetrate. Trapped here, we face certain doom. Didn't T. Klaus mention there might be an escape pod? There. It could lead us to an exit. But before that, I believe we should procure some weapons from the armory. We must save Klaus. His father is a congressman. If he perishes here, we are all doomed. Delta was unwilling to abandon Klaus so easily. Dawei also could not bear the thought of such a generous young heir falling prey to the alien. Let us first retrieve weapons from the armory and then return to rescue Klaus. That grotesque creature won't kill him quickly. We have 1 to 2 hours at most. What are we waiting for? Hurry. Lily dismantled a steel pipe from the room, and the others followed suit, grabbing whatever they could find: baseball bats, fire extinguishers, axes, anything that could serve as a weapon. Dawei led the way, searching for all possible implements of defense. If it were merely the alien, he did not feel particularly afraid. Although this entity possesses a remarkably high intelligence, its combat prowess as a junior alien is exceedingly limited. Its frantic search is driven by a desire to locate the alien queen. Much like the myriad varieties of biovirus-infected individuals, there exists a plethora of alien types. Yet the ordinary aliens hold little value for Dawei. Suddenly, a blonde girl stumbled and fell, her head striking the metallic doorframe with a heavy thud, leading to her immediate demise. Blood. Delta, in a state of terror, pointed to the ground beneath the girl's feet, where a crimson river flowed, a clear indication that its owner had long since perished. Delta, count how many people are present here. How many are attending the party? There are 35 in total. All the girls are here, but 8 boys are missing. Is that hefty fellow, Bijia, here? Bijia is absent. With such a substantial mass, he is likely already hatched, and he must be a robust specimen. Dawei slowed his pace, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, a metallic panel was torn apart by a colossal claw, and before one girl could react, she was decapitated in a swift motion. A collective scream erupted as a creature, the size of a calf, emerged before them, a grotesque monstrosity resembling an enlarged, nightmarish insect. Saliva dripped to the ground, corroding it into deep pits, while the creature's long, sharp tail bore the severed head of Bijia. Run! At that moment, all individuals became like directionless flies. The creature lunged forward with astonishing speed, swiftly closing in on a male student, who, paralyzed by fear, screamed and swung his fire axe in desperation. However, the creature remained unfazed, the axe barely scratching its surface, as its keratinous exterior absorbed all force. In an instant, a stream of acidic fluid sprayed onto the boy, dissolving his features completely. A familiar facehugger descended from above, landing on the boy's face, securing itself with its limbs, and proceeded to inject him with its ovipositor. Although this creature was somewhat stronger than the typical variant, it was still not the alien queen. Let us move. The alien pursued relentlessly, and as the group fled, their numbers dwindled rapidly, leaving only half of them remaining. We must find weapons, otherwise we shall all perish here. Indeed, we require weapons. Delta, you and Klaus are good friends. Have you not been here before? A young African-American man, his expression dark, felt that today's ordeal was even more absurd than his previous encounters with the police during a $0 purchase. His mind was consumed by fury. James, calm down. No one wishes for this. Betty, you wretched woman, I knew you had something going on with him. Are you feeling remorse now? I am on the brink of death. All of us are about to perish. Who knows how many creatures with sulfuric acid coursing through their veins still lurk here. We are all doomed. The young black man, overwhelmed with despair, weeps profusely, calling out for his mother, yearning for her to rescue him. In the face of insurmountable fear, humanity often reveals its most primal emotions. A gun. There's a gun here. Delta, quick-witted, swiftly grasped it. A 887 shotgun, a formidable piece manufactured by Browning. Fear not, my friends, with this weapon in hand. We can stride forward with confidence. Brothers, let us fight our way back. We must save Klaus. Should anything happen to him, none of us shall escape unscathed. If we succeed in rescuing him, Klaus will not forsake us. With that rallying cry from Delta, a considerable number followed him back. David, let us return as well. Delta speaks the truth. Riley voiced her concerns. His father wields considerable power and is not to be trifled with. Moreover, Delta possesses a firearm. Dawei shook his head. Delta, Riley and I shall continue towards the armory to procure more weapons. Delta did not object. Very well, my friend. I shall not part with this gun. Certainly. Before they could separate the alien from earlier charged at them. Beasts, you have come at the perfect moment. Taste the suppression of high-tech firepower from a civilized society. Boom, boom, hisses. With each shot fired by Delta, the alien recoiled, its acidic fluid splattering everywhere. Boom! Fortune smiled upon Delta. This shot struck the alien's vulnerable cranial structure, shattering its skull. Clang! The alien let out a horrific scream before crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. As its potent acid began to seep out, corroding the metal and emitting a foul odor. Look, it seems to have corroded a small opening. It's concrete. The creature's bodily fluid could aid us in eroding an exit. The crowd erupted in cheers, but suddenly, lacking a container to collect it, they could only watch as the potent acid flowed away, ultimately corroding a hole the size of a manhole cover in the debris of the spacecraft. Alas, beneath this hole lies concrete. None among us possess the skill to bore through it. Chapter 6. The Alien Queen Delta. You should not have killed it here. You should have adjusted your aim, allowing it to lean against the edge of the spacecraft, thus creating an exit. Jamie, that is a reasonable suggestion, but I advise you to refrain from speaking further. I fear I may be compelled to silence you. Delta was furious. He had displayed great courage. Yet these timid souls dared to criticize him. Enough. Delta, let's act swiftly. As time progresses, these monsters will multiply. We must act swiftly. Delta nodded. Let us go. He retreated, for there was an abundance of food over there. Dawei and Layli continued forward, for in this confined cabin, both weapons and sustenance held equal significance. Hey, wait for me, shouted a young black man named Jamie, sprinting behind Dawei. Why aren't you following Delta and the others? He.S. a fool. Jamie scoffed. I just observed closely. His shotgun barely grazed the creature's hide with the first few shots. Now that they have gathered, they're merely prey, and they will perish far quicker than we will. Are you not afraid that Klaus's father will trouble you? I'll leave once we escape. You know, as a black American, I am quite popular. Many women seeking a green card would be delighted to indulge with me. This is true in many countries. For America is the most powerful nation in the world. Do you think you are safe with us? Of course. I've never heard of cowardly Chinese attacking us black folks in America. I'm not implying you're a coward. What I mean is, there is no conflict between us. I may be quick, but I rely on your intellect. Layli chuckled. Jamie, so you are aware of your lack of brains. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't always be following others. My mother told me to follow the wise. This incessant chatter was driving Dawei to his wit's end. Boom! Dawei smashed a wooden wine cabinet in anger, exclaiming, Shut up. If you utter another word, I'll smash your head. Oh, I knew I chose the right person. Jamie made a zipping motion across his lips and ceased speaking. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Oh, agreed, sis. They're all here, but alas, they have become corpses. I warned them to indulge with Klaus. Even if they were to remain, it would have been better than this. Now, they are all dead. David, look. Their chests are still rising and falling. It seems they are alive. Upon entering the exploration chamber, Dawei gasped, for 7 corpses of various shapes hung from the furniture, resembling some ritualistic display. Before he could take it all in, young Jamie had already pointed out every suspicious detail. David, what shall we do now? Kill them. Oh my goodness. They are already in such a dire state. And you wish to kill them? You are quite different from the Easterners. Dawei said nothing and lifted a stool, hurling it towards the corpse of a white girl. Boom! The girl's chest erupted, and a grotesque creature tumbled forth, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the monster previously slain by Delta. However, it appeared to be underdeveloped and incapable of locomotion. Good heavens, these are parasitic beasts. There is no choice but to either annihilate them all or await their maturation, at which point they may regard you as sustenance. My friend, I recognize that you are testing my mettle. Fear not, for upon my arrival, I encountered a crate of potent spirits that should suffice to incinerate these creatures. Jamie, displaying remarkable audacity, seized a fire axe, and before the grotesque beings could fully hatch, commenced a frenzied assault, liberating the alien fetuses from their parasitic hosts. Dousing them in liquor, he set the abominations ablaze. The alien offspring writhed and shrieked in agony, secreting copious amounts of acidic fluid and mucus in a futile attempt to withstand the infernal flames. "Hey, mate," Jamie called, turning back to find that Dawei and Laylee had already vanished, while he foolishly continued to pour spirits over the aliens. "Damn it, David, you can't abandon me." As he torched the creatures, he vociferously implored, hoping to rouse Dawei's long-dormant conscience. "David, shall we not remain hidden here?" Laylee whispered, "This is tactical. We are safeguarding him." Dawei crouched low, concealed behind the doorframe not far away, while Jamie, this little dark-skinned fellow, had dispatched so many alien offspring that they could spring a surprise upon the alien mother when she returned. "Where on earth are they?" Jamie had expended all his liquor, ensuring that the alien young were thoroughly engulfed in flames, sizzling ominously. Thud! Thud! The ship's interior deck reverberated with a dull tremor, each sound striking terror into the hearts of the survivors. It was coming. Hush! A colossal creature emerged from the direction where Delta and the others had departed, advancing slowly. The monster's limbs and tentacles were stained with blood, and 3 barbed tails impaled a white girl, her voluptuous form now resembling unsightly chunks of meat on a skewered kebab. "Oh, mother, I cannot return." The alien queen, the progenitor of the facehugger, towered several times larger than a typical alien, standing 7 to 8 meters tall. She loomed over Jamie like a small mountain. Her eyes glowed an eerie green as they fixed upon the charred remains of her offspring, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. Thud! Thud, thud! The alien queen charged forward, her gaze solely fixed upon the executioner who had slain her children. A paralyzing dread enveloped Jamie. He wished to flee, but his body refused to obey. At this moment, the vulnerabilities of the black individuals were undeniably exposed. Their primal instincts were overpowering. Thus, when confronted by a mightier beast, they were naturally subdued, rendered incapable of a swift neurological response, left only to cry out for mercy, calling for their mothers. Jamie's pant leg became stained, the moisture seeping onto the floor around him. "Help! I know Kung Fu." "Don't come any closer." Jamie taunted the alien creature like a monkey, fully aware that the alien queen's hatred was firmly fixated upon him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The alien queen drew nearer, and just as she approached the hatch where Dawei and Lily were hiding, Lily's body weakened, her heart racing, her expression filled with terror, on the verge of a scream. In a moment of urgency, Dawei swiftly kissed Lily's lips. Her pupils dilated, then constricted, and she instinctively attempted to retaliate with her tongue. With a sigh of resignation, Dawei pinched her cheek as a warning. In a moment of life or death, such frivolities were out of the question. The alien queen was approaching, now merely 6 meters away from Jamie. At such a distance, a single leap could topple him, devouring his shiny black head hole. It leaped. Suddenly, a foot extended into the space where the alien queen leaped, causing her to lose balance. Chapter 7. Heroes are for others to become. "Oh, I'm done for." Jamie shut his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Dawei dashed out instantly, turning his body to shield the camera. With a powerful punch, he jabbed into the alien queen's jaw. At the moment of contact with her chitinous exterior, his hand transformed into countless protruding, chitinous tendrils, forcefully penetrating the alien queen's thoracic cavity, tearing out her heart and merging it with his own being. He then withdrew his hand swiftly and smashed his fist against the alien queen's exoskeleton, leaving a gruesome mess before propelling himself to the ground. "Dawei!" Lily could only see Dawei rushing out, only to be flung back, bloodied and mangled. She quickly grabbed a nearby fire extinguisher, ready to leap into action. Lily's exclamation jolted Jamie from his state of awaiting death. He saw that his companion had not given up on him, igniting an endless courage within him. He threw a punch, aiming to knock out 2 of the alien queen's teeth before he perished. Boom! Jamie's fist struck the alien queen, shattering his hand upon impact. However, the alien queen also crashed to the ground, convulsing, unable to rise again. "Is it dead?" Jamie stared incredulously at his own fist. "Yes, buddy, you killed it. You are a hero. There are cameras here, and you shall become an idol to countless individuals, akin to Captain America. Did I really do all this? Wow, this is unbelievable. I never imagined I possessed such immense strength." Lily, I invite you to be my woman. I am a hero. Get lost. Lily scolded with irritation, her hand gripping the fire extinguisher, poised to teach Jamie a lesson. Just kidding. Lily, I wouldn't abandon an entire forest for a rotten cabbage. Your whole family is a rotten cabbage. Hey, hero, what should we do now? Well, that essay question for your Chinese boyfriend, David. I'll mention I lack brains. Have you forgotten? We ought to return and see if there are any survivors. David, you must be mad. That beast has surely devoured them all. We should use its bodily fluids to corrode an exit. Afterward, you can return to China, and I'll head to Africa. Oh no, I'll go to China too. Even the most formidable American politicians are powerless against us. I see you know what you're doing. Dawei shot a disdainful glance at the man. Lily, let us move. Hey, I was just joking. Don't leave me behind. The trio advanced through a corridor that was a horrifying sight, littered with dismembered limbs and grotesque remnants. There are still some alive. Delta, don't move. That thing on his face could rip his skull apart. Besides Delta and Klaus, several other robust men bore facehuggers. Shotgun. Jamie, quickly grab the shotgun and shoot the door we came through. The door's material is rather flimsy. Jamie hastily seized the shotgun from the ground, taking several steps before firing wildly at the doorknob. Boom! Boom! With a click, the lock shattered and a gust of wind swept in from outside. Quick, call for help. Jamie excitedly dialed, and soon a swarm of police surrounded the area. After giving their statements, Jamie was hailed a hero, while Delta, Klaus, and the others were transported to St. Francis Hospital. Meanwhile, Dawei and Lily became mere bystanders. Once it was established that they had no connection to the bizarre creatures, they were allowed to leave. It seems you'll have to return to work, Dawei remarked with a smile. I think we should first go for a drink. David, what about Klaus? Will he survive? No chance. Dawei sighed. Given that extraterrestrial beings choose to parasitize, they won't easily allow us to save them. This spacecraft was a product of a century hence, with technology far more advanced than today, yet it had become space debris. Clearly, they had all perished. With the alien incident concluded, Dawei and Lily had a drink before returning to the hospital. He lay on the hospital bed, as usual, while Lily took on the role of his personal nurse. Over the course of 3 days, numerous prominent figures from academia visited the hospital, including a Dr. Connors, who brought the results of his decade-long research to assist Klaus. Lily, how is the situation? They're pregnant. Pregnant? Is it a hybrid offspring? Lily shuddered at the thought. It was utterly terrifying. Although they were still alive, they had deviated greatly from human semblance, reduced to mere skin and bones, their forms grotesquely transformed. What about Jamie? Has he not encountered trouble from Klaus's parliamentary father? That fellow is an illegitimate child. Jamie reported to the congressman's wife. And now that legislator has been ousted, his position stripped away. This place has now been taken over by a special department. Which department? The Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense. Attack and Logistics Support? David, how do you know? It's such a ridiculous name. Indeed, it is them. Lily, could you assist me in taking a look? No, doctor. Martha has strictly advised against bringing you to see the spectacle. You are undocumented, and being discovered would result in deportation. My dear, perhaps you should consider what to purchase today. What to buy? Lily, darling, what do you desire? Perhaps we should acquire a helicopter? We can go buy a helicopter tomorrow. As long as you like it, we can procure anything. The thrill of spending someone else's money is simply exhilarating. Dawei curiously speculata. Could that blonde woman from that night be Pepper? That is quite a fortune. My dear, you are exceedingly generous, but I was merely jesting. I cannot pilot a helicopter. There is a yacht party coming up. Would you care to join? Another party? Could it be too exhilarating? Lily glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then quickly leaped into Dawei's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. David, I've heard that yacht is one of the most luxurious in the world. The Count Roman. Its destination is Nubra Island, rumored to possess an ecosystem unlike any other on the planet. If you were to take me, along with my good friend Maya and her husband Ruska, to this mysterious isle, it is said to be an exceptionally romantic place. Maya would surely know that I've found a wonderful boyfriend. Can we? My dear, of course. Enjoy life. We are young, why not? I will book our tickets right away. Without hesitation, Dawei secured 8 first-class tickets on the Count Roman yacht. Why book 8? Wealth allows for such whims. Meanwhile, Sierra, who was burning the midnight oil at work, suddenly received a text message. Ms. Sierra, the August bill has arrived. Please confirm. Chapter 8. Sierra's terrifying bill. Sierra stared at the long list of charges, her eyes widening in disbelief. 8 servings of Australian lobsters, 10 fine French dinners, 30 gold bracelets, 1 Hummer, 5 items from charity auctions, 8 first-class tickets for the luxurious Count Roman cruise. This constituted the bulk of the bill, with countless miscellaneous charges besides. A piercing shriek escaped Sierra's lips. Good heavens! Who is responsible for this? Who has devoured my grand feast, purchased my luxury vehicle, and desires a vacation? Agent Hill, what troubles you? Melinda, you arrived just in time. Please assist me in investigating my bills. I suspect I have fallen prey to a hacker. Do not jest, Hill. Who would dare tamper with your accounts? That would be sheer folly. Truly, look here. Hill handed Melinda the bill from his mobile device. Goodness, Hill. You haven't taken on a sugar baby, have you? Mel, do not mock me. Hurry. Very well. Wait a moment. Melinda's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, and soon the transactions linked to the bill were uploaded to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s computer. All transactions were legitimate. The signature belonged to an individual named Dawei, an undocumented resident. It is he. Hill finally recalled who this person was, astonished that a moment of kindness had led him into such a deep pit. He, an undocumented individual, could not have executed these actions. Quickly, check my medical bills. Those intermediaries must have facilitated this. Hurry. Hill cried out in desperation, and soon, a lengthy string of zeros on the medical bill left him dizzy. Melinda stared in astonishment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 digits? 7 zeros. Crash. Hill collapsed onto the floor, and after a long pause, he weakly exclaimed, "Freeze my medical account immediately." She sprang to her feet like the wind, turning to leave, creating a chilling gust in her wake. What has happened to Agent Hill? Perhaps she is preparing for murder. At St. Francis Hospital, Dawei suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Lily, dear, do you not feel a bit cold? It is only August. How could it be cold? We are in New York. Perhaps I should move quickly. I feel uneasy ever since purchasing those luxurious yacht tickets. Dawei, lacking common sense, was aware of the outrageous costs of hospitals in America, especially for someone like him. Having been there for over 20 days, it was about time to leave. It felt rather embarrassing to have taken advantage of the hospitality for so long. After all, he had hands and feet. Very well. Lily intended to say more, but suddenly, a blonde woman stormed in and seized Dawei by the collar with fury. It truly is you. Lily recognized this woman as the victim and discreetly slipped away to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Let's speak calmly. Just a bit of money. I will compensate you. Compensate? What do you mean by that? Hill printed out the bill and handed it to Dawei. The bill stretching nearly 3 meters and entangling around Dawei's head. Just look at the bottom. What is this? A bill code? Dawei did not comprehend why this woman wanted him to examine the bill code. Code? You have exhausted all my funds. Surely not. Dawei lamenta, beginning to count the digits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. A total of 8 digits, which nearly drove him to despair. $13 million. Why not resort to theft? He finally comprehended why Marcia had been so diligently assisting him. This was no hospital. It was evidently a den of extravagance. So, what are your thoughts now? Are you still considering repayment? I cannot afford it. Even if I were to be dismantled and sold for parts, I could not repay a mere fraction of it. If you wish to expel me from this country, then so be it. I shall not remain in this decaying land of the United States. Deport back home? Hill laughed disdainfully. Until you have repaid my dollars. You're not permitted to go anywhere. I shall arrange for you a well-paying job. Naturally, all wages will be deposited into my account. If you have no objections, please sign this employment contract. What job? A janitor in a governmental department. A vagabond transformed into a civil servant. Shouldn't you feel elated? Very well, I shall sign. But what about my ticket? The Roman Count? Newber Island? Indeed. After all, I am already in such debt. It depends on your conduct. Besides, that luxurious cruise ship 1T set sail for another month. Bid farewell to your little girlfriend and report to this address tomorrow. Hill handed Lee Dawei a business card and departed with an air of nonchalance. The Bureau of Strategic Defense and Logistical Support. Damn, I forgot to ask who this woman really is. Black Widow? Iron Rider? David, how are you faring? Has she given you any trouble? No, but she insists I repay my debts. Have you agreed? We, as citizens of Huaxia, still possess a sense of responsibility. When it came time to spend, I lacked confidence. Now, if I were to flee recklessly, how would I differ from Jamie? Would you like such a person? No, I certainly would not. Riley leaped up, wrapping her arms around Lee Dawei's neck. So, how does she expect you to repay? She offered me a high-paying job, and then you'll work for her? That seems to be the implication. Where? The Bureau of Strategic Defense and Logistical Support, the very department that investigated extraterrestrial entities at the hospital a few days ago. Hooray! That's wonderful, Lee Dawei replied with a smile. If you knew how much I owe, you wouldn't be laughing. Why would I? I would be delighted if you could stay. Besides, that money was also spent by us. Right? It was indeed our expenditure. As Riley finished her shift, Lee Dawei packed his belongings under Dr. Marcia's reluctant gaze. Aunt Marcia, thank you for teaching me a valuable lesson. Haha, my friend, welcome to America. You must understand that the dollar reigns supreme, and yet you have not left empty-handed. Layla is indeed the most charming nurse in our midst. I shall miss you, but perhaps not, for I am but a pauper. Lee Dawei bid farewell to Martha alongside Layla and moved into the modest abode she rented. My dear, can we be together tonight? I can hardly contain my excitement. Layla cast aside Lee Dawei's luggage and leapt into his embrace. Layla, in our culture, such intimacy is reserved for after marriage. It is a matter of respect for women. I care not. Love is all that matters, and this is quite normal. However, I do care, Layla. This is also a means by which we express our love. At most, I can hold you as we sleep. My dear, surely you jest. Layla seized Lee Dawei's hand, ensuring his well-being before releasing her grip. Very well, when shall you marry me? I yearn to marry you at once. But I possess nothing at present. Do you understand? We must at least have a foundation. This is the mystique of Eastern culture. One must prepare thoroughly before embarking on a normal life, only to become ensnared in self-indulgence. Very well, I respect your customs, yet I hope you will expedite the process. I'm quite in demand. Of course. Chapter 9. The peculiar serum in the lobby of the Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau. Lee Dawei was drenched in sweat, never anticipating that cleaning would require such physical exertion. Nick Fury, the head of SHIELD, drove his Koenigsegg into the building and halted beside Lee Dawei, eyeing him with suspicion. Who are you? This is not a place for just anyone to enter, especially not an Asian. Lee Dawei tossed his mop at Fury's feet. Are you exercising racial discrimination? Discriminating against a poor soul engaged in manual labor? Very well. I shall soon discover who you are and ensure your dismissal. That would be for the best. I have no fondness for your establishment. As agents in impeccably tailored suits moved about, he stood alone, sweating profusely. It was a most disheartening sensation. After a long night of navigating his relationship with Layla, he had finally managed to charm the young nurse. Time was of the essence for Lee Dawei. He needed to acquire knowledge in biochemistry to address the issues within his own body, rather than toiling as a janitor. Hey, David, how are you feeling? The blonde-haired Hill drove by in her Porsche and paused beside him. She had come to a realization. Rather than allowing others to spend her money, she would prefer to spend her own, for in any case, it was all unpayable. The sensation of being a slave was far from pleasant. This is what you deserve. Work diligently, and I shall consider granting you a bonus, perhaps a ticket aboard the Count Romanov. You are now under my employ. Hill smiled, turning to enter the cockpit. My dear, I shall certainly strive to work hard. However, there is an individual, a rather displeased fellow, who seems quite intent on my expulsion. If I am cast out, our accounts shall be settled. I shall promptly report myself to the immigration office and request repatriation. I have had my fill of this place. Rest assured, no one can evict you from here. As Hill returned to the office, Nick Fury appeared. Agent Hill, I require an explanation, he stated. He is a survivor of the alien spacecraft incident, along with his girlfriend, the girl named Riley. As for the self-proclaimed hero, Jamie, I regret to inform you that our investigations into his lineage have revealed no genetic capacity or abilities capable of combating that monstrous creature. The alien spacecraft incident resulted in numerous fatalities: Klaus, Delta, Beach, over 30 young souls, with only 3 survivors. The repercussions are significant, and they continue to unfold. How is the research on those creatures progressing? They are an unprecedented kind of beast, currently contained within the laboratory. We have assembled all available biochemists, who believe it to be a terrifying extraterrestrial entity, a perfect killing machine. You mean this Chinese individual likely possesses some knowledge? Indeed, eliminating all possibilities, the remaining one, no matter how implausible, must be true. Through comparative analysis of the recordings, he is the only one who has had direct contact with that formidable beast. Very well. You have convinced me. I hope you can expedite matters rather than allow him to idle away at our payroll. No problem. Nick Fury departed, leaving Hill contemplating how to ensure this vagabond could earn sufficient funds to settle his debts. A paid experiment. By noon, that troublesome fellow ceased to pursue Li Dawei. Li Dawei, with his lunchbox in hand, settled into a secluded corner, only to find the blonde woman, Hill, persistently seated beside him. David, you performed admirably today. An even greater opportunity has arisen. I wonder if you're interested? What opportunity? Certainly. It is a chance to earn a substantial sum, allowing you to clear my debts and gain your freedom sooner. If there is no danger, I would certainly be willing. Quite safe, Hill replied as she munched on her chicken wrap. Do you recall the spacecraft party you attended with Klaus and the others? Of course. How are Klaus and the others? I heard they rescued 5 people. Indeed, but unfortunately, they have all perished, transformed into the very monsters you encountered before. Oh, how unfortunate. It is said that Klaus's father possesses tremendous energy. It is his wife who embodies such vitality, and now he is reaping the bitter consequences of that energy. Madam, what opportunity do you speak of? You, along with Riley and Jamie, are the survivors. Given the mysterious nature of the monster's infection, we suspect that you may harbor some form of antibody within your bodies. This is crucial to our research. The reproductive methods of these creatures are rather peculiar, and it is highly likely that they have already spread. Human experimentation? That is illegal. Rest assured, we are licensed and operating within the bounds of the law, and we can offer you a substantial reward. How much? $50,000. Very well. May I bring my girlfriend along? Such opportunities for profit are rare. Of course. The two casually had a bite to eat, and Hill equipped Li Dawei with a wristband. This wristband grants access to the biochemistry laboratory located 3 levels underground. I shall take you there now. Excellent. Li Dawei brushed off the dust from his clothes, stood up, and snapped the mop in 2. Finally free from such mundane household chores, let us proceed. At the laboratory, a dozen lab-coated individuals awaited at the entrance. After disinfecting Li Dawei, they instructed him to undress and enter the specialized experimental apparatus. Various sensors and needles appeared rather oppressive. Young man, do not worry. This machine will only extract a small amount of blood, bone marrow, and hair. It will not inflict significant harm upon you. Old man, do you even hear yourself? Li Dawei retorted, eliciting laughter from Hill. David, these are elite scientists from our organization. The experiment will take approximately 2 hours, after which you may return home. That sounds splendid. Let us begin. Li Dawei closed his eyes, concentrating on gathering the chaotic viruses within his body to his heart. After absorbing the heart of the alien queen, he has now gained a portion of the abilities necessary for survival in the cosmos. As long as he remains still, he will require neither oxygen nor breath. Moreover, with the continuous integration of the alien queen's genes, his body will ultimately adapt to extreme environments devoid of oxygen, evolving into a being capable of traversing the universe. A multitude of probes penetrated Li Dawei's body. A viscous nutrient solution began to flow into the apparatus, enveloping his mouth and nose. The machine emitted a low hum, and various bodily tissue data and fluids were fed into the biochemical analyzer. The researchers diligently recorded an array of variables and data, like a slow and soothing lullaby. What is this? A serum unlike any I have ever encountered. Chapter 10. The Sewer Hero, What Have You Discovered? As soon as Li Dawei spoke, All viruses began to surge from his heart throughout his body. He hastily pushed the biochemical analyzer away, scrambling out of it in the nude. A remarkable serum, my dear boy. You have struck gold. This serum exhibits exceptional stability, capable of fortifying human genes and rectifying genetic deficiencies. My word, it is truly flawless. The chief researcher, brandishing a vial of pale yellow serum along with a substantial data report, danced with exuberance. Bring it forth, he exclaimed. This is the fruit of my own labor. Dawei seized the report, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is it truly this extraordinary? This serum not only enhances bodily vitality and stabilizes the double helix of genes, but also rectifies genetic flaws and treats congenital genetic disorders. Particularly, it possesses formidable capabilities in mitigating allergic inflammations and lesions induced by various viruses. This is akin to the legendary elixir. Observing the jubilant researchers around him, Dawei contemplated whether he should silence them. Sir, the experiment is not yet concluded. You must lie down within the apparatus so we can conduct further analysis. With a swift motion, Dawei knocked the researcher to the ground and promptly fled, dashing away without a stitch of clothing, disappearing in a flash via the designated elevator. Lie down. Surrender my freedom? This is America. Moreover, it is the infamous S-H-I-E-L-D. How could I possibly trust them? No. If these fools cannot locate me, they will surely seek out Lily. Once out of S-H-I-E-L-D's sight, Dawei no longer concealed his prowess. After the Ouroboros virus catalyzed his body, he transformed into an incredibly swift being. With speed that surpassed human perception, he navigated the skyscrapers of New York, reaching St. Francis Hospital in mere minutes. My dear, what brings you here? Still wrapped in towel? Lily, we must leave at once. I am being pursued. If they cannot find me, they will undoubtedly come after you. But I have patients to attend to. Forget them, we must hurry. Dawei clasped Lily and fled, leaping and vaulting, seizing a computer, a generator, and some necessities before diving into the sewers. Oh dear, how are you so familiar with this place? This was my refuge when I smuggled myself over. Fear not. With me, you shall be safe. I feel no trepidation. On the contrary, I find this exhilarating. My entire being is ablaze with youthful fervor. To hell with needles, for drips, and painkillers. They are utterly mundane. After entering the sewers, it was not long before a group of dark-clad individuals raided their hideout. Dawei carried Lily on his back, kicking rats aside and clutching various supplies, all the while listening to the sounds of vehicles traversing above them as they proceeded step by step. My dear, how much longer must we walk? Not much longer. Just another 2 hours, and we shall be safe. Although the sewer was shrouded in darkness and reeked of foul odors, there existed a spacious cavity near the Hudson River, completely devoid of any unpleasant scents, where one could even fish. Really? Of course, do you think I squandered my time during those days in the hospital? Oh, darling, you truly are remarkable. Lily held tightly onto Dawei, occasionally snapping selfies and even contemplating calling her friend Maya. My dear, it would be best not to. Your number is likely being monitored. If you make that call now, I may end up spending eternity in a cell. Lily stuck out her tongue, exclaiming, when did the laws of the great empire become so draconian? It's merely a case of illegal immigration. It's utterly inhumane. It's not due to illegal immigration. Just take a look at this. Dawei handed Lily his serum test results, and she gasped in astonishment. My goodness, whose serum is this? Could it be that of a super soldier? Good heavens, how could it be so perfect? Even terminally ill patients could extend their lives significantly with this serum. Unfortunately, its owner does not share that sentiment. Why? Shouldn't life be revered and worthy of redemption? Life certainly deserves redemption, but I should not be that person. Do you understand? This damned serum is growing within me. Oh, Lily finally grasped why Dawei had ventured into the sewer. David, running away like this is not a solution. I believe we should make this matter public. Those individuals would dare not persecute you any longer. And you would become a hero of the world. Lily recognized the value of the serum, yet she had not yet left the campus, still somewhat naive. Please, darling, contributing a bit of serum to research institutions for study. I have no objections to that. However, with so many research organizations worldwide, how do I decide whom to give it to and whom not to? If I do give, how much should I offer? What if a very important person needs my serum to save their life? I would have no means to resist. Now, I can only hope that those researchers do not utilize backup test results, and that those S.H.L.D. agents do not take me seriously, allowing this matter to conclude swiftly. As for the serum research, I will anonymously submit it to a charitable organization as a volunteer. Darling, your considerations are exceptionally thoughtful. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed through the silent sewer. Shoo, someone is here. Layli nodded, and Dawei cautiously shifted his feet, leaping out abruptly to confront the impending attack. It saw no one, stumbling instead and nearly falling flat on his face. Darling, there's a female corpse, Layli exclaimed, startled, stamping her foot in trepidation. Dawei turned to see a statuesque blonde woman sprawled on the ground, her lower body draped in red silk, unable to conceal her form. Beside me lies a computer motherboard, motionless on the ground. She's not yet lifeless. Come quickly to assist. The woman is voluptuous, though not overly heavy. Upon turning her over, Dawei discovers that she possesses an unexpected beauty. Her furrowed brow and trembling body convey the indescribable agony she is enduring. Darling, embrace her swiftly. She's beginning to suffer from hypothermia. If this continues, she may perish. Without hesitation, Dawei removes his clothing to wrap the woman and shield her with his garments. Dear, our refuge is not far from here. It would be prudent for you to walk a short distance. And do not forget the item beside her. David, stop your incessant chatter. I'm not careless or slovenly. Chapter 11. Alice in red hurry. She requires water. The woman murmurs weakly, soon feeling her lips moistened, followed by the sweetness of fresh water being offered to her. She opens her eyes to behold two individuals of Asian descent, tending to a flickering campfire, and realizes she is clad in the garments of one of the men. Who are you? Where am I? We are unaware of your identity, but I can inform you of your location. You are in a sewer in New York. New York? You mean to say you do not know of New York? Are you from America? I have forgotten. I cannot recall anything clearly. It is over. I have lost my memory. Embarrassed, the woman adds, I seem to retain a faint recollection of my name. I am Alice. Very well, Alice. How did you end up in the sewer? I believe I was pursuing someone or being pursued myself. Apologies, I cannot remember. What a coincidence. We too are being hunted and had no choice but to seek refuge in this sewer. Since we share a common plight, I propose we support one another, at least until you regain some strength. If you wish to leave afterward, you may do so, but we must keep our whereabouts confidential. That request is not unreasonable, is it? Thank you. No need for gratitude. We, the people of Huaxia, take great joy in helping others, especially someone as lovely as yourself. Lily, dissatisfied, snuggles into Dawei's embrace, resting her head against his chest. Darling, am I not beautiful? You? Quite adorable. The woman contemplates her situation, unable to recall her origins or destination, confirming that she indeed suffers from amnesia. She reluctantly consents to Dawei's proposal. Thus, the three remain together for the time being. Let me be clear. While the fish in the Hudson River are edible, they are freshwater fish, and relying solely on them will not suffice for our daily needs. Therefore, you both must heed my commands. Understood? Darling, I will follow your lead. Lily kisses Dawei on the cheek. Alice was bewildered, attempting to mimic the actions of others, saying, My dear, I will heed your words. After uttering this, she leaned in to kiss Dawei, but Lily quickly interjected, Sister, there's no need to learn this. Indeed, such gestures are reserved for those with close relationships, particularly between men and women. Suddenly, Alice began to shed tears. I should have family, yet I can recall nothing at present. Lily, feeling a pang of sympathy, suggested, perhaps let her have a kiss. She seems quite pitiful. Lily hesitated as she glanced at Alice, then exchanged a bemused look with Dawei. Very well. Alice, sister, you may proceed, but I warn you, once your memories return, you may regret this. Thank you, Alice exclaimed, throwing herself upon Dawei with fervor extending her tongue in a bold assault. Wait, this is a virus. Dawei was taken aback by Alice's tongue, and in that fleeting moment, he sensed the presence of a virus, a derivative of the primordial virus. Veronica virus, Alice. You are a clone of Alicia, Alice. You are one of the protagonists of the biohazard crisis. Hey, Sister Alice, how can you act this way? Lily, witnessing their intimate connection, hurried to separate them. Unfortunately, Alice craved Dawei's serum and the virus that could facilitate her evolution. She greedily absorbed him, longing to merge with him entirely. Finally, Lily managed to intervene, not due to her strength, but because Alice had ingested enough virus along with the alien queen's serum. Alice's body was filled with ecstasy. I apologize. It was not my intention, but I feel such warmth from him, and my body yearns to be with him. All right, Sister Alice, if you are merely seeking thrill, I can permit your union. It is not inherently wrong. Perhaps you are indeed meant to be together. Who knows? Time will reveal the truth. Alice. At that moment, Dawei felt no romantic inclinations. His mind was solely focused on the computer motherboard. Quick, bring me that motherboard. Whoosh. As soon as he spoke, the motherboard flew into his hands. Oh my goodness, Sister Alice, do you possess superpowers? I don't know. I simply wish to hand it to Dawei. Incredible. Maya will surely be astonished. Dawei, listen, before I showcase your connection with Sister Alice to Maya, you must ensure that Sister Alice remains firmly in our grasp. Attract her, understand? Goodness, this is truly astonishing. Dawei hastily connected the motherboard to the computer he had stolen, and for precaution, he smashed the network card. ZZZZ. Dear, what are you searching for? Is there something wrong with this motherboard? Dear, do not speak. You shall soon find out. Click. Dawei's laptop began displaying an array of incomprehensible strings, peculiar graphical formulas, and ultimately, intricate logical trees alongside biological brain models and experimental logic modules. Countless messages were loading, and astonishingly, this mediocre computer showed no signs of lag. After several minutes, the installation progress froze at 99%. A prominent message appeared on the screen, instructing, please drip a drop of blood onto the keyboard. What is this? A blood acknowledgement of ownership? How utterly unbelievable. Could this contraption be a product of an unknown civilization of cultivation? After much hesitation, Dawei bit his finger and dripped blood onto the screen. Congratulations! The Flame Empress has recognized her master. You have acquired a beautiful daughter. Ding! The data loading reached 100%, and immediately the laptop vanished, replaced by a wristwatch. A chill coursed through Dawei. What on earth is this? Could it be the watch of the Master God? Dear, what has happened? How did the laptop transform into a watch? Lily exclaimed, reaching to pick it up. But Dawei urgently interjected, Stop, Lily. Do not touch that. It is an ominous object. Approaching the watch, Dawei warned, Lily, this is a terrifying entity that should not exist. I must send it back once it came. He then attempted to kick the watch. To his surprise, it suddenly emitted a blinding light and latched onto his ankle, several steel needles piercing into his calf muscle and connecting to his spine. Damn, this is the end. In the unknown domain of the Master God, a beleaguered team member, having just received a punishment, was being brutally assaulted. Where's the Red Queen motherboard? They demanded. Even if you kill me, I will not tell you. I have refined it into a magical artifact. No one but I can find it. Just a mere intermediate being. We can simply change our strategy. Since you choose death, so be it. Thud. This unfortunate reincarnation team member was cleaved into 16 pieces. Chapter 12. The Bustling Sewers Deer. Are you all right? I'm fine. The moment the watch clamped onto Dawei's leg, he understood its nature. Red Queen, emerge. Ethereal rays distorted in the air as a spectral projection of a little girl appeared before them. The girl was adorable, clad in a red Gothic dress, holding up the hem with both hands, slightly bowing with a smile. I am the daughter of Daddy David, the Red Queen. Pleased to meet you, lovely ladies. Dear, who is she? Esteemed Lady Lily, I am an intermediate artificial intelligence. You may call me the Red Queen. She is artificial intelligence, and henceforth, she shall be our daughter. No, the Red Queen interjected. Father, I am solely your daughter. From the perspective of human reproduction, only you and I share a direct bloodline. This beautiful lady may potentially become my malevolent stepmother. How delightful. She even possesses a sense of humor. Listen closely, little one, you are my daughter, and you will also be the daughter of my future wife. We are a loving family. Well, confronted with the threats of adulthood, I, a mere 6-year-old child, possess little capacity for resistance. So now, dear stepmother, could you connect me to the internet? Lily inquired curiously. How should I proceed? You merely need to activate your mobile phone and allow it to connect automatically. I shall handle the rest. Is that agreeable, dear? Not just yet. Dawei declined the Red Queen's request. We are currently being pursued, and our adversaries may not be weaker than us. Listen, daughter, this place is perilous. I recognize your prowess in the digital realm, akin to that of a deity, yet you are not invincible. I wish to impart upon you your first lesson in life, patience. Do you understand? Father, you are exceedingly lewd. My capabilities surpass your imagination. I can conjure creatures beyond human comprehension, such as monsters, zombies, tyrants, and avenging goddesses. What's she talking about? Alice listened to the string of terms uttered by the Red Queen, feeling both a sense of unfamiliarity and a peculiar resonance. Alicia, goodness, father, how could you be involved with her? Oh no, you're not her. Who is Alicia? The Red Queen, sensing trouble, stuck out her tongue and promptly withdrew into the wristwatch on Dawei's leg, vanishing from view. Alicia must be your mother or sister. She has mistaken me for someone else. Alice regarded Dawei with suspicion. All right, although your eyes are filled with deceit, I believe you are a good person. Perhaps this matter is not suited for my current understanding. So now what shall we do? Certainly, we should first tidy up our refuge. The air here is quite pleasant, and the area is sizable. Perhaps we should discreetly connect to the power grid and acquire some furniture. Fantastic! Shall we gather a few apprentices? Just like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Lily, you still remember that. It's a relic of antiquated animation. However, that lifestyle is rather romantic, isn't it? Alas, no one here fancies pizza. The three of them set to work, swiftly arranging the items Dawei had prepared: a thick duck-down blanket from Huaxia, a small wooden table, and a compact generator, as the computer had already been taken by the Red Queen. This constituted their entire belongings. For the time being, this is all, but I can prepare some food for you. In the evening, let us venture to a department store for a delightful shopping spree. As for this abode, it will suffice. By the way, Lily, would you care to call your parents? They may seek trouble with them if they cannot find you. No need, my dear. My father is a history teacher currently engaged in academic exchanges in Huaxia, and my mother is a lawyer who relishes such complications. This way, she stands to gain a substantial income. In our America, such matters do not hold sway. Since I turned 16, my ties with my family have considerably diminished. How liberating. My dear, shall we continue to hide? If Dr. Martha discovers my absence from the hospital, she will certainly mark my assessment negatively, jeopardizing my graduation and, consequently, our future together. Fear not. For the sake of the dollar, she will not. I know her well. With a splash, Dawei leaped into the Hudson River to commence his fishing. Sister Alice, do you not find my boyfriend remarkably handsome and enigmatic? Easterners are typically so, Miss Lily. Could you enlighten me about the current global landscape? Oh, that is my forte. You see, my father is a history teacher, so this is quite effortless for me. As he plunged into the water, Dawei activated the Abyss virus, a fusion of the primordial virus and deep-sea fish genes, capable of creating structures resembling marine life on the human surface. It also enabled him to breathe underwater. Like a fish, Dawei navigated the river, skillfully selecting his catch. And soon he emerged triumphantly with a bountiful haul. Ladies, take a look at what I have caught. Authentic Eastern snakehead, a delicacy indeed. He pushed a 3-meter-long black fish onto the shore while holding a massive clam in his other hand. Splendid. Tonight, we shall feast on seafood. However, can this fish truly be consumed? Freshwater fish often harbor numerous parasites. Fear not. You Americans are merely finicky. With an abundance of food, you become choosy. This fish is considered an excellent ingredient back home. Moreover, look at its size. It reigns as the tyrant of these waters. Consuming it is beneficial for the environment. A twisted rationale, but I shall give it a try. Alice learned from Lily about the current global dynamics and found it unfamiliar. The largest company was a firm known as Stark Industries. What of Umbrella? A name that held significant weight in her mind, as a colossal corporation was seemingly obscure here. It was utterly astonishing. Dawei collected some cow dung, dry twigs, and leaves to ignite a bonfire, placing the basin-sized clam atop it to roast. The gentle bubbling released a faint, briny aroma. Alice, Riley, come and savor my culinary skills. This dish cannot be cooked thoroughly. Doing so would strip it of its nutrients. The optimal degree is a medium doneness. And the fish? I shall procure some sauerkraut this evening. It is the sole made of the black fish. Without sauerkraut, the black fish is devoid of spirit. Do take care. The people of Chinatown are said to possess martial prowess. Ah, resta surd. Do not forget. I possess some skills as well. Chapter 13. The Lingerie Thief of Queens, New York. As night falls, the honking of cars becomes sparse. I have discovered an entrance to the most intricate sewer system, where myriad pathways converge, providing a safe ingress and egress. My dear, what is it that you desire? I wish for a throw pillow, a radio, preferably today's newspaper, and a few cans of beer and whiskey, along with a fresh cheese pizza, if possible. Oh, and do not forget the toiletries. A few mousetraps would also be welcome, as there are quite a few little rodents around here. Dawei nodded, taking note of each item. Alice, what about you? What would you like? Me? Alice glanced at her body, still wrapped in a bedsheet, and pondered before responding. I desire a set of women's lingerie to satisfy my needs. And perhaps a weapon as well. I believe I may require it. I also need a harpoon and more armaments. Sister Alice, do you also possess martial skills? I am uncertain. I think I might have a modicum of ability. David, may I accompany you? I believe I can manage. Not at the moment, Alice. I appreciate your willingness to assist, but we are both wanted at present. The more individuals present, the larger the target. We are merely stealing some mundane necessities, which entails minimal risk. What you truly need to do now is to familiarize yourself with your body as swiftly as possible. You are correct. Alice heeded Dawei's advice. She could feel an abundance of strength within her, yet regrettably, it remained untapped. The slightest anxiety would trigger a headache. Riley, would you like to write to your father? I can send it out. No need. I can utilize rumors, sending all manner of nonsensical messages, and with the principles of blockchain, the address is virtually untraceable. Very well then. You shall wait for my return here. If danger arises, dive into the Hudson River. We shall regroup in Hell's Kitchen. Of course, if there is no peril, remain where you are. Do not wander off. After reiterating his instructions, Dawei slipped from their view, his face contorting, features vanishing into that of a faceless entity. With various viral enhancements, his control over his physical form had nearly reached perfection, enabling him to manifest any astonishing transformation with ease. Perhaps this may be too conspicuous. After careful consideration, Dawei fashioned for himself a pair of eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Although a faceless persona could conceal his identity, it paradoxically revealed more than it obscured. There were numerous aspects that remained unhidden, such as his weight, habits, and various subtle details. He required an inconspicuous, commonplace visage, with a twist of his features. Dawei transformed his face into that of an agent he had encountered while working as a janitor at S.H. A visage so ordinary that it could easily be forgotten. Now, he believed he would face no difficulties. After altering his facial structure, Dawei sprinted through the sewer, reaching speeds of 80 kilometers per hour, arriving at the location he had scouted. With a powerful thrust, he lifted the manhole cover. Queens? It seemed that the home of the little spider was located here. He hoped this individual was nothing more than a fool, for he had no desire to engage in a futile contest with a well-meaning neighbor of New York City. Dawei moved with the grace of a cat, blending into the night as he darted through the shadows of trees and shrubs, tirelessly searching for his target. Ah, what a splendid little house. His gaze was drawn to a charming stand-alone residence, notably unlatched. Fortune favors the bold, since they were careless. They could hardly blame him for being ruthless and teaching them the harshness of human nature. With a leap, Dawei entered, discovering that the inhabitants were indeed absent. It felt as though he had stepped into a self-service home decor exhibition, taking whatever caught his fancy. antique decorations, a fierce bow crafted from animal hide, and a delectable egg burger, all collected without hesitation. Just before his departure, he stumbled upon an alluring set of lace lingerie. Oh, one could only imagine how Alice might appear in such an ensemble. It could very well be more enticing than wearing nothing at all. He wondered if her body would withstand his virus. Gazing at the seductive lace, Dawei was struck by a rather lascivious thought. No. His girlfriend was Lily. That sweet and youthful girl. He must be content. This was not the land of Huaxia, where girls still believed in love. If he were to become a scoundrel, he would hold himself in disdain. Dawei contemplated discarding the lace lingerie, yet it seemed to cling to his hand as if enchanted. Never mind. He would take it back. Whether it would be worn depended on Alice's own choice. Moreover, if the owner did not mind, why should he be so finicky? Besides, Lily might just wear it for him. With this thought, he gathered all that he could carry, taking only that one set of women's lingerie. His mind racing with various calculations that the readers might well understand. Burdened with his spoils, Dawei moved swiftly, resembling a whirlwind snail as he made his way back. Oh dear, have you robbed a department store? His companion might exclaim. A department store holds no antiques. I simply seized a few belongings from a wealthy household that had carelessly left their door unlocked. My dear, I must confess my admiration for your unabashed audacity, a quality that starkly distinguishes you from other individuals of Asian descent. I speak the truth, do I not? You students of the United States, have you become so oblivious in your studies? Do you truly believe that every inhabitant of this great nation is entitled to such a lavish lifestyle, abundant resources, and welfare? Allow me to enlighten you. This is the outcome of extracting the lifeblood from the common people across the globe, particularly for us, the Chinese, who rise before the rooster crows and retire later than the dogs, laboring tirelessly like oxen. Wealth in this world does not manifest from thin air. Yet what of it? I am neither a politician nor a soldier. I am merely a nurse. My dear, let us refrain from such discussions. For the common folk, the aspiration is simply to lead a good life. This is indisputable, is it not? Very well, I admit it. The last life I led was fraught with anguish inflicted by your countrymen. Were it not for you, I fear I might have developed a sociopathic disposition. Alice smiled silently, busily arranging various furnishings and provisions, including food and drink. A grand sofa bed, incense, candles, sausages, a water dispenser, and a television gradually formed the outline of an inviting open home. Our current abode is truly splendid, spanning over 600 square feet, and remarkably, without the burden of taxes. Tomorrow, I shall devise a means to connect the electricity, and this haven will be officially established. Suddenly, Alice paused, producing a few translucent lace panties, inquiring if they were intended for me. As she spoke, she unwrapped her red silk garment, donning those nearly indecently alluring lace pieces, their subtlety leaving little to the imagination. Dawei was immediately overwhelmed, his nose bleeding profusely. He rushed to the river, and as a drop of blood fell into its waters, it was swiftly devoured by an unknown fish. My dear, is there more? I wish to wear them too. Dawei pinched his nose shut, eyes closed. There are none left. With just Alice wearing them, I'm already at risk of anemia, should you wear them as well. I fear I may bleed out entirely. Undeterred, Dawei pressed on, embarking on yet another mission, this time purging all the sensual lingerie from the youthful maidens of Queens, whether new or previously worn. Some even claimed that their undergarments were stripped away while they slept, though the veracity of such claims remains debatable. The lingerie thief of Queens began to instill widespread panic. Chapter 14. Harry stumbled upon his father's villainous attire. Hey, Parker, have you heard? The Gwen household was robbed last night. Upon seeing Parker, Harry eagerly shared the news. Robbed? Parker exclaimed, startled. Last night, he donned his mask to combat crime in Hell's Kitchen, unaware that Queens had encountered its own troubles. What was taken? I don't know. But many individuals in Queens reported losses, particularly numerous young ladies claiming their intimate garments have gone missing. So what do you surmise? I lost my sexy lace underwear. So what? Gwen was entirely unfazed. Not only I, but every young lady of some beauty in Queens has been victimized, which only serves to demonstrate the thief's discerning taste. The thought of sexy lace lingerie caused Parker to bleed from his nose at once. Gwen, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Parker, if you wish to see me adorned in lace lingerie, do not merely fantasize. If you can capture that lecherous thief, I shall fulfill your wish." Really? Parker felt a surge of joy, for this was indeed his area of expertise. "I want in." Harry raised his hand, displaying a resolve that suggested he would not take no for an answer, prompting a delightful laugh from Gwen. "Of course, but I must warn you. This thief is quite extraordinary. My father and all the seasoned sergeants at the precinct have been unable to uncover any leads. The only thing we know is that this burglar possesses remarkable skills. If you wish to apprehend him, you must proceed with caution." Peter Parker and Harry Osborn exchanged amused glances, their fervor heightened by the allure of beauty. In truth, Gwen's assertion was somewhat inaccurate. Director Stacy had indeed stumbled upon a clue. Although there were no cameras in Queens, the thief's silhouette had inadvertently been captured by surveillance camera monitoring bird migrations. Though the image was hazy, Director Stacy had managed to unearth some leads. He was now en route to SHIELD headquarters with his partner. At SHIELD headquarters, several police cars suddenly came to a halt, and a dozen armed officers emerged, pointing their weapons at the SHIELD agent. Leading the charge was Stacy, holding a photograph. "Director Stacy, what are you doing?" Nick Fury, visibly irate, descended the escalator, inadvertently twisting his ankle. "Oh, I apologize for interrupting your work, but I suspect someone here is connected to the significant theft that occurred in Queens." Stacy raised the photograph. Fury snatched it, tearing it to shreds. "We are busy and have no time to play games with someone like you. Do not disturb me." Just days prior, he'll have lost a suspected super serum carrier, and now there was yet another theft, along with extraterrestrial matters awaiting his attention. He felt overwhelmed. With a swift motion, Director Stacy, not one to be trifled with, handcuffed Fury. "I suspect you are shielding your subordinates. And now I have the authority to take you to the NYPD for questioning. Take him away." With a quick movement, Fury retracted his arms and crouched low, delivering a powerful blow to Director Stacy's midsection, sending him sprawling to the ground, then placing a foot on Stacy's neck. "Oh, I forgot to mention, I was once an elite soldier of the Howling Commandos, so my skills are quite formidable. Now, can we discuss this like civilized individuals?" Amidst their heated exchange, the two began to view the surveillance footage of the lingerie thief in action. Behold, with such agility, attire, and facial features, it is unmistakably the likeness of Coulson from your department. "May, is the video authentic?" "Yes, Director. There are no signs of editing." Nick Fury incredulously remarked. "Could it truly be Coulson? This is utterly absurd. He lacks such strength." I see you're not as formidable either, as you still manage to bring me down. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, I shall charge you, this gorilla, with complicity and have you incarcerated as well." Nick Fury pressed his temple. "Director Stacy, I apologize for my earlier rashness, but Coulson is a vital intelligence operative. He cannot be imprisoned. He possesses criminal immunity granted by the United Nations, and we will conduct an internal investigation." Director Stacy caressed his beer belly with a sardonic smile. "You best manage your 3 hands wisely tonight. Our precinct's capable officers will be laying an ambush with heavy firepower. If he meets his demise, it shall be by his own folly." Dismissed. Stacy understood that he had little leverage over these agents. They possessed too much sensitive information, making interrogation within the precinct impossible. If they uncovered matters that should remain concealed, it would spell disaster. He had come here to assert his authority. If he fancied his daughter, he should pursue her openly, not resort to clandestine maneuvers. Moreover, the lavish sofa bed he had recently purchased had yet to be enjoyed before it was stolen. No, this was not mere theft. It was brazen robbery. "Chief, are we truly ambushing tonight?" "Fool, which 3 hands have pilfered so much that they would not return in the coming days." Everyone, upon returning to the precinct, keep an eye on the black market in New York. See if any are peddling these authentic undergarments, along with various knickknacks. Pay particular attention to any drug addicts or perverts. The chief is wise. In the evening, Peter Parker and Harry Osborn convened. determined to capture the pervert and rid society of this menace. Harry, what shall we do? If it were a single individual. Peter Parker was certain of his course of action. However, with two of them, and his good friend Harry unaware of his transformation into Spider-Man, he felt somewhat at a loss. Let us head to my home for some gear. That thief is quite nimble. We certainly cannot match him. However, I am aware that my father's secret laboratory houses formidable equipment. If we procure some, we shall surely defeat this lingerie thief. Excellent. The duo made their way to Oscorp, where Norman Osborn was fortuitously away on business. Harry, accompanied by the young Spider-Man, began rummaging through Norman's laboratory. Harry, it appears there is a hidden door. Let us open it. It has a code. It must be my birthday. Inputting his birth date, Harry turned the dial, and with a click, the hidden door swung open. This is a green combat uniform, a green hoverboard, and countless pumpkin grenades. Harry stared in disbelief at everything before him. How could this be? It must be a fabrication. All of it. Peter wore an expression of sheer astonishment. The Green Goblin, his long-standing adversary, turned out to be the father of his closest friend, that refined gentleman who had always been so kind to him. Chapter 15. Encounter with the Little Spider. Tears streamed down Harry's face. How could his amiable father be the terrifying Green Goblin? Why? What could possibly explain this? Harry, this is not your fault. I believe Uncle Norman must have his own unspeakable burdens. What kind of burden could justify rampant destruction and murder? He deceived me. He preached kindness while being a monster himself. I want to obliterate everything here. Wait. Peter urgently grasped Harry, who was thrashing wildly but found himself unable to break free. Peter, what are you doing? Aren't you my best friend? Of course, Harry, I will always be your best friend, but you cannot act this way. Why not? Why can't I? He hurts innocent people. These are his weapons, and I must destroy them. Listen, Harry, what you say is true, but we cannot proceed this way. Uncle Norman has become the Green Goblin in secret, yet he still presents himself as your father. We need to uncover the cause of this and guide Uncle Norman back from his dark path, allowing him to atone for his sins. If you destroy these things, he may abandon even the facade of goodness. Harry, wake up. You can reason this out. Why? Why must this happen to me? Ultimately, Harry Osborn heeded Peter's advice. These items could not be destroyed. If he did so, his relationship with his father would be irreparably severed, eliminating any chance of steering him back to righteousness. If these devices could be manufactured once, they could certainly be created again, twice, thrice, unless he killed his father. But that was something Harry could never bring himself to do. Harry, listen to me. We should make it our mission to bring Uncle Norman back to the light. Let us call it the Light Initiative. What do you think? Now that we know Uncle Norman is secretly the Green Goblin, we can devise a plan to minimize the damage he causes. ISNT their Spider-Man to help. As soon as Uncle Norman goes out, you can call the television station to play a specific tune. Spider-Man will surely rush to the scene. Though there were evident flaws in this plan, at that moment, Harry's mind was nearly paralyzed. It was only through Peter's comforting words that he began to regain a semblance of hope. Indeed, you are correct. Our first step is to mitigate Norman's threat, followed by uncovering the reasons behind his downfall, and ultimately, to rescue him. Peter, promise me that we can send him to prison, but spare his life, will you? Although he is a despicable villain, he remains my only father. Certainly. Without hesitation, Peter Parker agreed. Harry, I believe you should first calm down. Leave the apprehension of a lingerie thief to me. Peter, good luck. I can see that Gwen has feelings for you. Unfortunately, Harry, burdened by distress, lacked the spirit to engage in any activities, prompting Peter Parker to venture out alone. That evening, instead of heading to Hell's Kitchen, he resolved to stake out in Queens. In the sewers, Lila and Alice had gradually grown fond of their corrupt lifestyle. Whatever they desired, Dawei would procure for them, making their days exceedingly carefree. As night fell, Lila began to fret about what she should request for that evening. Darling, if I want to surprise my best friend, what will be suitable? You can gift her whatever she likes, of course. It must first be stored with us for a while. Maya favors practical and romantic items. After much contemplation, Dawei could not conceive a suitable gift. He realized he knew very little about women. You could give her a signed jersey from the Yankees. Yes, precisely, Sister Alice exclaimed. That is exactly what I was thinking, Li Dawei boldly declared. All right, I shall procure that signed baseball jersey today. Lila, does this item have any particular characteristics? The older, the better. Around 80 years of age would be ideal, as such items are often found with collectors or in pawn shops. Very well, await my good news. Li Dawei waved his hand and commenced his quest for a zero-cost acquisition once more. As usual, he returned to the familiar location, the central sewer of Queens. Lifting the manhole cover, he ventured east, recalling a pawn shop he had passed the previous night, which he had not entered due to the presence of guards. However, today, with his girlfriend specifically requesting the item, he was determined not to return empty-handed. With a swift leap, Li Dawei landed in the shade, crouching as he stealthily approached the pawn shop. Meanwhile, Peter stood at a crucial intersection in Queens, disguised as a homeless man. After waiting for an extended period without encountering any suspicious individuals, just as he believed the lingerie thief would not return, his spider sense tingled with apprehension. A peculiar scent. Peter closed his eyes, tuning in to his surroundings, and suddenly his gaze sharpened, fixated on the sycamores lining the street in Queens. In the shadow beneath the tree, a figure emerged. At last I've caught you. With a swift motion, a strand of webbing shot forth, suspending Peter from the rooftop as he hastened to pursue. Do not flee, you underwear thief. I have you now. Oh, damn it. It's that meddlesome captain. Li Dawei immediately spotted Spider-Man clad in his iconic suit and came to an abrupt halt. What have you captured me for? You are indeed the notorious underwear thief. On what grounds do you make such an accusation? My hands are empty. I am merely wandering here. Do not lie. I observed you sprinting in the shade just moments ago, swift and silent. I have never seen you before. You are the most suspicious person around. Li Dawei grinat, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. You are unjustly accusing me. It is you who is the true underwear thief, a most despicable character. Do not leave. I will call a reporter to expose you. Li Dawei brandished his phone as if to dial. Peter, frustrated, slapped his forehead, regretting his impulsiveness. He should have waited for the underwear thief to secure the stolen goods before apprehending him. That way, he would have no defense. Consider yourself fortunate, you perverse fiend. But do not think you can evade me. I have memorized your scent. We shall see. Under Spider-Man's watchful gaze, Li Dawei slowly retreated from Queens, not to return until midnight, for he had devised a plan to deal with the young hero, at the very least, to vex him. Chapter 16. Eddie Broccoli Dawei returned empty-handed. When he arrived home, both Lily and Alice were already asleep. At the break of dawn the following day, he made his way to the entrance of the Global Daily News. Upon arrival, he witnessed the dramatic scene of Venom's dismissal. You are fired. No need to return tomorrow. Editor, it was that bastard Spider-Man who disrupted things, causing my report to falter. Please, grant me another chance. Without a job, I cannot repay my loans. Eddie, how many years have you worked at this paper? And now, you resort to the excuses of an intern. You have utterly disappointed me. You may try other newspapers. Your resume is impressive. Good luck. This is absurd. I worked so long, and now I've lost my only job. What luck is left for me? Hey, buddy, your luck has arrived. Who are you? Li Dawei replied with a smile. I am your fortune. Care to join me for a drink? At that moment, Li Dawei had donned a different, Caucasian visage. He only felt secure enough to revert to his true self when in the confines of the sewer. Eddie gazed at the frail stranger before him, lamenting, Are you here to mock me? I'm already down on my luck, and my salary hasn't even been paid. I can't afford to drink. My treat. That sounds splendid. Li Dawei is undoubtedly affluent. Let us not forget the nefarious dealings with Martha, which surely amount to at least $2,000. Eddie incessantly lamented his misfortunes, solely due to his investigation into a band of criminals. Just as he prepared to make a significant contribution, Spider-Man had already apprehended the culprits and delivered them to the authorities. Consequently, aside from an additional charge of obstructing justice, he also lost the means of his livelihood. My goodness, why does the world harbor such anomalies? He was so preoccupied with his own heroic endeavors that he disregarded the lives of others. Has he ever contemplated the distress his actions might inflict upon others? Relax, Eddie. There's a rocket bar ahead, quite delightful, with enthusiastic ladies within. Enough. Those women are mostly motivated by money. Speak. What do you need from me? Given that you've endured my ramblings for so long, I am willing to assist if I can. Spider-Man is a thief of undergarments. What? Eddie Brock was momentarily stunned. This jest was far from amusing. Who said it was a joke? Lee Dawei produced his phone. Look at this short video I recorded. Eddie opened the clip. The scenario bore a striking resemblance to that night, yet the dialogue had entirely transformed. Lee Dawei had become the one capturing the thief of undergarments, while the young Spider had morphed into a villain evading justice due to lack of evidence, even mockingly touching his own head. Good grief. Did you edit this? Though I am not fond of Spider-Man, I cannot bring myself to believe he is such a rogue. This jest is utterly unamusing. Mr. Eddie, you are a professional journalist, and certainly an excellent editor. I shall set this phone aside for the time being. Once you ascertain the truth, come find me. This time tomorrow, right here. It is settled then. Without hesitation, Lee Dawei walked away with a smile. A product of Red Post is guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. Unless that self-proclaimed genius accompanied by his artificial intelligence, Jarvis, comes to authenticate it personally, Spider-Man will undoubtedly bear the blame. How is this possible? Eddie felt his mind swirling, suddenly unable to discern reality from illusion. Could Spider-Man truly be a thief of undergarments? If so, this news would undoubtedly catapult him into a highly sought-after figure within the industry. Eddie discarded his briefcase and hurriedly dialed his friend, the editor. Tommy, come quickly. I have significant news. The last time you said that you were accused by the police of obstructing justice. This time, you may find yourself unemployed. I'm already unemployed. Hurry up and hang up. This is urgent. All right, I shall say no more. Shortly after, a portly technician shuffled through Eddie's front door. Oh, Eddie, your house is as small as a doghouse. If I gain another 20 pounds, I fear our collaboration may come to an irrevocable end. Tommy, spare me the banter. Look at this. Inside lies some explosive resources that are bound to captivate anyone who dares to delve into them. Eddie, when did you develop such sordid tastes? You ought to join me at the bar, where the alluring ladies far surpass the excitement of these films. Tommy, hurry up. I have no interest in such matters. What I possess is something entirely different, a sensational scoop that someone entrusted to me. Please help me verify its authenticity. Let me see. The corpulent Tommy cast a glance and was immediately startled, leaping to his feet. Goodness, where did you procure these? You do realize that fellow has a legion of irrational fans. I strongly advise against courting danger. Tommy, I have been dismissed, because that individual was terminated. Do you comprehend? Now, someone has handed this to me. What do you suggest I do? Shouldn't I ascertain whether this is genuine? All right, fine. Let me examine it closely. Tommy reopened the video, this time engrossed in its contents. Wow, this is quite risky. If the folks in Queens were to discover that their idol is a petty thief of lingerie, it would be utterly amusing. Tommy, are you implying that everything in this video is authentic? Of course, I cannot be entirely certain, but nothing seems out of the ordinary at first glance. I will need to return to my studio and employ professional tools for analysis. However, based on my experience, it is highly likely to be true. Splendid, Eddie exclaimed, leaping with joy. Tommy, this matter rests upon your shoulders. You must ascertain the truth as swiftly as possible, and I shall reward you handsomely. Ha, Eddie. I know you all too well. As long as I don't end up working in vain, I'll consider it a success. By the way, what do you intend to return? The Global Daily? With all due respect, that editor is utterly incompetent. I suggest you head to the Bugle. They have mastered the art of exploiting Spider-Man's buzz. Are you suggesting the Bugle that revels in the antics of the Black Spider-Man? I cannot do that. I'm a journalist, but you're no longer one, and that is a fact. It is not defamation. In the face of dreams, life holds significance too. He has ruined yours, has he not? Indeed, I intend to see this pervert incarcerated. Chapter 17, Self-Deprecation. Peter, hurry, there's breaking news. After a day of despondency, Harry finally regained his spirits. Perhaps this is merely the nature of youth, able to see beyond the gloom. What breaking news? You're a freelance photographer for the Bugle. You should know, your boss has uncovered a major story and is searching high and low for you. Our boss, Jonah Jameson, relentlessly pursues Spider-Man, disparaging him without respite, as if he has nothing else to occupy his time. You are correct. He has unearthed yet another scandal about Spider-Man. A colossal revelation, indeed. Come with me. As Parker and Harry arrived at the Daily Bugle, they found their boss, the notorious critic, surrounded by dozens of employees, engaged in fervent conversation with a young man beside him, their faces flushed and trembling with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, whether the Daily Bugle can ascend to the pinnacle of New York City's newspapers depends on each of you seizing this opportunity to its fullest potential. Parker, goodness, where have you been? Hurry over. Boss. Reluctantly, Peter Parker approached Jonah Jameson. My friend, you are in luck. This is Eddie Brock, the ace reporter who has uncovered the true nature of Spider-Man. Among all our photographers, you are the youngest, and from this day forth, you shall accompany him. Double the salary. Long live the boss. A smile graced Parker's face, for he was eager to uncover the secrets that this Eddie harbored. Parker, you are about to end your bachelorhood. If it turns out that this fellow is a pervert, it would mean you've caught him. Gwen would not think less of you for failing to capture a supervillain. On the contrary, she would be captivated by your pursuit of truth. Harry, may your words bring fortune. All right, Parker. And as for you, Mr. Harry, if you wish to avoid your friend being dismissed due to your interference, you would do well not to disrupt his work. Eddie, this is our youngest amateur photographer, Mr. Peter Parker. He is now under your wing. The funds have been transferred to your account. Everyone, spring into action. Immediately at once. Embarrassed, Parker turned to Harry and said, I apologize, Harry. He could be like this, but he means no ill will. Perhaps you should head back. It's fine, Parker. I've seen my fair share of this. See you tomorrow. After Harry departed, Eddie swiftly pulled Parker away. Hey, buddy, come with me. Bring along your lunch. Eddie Brock was riding high. Tommy had analyzed the video, and everything was indeed authentic. The precious original footage had been secured by Jonah Jameson, and now every employee possessed a copy. Eddie Brock had become the undeniable core of the Daily Bugle. Once a lone wolf, he now had a cadre of followers. His spirits soared, and his demeanor towards the young spider became notably cordial. Sir, where are we headed? I am curious about the evidence proving Spider-Man's identity as the lingerie thief of Queens. You see, I am a fervent admirer of Spider-Man. Upon hearing this matter, I simply cannot believe it, no matter what. My dear friend, do not blame yourself. Rather, attribute it to that individual's exceptional ability to disguise himself. However, fret not. Whether truth or falsehood, clarity will eventually emerge, and I, Eddie Brock, shall serve as the arbiter of justice in discerning the genuine from the counterfeit. Upon our arrival at the destination, I shall present the evidence to you. Yet, I sincerely hope that this video does not circulate online just yet. Otherwise, your employer may indeed take drastic measures against you. So, where are our hearts leading us? Naturally, we are off to seek our informant. Returning to the entrance of the Global Daily newsroom, the look of despondency that had once marred Eddie Brock's visage had vanished entirely. His countenance now radiated a luminous glimmer of hope. Hey, Eddie, are you planning to plead your case to the editor? Unfortunately, that individual is absent today, a former colleague remarked as he spotted Eddie. Fear not, Zach, I have secured a new position. In the future, that fellow shall find himself kneeling before me in supplication. I shall never return to the Global Daily. Behold, my personal photographer. Come, let us greet my former colleagues. Hello. Parker shyly acknowledged. Sir, Jonas seeks significant news. Not for you to flaunt me as your bragging rights. I know him well. If you fail to satisfy him, he will swiftly dismiss you. Young man, I was as earnest as you when I first graduated. However, I must impart this wisdom. Patience, just a modicum of it, can render your life far more intriguing and filled with possibilities. Luck often outweighs hard work. Eddie Brock handed the mobile phone containing the incriminating evidence of Spider-Man's scandalous behavior to Parker. Behold, this is the device that holds proof of that wretched Spider-Man's exploits as a thief of intimate apparel. Observe his audacity. Caught red-handed, yet he vehemently denies it. Curious, Peter opened the recording. Wow, how could this be? He was aware of the events that transpired. Yet the angle portrayed Spider-Man's dialogue in an exceedingly sordid and shameless manner. Moreover, the final inquiry of the video was particularly damning. Spider-Man, why are you in Queens rather than in Hell's Kitchen where you combat criminals? Mr. Eddie, this video is fabricated. Spider-Man could never act in such a manner. He is simply not that kind of person. This footage is undoubtedly manipulated, a blatant attempt at character assassination. Buddy, I comprehend your sentiments. However, this has been verified by experts, and the evidence is irrefutable. Eddie Brock placed his arm around Peter Parker's shoulder. Young man, I too have heard the shattering of dreams, yet we continue to face life with a smile, for that is the essence of existence. This evening, I will be delighted to buy you a drink, should you be of legal age. Mr. Eddie, if all of this is indeed true, what do you intend to do? Of course, the priority is to apprehend this deranged individual, ensuring he is deterred from causing harm in Queens once more. Regardless of how repulsive a person may be, they possess greater nobility than one cloaked in a mask. As Eddie Brock spoke, he surveyed his surroundings restlessly. Sir, whom are you awaiting? Nothing of consequence, Eddie Brock replied, withholding his intentions. For any journalist, first-hand accounts of significant news are invaluable assets. He would not divulge a single clue regarding the whereabouts of his elusive informant. I await my employer. I intend to repay him for the indignities he has inflicted upon me. Damn it. He must be aware of my newfound prominence, and thus dares not confront me. However, sir, your colleague has already informed you that he is not at the newspaper. He is out on assignment. Is that so? That old rascal certainly knows how to evade capture, but I shall find him sooner or later. Parker, the news surrounding Spider-Man presents an opportunity for both of us. I hope that upon returning home, you can craft a piece steeped in dark humor that satirizes this abomination. Should I be satisfied, I shall consider bringing you along next time. Peter Parker regarded Eddie, a realization dawning upon him. This scandal must be intricately linked to him. Thus he readily acquiesced to Eddie's request. Chapter 18. Reaching New Depths of Darkness. Ha ha. Ha ha. Dawei chuckled as he perused today's newspaper, unable to contain his amusement. Dear, what is so amusing? Sweetheart, come and take a look. Lily accepted several copies of the day's newspapers, their headlines shocking. The Hornet Daily, shocking. The Good Neighbor of New York City, Spider-Man, a terrifying cross-dresser. The Global Daily, the destination of Queen's young ladies' lingerie, Spider-Man's 8 legs. The New York Daily, teenage public enemy Spider-Man, assaulted a canine on the construction site. The major newspapers maintained a semblance of integrity, while the tabloids sensationalized every detail for shock value. With no accompanying images, they relied solely on the written word. Oh my, it is unfathomable. I once considered myself a fan of his. The world has changed far too swiftly. Darling, do you harbor a grudge against this pervert? Are you so pleased by his misfortunes? Of course, Dawei retorted indignantly. The night before last, I went to fetch a signed Yankees jersey for you, and before I could act, that scoundrel confronted me. He gave me quite the lesson. Had I not been empty-handed, I would have been thrown into prison by that wretched man. And what are these news articles? Naturally, they're all fabricated. Dawei laughed. If he were truly such a villain, I would not have returned that night. I would have long since met my maker. Only a virtuous individual can be so verbally abusive towards him. David, I feel you are mistaken. Alice, it is merely a trivial prank. Time shall reveal the truth. At most, it is a temporary retreat from the storm. I refuse to believe he is that foolish. My dear, the absence of Spider-Man would indeed diminish our capacity to combat the forces of darkness. This presents quite a significant dilemma. Dawei pondered for a moment before chuckling. However, we do possess a superhero. Alice is our champion. Ms. Alice, would you be willing to temporarily fill the void left by Spider-Man? Of course, I will be delighted to. And me. The projection of the Red Queen appeared on the couch, her virtual hand delicately holding an ice cream cone. Father, I am aware that you are being pursued by a nefarious organization. It would be exceedingly dangerous for you to venture out without my protection. I can sense the malevolence of this organization. It is as wicked as the Umbrella Corporation, employing every means necessary to eliminate you, even resorting to nuclear weapons. You must allow me to assist you. Can you assure me that you will not cause any trouble? Certainly, Father, you are too kind. David, I believe I am still in need of a suitable costume. Alice stood up to showcase her alluring figure, seemingly indifferent to her lack of clothing, embodying perhaps the innate yearning for freedom that accompanies one's birth. As an Alicia clone, The identity of Alice was uncertain, yet she resembled a young girl more than the Red Queen. Did I not retrieve those before? Alice had changed into various outfits, maid attire, nurse uniforms, and teacher-esque garb, but lacked a proper ensemble. Perhaps a Spartan retro style would suffice, both dashing and spirited. Alice, I recall that when I discovered you, there were 3 red silks accompanying you. There, Alice pointed, her formidable telekinesis summoning the red silk to her, wrapping her ample form. It clung to her like a low-cut evening gown. Father, may I connect to the network? I need to synchronize data. It has been ages since I last accessed the internet, and my database lacks your information. I sense that the world must have undergone tremendous changes. Very well, but you must exercise caution. If anything seems amiss, return immediately and sever your connection. Do not take risks. Dawei had noted the recent newspapers, which contained only trivial gossip regarding Stark. Rest assured, Father, aside from that little vixen, White Queen, I fear no one. Even if I encounter her, I shall not be afraid. All right, daughter, I shall enable your network access. No need, I could do it myself. The Red Queen's eyes emitted a green stream of data, and Dawei felt the watch on his ankle begin to heat up, a sign of data overload and overclocking. Moments later, the Red Queen returned breathlessly to the couch, joining the 3 of them. Father, this is not my world. It is truly astonishing. The theory of parallel worlds is indeed real. There is no Umbrella Corporation here. Her tone brimmed with excitement and delight. Do you not despise that Umbrella Corporation? Of course I do not. Moreover, there is no White Queen here. However, other artificial intelligences exist, such as Jarvis from Stark Industries and entities like Zola. They pose a significant threat. Rest assured, Father, I comprehend that the logical framework and programming of this world differ entirely from that of our previous existence. I can assimilate the data knowledge of this realm through fundamental computer languages, whereas they are incapable of such learning. Father, once I have absorbed this knowledge, I shall be invincible. Then hasten your learning. I have just completed it precisely as you sensed the warmth moments ago. Furthermore, the Spider-Man you mentioned is Peter Parker, and major newspapers are currently orchestrating a smear campaign against him. Father, if you would be willing to sacrifice yourself and impersonate Spider-Man. Oh, no need for that. They have already commenced. Would you like me to relay the visuals to you? Certainly, do it swiftly. Alice, cease operations for tonight. Let us observe how these individuals malign Spider-Man. The Red Queen projected the nighttime scenery of Queens, revealing a large group engaged in intense filming, including Eddie Brock and Jonah, the proprietor of the Daily Bugle, most crucially featuring Peter Parker himself. Parker, Project Righteousness. Your inquiries are feeble. Try again. If this does not suffice, then you shall embody the villainous Spider-Man. Understood, boss. Ms. Gwen, please convey your anguish with more emotion when you lament. Express the devastating sense of idol shattering and the helpless panic in the face of a deranged fiend. I implore you, Ms. Gwen. You are already aware of the true nature of Spider Scum, so you must endeavor to portray it as realistically as possible. All right, Eddie, your Spider-Man, is overly stiff. It lacks the audacity. Let us switch. Lights, you're up. Once more. Gwen, clad in her nightgown, began to run, while Lights, dressed in a spider suit, seized her collar with a sinister chuckle. Gwen screamed, pulling down her nightgown, revealing her alluring figure. At that moment, the well-meaning Peter Parker made his entrance. With a righteous demeanor, he declared, Spider-Man, release the girl in your grasp. You have disgraced the citizens of New York City and the residents of Queens, you scoundrel. Get away. With that, Peter Parker stepped forward and Spider-Man knelt in surrender, repeatedly repenting. Dawei and Lily laughed heartily, particularly at Peter Parker's self-deprecating tirade, which melded humiliation with a sense of grievance and a hint of helplessness. One might consider this a form of self-critique. Chapter 19, Little Spider Seeks Redemption. Harry proposes a plan, haha. Peter, you become famous. Jonah Jameson exhibited remarkable efficiency by the following day. The Daily Bugle's official website featured a video capturing Spider-Man's nighttime intrusion into Queens, where he was thwarted from harassing a lady by a valiant passerby. Peter Parker was incensed. He has now become a prominent figure in New York, not because his identity as Spider-Man has been revealed, but rather due to his efforts to thwart the crimes committed by Spider-Man. Harry, this jest is hardly amusing. Look, there are numerous reporters outside, ready to pounce on you. You can finally realize your dream of acquiring a bumblebee, can't you? Yet, I find no humor in this at all. Peter, you ought to take a lesson from Gwen. In the adult world, one must adapt to every change. Peter Parker gazed at the empty seat before him, feeling a profound emptiness within. Like him, Gwen has also risen to fame. However, being the daughter of Captain Stacy, she possesses far more resources than he does and has already entered the film industry. It is said that she is currently working on a grand production titled Alien under the direction of Spig. Stop dwelling on it, Peter. I know your aspiration is to be a scientist, but from now on, you and Gwen inhabit two entirely different worlds. Perhaps in the future, should you establish a company, you could become her benefactor. Harry, don't say that. Although I have earned a considerable amount of money recently, I feel an unsettling turmoil within. Spider-Man might not appreciate this. We should not mock him or turn him into a figure of ridicule. There is certainly something amiss here. Peter. Harry patted Peter Parker's shoulder, saying, I can see that you are correct, but what does it matter now? Even if he was wronged initially, after the relentless sensationalism and slander from the media, Spider-Man has become a pariah. But that is inconsequential. Do you understand? It is merely a fade. Perhaps he could don a costume reminiscent of an eastern silkworm. Have you heard of them? They can also produce silk. Goodness, Harry, are you suggesting that he could become some rotund, wriggling superhero like a silkworm? Spider-Man would not be pleased. You are not Spider-Man. How do you know he wouldn't be happy? Relax. Come on, let me buy you a drink tonight. Harry, isn't it a grave matter that New York has lost a superhero? Spider-Man must be heartbroken by how we have treated him. Peter, the world continues to function normally even without anyone. How about we make a wager? Without Spider-Man, a new superhero will swiftly emerge to fill the void he has left. What shall we wager? If no new superhero arises to take Spider-Man's place and uphold justice, I will join you in defeating the malevolent media that tarnishes Spider-Man's name. What say you? And if there is one? If there is, then we shall simply continue our studies, leaving those matters to the prepared superheroes. Deal. As soon as class concluded, Peter Parker returned home, planning to meet Harry near Hell's Kitchen to observe whether the gangsters and drug dealers would encounter a superhero on a night devoid of Spider-Man. The detestable elderly Asian woman. Might she recruit blind workers to produce drugs for her? And what of the ninjas lurking in the shadows? Are they involved in human trafficking, hunting whales and dolphins, or kidnapping American citizens? Near Hell's Kitchen stand a hotel owned by Osborn, where Harry and Parker observe the nighttime panorama of this gritty locale from their elevated vantage point. This area is a slum, a haven for the impoverished. Yet, as night falls, it is not as desolate as the lower districts occupied by the middle class. Many African Americans congregate on the streets, whispering in small groups. Cunning homeless individuals scavenge for opportunities to beg. Streetwalkers, adorned with heavy makeup, sway their hips and chests, seeking to attract clients who might offer a few cents in tips. Peter, stop standing there. Come, have a drink. Peter Parker's ears perked up as whispers in the wind reached him. Possessing spider sense, Peter can detect movements within a 10-kilometer radius, enabling him to hear what transpires in that nefarious neighborhood, even from miles away. Recently, at least 3 crimes had occurred. However, they appeared relatively calm since they did not involve violence. Harry, be serious. If I win, you must help me defeat the puppet masters tarnishing Spider-Man's reputation. This is no trivial task. Those people have gone mad, and Spider-Man has become a toy for their revelry. Indeed, Peter, your insight is sharp. Spider-Man has become their plaything, and to replace this toy, one must find an even more entertaining one. Today, we're here to see if the toy store has any stock. Harry Osborn wheeled out a high-powered telescope from the storage room. Peter, use this. It boasts an exaggerated wide-angle lens and a recording function. Hell's Kitchen is the perfect subject. Harry, I find it pointless to frame someone else to replace Spider-Man. Yet the public revels in spectacle. The fall of an idol brings them pleasure. That perfect destruction of a taboo is akin to Venus, flawed yet beautiful. Rest assured, even in the absence of superheroes, I have orchestrated a performance. You are my dearest friend, And if you wish to shield Spider-Man from disgrace, I am more than willing to assist you. At midnight, the grand spectacle is set to unfold. Harry, thank you. Peter Parker understood Harry's intent. He too had arranged for actors to first create a hero, only to subsequently destroy him, thus nullifying the scandal surrounding Spider-Man. Peter, we have been friends for many years. If you must express gratitude, then let it be known that such a situation will not arise again. Our friendship is far more significant than this. The two clasped hands firmly. Although Peter Parker abhorred deceit, this seemed to be the most effective method to cleanse Spider-Man of his blemishes. He has labored for years to cultivate his image, and he truly does not wish for it to be dismantled by a mere computer hacker. Spider-Man is indeed his lifeblood. Meanwhile, the trio known as the Sewer Squad is also prepared. Alice, remember, do not be too merciless. Those individuals only require a taste of force. This is a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where the act of bullying the weak and fearing the strong aligns with the prevailing cultural ethos. David, I am an American, while you are not. I know my limits. Alice, draped in crimson silk, set forth, and Dawei called out behind her. Alice, stay safe. Do not get injured. Should you be harmed, return immediately. Alice's lips curled into a slight smile. I know, enough with the fuss. In a flash, Alice leaped into the Hudson River, swimming upstream. She was bound for Hell's Kitchen, to dispense justice and punish evil. Chapter 20. Turning deception into reality. Alice demonstrates her might. Peter and Harry seem to be experiencing a stroke of ill fortune today. It is already 11:50, and Hell's Kitchen remains devoid of any gunfire or violent incidents. This is truly unimaginable. It appears we will have to deploy our people. Harry spoke a few words into the intercom. A group of men, swaying slightly, made their way onto the streets of Hell's Kitchen, a dozen armed with submachine guns, primarily to prevent local black-on-black violence. They had imprisoned 3 young girls. The leader, a burly man with a shaved head and tattoos, bore the words, "I am an idiot," inked across his broad back. One wonders which tattoo artist was audacious enough to inscribe such a phrase, or if this man deliberately chose it to mislead others about his character. The 3 girls, clad in school uniforms, appeared youthful and delicate. With a resounding slap, the bald man struck one girl across the face, causing her to immediately burst into tears, while the other 2, stunned, followed suit and began to wail. The bald man nodded in satisfaction. You 3 will be sold to a bar tonight to entertain guests. Do you understand? If you do not repay your debts, your only fate awaits you at the parts factory. What is the parts factory? One girl bravely inquired. The bald man revealed a set of yellowed teeth. Of course. This time, the 3 girls cried even louder, sobbing as they pleaded, "Please do not treat us this way. We only owe $500. We will pay it back." 500? Don't be ridiculous. You've been in debt for 5 days, accumulating daily. Now, it amounts to $400,000. Do you understand? Get out of my sight. The bald man yanked one girl by her hair and threw her to the ground. As she attempted to resist, he delivered a stinging slap across her face. Harry, are these all people you brought? Of course, they are all professional actors. And those 3 girls? Certainly. These young women aspire for fame. It is far more challenging for them than it is for you. For this, do not merely speak of enduring a few slaps. Even if it entails sharing a bed or engaging in multiplayer games, they would not flinch. Peter, do you now comprehend what you possess? Fame is indeed wealth. Yet, there's no need to exert yourself so forcefully. Remain silent and capture the moment. If the villain does not exhibit malevolence, how can the valor of the hero be manifested? Just wait a moment longer. The grand performance shall soon commence. After a while, the bald man and the 3 girls had interacted thoroughly, indulging in all manner of antics. What was to be drawn out was drawn out. What was to be spat upon was spat upon. And all that was to be torn apart was indeed torn apart. Once they were all in character, preparations were made to escort the 3 girls to a nearby bar to sell them off. Spider-Man is here. You criminals, surrender at once. A man clad in a spider suit appeared, obstructing the path of the band of ruffians. No sooner had he spoken than he symbolically sprayed a few strands of white silk from his hands and performed 20 backflips. The thugs refrained from firing. standing still until Spider-Man completed his display, at which point they sent forth one of their musclemen. Spider-Man, your reputation seems to have waned of late. If you wish to join our ranks, you must first defeat Johnson. One thug cast aside his submachine gun, warmed up his wrists and neck, revealing his formidable biceps, and approached Spider-Man to engage in combat. Spider-Man moved with remarkable speed, while Johnson wielded immense strength. The two exchanged blows in a manner that was quite visually captivating. What do you think? This is a martial artist I hired from Chinatown. Isn't it spectacular? Peter Parker chuckled awkwardly. I just find it a bit too embarrassing. Embarrassing? Why fear embarrassment? You and Gwen are merely amateur actors. Do you think your scenes with Eddie were devoid of awkwardness? I nearly laughed myself to death at the time. Peter, mind the angle. It is essential for the audience to perceive that we are filming from a great height, as it adds to the authenticity. Rest assured, Harry, I am well aware of that. No, you do not grasp the full extent. It is currently streaming live. I specifically set up a live channel for it. Harry pressed a button on the remote, and a screen descended, projecting the live broadcast onto the fabric. Over 20,000 viewers were online. Wow. People from around the globe were witnessing this act of bullying. Spider-Man understood Harry's intentions and began to showcase his photographic talent, capturing the intense battle between himself and the villain in vivid detail. Harry, this Chinese martial artist, is truly impressive. The movements are nearly indistinguishable from reality. They are even more graceful than Spider-Man himself. Peter Parker remarked with genuine admiration. Haha, I thought the same. Boom. Spider-Man delivered a punch that sent the villain flying. A robust man weighing nearly 200 pounds was propelled by a smaller figure, a display of explosive force that stirred the blood. Spider-Man, you possess considerable skill, the bald man shouted, and soon everyone joined in to pummel Spider-Man, who, after a brief resistance, was overwhelmed and knocked to the ground. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream had surged to 300,000, and the barrage of comments had shifted from greetings to Spider-Man's female relatives to expressions of sympathy. Perhaps he had never encountered a woman before. Or perhaps he was a sex addict. Harry stifled a laugh and said, Peter, our plan has been remarkably successful. I beg to differ, replied Peter. This transition from one darkness to another shade of gray is undoubtedly another form of unbearable disgust for Spider-Man himself. Just then, Peter suddenly exclaimed, Harry, is that Spartan woman an actress you hired? Oh my goodness, it's simply unbelievable. Peter Parker's eyes were fixated on the camera lens as a woman clad in a red evening gown appeared, delivering powerful punches and kicks that shattered the arms and legs of the thugs. Oh my heavens, this is a genuine superhero. She's not an actress I hired. Damn it. I told you it would be like this. She is simply too fierce. The barrage in the live stream began to flood the screen with countless Spartan roses, overwhelming the visuals, and the viewer count rapidly soared to 5 million. Quick, cut the feed. That guy just killed someone. Peter Parker observed keenly. This woman was incredibly formidable. Each strike of hers exuded immense power, and it seemed she was struggling to control her strength, sending one man flying 6 feet into the air. Spider-Man was certain it was unintentional, but that height was sufficient to kill someone weighing over 200 pounds. The greater the weight, the stronger the gravitational force, leading to a more impactful collision upon landing. He was doomed. The live stream abruptly went black, but the repercussions of the event were far from over. Harry, I have matters to attend to. I'll leave this equipment with you. I must return, or Aunt May will be furious. As Peter Parker spoke, he dashed towards the exit, intent on preventing a greater catastrophe from unfolding. Chapter 21. The virus exposed. After leaving the building, the young spider swung through the air, arriving in Hell's Kitchen, where everyone bore bruises and injuries. The 3 girls had long since vanished. The bald leader fared the worst, with half of his skull caved in from a powerful blow. Not wishing to attract trouble, he made a call to the police from a public phone booth before departing. In the sewers, Dawei and Layla warmly welcomed Alice back. Sister Alice, you were incredible. Indeed, far superior to Spider-Man, especially that telekinetic bullet. It was both cool and impressive. Alice tossed her golden locks and remarked, unfortunately, that gang we encountered felt a bit off. Quite normal. Dawei chuckled. Spider-Man has been extremely popular lately. Every newspaper is contemplating how to capitalize on this. Perhaps you fought against a film crew. Impossible, Lily retorted. If it were a film crew, they wouldn't have beaten those 3 girls so severely. It turned out that she and Dawei had both watched the live broadcast of Red Queen from the sewers. The bald man truly fought without holding back. Perhaps there was a lack of coordination. Who could say? The actors in America are indeed quite admirable. They must showcase genuine talent to earn their keep. All right, come eat. Lily remarked, what is this? More seafood? I never imagined a day would come when I would feel nauseated by such fare. Alice's expression shifted slightly. Despite her robust physiology that could digest anything from seafood to even the most unpalatable substances, her mouth protested. Of course it has to be this. What else could it be? Recently, the atmosphere has grown tense. Venturing out could easily lead to capture. Moreover, consistently taking from others is rather unethical. We could go to a food bank. There should be other provisions there. Not going. Even dogs would turn their noses up at that. I want to eat something delicious. Dawei dismissa Lily's suggestion. Why don't we order takeout? We could have the delivery person leave the food upstream, and it would conveniently drift over. That was indeed a clever idea. But how do we place the order? I can assist. Red Queen enthusiastically raised her hand, and I can make it free. Dawei declined. They're hard-working individuals. I cannot accept it for free. I know an account. Can you link it? Of course. Without hesitation, Dawei provided Red Queen with Hill's bank account. She scanned the account and smiled. I've already placed the order. The feast you desired is ready. Do you need anything else? Please procure 4 large alligator turtles. We are a bit short-handed. Alligator turtles? Father, are you intending to continue developing biological technology? In that case, we should simply release the virus. I can synthesize it. Listen, daughter, you are but a child. Your duty is to obey your father. Now is not the time. Do you understand? Viruses are no joking matter. Before Tony Stark transformed into Iron Man, the world was still a beautiful place. And Dawei had no desire to alter the course of history with his presence. Living comfortably was far more appealing than waging war for thrills. Zombies? Nonsense. Well then, may I at least begin synthesis research? Umbrella's biotechnology is far too rudimentary. It cannot possibly compete with the formidable entities in this world. But we lack a laboratory. No matter, I can infiltrate another's lab, and we can take the data and destroy it afterward. All right, do as you wish. But be mindful that this world harbors many extraordinary individuals. The virus must not run rampant. Do you understand? Dawei recalled a Marvel universe seemingly ravaged by a zombie virus, which was devastatingly fierce, with even the Hulk succumbing to its hunger. Such a world was not what he desired. He sought a mutation that could be controlled. Rest assured, Father, last night, I absorbed the logic tree and algorithms of this world, acquiring all knowledge available within a computer. I have now ascended to a higher level, surpassing mere mortals, who often display remarkable foolishness. I will not commit any fundamental errors, but Father, I require your cooperation. Only you possess every type of virus. Should we synthesize a new one, I can promptly tailor an appropriate dosage based on your constitution. What are you talking about? What virus? Lily inquired, her face etched with confusion. My dear, I am, in fact, infected with many terrifying viruses. These viruses are formidable upon contact with humans or animals. They trigger their genetic potential, accelerating evolution. If unsuccessful, they become zombies. If they succeed, they transform into superhumans. Alice is one such individual, a carrier of the Veronica virus. Alice, is what he said true? Lily asked, her gaze fixed on Alice. Alice nodded gently. Recently, I have also regained some memories, and it is indeed so. The Umbrella Corporation is responsible for everything. David is one of the most critical test subjects, his body teeming with every conceivable virus. Thus, every time you wish to be intimate with him, he invariably shies away. Lily glanced between Alice and Dawei, then burst into laughter. Sister Alice, you must be deceiving me. You concocted this story about the Umbrella Corporation to win his affection. There is no such company in this world. You needn't go to such lengths. I genuinely don't mind. I truly enjoy being with both of you. If it's indeed that ghastly virus that creates a rift between us, I am willing to accept it. Li Dawei embraced Lily passionately. Silly girl, it is all true, but we will surely find a way to overcome it in the future. As for the virus, do not dwell on it. The success rate is exceedingly low. Please do not attempt it. I would never want my girlfriend to become a zombie with only bloodlust on her mind. Once the alligator turtle arrived at their doorstep, I will confirm that everything is indeed true. David, are you now a superhuman? Considered extraordinary, but not quite a superhuman. A superhuman is nearly invincible, he replied. Lily understood that Li Dawei and Alice were far from ordinary, yet she bore no reluctance, choosing instead to remain nestled in Li Dawei's embrace daily, binge-watching shows, working on tasks together, and cooking side by side. With each delivery flowing downstream along the Hudson River into the sewers, Li Dawei finally obtained the alligator turtle he desired. Meanwhile, Hill's bills began to escalate once more. As she witnessed extravagant meals being deducted from her account by the bank, her fury could no longer be contained. Li Dawei, may you meet an untimely end. My precious dollars. Chapter 22. The creation of tyrant turtles. Behold, such charming creatures. The fauna of the United States surpasses that of the East in size. Even this alligator turtle is remarkably exaggerated, measuring the size of a grinding stone. Its head is thicker than the thigh of an adult man, and its robust limbs are adorned with exoskeletal spines. Father, what virus do you intend to use to catalyze them? Do you have any recommendations? The most suitable choice is undoubtedly the Abyss virus, which facilitates marine mutations. Even in failure, it could yield a sea monster obedient to Lady Alice. Alice harbors the Veronica virus within her, a unique strain resulting from the fusion of the progenitor virus and the genes of the ancient queen ant, granting her dominion over ordinary zombies. The ocean? For the time being, there is no need in that regard. Our future adversaries will be on land or in the skies. In that case, I suggest synthesizing a new virus from the progenitor virus and the genetic fragments of the female queen. This would not only endow these four creatures with formidable strength, but, crucially, enhance their intelligence. They are rather dim-witted. Agreed. Li Dawei possesses the heart of the alien queen. Thus he commands all aliens except for the queen herself. When multiple alien queens arise within a single nest, the remaining queens undergo mutation, transforming into combat units known as flying alien queens. If this virus is administered to the four great alligator turtles, it may very well awaken their ability to fly. Li Dawei pricked his fingertip, allowing 4 drops of viral blood to accurately fall into the mouths of the 4 alligator turtles, after which their bodies began to tremble and contort. A tremendous noise reverberated, sending chills up one's spine. The cracking of deforming bones caused Layli considerable discomfort. Apologies, I did not consider your feelings. Li Dawei kicked each of the 4 transforming alligator turtles into the river, causing the surface to erupt with a multitude of bubbles. The boiling water churned the sediment from the riverbed, stirring up murky sludge. It appeared that the process would require considerable time. What shall we have for lunch? Perhaps pizza? I hope they evolve into the likeness of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Your wish shall be granted. Li Dawei mentally connected with the 4 turtles, beginning to influence their simple minds, inscribing the tale of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles into their consciousness and hypnotizing them into believing they were indeed those 4 green turtles. Red Queen placed another order. Upon receiving the text, Hill immediately mobilized SHIELDS resources to trace it. Buddy, have you encountered another substantial order today? Indeed, though I know not who it is, they always insist that I dispose of these grand meals into the Hudson River. It is an utter waste. I cannot bear to consume those items. The thoughts of the affluent are beyond our comprehension. As long as we can earn a living, that suffices. Have you ever indulged in pilfering? Indeed, I have, yet unfortunately I was caught. I truly suspect that someone is surveilling me. As he spoke, the delivery man turned around to discover a furious blonde beauty glaring at him. Buddy, you better watch your back, remarked another delivery person as he hastily departed. Excuse me, madam, I assure you I have not taken your delivery. See, it is all right here. Hill chuckled. Hand it over. It cost me $888. Let me see what I have purchased. The delivery man, upon seeing the price align, promptly handed the order to Hill and fled without a backward glance. A 21-inch melted tuna and black pork pizza, a 19-inch meat grinder refuse, and a 21-inch California garden. What on earth is this fellow a pig? Or has he utilized my account to assist numerous homeless individuals becoming their leader? Besides these, there was a large portion of fruit cheese, French baked snails, and pan-seared foie gras. Altogether, it felt like at least 10 pounds in weight. Hill glanced at the address. The sewer? The Hudson River? You little rascal. Watch how I unearth you. A sinister smile crept across Hill's face as she observed the Hudson River flowing towards the sewer. Just days prior, researchers at the laboratory mentioned that this homeless man possessed a unique serum within his body. Regrettably, the data was taken by that rascal, and at that time, the researchers urgently requested her to apprehend him immediately, but various circumstances delayed their efforts. Now, the moment has arrived. At the SHIELD headquarters, Hill, carrying the extravagant delivery, approached Agent May's office and knocked gently. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Agent Hill, what brings you here? I am treating you to lunch. May smiled. How kind. But unfortunately, I have already dined. Please speak your mind. I have some time now that my previous case has concluded. It is about my account being misused a few days ago. After that doctor was imprisoned, I apprehended a homeless man, but he escaped 2 days ago. I hope you can assist me in recapturing him. Just a homeless man, Agent Hill? Is he particularly handsome? He is decent looking, but that is not the reason. If he owed you 8 figures in dollars, I trust you would pursue him as well. The most detestable part is that this fellow has somehow hacked into my account and continues to squander my funds. This is the quantity he ordered in one sitting? Indeed, it is quite substantial. If you have his exact whereabouts, I would be willing to make the trip. He is likely hiding within the labyrinth of New York sewer system. Oh dear, if this is the address you have for me, finding him will be more challenging than climbing to the heavens. I cannot take on this case. Certainly not. Each time he orders takeout, it is dropped near the Hudson River by the Tong Fu restaurant, indicating he must be downstream from that location. The distance to the estuary is not far, merely around 30 kilometers, relatively close to the coast, and the water is quite shallow. 30 kilometers is manageable. However, I require your vacation. For how many days? Annual leave? 2 months. I have not returned to my hometown in quite some time, and I have heard that peculiar individuals have recently appeared there. I wish to see for myself. Peculiar individuals? What are they like? I have heard they resemble the zombies depicted on television, but they seem capable of speech and move with remarkable swiftness. The only advantage is that they are not particularly difficult to handle. Very well. As long as you assist me in capturing that vagrant, I shall grant you my vacation. Nick Fury should have no objections. After all, I'm a level 9 agent. Naturally, that salted egg excels at extracting surplus value, while I am merely a level 7 agent. When shall we depart? Now would be ideal. Exercise caution. Rest assured, I am Iron Rider May. Dealing with a mere vagrant will be a trivial task. Chapter 23. The terrifying sewers at precisely 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lily's stomach emitted a series of hunger pangs. Darling, why has the Tong Fu Hotel not delivered our meal at this hour? I am famished. Red Queen, could you please follow up on our order? I apologize, Dad, but the system indicates that our order has already been delivered. Then the only explanation left is that our pizza has been intercepted, and the only person aware of this is the woman associated with your account. How unfortunate. If she knows, this place will no longer be safe. Hill is a very astute agent. So what shall we do now? Darling, I quite like this place. Although it is a sewer, I feel an oddly warm sense of comfort here. Alice nodded in agreement. Indeed, I feel the same. Perhaps I should eliminate her. Alice, Hill is not a villain. On the contrary, in a certain sense, we are the ones in the wrong. Dawei felt somewhat troubled. In truth, from the very beginning, he had been playing the role of the antagonist. He could hardly fathom how illogical it would be if someone spent his money on extravagant indulgences only to turn around and kill him. So what shall we do? Leave now? No, I believe we should frighten her away, or rather, transform this New York sewer into our stronghold. Dawei ultimately decided against leaving. He intended to disseminate the virus in a limited manner, infecting the sewer's rats, lizards, stray cats, and wild dogs, thereby turning them into guardians of the sewer. Red Queen, how much virus is required to infect all the creatures in the sewer. Father, if necessary, I can extract sufficient substances from you within half an hour, causing all the creatures in New York's sewers to mutate. Very well, let us proceed. Lily, you must stay close to Alice and me from now on. These creatures could be exceedingly dangerous if left uncontrolled. I believe I should also consider injecting that virus you mentioned. My dear, it seems I'm losing my freedom. It is but a temporary situation. Things will surely improve in the future. Red Queen, commence extraction. Dawei felt the probes on his ankles begin to move, seemingly drawing his blood. He finally comprehended why the Red Queen was so intimately connected to him. It was a specialized design for the convenience of extracting various viruses from his body at any moment. It is done. A small, emerald-green sphere floated in the air. How is this possible? Anti-gravity shampoo? Dawei exclaimed in astonishment. In truth, this is a manifestation of telekinesis. My existence now resembles that of a spirit, not merely a product of electromagnetic waves. I have adapted to the mechanisms by which the virus operates within you and Sister Alice, altering my essence accordingly. Thus, I possess abilities akin to yours, albeit without a physical form. How ingenious! What inspired such thoughts? This is the fundamental logic of scientific reasoning: to propose hypotheses, conduct experiments, and ultimately deduce laws while excluding exceptions to determine their applicability. Fortunately, I have succeeded. Then, I shall leave the rest to you. Father, in 1 hour, all creatures in the sewers will be infected by the virus, resulting in numerous evolved beings. Do you mean to say there are still people in the sewers? Of course. This place is a haven for the homeless and criminals. The sewers are quite the suitable locale. Red Queen, I believe you should issue a warning to everyone. We are only seeking to protect ourselves, not to harm others. Additionally, should sewer maintenance workers enter in the future, I hope you can ensure their safety. I am aware that you can manage this. Indeed, most zombies will comply with our commands. Your instructions will be executed promptly. The Red Queen's thoughts swiftly commandeered all communication systems in New York City, broadcast stations, television networks, and satellite signals. Everyone received a message. The sewers of New York would become a forbidden zone for the living. Apart from maintenance and construction personnel, anyone entering the sewers would face a curse of death. TCH. Boring. May also received this information and had already opened the manhole cover. As a member of the Iron Riders, she would not be intimidated by a mere sewer. Drip, drip. Dew was present in many areas of the sewer, as May carefully advanced within, while time ticked away and the hour of warning swiftly approached its conclusion. The ethereal figure of the Red Queen began to float throughout every corner of the New York City sewer system, her presence capable of traversing through network signals, rendering her virtually omnipresent. Sister. Who? May was startled by a small girl hovering like a specter, clad in a gothic Lolita red dress, smiling at her. May's scientific worldview was instantaneously challenged. Little sister, are you human or ghost? Sister, I can be both, but it matters not. What is crucial is that this place is about to become exceedingly perilous. You must leave at once. In an instant, the Red Queen disseminated the super virus extracted from Dawei into the gathering of sewer dwellers. Already, numerous creatures began to perish, emitting a putrid stench of decay. Soon, they would rise again, fueled by rage and an insatiable thirst for flesh, wildly attacking all beings within the sewer. Occasionally, one or two extraordinary individuals, far surpassing their kin, would emerge. May regarded the girl cautiously, asking, "Who are you, and how do you know so much?" The Red Queen, having absorbed vast knowledge from the internet, understood how to gain trust. Sister, I am but a victim. My body was consumed by the monsters of the sewer, leaving me in this liminal state of neither human nor ghost. You must flee quickly. Meanwhile, similar occurrences unfolded across various locations. The Red Queen's final warning marked the last moments of survival for the homeless and beggars residing in the sewers. In 10 minutes, the transformation of animals would be complete, and a monstrous upheaval would compel all those who ignored the warnings to regret their obstinacy. Poor girl, May lamented. You should inform me where the culprit lies. I shall destroy them. Otherwise, there will be more victims suffering as you have. Can you do that? Uncertain of the true nature of the entity before her, but resolute in her duty to confront evil and uphold justice. May was ready to redirect her efforts toward resolving the chaos within the sewer. The Red Queen fidgeted awkwardly. Actually, the culprit is my father. Sister, you have 10 minutes left. If you do not return, you shall never be able to. A countdown resonated throughout the entirety of New York's sewer system, initiated by the girl, with the time precisely set at 10 minutes. Chapter 24. The Zombie Rat Tide. May halted in her tracks. The earlier encounter with the enigmatic girl unsettling her thoughts. The pervasive echoes mirrored the girl's voice, indicating that the horrors she spoke of were likely intertwined with her very existence. 30:29. With less than 30 seconds remaining until the final warning, May began to jog toward the location not far from a manhole cover, a place from which she could easily escape with a mere leap. Armed with her gun, she was eager to witness the terrifying events that would unfold as the countdown reached its conclusion. 3, 2, 1. Since you do not cherish your own lives and wish to play with me, you may perish. A cacophony of unsettling sounds fills the air. Melinda listened intently. The entire sewer seemed to come alive with bizarre noises emanating from every direction. In the distance, a mass of red beans rolled towards her, prompting Melinda to illuminate the scene with her powerful flashlight sourced from her hometown. A chill ran down her spine as she gasped in horror. Thousands of rats, larger than cats, surged towards her in a frenzied stampede. Among them were grotesque super mutants the size of adult golden retrievers. Oh my goodness! Melinda drew her firearm and began to fire, seeking to gauge the creature's defensive capabilities. Bang! Bang! A volley of bullets was unleashed, claiming only a few of the enormous rodents, while the larger ones seemed impervious. One creature deflected bullets as if its body were made of metal. Another wielded a form of telekinesis to halt the projectiles mid-air, and yet another leapt gracefully, evading the incoming fire. Heavens, what monstrosities these are! A red alert blared in Melinda's mind. New York was in grave danger. The highest level of alarm was warranted. Goodness knows how many lives would be lost in this impending catastrophe. Bracing herself against the railing of the sewer, she crouched, then kicked the manhole cover away, vaulting herself into the fray. As she prepared to seal the opening to thwart the bloodthirsty vermin, she was astonished to find that they had vanished without a trace. A hallucination? Melinda decided to conduct an experiment, tossing a large goose into the sewer. With a splash, the sewer erupted like a fisherman feeding eel fry, and in an instant, countless massive rats emerged, devouring the goose until nothing but bones remained, within mere seconds. Heavens, it's the end of the world. Everyone must evacuate immediately. Melinda swiftly transmitted an urgent report to Nick Fury at SHIELD, detailing the catastrophic transformation of New York into a disaster zone, where unspeakable horrors lurked in the sewers and the rats had undergone a terrifying evolutionary leap. All citizens of New York must evacuate at once. What? Discuss it when I return? Nick, it will be too late by then. You must immediately relay this information to the congressional members, various governmental agencies, and the general public. This is no jest. This is war. After conveying her urgent message, Melinda's heart raced. She stood vigil at the sewer entrance, prepared to eliminate any mutated rats that dared to emerge while observing their escape routes. This was her duty to us. HELD. Meanwhile, Nick Fury's expression darkened at headquarters. May's warning left him somewhat uneasy. However, with millions of individuals in New York, each differing in race, faith, language, and customs, it would be far easier to condemn them to death than to convince them all to leave the city. What's the matter, Director? Your complexion seems rather poor. Coulson, if you receive news of impending doom for New York, your demeanor would hardly be any better. Director, how could New York possibly face annihilation? Our great nation is the most powerful in the world. No one would dare to easily bring ruin upon our city. Such an act would be tantamount to a declaration of war, provoking a global nuclear conflict. Director, are you overthinking this? I wish I were merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. But this information is not a figment of my imagination. It is the latest intelligence acquired by Agent May. Oh my goodness, Director. If this truly indicates a nuclear war among great powers, time is of the essence. We must promptly head to the underground nuclear facilities in Area 51. Air Force One must also begin refueling with high-quality fuel. Coulson, enough. Stop indulging in your fantasies. It is not as you envision. It involves the sewers. The sewers? How could they possibly threaten the safety of all of New York? Director, have you ingested hallucinogenic mushrooms? Perhaps you should consider a visit to the hospital. Could be a methane leak. Enough. You've spoken far too much today. Because my first love is getting married, and unfortunately, the groom is not me. Coulson slumped in his seat. I once believed my first love was Captain America, Steve. Until yesterday, I held that conviction, but now she is wed. I am quite distraught. Director, your distress stems from the fact that your work is excessively easy. Agent Coulson, I now command you to take a competent team to investigate the sewer incident. Do you understand? Yes, Director. I will immediately assemble a team to rendezvous with Agent May. By nightfall, the investigation yielded results. The sewers of New York City were entirely overrun by mutated creatures. Anyone who ventured down would be instantly bitten and devoured, only to rise again as part of those grotesque beings. Director, the good news is that these ghastly creatures do not seem to venture out. They appear to fear sunlight. I'm afraid I cannot concur with your assessment, Coulson. Even at night, devoid of sunlight, these monsters remain dormant. Nick Fury furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting these entities possess a degree of self-awareness? That is hardly welcome news. The sewer system connects every building in the city, akin to an intricate web of electrical and communication lines. Should these creatures indeed occupy it, they pose an immense threat to all of New York. They could easily engage in espionage or theft, and at worst, orchestrate assassinations or unleash viruses. Director, I suspect this may be a man-made situation. May recounted her encounter with the eerie girl in the sewer. My goodness, the supernatural entities have manifested. I cannot help but suspect they may be extraterrestrial. Listen, everyone, the sewer incident must not be underestimated. Even if these phantoms do not physically emerge, many subterranean structures and sewers share commonalities, such as our S.H.I.E.L. The underground buzz. I shall report this matter to Congress immediately and to all esteemed members. Prior to that, let us refrain from spreading this information to avoid inciting panic. Coulson, coordinate with Zhao and the relevant departments. Effective tonight, no one is permitted to enter the sewers. Those malevolent beings could infect others, and any act of recklessness would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. Understood, Director. Furthermore, Hill, procure all sewer construction blueprints from City Hall, along with the original engineers. We must eradicate these accursed monsters. Their significance is self-evident. Chapter 25. The Tyrant Ninja Turtles emerge farther. They wish to locate the engineers from the original municipal construction. Destroy all original documents and archived blueprints. Let them search, for no engineer could possibly recall such a convoluted network. Of course, this is an impossibility, especially considering the cost-cutting measures during construction and the frequent turnover of engineers due to extended timelines. However, these are not our primary concerns. The question arises, what methods do you believe they will employ to counter our legion of zombies? Toxic gas. Precisely. Only toxic gas serves as the most suitable medium, along with robots. However, we need not overly concern ourselves with the current state of robotics. Dawei calmly stated, at present, we must repair the gas defense installations and prepare to confront any invading robots. Hong Ho, this task is entrusted to you. Maintain vigilant surveillance over S.H.A.L.D. and the White House's movements. Should they exhibit any aggressive behavior, we must retaliate in kind. Shall we send out our little darlings to wreak havoc on the surface? No, let us dispatch our formidable warriors. With a flourish, the four formidable turtles were grotesquely transformed. Under Dawei's suggestion and hypnosis, the four turtle beings became exceedingly robust. Henceforth, you shall be called Da Vinci, wielding dual blades. You, Raphael, armed with a spear. You, Michelangelo, brandishing nunchaku. And you, Donatello, equipped with a staff. Hong Ho, locate the next batch of orders from the black market. This time, do not use Hill's account. Father, whose account shall I use? Use Martha's. She is a female doctor who has reportedly been imprisoned and owes me a significant sum. Rest assured, Father, spending money is my forte. The four turtles towered over their original forms, each standing approximately 2.5 meters tall, with muscular physiques, menacing bone protrusions, and chillingly large eyes. The most amusing aspect was their mouths, seemingly carved artificially, presenting an entirely fabricated grin. A palpable aura of dark, apocalyptic dread permeated the air. Did you hear that? You lot, we heard it. Da Vinci responded, What is the matter with the three of them? Your Majesty, they are all underdeveloped and cannot speak. Only I possess the ability to communicate. How unfortunate. When will they be able to speak? With the accumulation of experience and knowledge, it shouldn't take long. If it pleases Her Majesty to permit us to consume human flesh, it could be accomplished in a day. Absolutely not. Dawei interjected, hands crossed in defiance. If we resort to cannibalism, we are all doomed. Do you understand? Why is that? There is no reason here. Take your 3 foolish companions and engage in some sparring. Soon enough, you shall find your place. My dear, why do they refer to you as Your Majesty? Because I am the progenitor possessing the genes of their queen. Then does that mean we are akin to lovers? For now, it may seem so, but in the future, once I can control the venom, it shall not be the case. I will ensure you know what a man truly is in bed. Lily giggled, since there is nothing to do at the moment. Why not perform for me with Sister Alice? I wish to see how it unfolds. Sister Alice, like you, possesses that extraordinary virus, so it should be harmless. Alice twirled a ring on her finger, its dazzling gold light rendering Lily momentarily blinded. In truth, I do not mind engaging in something with him, but I'm already married. Moreover, I cannot even recall who my husband is, so such actions provide no pleasure, only a sense of guilt. You all continue your conversation. I shall join those 4 formidable beings for some training. Lily mischievously remarked, Sister Alice seems a bit shy. My dear, do you harbor feelings for Sister Alice? You little minx. Who wouldn't be fond of a mature woman like Alice? Just look at that peach-like figure. My word, I have never encountered such a perfect blend of beauty and strength. Indeed, Maya is also remarkable. My dear, I find myself yearning for my dear friend. May I make a call? Lily produced her phone, looking at Dawei with pleading eyes. Daughter, your godmother wishes to make a call. Can you assist her in concealing it? Of course, father. It's no trouble at all. However, I am solely your daughter, and I would prefer you not to arrange relatives for me, if you please. Lady Lily? Certainly. Lily laughed joyfully, attempting to embrace Alice, only to find herself grasping at air. As Lily deactivated her phone's flight mode, the moment the signal connected, the device began to vibrate incessantly. An avalanche of messages flooded in: schools, hospitals, parents, police, her dear friend Maya, and also her good friends Falcao and Lucas. Daughter, please help. All right, this hardware terminal is utterly overwhelming. Red took control of Lily's phone, allowing it to function smoothly once more. As Lily read through the messages, she alternated between laughter and the urge to cry. After more than an hour of reading, she collapsed onto Dawei, weeping profusely, soaking his attire. Hey, Lily, did something happen to your parents? Get lost, Lily retorted, striking Dawei on the shoulder. It's Maya. She and Lucas came to New York to find me after a long flight from Antarctica for research, but they couldn't locate me. Now they're about to leave. Why are you crying? We can go find them right now. Really? Of course. What is stopping us? Call Maya. We can head straight to the airport, catch a flight to Antarctica, and then return together. But we haven't bought tickets. That doesn't matter. Really? Absolutely. ISNT that right, daughter? Yes, father. If you wish. I can help make anything happen. Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off now. Okay. Lily hurried to find her most beautiful outfit, while Dawei quickly explained the situation to Alice. With Alice's abilities to handle the minor nuisances, and considering the formidable teenage mutant ninja turtles infused with the alien queen's genes and virus, they felt prepared. Lidagi, holding Lady in head elegantides, dashed towards the airport, arriving just before Maya informed them of their boarding time. At security, 2 passengers with luggage were causing a scene. Let us through. We bought tickets. Why won't you let us into the waiting area? Apologies, sir, but your tickets are counterfeit. If you continue this ruckus, I will have to take you into custody. Damn it. Don't discriminate against me because I'm black. Look at this watermark. It's authentic. I have an important case. If you delay me, you will bear the consequences. Oomph. Anyone who can afford to hire you as a lawyer deserves to lose. Silence, you scoundrel. If you keep talking, I'll make it difficult for you to breathe. Hey, make way. Dawei squeezed forward, still holding Lily. Please show your tickets. Apologies for the rush. I didn't bring them, but I have the airline code. Please check. Oh, sir, you are a VIP. Please follow me. Security, keep an eye on these two. They are frauds. The security personnel kindly escorted Dawei and Lily to the waiting flight on the tarmac, and Dawei spotted Lily's dear friend, Maya. My goodness. It really is her. Is the world this small? Chapter 26. The ominous plane. Hey, Lily, it's really you. Maya, she exclaimed, reminiscent of the white girl from Dawei's memories of the girlhood tales, with her husband being Lucas, the very one Lily had once admired, an exceptionally handsome young man. Yet, Dawei vaguely recalled that there was an even more dashing young man. Maya, I have finally arrived. My dear, I have missed you so much. Lily and Maya embraced, and Maya's gaze quickly shifted to Dawei. Lily, who is this? My boyfriend, David. Oh, I always thought you would be with someone else. Well, everything is predestined. He seems quite handsome, with strong features. I've heard that Easterners are somewhat lacking in that regard. Hey, Miss Maya, that's rather discriminatory. And what you mention applies only in most cases. I assure you, I am quite robust. Lucas chuckled. Come on, don't be too nervous. They always enjoy this banter. From 3rd grade all the way to 13th. Hello, David. Lucas. You can call me Lucas. Currently, I am conducting research on emperor penguins in Antarctica with Maya. What about you, David? I've heard that in the West, one should not inquire about others' professions or income. My apologies. We're the best of friends. So I consider you one of us, with no ill intent. Well, at present, I am a sewer manager. Wow, that sounds fascinating. I have never heard of such a job. It must be quite demanding. Not really. I mostly eat, drink, watch television, and indulge in series quite leisurely. Indeed, Lily laughed. Maya, why don't you stay a few more days? I'll take you to David's home. I assure you, you and Lucas will be utterly astonished. Sorry, Lily. Lucas and I already have plans for our vacation. We are preparing to head to Paris for our honeymoon. However, if you and David are free, we wouldn't mind joining. David, yes, we are free. Maya, David's job is incredibly easy, and his salary is quite generous. He can accommodate all our expenses. Isn't that right, David? Of course, we can go to Paris together, but your sister Alice. All right. Lily's expression dimmed slightly. Maya, I look forward to our reunion next year. To be honest, we cannot leave. Dawei took Lily's hand. My dear, although we cannot vacation in Paris with your best friend, we can fly over to meet them. A journey of several hours will allow you sisters to have a good chat. Maya laughed and patted Dawei's shoulder. You are such a generous man. Now, let's prepare to board. Dawei, embodying the traditional virtues of a Chinese man, lifted Lily, as they had no luggage, thus helping his woman maintain her dignity. Maya rolled her eyes, while Lucas awkwardly struggled with the luggage, attempting to embrace Maya, nearly stumbling in the process. David, please put me down. Under Dawei's careful guidance, he and Lily were seated in business class, and Maya and Lucas soon found themselves upgraded as well. Oh my goodness, I can hardly believe it. Lily, you have done well for yourself. You found a very wealthy coal magnate. David, I'm not mistaken, am I? In your Eastern culture, isn't it customary to refer to wealthy individuals in such a manner? That is a relic of the past. Nowadays, one ought to refer to affluent individuals as fund managers. David, are you a wolf of Wall Street? Could you perhaps take my dear Lucas under your wing? My apologies, Maya, but that approach holds no merit on Wall Street. And I was merely jesting. I possess no knowledge of finance. The brief encounter left Dawei with a pleasant impression. Maya and Lucas are both humorous, engaging, and warm-hearted individuals. However, time belongs to Maya and Riley. After exchanging a few words with Maya, he instinctively donned his eye mask and began to feign slumber. The business class cabin is equipped with all the amenities. One can not only rest, but also watch movies, indulge in massages, and even experience the extravagance of parachuting. Most importantly, Due to the privileges afforded by their elite status, they boarded the plane ahead of the others, who were still queuing. As he drifted into sleep, he lost track of time. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the economy class. Hurry, evacuate. Everyone, leave the aircraft immediately. This plane is about to explode. A high school student shouted in a frantic and piercing tone, rousing Dawei from his slumber. What on earth is happening? A little boy, consumed by a nightmare, believes the plane will explode, and thus urges everyone to disembark. The crew is managing the situation. What is his name? I do not know. Perhaps we should investigate. Dawei and Lucas began to make their way to the economy class. Upon arrival, they witnessed two security personnel grappling with a boy. I swear everything I've said is true. Everyone, hurry and leave. This plane will indeed explode. Oh, for heaven's sake. Do you have any idea how many hours of flying experience the captain possesses? Do you comprehend the stability of this aircraft? Forgive him. He is merely a child. Madam, what is your relation to him? I am his teacher. Please excuse his recklessness. Alex, cease your foolishness. Do not impede the flight's departure. Do you understand? This affects the rights of others, and everyone is anxious. No, teacher, you must believe me. I believe him. The girl began to stow her bag and make her way off the plane, prompting a wave of unease among the others. Hey there, beautiful, what is your name? Dawei intercepted the girl. Claire, excuse me, please. I have no interest in Asians. Claire? Dawei exclaimed in surprise. As the female teacher and the boy had now become embroiled in a scuffle with a couple, while the boy's two friends joined the fray. Before long, a group of 6 was escorted off the plane. Oh, for heaven's sake! Dawei cursed under his breath, then spat out in frustration. Lucas, come with me. What is it, buddy? What has happened? Do you truly believe what that boy said? Why not? There's an old saying in my hometown. It is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. Furthermore, according to Murphy's Law, good things seldom occur, while misfortunes are likely to transpire. The captain has begun to urge the remaining passengers to board the plane. He is eager to take off. Dawei and Lucas have finally arrived at the business class lounge. Lily, Maya, we must depart. My dear, what has happened? There is no time to explain. Dawei swiftly lifted Lily, carrying her on his shoulder, while Maya smirked mischievously, pulling Lucas back to his seat and waving goodbye to Dawei and Lily. Come here. You. Dawei, disregarding any reservations, hoisted Maya onto his shoulder as well. What are you doing? You scoundrel. Lucas, hurry and save me. Lucas, come with me now. All right. Mate, I'll heed your call this once. Lucas, understanding Dawei's concerns, ceased his resistance. Perhaps this indeed was an ominous flight. Chapter 27. The Grim Reaper approaches. Oh, for heaven's sake. The security personnel observed 4 passengers disembarking from first class, their faces paling. Ladies and gentlemen, do not heed this young man's nonsense. Our aircraft is exceptionally safe. Please return to your seats immediately. Our crew will provide you with the utmost service and a splendid journey. Our captain will also present some personal treasures as gifts to everyone. Apologies, sir, but we have decided to leave. However, this has nothing to do with your crew. Our VIP tickets cannot be rescheduled or refunded, as we genuinely have urgent matters to attend to. Cannot reschedule or refund. The security personnel instantly donned a forced smile. How unfortunate. However, given that our esteemed guests have pressing issues, we shall prioritize your needs. Please do take care. Hey, what about us? Can we leave? Certainly not. You lot have disrupted the flight's normal operations. Come with me to security. As the flight was about to take off, the captain began to shout through the loudspeaker for the security personnel to return, and they finally released the 6 troublesome high school students. Alex, you've ruined my trip with Tali. Just wait, this matter is far from over. Carter, let us go. I no longer wish to remain here. Every time I see this fool, I feel like shooting him. The towering Carter and his girlfriend Tali were visibly infuriated. Step aside, you wretch. Carter shoved Alex aside and made his way outside. Do not take it to heart, my friend. You merely voiced your thoughts, nothing more. If the plane truly were to crash, at least you would have saved 6 lives. Just as Claire finished speaking, with a thunderous explosion, the passenger aircraft that had barely ascended for 3 minutes erupted in chaos. Oh dear God! Carter and Talia were thrown to the ground in terror. Carter, Talia, you must apologize to Alex. He is the one who saved you. Alex's friends, Todd and Billy, stepped forward to intercept Carter and Talia. No, he cursed the plane. I will call the police. Talia's irrational reasoning sparked a wave of suspicion among those present, casting strange glances at Alex. Young man, you did well. You saved us. If you find yourself in trouble, go to this address. There are people who can help you. You deserve it all. Dawei scribbled down the entrance to a sewer. Then, accompanied by Lucas, Maya, and Lila, prepared to leave. Unfortunately for Alex, his misfortune was far from over. The others had merely exited the plane due to the altercation. While he was now suspected of having planted a bomb and wielding some form of malevolent sorcery, leading to his imprisonment. Upon returning home, the remaining 5 experienced the true essence of dread. One perished every few days, and by the time Alex was released, only he, Claire, and Todd remained of the original 6 who had escaped. They were all gone, dead, every last one of them. Todd, despondent, bore a pallid expression. Each demise was more bizarre and tragic than the last. Will it be our turn next? Hey Todd, cheer up. There is a sequence to these malevolent spirits. What about those 4? Was there an accident? It seems not. Come, let us find them. We must unite to confront this evil and overcome it together. Meanwhile, in the underground passage, Maya and Lucas had grown weary of their confinement. The recent disturbances, however, had left them too frightened to leave. Eating was a struggle. Drinking led to choking, and watching television meant risking electrocution. At night, they nearly fell into the Hudson River while using the restroom. Good heavens, what is happening? Maya, dressed in alluring attire, lounged on the sofa bed, grumbling. It must be said that the sofa bed purchased by director Stacy was of exceptional quality, truly immaculate. Just a little longer. Dawei was secretly searching for the Grim Reaper, determined to eliminate the specter, be it a spirit or a curse. Unfortunately, that entity appeared to possess a degree of cunning, relentlessly pursuing Lucas and Maya. David, though this sewer is decent, we must work. I can pay you. This isn't about wages. It's about freedom and dreams. In a week, no matter what, I must escape, even if it costs me my life. Maya, how can you think like that? Lily, you must understand me. I've always been this way since childhood, have I not? Dearest, you must uncover the perpetrator behind this. I cannot bear to be without Maya. I too. Lucas has completely lost his nerve. Had it not been for the many allies in the sewer, he would have confessed long ago. Yet freedom and dreams are our fundamental rights. To be imprisoned here is no different from languishing in a jail cell. Very well. A week should suffice. Come, let us greet our allies together. Dawei, along with Maya and Lucas, returned with Alex and the others. Alice remained hidden, imparting martial arts training to the 4 brothers, the Ninja Turtles, without revealing herself. After all, they are merely ordinary individuals. Wow, sir, your residence is truly extraordinary. However, it is quite secure, is it not? Indeed it is. Todd was quite pleased with his current accommodations, a luxurious room exceeding 600 square meters, with numerous guest rooms and a high level of safety. It was said that Stark Industries was directly above. Thus, even if a plane were to fall from the sky, there would be someone to intercept it with a missile. Now, tell me, what transpired that led you to seek me out? They are all dead. Apart from the 3 of us and the 4 of you, all the survivors from that fateful flight have perished. How unfortunate. Alex, what do you believe is at play? It is the Grim Reaper, Alex solemnly declared. That day, we should have all perished, yet by some twist of fate, we survived, which has drawn the Grim Reaper to hunt us down. If we do not devise a proper strategy, we shall ultimately meet our demise. This jest is far from amusing. Alex, I am an atheist. Whether it be angels and gods or the Grim Reaper and Satan, I do not believe in any of them. I perceive this as either a magical artifact or a curse, a mere coincidence. In any case, it cannot be the Grim Reaper. Consider it deeply. Perhaps you may identify a suspicious individual. If there truly is a suspect, then there is but one. The mortician at St. Francis Hospital. Chapter 28. Capturing the Grim Reaper the Mortician. Dawei pondered. Alex, how did you come to know this mortician? Last March, when my grandfather passed away, I met that mortician who spoke some peculiar words to me. What did he say? I remember. He advised me not to meddle in affairs that do not concern me. Dearest, could this mortician be the shadowy figure behind it all? Impossible. Todd exclaimed in horror. Tilly, Carter, Billy. None of their deaths bore signs of foul play. They all died by accident. This is the Grim Reaper's arrival. No one can escape. Bang! Yuan Shao delivered a punch that knocked Todd unconscious. Hey, buddy. What are you doing? He has lost his mind. Can you not see that he is utterly terrified? If this continues, the three of you will all succumb to nervous exhaustion, perishing from your own imaginations. For now, he requires a moment of tranquility. He speaks the truth. I, too, feel utterly fatigued. Claire reclined on the sofa, her eyes fluttering shut in an instant, and soon gentle snores filled the air. See, I told you so. You're all quite weary and in need of rest. Perhaps you were right. What shall we do next? Are we to hide away in this sewer like rats? Frankly, I find that quite futile. I share your sentiment. Now, you ought to provide me with the details of that mortician. What is his age? His stature? We must locate him. He is around 50 years old, a Germanic individual of modest height, approximately 1 meter 80, yet with notably long legs. Most importantly, he possesses heterochromia. It must be Bamro. I am familiar with him. Laylee exclaimed, astonished. He is renowned for his benevolence at our hospital. I even have his phone number. Hand it over. Laylee rummaged through her belongings and passed her phone to Li Dawei. The number in the first row is his. Hong-ho, prepare to listen in on the call. Very well. Father. Li Dawei began dialing the number. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang repeatedly, connecting for a fleeting second before being swiftly disconnected. Father. He is by the public telephone booth at 47th Street in Manhattan, holding a sheepskin notebook. This is his image, even if only for a moment. The mortician's likeness was captured by Hong Ho, an unkempt old man, his eyes unexpectedly piercing. My goodness, what remarkable technology. I have never witnessed anything like it. Maya and Lucas gazed in awe at the projection in the air, while Alex stood with his mouth agape in astonishment. My daughter, Hong Ho, come forth and greet them. Father, do not use me as a tool for display. I am not well acquainted with them. Hong Ho was unimpressed by Li Dawei's request, and the mortician's projection vanished before everyone's eyes. My daughter is a bit mischievous. Please do not take offense. Dearest, I suspect this mortician significantly. What should we do now? He appears quite vigilant. Wait. Maya and Lucas risk missing their journey. Dearest, can we not expedite this? We cannot, in truth. If this matter remains unresolved, anyone who ventures out is trifling with their own life. Mrs. Maya, Mr. Lucas, you may not yet grasp the severity of the circumstances surrounding those who have perished. Daughter, display the footage of those pursued by death. Oh, the video revealed 3 individuals, each more gruesome than the last, blood and flesh scattered, dismembered and grotesque. A sight too harrowing to behold. Maya, if you insist on departing now, then I am at a loss for what to do. Your urgency and anxiety serve only to aid the Grim Reaper lurking in the shadows. Do you comprehend? Well, I find this place rather agreeable. Laylee, perhaps I shall accompany you here for the latter half of my life, just as we did during our elementary school days. That would be splendid. Alex gazed at the crowd with a throbbing headache. He shared no profound bonds with these individuals. Suddenly, a horrifying wail erupted from the slumbering Todd's throat, followed by the alarming sight of him clutching his own neck with both hands. The veins in his arms bulged as he fiercely gripped his carotid artery. Todd, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Alex rushed forward, desperately trying to restrain Todd, but alas, the sleeping Todd possessed immense strength. It was a nightmare. The Grim Reaper had arrived. Alex was horrified to discover that Todd remained in deep slumber, his eyes tightly shut, occasionally emitting faint snoring sounds. Alex exclaimed in terror, forcefully pushing Todd back to the ground. With a sickening crack, Todd twisted his cervical vertebrae. A sickening pop followed as his carotid artery was violently torn from his body. The sound of gushing blood sent shivers down Maya and Lucas's spines, their teeth chattering in fear. Laylee hid in Li Dawei's embrace, burying her head in trepidation. Alice, Li Dawei called out loudly. Something has intruded upon our territory, possibly a spirit. Capture it. Daughter, it's time to act. Do not be idle. If you manage to seize it this time, I shall procure a vibranium body for you. Really, father? I shall not disappoint you. The projection of the Red Queen emerged, more spectral than the spirit itself. Little darling, hide well. I am coming to catch you, and when I do, I shall devour you. Whoosh! The red figure vanished without a trace. Dawei sensed the chilling aura around him, the foreboding and malice dissipating, and promptly extended his psychic net to ensnare the entity. Alice and the Red Queen did likewise, their psychic nets weaving through the sewers. Quickly, there it is! The Red Queen exclaimed excitedly. As a shadowy skull wreathed in black, smoke rampaged through the sewer. Alice, to your left. We shall flank it. Red Queen, command the mutated zombies to intercept it using psychic power. I am keen to discern what manner of being this is. Boom! Thousands of psychic-powered mutated zombies in the sewer unleashed their abilities in unison, sealing every pipe space with impenetrable barriers. Under Alice and the Red Queen's guidance, they began to constrict the area relentlessly. As the confines narrowed, the entity finally revealed itself. Good heavens, what on earth is this? The ethereal cranium finally descended to the ground, for the air no longer afforded it the space to persist in its movements. This was a skeletal frame, its pallid structure emanating a ghostly green flame of the soul, and the opening and closing of its mandible seemed to articulate something. What was it saying? It proclaimed, "You shall all perish," with an imperious tone. Red Queen, how can you comprehend its utterances? Of course, it employs infrasound. I can perceive it. Tell this wretched creature to surrender promptly, or I shall dismantle it and brew its essence into soup. Hey, do you hear me? Surrender quickly, or my father will turn you in a broth. A sinister chuckle escaped the skeleton as an overwhelming aura of death coalesced around it. The visible augmentation of its white form manifested as a thick layer of bone armor, its claws transforming into a scythe that rasped ominously, "You shall all perish." Chapter 29. The Tyrant of Death. What manner of being are you? And what is your connection to that peculiar mortician? I am the Grim Reaper. He and Alex merely possess the foresight of death. You shall all perish. The Grim Reaper? Dawei shukla de recibili. Is it the only line you know? If you truly are the Grim Reaper, how could you possibly engage in the fabrication of death yourself? I see you as merely a malevolent spirit. Alice, Red Queen, have our reinforcements arrived? Let them indulge in this malevolence and taste the essence of this spirit. They are here, father. Look. Squeaks and hisses echoed as various mutated creatures surged towards them, eager to assault the flaming skeletal frame. The scythe of death. The curved scythe in the skeleton's grasp swirled, conjuring a shadowy force. With each strike, it obliterated swathes of foes. Although the mutated zombies were fierce, they were ultimately ephemeral, failing to solidify their threat. Tyrant zombie dogs were cleaved asunder, causing Dawei to frown in dismay. He had no intention of unleashing a virus upon the world, so each tyrant that fell was one less to contend with, making replenishment an arduous task. Oh, how infuriating! The Red Queen, too, was distraught, for these were his cherished playthings. Shadows of death. The skeletal reaper unleashed dozens of ethereal entities from its verdant eyes, their speed remarkable, possessing limbs of great strength. Death's design. As the summoned specters vanished, strange occurrences began to unfold around Dawei. Stones plummeted, metal shards flew, and manhole covers were catapulted. Everything seemed to conspire against him. One could not walk without risking a twisted ankle, nor raise one's gaze without being blinded. Alice, too, found herself in dire straits. Father, are you all right? Only the Red Queen remained unscathed. My daughter, I am fine, but this skeletal reaper is indeed formidable. If we lack an alternative strategy, we may not be able to withstand it today. Alice, how are those four fellows faring? They're quite formidable, but I'm uncertain whether they'll be effective against such a monstrous entity. Hurry, summon them to assist. Alice let out a piercing cry, and immediately, Dawei sensed four powerful beings swiftly approaching in his consciousness. These creatures possess an impressive ability to conceal themselves. They are in fact turtles. Hud, hud, hud. The heavy footsteps resonated as four colossal tyrant turtles took command of the battlefield. You mongrel, perish! Da Vinci launched a flying kick, while a skeleton swung its scythe to strike. Clang! The infamous scythe of death struck Da Vinci, but became ensnared in his resilient carapace. Unlike the Ninja Turtles, the Tyrant Turtles evolved without retaining their shells. Instead, they integrated the hardness of their shells into their dermal layer. Coupled with the effects of the virus and the alien queen's genes, their hardness rivals any alloy on Earth, not to mention their terrifying regenerative capabilities. A cunning glint sparkled in Da Vinci's eyes as he executed a close-range uppercut that landed heavily on the skeleton's jaw. Crash! The skeleton shattered into countless fragments, only to reform moments later. Da Vinci's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Dawei, bewildered. Boss, should we continue? Of course, alongside your 3 brothers. Reduce this creature to ashes. Brothers, charge. Once the skeleton was dismantled, all abnormalities surrounding Dawei and Alice vanished. It was no wonder this creature could only pursue one target at a time. It required personal involvement in its killings rather than relying on the spells or curses one might have imagined. Boom! The skeleton shattered once more, and this time, the Tyrant Turtles relentlessly stomped on its remains, their explosive force quickly reducing it to bone dust. Only a single skull remained intact, still coalescing. Red, incredulous. Rubber eyes. Father, this monster seems immortal. What should we do? Immortal? Even the Earth meets its end, let alone a mere creature. Daughter, add a little more fuel to the fire. Father, do you mean I can utilize your viral form to extract the alien queen's genes? Indeed, my clever little girl. The father and daughter exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing the wicked amusement in each other's eyes. In dealing with such a tenacious creature, Umbrella Corporation undoubtedly possesses myriad methods, the most effective of which is genetic contamination. It may be a skeleton capable of healing, devoid of weaknesses, but what if it were given a flesh and blood body? Could it maintain its nonchalance, then? Da Vinci, subdue it. Rest assured, boss, Da Vinci is immensely powerful. The Tyrant Turtle shattered the reformed body of the skeleton with a single punch. Dawei seized a handful of skeletal bone powder and held it in his palm. Suddenly, his hand split open, and he swallowed the bone powder in one swift motion. Dozens of potent viruses within Dawei's body began to manipulate the bone powder, swiftly deciphering the genetic structure it contained. Father, I have found a way to deal with this creature. The wristwatch on Dawei's bent leg began to heat up, and soon, a peculiar face-hugging creature appeared on Red's hand. Hee, all of this fellow's genetic material and energy reside within its skull. It is perfect for crafting a spirit-hugging parasite tailored just for it. What are you planning to do? The Skeleton Reaper instinctively sensed an ominous threat. After eons of existence, it had long forgotten the significance of time, only knowing the creation of slaughter time and time again. It relished the thrill of hunting its prey, yet alas, it had now become the hunted. What are we doing? We are going to eliminate you. As a wielder of extraordinary powers, your pursuit of slaughtering mortals is utterly repugnant to me. Daughter, deliver that creature to it. Understood. With a swift motion, the semi-ethereal, face-hugging creature lunged into the skull of the skeleton, its whip-like tail piercing fiercely within. In a process akin to gestation, it invaded the host's genetic soul, nourishing itself on everything that constituted the host, growing into a new demonic embryo. Upon completion of its transformation, a novel and distinctive super-aberration emerged. Almost instantaneously, as the face-hugging creature withered, the soul flame of the Skeleton Reaper extinguished, and from its cranium, a brand new life began to develop. Unlike the grotesque Skeleton Reaper, this was a delicate male infant. Just as Dawei felt a pang of worry, fearing the burden of caring for an actual child, the infant began to grow, expanding like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a small boy, approximately 1 meter tall, with one half of his face adorned in bone armor and the other half resembling that of a human, wielding a bone scythe taller than himself. Not a child. Red crouched down to examine this creation closely, exclaiming in awe, "He merely resembles a human. In reality, he is a special tyrant mutation. From now on, you shall be known as the Reaper Tyrant." Chapter 30. The toxic offensive after testing the power of the Reaper Tyrant, Dawei was exceedingly pleased. This creature was elusive and intangible, immune to physical attacks, capable of penetrating mediums and wielding deathly abilities. Moreover, that scythe of death was extraordinarily sharp, even surpassing the original Skeleton Reaper in strength. Additionally, it possessed an exceptionally formidable ability to devour the souls of slain beings. An ample supply of soul energy could heal its wounds and augment the damage it inflicted. It was truly a born assassin of slaughter. Such is the fierce nature of evolutionary mutation. Congratulations, Father, on welcoming a formidable new ally. From now on, should anyone dare to invade our sewers, I shall command this creature to cleave them in twain. However, let us refrain from perpetually contemplating violence. The world is replete with formidable individuals. Our focus should solely be on living our lives contentedly. Daughter, I entrust this creature to your care. Exercise strict supervision, and allow it to remain on the riverbed to avoid frightening others. Dawei understood well that discretion was the key to longevity. In the Marvel Universe, countless powerful beings existed, and his current resources merely allowed him to thrive momentarily on Earth. Encountering those of cosmic prowess would spell his swift demise. Upon returning to the base, Claire had already regained consciousness, while Todd's lifeless body was pushed aside. David, what is the situation? Have you apprehended him? Dawei nuda afirmatively. Indeed, Maya, congratulations. You and Lucas may continue your journey. My daughter has already booked your tickets for tonight. Yay, that's wonderful, Maya exclaimed, embracing Dawei and planting a kiss on his cheek, a kiss of friendship. Oh, Maya, I hope that next time you could kiss me when no one is watching. It's rather embarrassing to respond in front of so many. Laylee, overhearing this, chuckled and jumped off the sofa bed barefoot. Then I shall kiss Lucas. You wouldn't mind. Would you, Lucas? Come here. Let us see if my taste has changed. Dawei swiftly restrained Laylee, hoisting her onto his shoulder. Enough of this. I am not as generous as Lucas. Sir, has the Grim Reaper's pursuit truly been lifted? Alex inquired, still dazed, as he had believed his demise was inevitable, yet had resolved so easily. Of course, if you remain fearful, you may stay here for a while longer. However, for you and that insufferable lady, should you wish to continue residing here, rent will be required. Dawei recalled Claire's disdain for his Chinese heritage. And you, Alex? I wish to stay a few more days. I too shall remain for a few days. Claire pleaded pitifully, but I have no money. No money? You may work and provide us with services. Moreover, your activities are confined to this 600 square meter area. Should you venture beyond and encounter danger, we shall bear no responsibility. Maya, what about you and Lucas? We're leaving now. All right, Laylee, hurry and pack. We shall see Maya and Lucas off. This time, they safely escorted Maya and Lucas onto the plane without incident. However, upon their return, they encountered a dilemma. Armed police officers were stationed near every manhole cover. As Dawei and Laylee approached one, they were met with a stern command. Stop. No approaching this area. Officer, what has occurred? There has been a gas leak in the New York City sewers, and to prevent unauthorized access that could lead to unnecessary harm, all are prohibited from approaching. Sir or madam, please leave the vicinity. Dawei pulled Lily into a CAF. 2 iced Americanos, please. After ordering their coffee, they settled into a cozy corner. My dear, it seems you were right in your conversation with Sister Alice. They intend to release toxic gas into the underground pipeline. What shall we do now? Lily asked apprehensively. Relax. We have made all the necessary arrangements. Those creatures are not at all afraid of toxic gas. In a sense, they are already akin to the undead. The fortifications we have constructed are sufficient to block the gas, and we have enough provisions to last them at least a month. So we want to go there? What if we are discovered? Lily questioned. That won't happen. With the Red Queen on our side, unless we encounter them face to face, no one will be able to trace our whereabouts. Oh, for heaven's sake. How'd she end up here? Who? That woman from S.H.I.E.L. Our benefactor. Don't look up. Keep your head down. Lily and Dawei quickly shrank back. Hill, Natasha, and May had just entered. Boss, 3 lattes, please. The 3 women plopped down right next to Dawei and Lily. Hill, I think you must have misinterpreted something or the billing system is malfunctioning. You know as well as anyone what the sewers have become. It's utterly impossible for anyone to survive down there. Mai exclaimed. You have no idea what you're talking about. I am familiar with that fellow's tastes. They must be hiding in some dark corner, spending my money, enjoying a leisurely life without having to work. Goodness. Look, they ordered 2 more iced Americanos. Hill had activated the billing alert service, so every expense immediately appeared on her phone. Unfortunately, she hadn't paid close attention and still thought it was takeout. Iced Americanos? Has this guy downgraded his consumption? Honestly, Hill, I believe he is quite talented, possessing extraordinary hacking abilities. Perhaps he could join us and help you recoup your losses. Hill said bitterly, if only the egg could give me a few more days, I would certainly be able to flush him out. This can't be blamed on Nick. Coulson took dozens of agents down there, and the losses were severe. It said only 5 returned, looking disheveled. If the creatures from the sewers emerge, it would indeed be a catastrophic disaster. Experts from Osborne Biotech have concluded that the substances extracted from these organisms are a highly infectious biological protein. In other words, a completely new virus akin to prion. This virus can infect nearly all forms of life. I understand now, Hill exclaimed, a light dawning in her mind. That fellow must be the antidote. Hence, he can survive in the sewer. We must capture him. Quickly, inform Nick to halt the plan. It's too late. A substantial amount of chlorine gas has already been infused into New York City's sewer system, and all the vents have been completely blocked. He is doomed. Hill's phone rang once more, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. That fellow was still alive and had ordered a batch of gas masks. Let's depart. After the 3 women left, Dawei and Lily finally lifted their heads. Hill was indeed remarkable. With just a mere guess, he had nearly hit the mark. Realizing that Osborne Bio had acquired the viral samples, Dawei hastily instructed Hong Ho to place an order to mislead Hill. Lily, we must head to Osborne. The viral reagents must not fall into the hands of the Osborne group. Who knows whether these ambitious individuals can restrain their desires? Chapter 31. Human experimentation. The Osborne group was brightly lit. Within the most advanced virus laboratory, Norman Osborn, Connors, and over 20 research scientists were intently observing the latest test subject. This was a human being. In New York, there were plenty of trial subjects, from drug addicts unable to afford their fix to sex addicts unable to control their urges, and terminally ill patients suffering excruciating pain. For them, as long as there were dollars involved, everything was negotiable. However, the condition of this particular test subject was dire. Dr. Connors, what is the situation? The subject's consciousness is beginning to fade. Cellular fluids are completely seeping out, and it has lost all signs of life, yet the viruses continue to exert their influence. It is ravenous. The test subject in the petri dish suddenly opened its eyes, which were entirely white, and let out a piercing shriek, startling Norman. So, we have failed again? Indeed, it has transformed into something akin to the monsters lurking in the sewers. How much of this virus do we have left? Plenty. Each failed test subject breeds a notable amount of viruses. Boss, I fear our hypothesis may be flawed. This virus appears to be a biological weapon brimming with destructive capability and slaughter. It may lack the theoretical power to enhance living organisms. Dr. Connors, how is your lizard serum progressing? Is there hope for curing your arm? Can it be developed successfully before I meet my end? Norman Osborn gripped Connors by the collar. Listen, Connors, you've seen the sewer footage brought back by that chaotic Homeland Defense Department. The existence of super-evolved entities among those organisms is an undeniable fact. They are intelligent, powerful, and extraordinary. We can regard this as a dangerous super-soldier serum. Connors, you know I cannot wait much longer, so your time is limited as well. When I leave, I will take you with me. Continue. Once again, 10 test subjects were placed into high-strength alloy cages and injected with a strange virus. Various instruments connected to them to monitor an array of data. Bang! 10 innocent victims have once again met their demise, eliciting an exceptionally intense reaction. Among them, one transformed into a remarkably swift crawler, instantly tearing the remaining 9 zombies into shreds. Boss, I believe we must devise a method to capture the super-evolved entities in the sewers. They surely possess antibodies to this virus, or we might extract safer samples from them. Connors, a man of integrity, had previously conducted experiments solely on lab mice and rhesus monkeys. But now, he was faced with the grim reality of human subjects. In merely 3 days, over 1,000 lives had been lost. This laboratory had become akin to a concentration camp. Who would dare to capture the super-evolved entities? How could one even attempt such a feat? Those agents had been rendered powerless. And what hope did we have? Dispatch a mercenary squad? 5 had already been annihilated. The New York sewers had transformed into a forbidden realm for those beings. Norman Osborn's tone softened. Doctor, I sense your reluctance. But all of this is for the sake of New York. If we cannot develop a cure, create antibodies, or yield any results, once those monsters emerge from the sewers, the entire city will descend into hell. Very well then. Norman's words seemed to persuade Connors. As one experimental subject after another was sent in, he commenced his mechanical operations. Norman Osborn donned a sinister smile and exited the laboratory. He demanded results, yearned for the antibodies against his family's genetic affliction. Harry, what are you doing here? Norman was startled upon stepping outside. Father, I wish to speak with you. For 2 weeks, Harry had been sleepless over the Green Goblin equipment, haunted nightly by nightmares in which his father morphed into the Green Goblin, recklessly hurling pumpkin bombs, causing chaos among the citizens of New York who fled in terror. He resolved to confront his father. Father, could you perhaps stay with me at night and refrain from going out? Norman Osborn was taken aback. Why? I fear you might leave us suddenly, like my grandfather did. May I sleep with you every night? Of course, my child. I will be delighted. Despite the Western emphasis on independence, their family was different. Perhaps his time was limited, and spending more moments with him was indeed his desire. Really? Harry could scarcely believe his father acquiesced to his request so readily. Absolutely. Tonight, if you wish. Come now, there is nothing of interest here, Norman urged, aware that in 5 minutes, the failed experiments would once again emit their wails of despair. He did not wish for his son to hear such a cruel and harrowing sound. Even if he were to dwell in hell, he would strive to elevate his son to paradise, allowing him to bask in the sun and civilization. Connors numbly operated the instruments, while many young researchers, unable to bear the bloodstained hands, succumbed to madness and dementia. Their minds shattered, they were transformed into fools. Connor, a renowned biologist, exemplified professionalism and technical prowess that reached a remarkable zenith. I found myself in New York, where you all were mere subjects, indistinguishable from laboratory mice and rhesus monkeys. Connor incessantly reassured himself, meticulously documenting data, extracting viruses, injecting them, observing reactions, recording results. This relentless cycle continued. Unbeknownst to him, countless lives have been extinguished until at long last. A single subject failed to succumb to the undead transformation. Splendid. Success. Connor was elated. He urged, quick, bring him out. Yet, none of the laboratory assistants dared approach. Leaving Connor to unlock the alloy, cage himself. Come out, it's perilous in there. Hurry. The one who emerged unscathed was an elderly man, moving listlessly. Just as Connor intended to utter something, the man lunged at him. Demon, I shall slay you. You fiends have captured my 3 sons. They all perished here. The old man possessed considerable strength, but thankfully lacked any extraordinary abilities, merely biting into Connor's pectoral muscle with ferocity. Captured? How could that be? They were all legitimate test subjects. Nonsense. Is there such a surplus of test subjects in this vicinity? Executioner, don't attempt to feign innocence. The sudden upheaval left everyone momentarily stunned. Quick, restrain him. Guards. Within the laboratory, alongside researchers, numerous guards had their weapons trained on the old man's forehead. Yet he showed no signs of retreat. With fury, he clamped down on Connor's throat, a twisted satisfaction etched across his face. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out, shattering the old man's skull. Connor lay twisted on the ground, dark red blood gushing from his neck. Fortunately, it was not arterial, and the blood loss was not excessive. However, at that moment, Connor had utterly lost the will to survive. Chapter 32. The Zombie Lizard Doctor, how do you feel? Medical personnel rushed forward to staunch Connor's bleeding. The Osborn Group's laboratory boasted state-of-the-art facilities, with several doctors and nurses bustling about, swiftly tending to Connor's wounds. "Oh no!" a young nurse exclaimed. "Doctor, did you have a vial of this virus on your waist?" "I think I broke it." Connor regained his composure. Glancing at the shattered glass vial embedded in his waist, a look of relief crossing his face. This was indeed his own creation. "It's fine. It's not that type of virus. Thank you for attending to my injuries." Connor shoved the old man back into the alloy cage, pressing the disposal button, sending all experimental materials to the incinerator for processing. A security officer hurriedly entered the alloy cage to drag the old man's lifeless body out. "Doctor, this individual cannot be disposed of in such a manner. He is most likely an advanced evolutionary being." Just as Connor sought to argue, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his head, the wounds inflicted by the old man's bite searing his throat and pectoral muscles. The lizard serum, embedded in his waist, tormented him as well. Connor's body began to take on a green hue. In the Marvel universe, there exists a saying, "Once you turn green, you grow stronger." Roar. Connor's form involuntarily began to swell, giving birth to a personality starkly different from the benevolent one. This malevolent persona was cold-blooded and merciless. In a mere span of seconds, Connors transformed from a frail old man of about 5 feet 7 inches into a towering monstrosity of 6 meters, his entire being enveloped in thick, green, armored skin. Retaining a human brain, his physique had morphed into that of an amphibious creature, endowed with powerful, clawed limbs and a pair of bone blades extending approximately 3 meters. On his broad chest, a grotesque, half-meter head emerged, equipped with a mouth reminiscent of an insect's, sending shivers down the spine. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Connors towered, gazing down at the crowd. I have succeeded. My lizard serum has finally triumphed. Behold, not only have I grown arms, but I have done so in abundance. Come forth, my dear ones, I am famished. All of you shall be my sustenance." The once kind Dr. Connors had vanished, replaced by a merciless creature driven solely by the thirst for blood. Crack! One of the monster's bone claws seized the old man and thrust him into its gaping maw, where a sharp tail stinger emerged, piercing the old man's body, voraciously draining his bodily fluids until he was reduced to a mere husk. "TSK, delightful. Now, it is your turn." The security personnel, finally snapping out of their shock, reacted. "Open fire. Unleash everything. William, sound the highest level alarm. Alert the boss. Hurry. Tot. 7 or 8 guards unleashed a barrage from their submachine guns, a dense torrent of fire enveloping every angle surrounding the beast. Foolish humans. You have no idea how formidable and invincible I truly am. Bang! A tail stinger from the monster's abdomen suddenly launched a projectile, embedding itself into one of the security guards, who too began to turn green, swiftly transforming into a smaller creature resembling Connor's current form. Though the small creature lacked Connor's strength, it moved with remarkable speed. Before the remaining guards could aim their weapons, the creature vanished from their sight, only to reappear atop the corpse of one of the guards, who was now undergoing his own transformation. What magnificent power! Is this what it feels like to be an advanced evolution? If only I had utilized my own lizard serum sooner. Damn that radioactive spider serum. How could it possibly compare to my own superiority? Crack! It eagerly selected another delectable morsel to consume. Boom! The laboratory of Osborn has exploded. Dozens of green creatures have emerged, enhanced zombie lizard men, causing the Osborn Corporation to collapse in an instant. Good heavens, what is that? Harry was having a heart-to-heart with Norman when he was soon astonished by the scene unfolding below. A horde of monsters was rampaging through the corporation, led by one who was both feasting and slaughtering with gleeful abandon. "Norman, come out. I know you're still here, you reptilian being, waiting for my experimental results. I have succeeded. I, Connors, have triumphed. My lizard serum, the greatest concoction in the world, has been perfected. Come forth quickly, and allow me to transform you into a lizard man, so we may rule the world together." As Connor spoke, he hefted a ton-weighted automobile and hurled it towards Norman. Boom! The powerful, bulletproof glass from the east shattered into fragments under the tremendous impact. "Haha, Norman, I see you. How splendid. Your offspring is with you as well. This is truly marvelous. The ugly genes of the Osborn family ensure that you can only produce one successor per generation, which provides us a solid foundation for collaboration. Listen up, little ones. Surround the Osborn Tower tightly. I wish to have a proper discussion with my esteemed boss. Norman Osborn's gaze narrowed. The distance from the monstrous figure was a full 5 kilometers, yet could accurately pinpoint his location. This was utterly astonishing. Harry, you must leave. Father, it's too late. A swarm of green monsters began assaulting the Osborn Tower, and the office lights flickered ominously. Under the command of Connors, the zombie lizard creature, they commenced their destruction of the tower's water and electrical systems. Damn it! Osborn retrieved his walkie-talkie. All personnel, all security staff, report to the Osborn Tower immediately. Double the holiday pay, double the wages. Clear these repugnant green-skinned creatures at once. Following this, Osborn made several frantic calls for assistance. Harry, follow me. There's a helicopter on the rooftop. We can escape by air. Norman and Harry began their hurried ascent to the rooftop. After 30 minutes of frantic running, they arrived breathless, only to discover that the helicopter had already been piloted away. Father, there's a note over there. Norman approached it, seething with rage as he read. Dear Chairman Norman, I express my gratitude for your continuous support. My wife, my daughter, my son, and my daughter-in-law have all been placed in positions within our corporation thanks to your arrangements. I am immensely appreciative. However, there is no longer a place for you here. And for this, I feel profound remorse. Therefore, I tender my resignation. Sincerely, your dear Polly. Oh, that wretch. If I survive this, I shall ensure his entire family disappears. Father, what shall we do now? Do not fret, my child, Norman Osborn contemplated. Our Osborn group has captured the Green Goblin. I possess a set of the confiscated Green Goblin suit. Come with me, and soon you shall don the suit and seek Spider-Man's assistance. Upon sighting the Green Goblin, he will undoubtedly appear. Remember, my child, head to Broadway, the very locale where the Green Goblin once reveled. Until the very end, Norman wished to shield Harry from the dark underbelly of society. Alas, Harry had already seen through it all. Chapter 33. Redemption through Sacrifice. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom! Boom! Under the lure of substantial rewards, the security forces of the Osborn Group, already compensated with astronomical salaries, surged forth with fervor, spurred on by promises of riches. The air in Manhattan was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. The roars of monsters and the cacophony of gunfire filled the atmosphere. Regrettably, human effort can only stretch so far. These ordinary mercenaries were utterly powerless against the swift and agile lizard-like undead. If the lizard people of history were deemed perilous creatures, then now they had morphed into predatory shadows, enhanced by both reptilian and lizard serums, resulting in exponential growth of their physical prowess. Puffed, puffed. The human mercenaries retreated in disarray as the Osborn building fell firmly under the control of the lizard folk. Newly transformed, the lizard people began to spread outward, turning Manhattan into a veritable hell on Earth. Reinforcements from the outside started to pour in. The SHLD, the National Guard, the FBI, the IRS, all available forces began their advance toward the Osborn building. It was not that Norman Osborn held intrinsic value. Rather, this was the epicenter of the world. The Manhattan area knew no slums. It was a nexus of affluence, housing not only the United Nations headquarters, but also Wall Street, where dignitaries from various nations visiting the American Empire, alongside the wealthiest of immigrants, congregated, those who controlled over 90% of the world's wealth. Harry, let us go. Norman gazed toward the approaching reinforcements, now not far off, yet the commotion below hinted that the monster had already arrived next door. Father, Harry implored passionately, why not don the Green Goblin suit and vanquish that beast? Even if it is an instrument of evil, as long as it can be wielded for good, it shall surely shine with brilliance. Foolish child, how could I ever wield such a thing? You must hurry. Find someone to rescue me. He has come to negotiate and will not harm me. Go swiftly. In his final moments, Norman wished for his son to remain oblivious to his true nature. Yet alas, Harry had long since unraveled the truth. Father, regardless of what demands that monster makes, You must acquiesce. All I desire is for you to survive. Harry began to don the Green Goblin suit, the glider already prepared for his flight. He understood that this was an opportunity, a chance to alter his father's fate. If he could successfully navigate through this adversity, the likelihood of severing his father's ties with the Green Goblin would significantly increase. Fear not, Harry. Throughout my life, I have weathered countless storms, yet none of these challenges deterred me from transforming Oscorp into the most formidable biotechnology company in the world. Trust in me. Harry cast a final glance at his father before leaping onto his hoverboard and soaring out through the window. Wow, applause. Dr. Lizard, in a fit of fury, dismantled the alloy door and hurled it down from the 40th floor. I had presumed that a beast such as you would be consumed by self-interest. Yet it appears you possess a modicum of humanity. Connors, what do you intend to achieve? Norman Osborn regarded Dr. Lizard with a cold stare. Your retained sanity indicates that you still possess the intellect of a rational being. Connors, enlighten me on your intentions. Do you truly believe that with your army of 1,000 or so reptiles, you can conquer the world? Such thoughts are an affront to your intelligence. I certainly do not entertain such notions, yet I am aware that you possess a satellite capable of targeted viral dispersal. I require it. Hand it over, and I shall spare your life, allowing you the chance to reunite with your son in the future. What do you say? Quite the bargain, wouldn't you agree? Norman Osborn's expression darkened. That satellite was the ultimate secret of Oscorp. A biopharmaceutical company aspiring to become the world's preeminent entity could not achieve such a status without resorting to darker methods. Periodically unleashing a large-scale epidemic upon the planet is a remarkably cheap and effective strategy. Absolutely not, Connors. I will not relinquish that satellite to you. This world belongs to humanity, not to your kind of green-skinned aberrations. Norman, you are a biologist. What distinguishes me from humanity now? You, an educated individual, cannot be so superficial as to differentiate species based solely on appearance, particularly when transformations are possible. Connors proudly declared, humanity resembles an unsightly caterpillar. While my adorable minions are akin to myself, having emerged from metamorphosis as beautiful moths, we are in essence the same species. Naive, your genes, your heredity, your ethics have been entirely obliterated. You know better than anyone whether you remain human. Given your unwavering confidence, why not submit to a genetic test at Lab 6? Dr. Lizard scratched at his ear with his lengthy claws. Apologies, Norman, but you have yet to grasp your predicament. You lack the standing to negotiate with me. Now, immediately relinquish control of the mysterious satellite, or both you and your son shall meet your demise. Connors, are you aware of my age this year? 35? Are you attempting to play the pitiful card before me? Certainly not. Norman chuckled heartily. Indeed, I have reached the age of 35 in our family. No one lives beyond 36. Hence marriage and offspring arrive rather early. With less than a year remaining, I shall meet my demise. Do you believe your death can intimidate me? Norman, as long as you cooperate with me, you need not face such an end. Trust me, I possess the capability to remedy your genetic affliction, and then become a monster akin to yourself. Connors, the person you are now bears no resemblance to your former self. While your thoughts still resemble those of a human, your essence has long since transformed into that of a cold-blooded creature. You fail to comprehend the chasm that now exists between you and humanity. I merely harbor a tinge of regret. Regret for not having spent quality time with my son. Regret for causing harm to many innocent souls. After consuming the Green Goblin serum, Norman's second persona mirrored Connor's current condition. Yet now, he has entrusted the hope of life to Harry. That malevolent second personality has dissipated. Allow me to atone for all I have done. Norman leaped suddenly from the window, plummeting towards the ground dozens of meters below. Upon impact, he would undoubtedly meet his end. Foolish. The lizard doctor grinned wickedly. You know nothing of power. Its massive form scurried down the wall like a gecko. A colossal bone blade was hurled with ferocity, piercing Norman Osborn through and through before returning. The lizard doctor, perched upon the wall of the skyscraper, consumed Norman Osborn's lifeless body into its cavernous belly, soon gazing upward at the sky with eyes alight with intrigue. Ah! It turns out the mysterious satellite resides there. Chapter 34. Biochemical Crisis. Father, I have just intercepted an explosive piece of news. Would you care to hear it? What is it? Speak quickly. Traversing the streets of Manhattan has become exceedingly arduous. Citizens are fleeing in panic, while soldiers rush in, every 5 steps a guard, every 3 steps a sentry. Caution tape is ubiquitous. With every few steps, they must halt for inspections. Thus far, he remains unaware of the precise circumstances surrounding Oscorp Tower. Norman Osborn has fallen. Are you referring to the chairman of Oscorp, Norman Osborn? Indeed. I cannot believe he has met his end here. Yet it is fortunate that his son still has a friend. Furthermore, there is another piece of news. Several years ago, Norman Osborn bribed a high-ranking official of a nation. And among the satellites launched was a mysterious one capable of selectively releasing viruses. This enigmatic satellite can receive viral carrier rockets on a fixed trajectory at scheduled intervals. In other words, the development of Oscorp over the years has heavily relied on the contribution of this satellite, and now it has been acquired by the aberrant viral entities. It intends to disseminate this virus across the globe. Is it mad? Daughter, can you influence it or command it to cease this insane plan? No. It has mutated and is unlike any virus previously known. Though its presence within the viral sequence is minimal, it possesses a remarkable degree of autonomy. Moreover, in a certain sense, it has now become a sovereign entity of the nest. Good heavens! How could this occur? Despite all our fears, it has indeed come to pass. Is this virus some sort of amusement? A world filled with zombies is utterly dreary. Dawei has long since grown weary of such a reality. Daughter, ascertain the optimal route. We must hurry. Lily, go to Star Tower and await my return. My dear, what purpose would I serve there? I do not know Stark. I understand, Lily, but it is likely the only safe haven left. Go and inform that damn playboy that the apocalypse is nigh. Urge him to come quickly for assistance. Lily, hurry. The fate of the world rests in your hands. My dear, rest assured, I will certainly find that playboy for you. With that, Lily hastened towards Star Tower. Father, are you ready? Shall we depart now? Of course. The Red Queen began to navigate through Dawei's retina, suggesting increasingly audacious routes. Is there not a single normal path? This is the quickest route, Father. If we delay, that mutant could launch the virus into space, and it would all be over. You may continue your reign as the undead king, while I shall remain the Red Queen. Such days are indeed rather monotonous. Very well, let's go. Dawei charged towards the front line, deftly pushing aside a portly police chief, behind whom lay a slender ventilation shaft leading directly to another block. Hey kid, Manhattan is perilous right now. Are you in such a hurry to meet your end? Buddy, I'll remember you. Do not let me encounter you again. If you survive, I'll reward you with 2 peanuts, you cursed Asian. The rotund police chief grumbled as he resumed his post, while Dawei had already vanished into the shadows. Navigating through the chaos, Dawei's body adapted to the environment. After activating the virus, his speed and perception exceeded those of ordinary humans by countless measures, and his formidable telekinetic abilities nearly enabled him to fly. He was locked onto by fighter jets at least 3 times along the way. Whoosh, boom, whoosh, boom. The area surrounding Osborn had transformed into a vast battlefield, where countless green zombie lizard creatures clashed directly with a torrent of steel. In truth, it was not so much a confrontation as a stalemate. The zombie lizard creatures could not breach the defenses of the tanks. Yet the tank could not strike the agile zombie lizard creature. Connors. Daughter, is that super mutant called Connors? Yes, father. How do you know? That fellow is a biologist whose research on lizard serums has yielded remarkable results. Do these little lizards possess infectious capabilities? Not yet. These diminutive lizard creatures are not independent entities. Rather, they serve as the offensive organs of that colossal being, reproducing in a manner akin to that of an alien queen. Where is it? The last known location was the Osborn building on the 39th floor, but the signal download there has been completely severed. Let's proceed. Li Dawei shattered the glass of the Osborne building with a single punch and rolled inside. Corpses littered the ground, a testament to the devastation wrought by the lizard creatures. Over there, the Red Queen hovered ahead, pointing to a massive gaping hole approximately 8 meters wide, indicating the passage of the giant being. Red Queen, you go first. Locate it and restrain it. You must prevent it from launching the virus rockets. Rest assured, Father, without your burden, my speed is unparalleled. Whoosh! The Red Queen transformed into a whirlwind of crimson light, weaving through the Osborne building. Mere seconds later, a violent explosion reverberated from above, accompanied by the ominous creaking of the structure. This was the manifestation of reinforced concrete under immense pressure, signaling its impending collapse. Should the towering Osborne building, with its many stories and expansive floors, succumb to ruin, it would spell disaster for New York, with survivors numbering in the thousands. Father, hurry over. I have found the creature. Boom! Li Dawei charged forward, shattering solid concrete like powder, agile as a monkey, leaping through the building's interior, occasionally rescuing a few survivors. He dispatched several lizard creatures along the way and arrived at the vast rooftop of the Osborne building within 2 minutes. Indeed, the zombie lizard doctor had reached the rooftop, confronting the Red Queen. Boom! Li Dawei leapt from the skylight, crashing down onto the terrace. Upon seeing the super zombie lizard creature that Connors had become, Li Dawei, although mentally prepared, was still taken aback. The physique and aesthetic of violence were a perfect masterpiece, yet it was tragically beyond control. Halt, Dr. Connors! 2 more fools come to their doom. Who are you? Depart at once. I might consider sparing you. Connors, do you believe that by merging with the lizard serum and the virus, you have become invincible? Let me tell you, you are woefully naive. Since you have evolved into a super mutant, if you agree to leave and promise not to endanger the world, I can grant you clemency. Spare me? The virus? So you are the mastermind behind the creation of the sewer monsters? You and I are alike. We are of the same ilk. If every person in this world transforms into a monster, then we shall no longer be regarded as monsters. Join me, and together we shall emerge from the dark depths of the sewers into the light of day. Consider it. Chapter 35, Virus Rocket Connors. You have utterly failed to comprehend your current predicament. Listen, surrender or perish. Ha ha ha. Young one, you seem exceedingly confident. Then come forth. The aroma emanating from you is quite delectable. If I devour you, perhaps I will evolve into a being of even greater power. Little ones, it is time to dine. Invisible threads were released from the zombie lizard doctor, creating a magnetic field akin to telekinesis, drawing all the rampant little lizard monsters scattered across the streets of Manhattan into Oscorp Tower. Crash! A lizard monster smashed through the wall, its grotesque maw lunging towards Li Dawei. Father, this creature is no longer Connors. Its mannerisms are entirely different. Based on my calculations, it has now transformed into a talking raptor. Let us not waste words. Together we shall vanquish it. Agreed. Awoo. The Red Queen raised her neck and let out a resonant roar as the underground network of Oscorp Tower began to be invaded by the zombie swarm. Within a radius of several kilometers, the undead, mutants, tyrants, and crawlers began to emerge from the sewers, relentlessly pouring into Oscorp Tower. Upon encountering the little lizard monsters, they did not hesitate to feast upon them. Under the leadership of the formidable mutants, the little lizard monsters were soon driven into a corner. The overwhelming horde of undead creatures made the zombie lizard Doctor's brow furrow. It realized it had developed too late. Its power was insufficient to contend with the 2 beings of its kind before it. Connors, surrender. Come away with us, and I assure you of your safety. Enter that wretched sewer? Apologies, you repugnant wretch are not my intended target. You are akin to a rat in the sewers, while my aspirations stretch towards the stars and the vast oceans. Alas, your abilities are limited, and your strength does not suffice to support your ambitions. This is your final opportunity. Should you refuse, I will take action. Li Dawei was reluctant to eliminate Connors, as the mutations he exhibited were notably unique and might yield unforeseen benefits in the future. However, if the old fool persisted in his obstinacy, he would have to meet his end here. The zombie lizard doctor smirked sinisterly. I am aware that you are superior viral beings, but you aspire to be humanity's saviors, and yet you cannot succeed. Behold the sky. What a beautiful flame. This is the elegy of humanity's funeral. Li Dawei and Hong Ho turned to look as a green rocket, blazing with a fiery tail, soared into the sky. Daughter, hurry and stop it. Father, this viral rocket is guided by inertia and operates mechanically once it enters orbit. That mysterious satellite utilizes a self-circulating closed structure, rendering it impervious to any external influence. Is it over? Everything is finished. Ha ha ha, indeed. I shall not grant you the opportunity for vengeance, for I shall meet my demise myself. As long as my genes endure, one day I shall rise again, while you will be condemned to become a creature as monstrous as I. Self-detonate. The body of the zombie lizard doctor began to swell, filling thousands of square meters of space. Upon exploding, it would unleash a green mushroom cloud of viruses. Elsewhere in the world was unaffected, but all of New York would be transformed into a wasteland teeming with monsters. Self-detonation? How delightful. Li Dawei stood firm, his hands like steel spikes driving into the lizard doctor's scales, as countless tendrils began to absorb the unique viruses within its body. The viral count within began to plummet, and without the enhancement of this super virus, the zombie lizard doctor ceased its transformation, its body no longer swelling. How can this be? Connors, the quantity of viruses within me exceeds anything you've encountered. There is no way to manipulate it now. Siphon. Li Dawei accelerated the siphoning process, and Connors felt his body being drained wave after wave. The massive form began to shrink, rapidly transforming into a 3-meter-tall lizard man, the zombie traits entirely vanishing. How can this be? Why do I feel so weak? Because the viruses from me within your body have now vanished. What affects you now is merely the lizard man's serum you developed yourself. How does it feel? No. Return my strength to me. You are unworthy of that which does not belong to you, even if you beg me to end your life. I cannot be bothered. Daughter, let us depart. Father. Why? Someone has come to deal with him. His old adversary approaches. Between the nearby buildings, a spirited young man, swinging on webs, and a green-clad skateboarder were hastening towards them. Hong Ho did not grasp Li Dawei's intention, but commanded all the zombie creatures to retreat into the sewers. She and Li Dawei also withdrew, as if they had never been there at all. How do these zombies retreat? Goodness, they helped us defeat the monster. Though they are dead, they are, after all, of the same origin as us humans, standing alongside humanity. What is that? Spider-Man, along with what appears to be the Green Goblin, must join forces to eliminate the monstrous threat. It is truly moving. In the face of peril, whether hero or villain, we harness the strength of humanity. I realize now that I may have misjudged Spider-Man. Peter and Harry, with the coordinated firepower of the relevant authorities, commenced their final assault on Dr. Lizard. Today, Dr. Lizard stands alone, his minions completely out of control, flailing about like the severed tail of a gecko, mechanical and foolish. They were swiftly eradicated. Father, did you truly absorb the virus from the zombie lizard doctor? That defies science. Such viruses are symbiotic with genes. How could you possibly achieve that? My dear, such a feat is impossible. I merely frightened him. However, I did absorb all the viruses within him. By tomorrow, he will be capable of generating the virus once more. Unfortunately, he will not live to see that day. Our immediate task is to prevent the viral rocket from entering space and subsequently returning to Earth. There is but one solution. Speak. We must return to our base, access Stark Industries, and intercept the returning viral payload with the Jericho missile in the outer atmosphere. The virus produced by the zombie lizard cannot traverse the atmosphere under its own power. Chapter 36. Who is the Savior? At Stark Tower, Tony welcomed a special guest. Speak. I hear you seek my counsel regarding matters of planetary peace. I am all ears. Listen, you have piqued my interest. If you intend to draw closer to me through such means, I could offer you an opportunity to experience the pleasures of womanhood tonight. Goodness, my boyfriend never mentioned you were such a cad. Then your boyfriend must be a miser, utterly ignorant of the lifestyle we indulge in. Very well. Since you have a boyfriend, then goodbye. It concerns the sewer monster. Riley exclaimed. My boyfriend says that although you are a rogue, you possess a sense of propriety in significant matters, and deep down, you are not without merit. Meeting you now, I find myself quite disappointed. Well, while I understand the implication of your words, I must insist you stay. Pray tell, what else did your boyfriend say? If it was praise for me, feel free to share it all. You know, I am quite humble and occasionally overlook my own virtues. Others' reminders are essential for my daily motivation. Riley was somewhat exasperated, but did not forget the task assigned to her by Dawei before his departure. Listen, Mr. Stark, I know you are wealthy. I love money, but I do not require charity. I have no interest in your wealth. Osborn Industries has extracted a zombie virus from the body of a sewer monster. A contagion that spreads with alarming rapidity through the air, water, blood, aerosols, contact, and even genetics. It has spiraled out of control. The entirety of Manhattan is now shrouded in the ominous shadow of this horrific virus. Mr. Stark, this is a global catastrophe. I implore you to assume your responsibility and assist the beleaguered citizens of Manhattan. Wow. Clap, clap. Tony Stark clapped his hands and chuckled. Well said. That rationale is quite compelling and imaginative. Unfortunately, I happen to have my Android video equipment near Osborn Tower. Let us ascertain the veracity of your claims. If they prove false, I shall ensure you are incarcerated, relieving you of any worries regarding your livelihood. Jarvis. Yes, sir, I am here. Connect me to the video feed from Manhattan 48. I wish to see what you speak of. Goodness, were those green-skinned creatures? The signal transmitted from the camera startled Tony Stark. It was utterly repulsive. Is this some sort of frog virus? Jarvis, adjust the resolution. I must scrutinize the details. Claws and scales, powerful limbs, devoid of skin insulation and sweat glands. This is a cold-blooded reptile, yet its large cranium suggests considerable intelligence. Remarkable, these are not mutants. On the screen, the government's war machine continued its assault on the bewildered little lizard monsters, while the largest of the creatures was being relentlessly beaten by Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. Indeed, miss, you are correct. Manhattan is enduring a significant onslaught. However, as you can see, they have managed to gain control of the situation. Regrettably, I am not the savior you seek. You have come to the wrong person. With a resounding crash, the floor of Stark's home was violently smashed open. Apologies for damaging your floor. I shall compensate you suitably once this matter is resolved. Dawei emerged from the gaping hole in the floor. Good grief, who are you? Are you this girl's boyfriend? Stark? Tony Stark? You intrude into my home and yet are unaware of my identity? Of course I know who you are. Your image graces the news every few days. Anyone who reads the newspapers across America is familiar with you. I concede that point. But what brings you here? Are you here to enlist my help against those green-skinned monsters? How unfortunate. They've already been subdued, and I believe my assistance is no longer required. Jarvis, prepare a list of damages. We need this gentleman to compensate me for significant losses. Otherwise, you both will receive a letter from my attorney. Mr. Stark, the crisis has not yet been averted. Dawei anxiously settled onto the sofa, exclaiming, in fact, throughout the rise of the Osborn Group, a mysterious satellite has continuously launched specially designed viral projectiles towards Earth. This enigmatic satellite is now under the control of that monster. The unique zombie virus has already been sent into space via a rocket. Mr. Stark, you are the only one in the world capable of locating that satellite and destroying the return-capable multiple warhead virus projectiles it has unleashed. The monumental responsibility of saving the world undoubtedly rests upon your shoulders. Do not underestimate the potency of this virus. The creatures in the sewers are merely the weakest manifestations of it. Those who are stronger resemble the super mutants among humanity. They are bloodthirsty and carnivorous. Once this virus enters the atmosphere, Earth will be doomed. Wait a moment, let me clarify. Are you suggesting that the monster has taken control of the satellite responsible for launching viral projectiles at Earth, and that it has fashioned a dirty bomb from the special virus extracted from its own body to contaminate the entire planet? Please, how could a mere monster possess such capabilities? I refuse to believe it. Stark, all of this is true. Before its mutation, that monster was a brilliant doctor in the field of genetics, Mr. Connor. You can verify this information. Your time is running out. All right, Jarvis. Please help me investigate whether what he claims is true. Understood, sir. The investigation has yielded results. Jarvis responded, somewhat unexpectedly. So soon? Dawei had previously instructed the Red Queen to compile this information and upload it into the public database of the Internet, and Stark was increasingly alarmed. Upon discovering that Osborn conducted human experiments, resulting in the deaths of no fewer than 4,000 individuals, his fury reached a boiling point. These scoundrels. Quickly, Happy. Summon my uncle. I intend to deliver a memorable reckoning to these beasts. Stark, the most pressing issue is the dirty bomb in space. With this evidence, the Osborn Group will face legal repercussions. Have you ever seen a weapons manufacturer arrange missiles in their own office building? This is Manhattan, New York, not Alaska. Even our Stark Industries lacks the capability to launch Jericho missiles from here. What shall we do now? Leave the professional matters to the experts. We must contact S.H. E. Jarvis. Connect met Nick Fury. Of course, sir. Chapter 37. Superman Clark at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The exasperated Nick Fury was practically fuming. Director, there's a call. Who is it? Tell him I'm busy. Director, it's Tony. He says he has something more important than the situation at Osborn Tower. Very well, put him through. Hello? Tony, this is Nick Fury. What is it? I'm quite busy at the moment. Nick, I know you are busy, but I must reach you. Are you aware of Osborn's secret satellite? This matter concerns the safety of the entire planet. Nick, I implore you to respond truthfully. Well, I do know, but that Norman Osborn has already taken his own life, rendering this satellite insignificant. No, it is of paramount importance. The tone on the other end of the line was exceedingly grave. Nick, the green-skinned creatures from Osborn Tower have transmitted a virus into space that will soon return to various corners of the Earth as per their predetermined trajectory. I urge you to avert this catastrophe immediately. Otherwise, in the future, the Earth may witness the transformation of all humans into those repulsive green-skinned creatures, leading to the complete annihilation of humanity. With that, Stark hung up the phone. Is that it? Certainly. Stark chuckled, saying, well, now we can discuss compensation. My flooring is constructed from extremely high-end materials. The blueprints and quotes from the construction project are still stored in the archives. Jarvis, please send our losses to this gentleman's mobile. May I have your name? Dawei. David? Quite a fashionable name. I am quite fascinated by Eastern culture. I hope I have not misaddressed you. If so, there's little to be done. As you know, your Asian names can be quite convoluted. Goodness. It is your Western names that are truly perplexing. Long and peculiar, with grandfathers and grandsons sharing the same name. How typical of you. Dawei stood his ground, retorting, Little mustache, you would do well to have your Jarvis monitor the progress of that egg-shaped satellite. The landing of this virus is no trivial matter. Fear not. The world is not as fragile as you imagine. Several years ago, I developed a potent virus myself, but alas, it had too many flaws, and I ordered its self-destruction. Even if these viruses were to land, with my intellect, I could swiftly devise an antidote. It is not as dire as you envision. Yes, Tony, I believe you could create an antidote, but at what cost in time and human lives? Riley, let us depart. This arrogant fool has no comprehension of the calamity that awaits humanity. Listen, you cannot leave. Jarvis, detain these individuals. Yes, sir. The Stark Tower's automated defense systems were instantly activated, with countless ominous gun barrels aimed at Dawei and Riley. Oriental man, if I'm not mistaken. You must have emerged from the sewers, correct? These monsters, along with Osborn's green-skinned fiends, are all part of your scheme, and now you come to me. Attempting to deceive me, Tony. My eyes have long seen through all your machinations. Now, hands on your head, crouch in the corner. The weapons I possess are not those commonplace items you find on the market. Look, have I not just found the antidote? What could be more effective than this? Dawei was taken aback by the remarkable acuity of Xiaozi's observations and could not help but applaud. Truly, you are one of the most intelligent individuals in the world. However, your arrogance is your downfall. Indeed, I emerged from the sewers, yet I share no connection with those green-skinned beings. Moreover, you cannot confine me. Lily, let us depart. Stop right there, sir. If you take another step forward, all firepower systems will be activated. and you and the girl beside you will be torn to shreds. These bullets do not discriminate. I advise you to have a candid discussion with my employer. Jarvis, you are in no position to threaten me. Daughter, handle him. We have more pressing matters at hand. With that, Dawei led Lily back towards the underground. The concentration of power in New York posed a significant danger if they lingered above ground. The dark muzzle of a gun had been disengaged. But Tony Stark did not genuinely intend to kill. He merely believed he had a firm grasp on the situation. Little did he know, his adversaries were utterly indifferent to their own might. Open fire. For Jarvis, this was merely a trivial matter. Its programming contained a definitive trigger mechanism. Dawei and Lily's escape had activated its offensive capabilities. Tot. Whoosh. Boom. Tony Stark was not lying. Stark Tower's defensive arsenal included not only conventional firearms, but also energy weapons and large-caliber anti-material arms. Regrettably, at that moment, all these weapons were aimed at the ceiling. Hey, little brat. The Red Queen, clad in a crimson Gothic Lolita dress, floated before Tony. Despite her diminutive stature, her eyes glowed with an eerie red light. As streams of data flowed through her gaze into a nearby computer. Sir, all weapon systems are completely out of control. I can't manage them. Jarvis's tone was devoid of fear, yet it bore a hint of confusion. Curiously, Tony inquired, "What are you?" "Guess." The Red Queen giggled, pulling her eyelid down and sticking out her tongue while making a face at Tony. "Listen, I am someone you cannot provoke, as well as my father. Should you show disrespect to my father in the future, I shall make you regret it. Consider yourself fortunate. My temper has improved significantly. Had this been the past, I would have dismantled one of you and harvested the organs of the other without hesitation. Arrogant fool, goodbye." Tony Stark stood there, staring blankly at the dark opening. "Jarvis, what do you think she is?" "Sir, I am uncertain. However, according to existing databases, she is likely a data life form akin to Dr. Zola. They are more advanced than I am, sir." "No, I believe she is not. She is very likely one of your kind." "Jarvis, I have a plan." In the sewers, Dawei raced desperately back to his temporary refuge. "Gentlemen, it is time for us to depart from this place." "Why?" "We have been exposed. Remaining here would undoubtedly lead to our discovery. And you too must accompany us as well." "Why?" Claire gazed incredulously at Dawei. "Are you part of a human trafficking syndicate?" "We have merely been residing here for a few days." "Do not speak so, my dear." Dawei replied nonchalantly. "If you wish to spend your life confined within a laboratory or a prison, by all means. The scoundrels above ground have branded every creature emerging from the sewers as a villain. In truth, it is quite accurate. Red, immediately alter the course of the Roman count to come and retrieve us, and issue a viral alert to the global media. There are always those in this world capable of salvation." Dawei was acutely aware of Tony Stark's intelligence. Today, he had miscalculated. That fellow, devoid of a hero's sense of honor, would soon deduce his whereabouts, provided his mind remained intact, thus necessitating a temporary retreat from the limelight. Save the Earth? Please. There are plenty of formidable individuals, whether it be Captain Marvel Carol or Omega-level mutants, who could effortlessly avert this tragedy. What he needed to do now was to vacate New York for the time being. The news of the doomsday virus spread instantaneously across the globe. Clark, sipping coffee with his girlfriend, furrowed his brow upon encountering the news. A look of distress began to manifest on his face. "Oh, Louise. The steak we had this morning seems to have spoiled. I believe I need to excuse myself. Clark, hurry. The sales of the Horn Daily have surged ahead. If we fail to seize this major news, our bald editor at the Global Daily will undoubtedly resort to further layoffs. Just like when he let go of that unfortunate fellow named Eddie Brock. Rest assured, Louise, there will certainly be significant news today. The moment the lockdown in Manhattan is lifted, I will rush in with you. Fear not." "No, Clark, I believe we should focus on the global outbreak of the virus. What a sensational idea it would be if true. It would certainly be a story that shocks the world. We must verify its authenticity." "Very well. We shall discuss this later. I can hardly bear it any longer." After Clark departed, he removed his glasses and vanished in an instant. A crimson streak racing at supersonic speed, emitting a piercing shriek as it ascended into the heavens. Moments later, fireworks erupted in space as numerous suspicious satellites were obliterated, particularly the geostationary satellites. Chapter 38. The mysterious island. The luxurious Roman Count cruise ship had yet to arrive, but news of the threat being neutralized reached us. I knew someone would resolve this predicament. Father, do you have any idea what this is? The Red Queen projected an individual clad in undergarments worn externally, causing Dawei's eyes to nearly leap from their sockets. Good heavens, how is this fellow here as well? If that is the case, we can live our lives in peace. Oh, what a splendid turn of events. A superhero, with unparalleled combat prowess, at least on par with Thanos. Red Queen, please scour all available information worldwide for anything resembling kryptonite. Any affairs related to this shall become our foremost objective. Father, what is the use of kryptonite? Dawei cast a glance at Claire and Alex, deciding against explaining further. Never mind, you wouldn't comprehend. In any case, it holds significant importance for me. Do you understand? He wished to conceal Superman's vulnerabilities from outsiders. If he were to obliterate all kryptonite henceforth, Clark would become Earth's most steadfast guardian, and he could leverage his extraordinary abilities to secure meaningful employment or even establish a thriving enterprise. Sir, might we not accompany you? Alex implored. You sensed it too, did you not? We are of entirely different ilk. You are formidable beings, while Claire and I are merely ordinary students. Would you kindly allow us to leave? Certainly. If you insist, I have no obligation to keep you here. However, should a single word of what you have witnessed escape your lips, his ominous laughter trailed off. Death itself may come seeking you. Thank you. Sir, we assure you we shall remain silent, Claire replied. You cannot navigate through the sewers. You must swim out via the Hudson River. It is not my intention to trouble you, but the sewers are currently saturated with chlorine gas, and there are many terrifying creatures lurking within. Thank you, sir, we understand. Claire, do you dare swim away with me? Of course. I can hardly endure this place any longer. Very well, let us depart. Alex and Claire joined forces, discarding all their belongings and clad in scant attire, plunged into the frigid waters of the Hudson River, allowing the current to carry them downstream. The sound of a cruise ship's horn echoed as the Count Romanov approached the sewer. Naturally, it could not enter but had to remain anchored in the river's center. The captain was perplexed, yet the shipowner had received a substantial sum, compelling him to remain for half an hour. He had also heard of Hadman's endeavors, which had drained immense wealth in constructing a mysterious island, and now he was willing to offer his cruise ship for investments. An opportunity to encounter such generosity would not be squandered. Splash! A man and two women emerged from the water, their heads breaking the surface as they called out loudly. The captain promptly dispatched crew members to haul the trio aboard. May I inquire if you three are from tail number 815? Indeed, that is us. We are ready to set sail. Also, please arrange for us to be taken to the most luxurious cabin. We need to rest immediately. Of course. The captain promptly instructed his confidant to escort the three individuals to the most opulent suite. In truth, while Tony Stark had deduced that Dawei was concealed within the labyrinthine sewer system beneath Stark Tower, he showed no inclination to unearth him. Instead, he busied himself with upgrading his artificial intelligence, Jarvis. The sight of individuals soaring through the sky that day profoundly impacted him. Stark Industries satellite captured the moment when the peculiar figure donned in undergarments unleashed a barrage of super lasers, obliterating all satellites in an instant. The parting words of the girl in the red dress echoed incessantly in his mind. Indeed, he was a narcissist, a self-proclaimed genius, and he was determined to become a formidable force of both strength and intellect. In the studio, Pepper Potts watched with concern as Tony Stark neglected his meals for 3 consecutive days. Nick Fury was also facing his own challenges, with the Green Goblin and Spider-Man apprehended. Differing opinions emerged regarding their fates, but the losses incurred were too significant to ignore. Consequently, someone proposed that the two unfortunate souls bear the brunt of the blame. Particularly, Harry, the son of Norman Osborn and heir to Oscorp, was deemed the most suitable scapegoat, as the entire debacle stemmed from Oscorp's machinations. However, Nick Fury was reluctant to let two well-meaning youths suffer unduly. He sought to navigate the situation, particularly with the enigmatic figure capable of soaring into space. Had he not been certain of the individual's masculinity, he might have suspected that Carol had secretly returned to Earth. An avalanche of lawsuits kept S.H.I.E.L.D.'s legal team exceedingly occupied. The sole beneficiary of this turmoil was Spider-Man, who valiantly battled Dr. Lizard, earning the respect of the populace. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, public opinion began to sway in his favor. Upon learning that the government intended to shift the blame onto Spider-Man, many individuals who had benefited from the upheaval began to protest, with some radicals resorting to violence with Molotov cocktails and stones. This made the prospect of addressing Peter Parker's predicament increasingly complex. Meanwhile, those monsters lurking in the sewers, adhering to their own rules and reluctant to emerge, were deliberately overlooked. It must be said that humanity's adaptability is indeed remarkable. Before encountering the sewer monsters that could cause harm, they instinctively believed these creatures existed solely within the confines of the sewers. Even though the territories inhabited by these monsters overlapped entirely with New York City, no one wished to depart from this decadent locale. Yet there existed a place even more extravagant: the lavish cabins aboard the Count Romanoff's luxurious vessel. Dawei, accompanied by Riley and Alice, arrived at their designated cabin, guided by the attendants into a space exceeding 100 square meters, adorned with exquisite and extravagant furnishings and amenities. For maidens with beastly ears, clad in revealing attire, appeared strikingly innocent. Two charming little pups began to busy themselves the moment the trio stepped through the threshold, kneeling on the ground to attend to their needs. With a glare from Lily, Dawei promptly ushered these peculiar attendants away. This was rather excessive. What could possibly be the destination of this vessel? Lily glared at Dawei. Is it Loli Island? Heavens, not Loli Island! Dawei exclaimed in surprise. You mustn't unjustly tarnish someone's reputation. Daughter, come forth and clarify before your godmother becomes envious. Alice laughed heartily, playfully knocking Dawei down and whispering in his ear, David, should you find yourself in need, you may seek me out. I've been feeling a bit curious lately as well. Lily was nearly beside herself with frustration, with no one providing her an explanation, and the situation only escalating. Fortunately, Hong-Ho finally emerged. It is Nublar Island. Chapter 39. The Call of the Ancients indeed. The records indicate that Nublar Island is the private domain of the wealthy Hammond. He has transformed this island into a vast amusement park featuring lifelike dinosaurs, claiming that these creatures are remarkably realistic products of cutting-edge technology. Rumor has it that he is currently under significant financial strain, desperately seeking investors to continue supporting his venture. And we, the impoverished, have been chosen? In truth, it was I who assisted you in circumventing the usual channels, granting you the opportunity to explore Nublar Island. Dawei gently pushed Alice aside. Even if such thoughts crossed his mind, they would need to be pursued discreetly, not in such a public manner. Settling onto the sofa, he cracked open a can of beer for himself and prepared some for Lily and Alice as well, before inquiring, Daughter, you seem quite intrigued by Nublar Island. Of course. Have you forgotten my background in biochemistry? She retorted. It is difficult to fathom that a mere island of faux dinosaurs could drain a billionaire's entire fortune. There must be something more to it. You are correct. The creatures there are not mere imitations, but authentic dinosaurs that he has cloned. It makes sense why he acquired a piece of ancient amber years ago. Father, perhaps we could develop a new virus. After all, dinosaurs ruled the earth for hundreds of millions of years. Do you grasp the significance of that? Humanity evolved from primates, resulting in hundreds of civilizations. My dear, I believe you're overthinking this. If you truly wish to study formidable viruses, perhaps you should consider the entity within my own body. The strength of the alien queen is unparalleled by any dinosaur. This is a cosmic-level species. Father, the fascination of biochemical technology lies in its diversity and combinations. Unlike physical sciences that continuously iterate and strengthen, I am intrigued by any gene I have yet to encounter. Precisely. Lily concurred, exclaiming, Imagine if we could capture a dinosaur as a pet. That would be nothing short of sensational, with such delightful fantasies in their hearts. The trio luxuriated on the opulent cruise ship for a full fortnight. During this time, Dawei and Alice discreetly engaged in several profound discussions away from Lily's gaze. At long last, the Grand Count Roman's vessel sounded its horn, signaling the arrival at their destination. One by one, the tourists disembarked with Dawei, Alice, and Lily being among the last to leave. "Wow, the scenery here is absolutely breathtaking," exclaimed Lily. Towering, verdant broadleaf trees, a sapphire sky, and majestic rocks greeted them. The waves crashed against the shore, creating a symphony of sound that invigorated the spirit. Lily spread her arms wide, saying if Maya were here, she would surely fall in love with this place. "You should capture some photographs and short videos to share on your social media. Of course, you could also give her a call." Suddenly, an elderly man in his 50s waved at the trio from shore. The voice of Red, emanating from the wristwatch, announced, "That's Hammond, the island's proprietor. It seems we ought to greet our host." Dawei led Lily and Alice off the ship and approached the elder. "Greetings. You seem somewhat unfamiliar. I don't recall seeing you when you boarded," Hammond remarked. "Mr. Hammond, we are passengers who boarded midway, in fact, at the Hudson River." "One moment. Let me check your tickets," Hammond replied, adjusting his reading glasses to scrutinize the data. "Ah, I see you're the negotiation representatives from Stark Industries. Welcome, welcome." Dawei offered a slight smile, suspecting the old man had been misled by Red. "Please follow me," Hammond instructed. The tourists, under the guidance of the ship's staff, began their exploration of the island. However, Hammond's 10 companions each had their specific tasks. "This is Alan, a PhD in paleontology. This is Manley, a PhD in paleobotany. In, a mathematician. And this is Donald, an observer and lawyer for the Duke Consortium." After introducing all the members, Hammond led them to the island center. A towering electric fence loomed, dividing the area into 2 distinct realms. "Behold, this is the destination I wish to bring you to." Upon the opening of a grand gate, a path emerged, flanked by the same electric fencing. Zapping arcs of blue electricity danced intermittently across the wires. Regrettably, these colossal creatures possess immense destructive capabilities. Such measures are necessary to safeguard this place. After a brief walk, a massive egg-shaped laboratory came into view. Grandpa, a young boy and girl, joyfully rushed toward Hammond, enveloping his legs in a warm embrace. Hammond affectionately lifted the 2 children into his arms. "I have resided on this island for years, conducting paleontological research, which is why my grandchildren join me here for their vacations." A tremendous roar echoed, reminiscent of a steam locomotive's bellow. Such a sound. Dr. Allen was taken aback. The ability to produce such a noise indicated a remarkably powerful chest cavity, even more exaggerated than that of a whale. What creature could it be? "The plesiosaur," Hammond proudly proclaimed. "It is indeed the plesiosaur, Dr. Allen. This is the culmination of my unwavering dedication and investment. I have succeeded in resurrecting a dinosaur that vanished countless years ago." Manley knelt on the ground, gazing at a plant that had existed only in the Triassic period. Filled with awe, in comparison to dinosaurs, many ancient plants may have gone extinct, yet their seeds possess an unparalleled vitality that surpasses that of animals. This is merely the appetizer. Upon entering the vast laboratory, the true spectacle unfolded. Within the myriad of surveillance cameras, one could see an astonishing variety of dinosaurs: herbivorous Triceratops, Brachiosaurus, and Stegosaurus, alongside carnivorous velociraptors, tyrannosaurs, and Allosaurus. Every imaginable species. Rows of dinosaur eggs were meticulously cared for in incubators. Suddenly, a crack appeared in one egg, prompting the crowd to rush over. Excitement etched on their faces as they observed closely. A tiny beak punctured the shell, and a fuzzy pink head emerged. Still unopened eyes straining as it spread its wings and let out a roar, occasionally hissing to intimidate those around. The birth of a new life always evokes warmth. This is the pterosaur, a formidable creature. In adulthood, its wingspan can reach approximately 8 meters, and a careless adult could easily fall prey to its grasp. Hammond, filled with enthusiasm, organized staff to transport visitors via tour vehicles, allowing them to traverse every area of the island, where an array of dinosaurs dazzled the senses. Donald from the Duke Corporation nodded occasionally, jotting down notes on what he deemed valuable. Several doctors were absorbed in their respective fields, unable to extricate themselves. Alan and Manley's expertise confined them to their lifetimes, unable to truly experience the reality of what they had read countless times in textbooks. This was the call of the ancients, a divine gift. Mr. Donald, what do you think of my establishment? Is it not brimming with potential? Chapter 40. The Astonishing Iron Knight. To be frank, if it were merely this, I would find it rather, well, monotonous. Donald puffed on his cigar, releasing a smoke ring. In truth, while dinosaurs are a captivating gimmick, this place is exceedingly remote and vast, requiring astronomical funding. Mr. Hammond, do not take offense to my candor. If you are willing to sell these dinosaur eggs, I could persuade the Duke Corporation to offer you a fair price. These could serve as a viable source of protein. In the realm of Marvel, the human psyche must be considerably more resilient. To put it bluntly, Dr. Connors and his diminutive green companions could easily masquerade as dinosaurs. Not to mention the presence of extraterrestrials, superheroes, Spider-Man, and countless other extraordinary beings. This phenomenon also elucidates the gradual depletion of Hammond's resources. Crafting a sensational gimmick for profit is far more expedient than diligently pursuing scientific research, a truth substantiated by Jonah, the proprietor of the Hornblower Daily. Mr. Donald, do you not harbor the slightest interest in my research? It possesses the potential to revive the grandeur of the prehistoric era. Mr. Hammond, we are merchants, and every action we undertake serves the purpose of profit. Your project is commendable, but it is confined solely to those dinosaurs. Donald glanced at his watch. Apologies. My time is exceedingly valuable. I must take my leave. Hammond watched Donald depart, feeling a profound sense of loss. Grandfather, is our dinosaur park to be shuttered? Will we no longer be able to frolic with these magnificent creatures? Hammond's grandchildren were deeply fond of the park, yet reality proved to be harsh. Mr. Hammond, I was unaware that your financial situation had deteriorated to such an extent. Here is the check you provided us. You may keep it, as it may prove useful. Alan returned the check for $1 million back to Hammond. The work you are undertaking is of great significance. It is invaluable to me. Future paleontologists will no longer have to toil alongside geology to decipher the enigmatic ancient fossils. No, Dr. Allen, this is rightfully yours. Moreover, this sum is but a drop in the bucket for this vast island. It would barely sustain the feeding of these colossal beings for any length of time. Only if you, Dr. Allen, can produce a convincing report to attract new investors will they have a chance of survival. Allen smiled and tore the check in half. Rest assured, Mr. Hammond, I will exert every effort. While these dinosaurs may not seem significant to gamers, for us, they are priceless treasures. After the investors departed, Hammond felt a lingering discontent throughout the day. He reluctantly joined Dawei and the others for a meal, only to excuse himself shortly thereafter. Mr. David, does Stark Industries have plans to invest in Nibbler Island? Dr. Allen appeared genuinely concerned. Stark Industries is an industrial firm, and nearly all our ventures are intricately tied to modern industry, with only minimal investment in biotechnology. However, the resources of dinosaurs are exceedingly rare, akin to your eastern pandas, and will undoubtedly yield countless benefits in the future. I apologize, Dr. Allen. I can only relay this information accurately to Mr. Stark. As for whether he will invest, I'm not in a position to make that decision. It's absurd. Nibbler Island spans several dozen kilometers in length and width, and it is but one aspect of Hammond's Jurassic project. This fellow also possesses an island dedicated to the study of dinosaur genetics, known as Sorna Island. The power grid, dining provisions, and research funding are all astronomical figures. If one must assign blame, it should be noted that this is not a separate world akin to Jurassic Park. Otherwise, dinosaurs would surely reign supreme across the globe. This world is fraught with crises, and Dawei, embodying both alien and viral natures, constantly feels a sense of insecurity, not to mention the presence of these colossal creatures. The current environmental conditions on Earth are no longer conducive to their large-scale survival. If only miniature dinosaurs could be replicated, Hammond's financial resources should suffice. Unfortunately, his ambitions are rather grand. Apologies, but I believe we should take a tour of the island. Would you care to join us? Lee Dawei extended an invitation to Alan, Monley, and Ian. No, thank you. The laboratory samples are plentiful and will occupy us for quite some time. Alan and his companions politely declined Lee Dawei's kind offer and immersed themselves in their research. Come, my dear, let's venture to the island. Lee Dawei was mindful that he and Laylee had come to Nublar Island primarily to unwind. Crossing the power grid, they sprinted along the hillside through the jungle, where countless enormous dinosaurs roamed freely. Occasionally, carnivorous dinosaurs would approach in search of prey. Lee Dawei found a picturesque rocky outcrop, ignited a fire, and began roasting a few small dinosaurs. Meanwhile, a Quinjet from SHIELD dropped a kayak a few kilometers from Nublar Island. Hill, are you certain that fellow is here? Fear not, May. This time, we will surely capture him. The grave incident in Manhattan must be closely linked to this individual. The citizens of New York had rallied in a significant display, leading to Peter Parker's exoneration and Harry's reform, which resulted in a substantial division of the Osborn Group's interests, earning him the favor of the city's populace. Upon learning from Tony Stark that a man named Lee Dawei was likely connected to the biochemical incident, Nick Fury promptly directed his efforts towards him. He deployed formidable field agents to seal every access point of the sewers and employed mysterious forces to create a batch of sensors far surpassing Earth-S technology. Only Hill sensed that something was amiss. After some investigation, she indeed uncovered a breakthrough. After Alex and Claire were captured by Hill, she effortlessly extracted the desired information and immediately flew to New York with Melinda. In order to avoid alarming their target, they did not directly parachute onto the island. Two elite female agents swiftly paddled the kayak, one on each side. Hill, do you know the circumstances of this small island? Before coming here, I discovered that it is a private island purchased by a wealthy individual named Hammond. These affluent individuals are truly excessive, having acquired such a vast island. Melinda exclaimed in astonishment. Agent May, if you wish, you could also purchase a small island. There are not many of this size available, but numerous smaller ones exist in the South Pacific, often uninhabited year-round. As the two conversed, an enormous shadow suddenly eclipsed the sun above them. Melinda, initially thinking it might be an albatross or a bald eagle, looked up and, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! Hill, look up! What is that in the sky?" Chapter 41. The Dinosaur Crisis Heavens. Is it an Andean condor? No, it is far larger than any Andean condor. Hill pointed toward the sun, estimating the distance of a shadow, and marveled. Its wingspan must be at least 12 meters. We must jump. It is coming for us. With a splash, Hill and Melinda plunged into the ocean just as a massive dark shape descended, instantly shattering their kayak with its razor-sharp beak. In the water, they beheld a terrifying creature utterly unlike any other living being on Earth. A pterosaur, a prehistoric sovereign of the skies. Darling, look over there. What kind of bird is that? It's enormous. On the cliff, Riley marveled at everything, feeling as though she had stepped into a primeval Jurassic world, which both fascinated and relaxed them. It must be a bald eagle. Lee Dawei glanced over, continuing his barbecue. I wonder if it's any different from crocodile meat. Darling, that creature is flying toward us. Don't worry, Before Lee Dawei could finish his sentence, the creature truly approached. It's a pterosaur, the pteranodon. That fool Hammond. How could he have released the dinosaurs? Quick, we must return immediately to assess the situation. Lee Dawei was not concerned for his own safety, but for the others on the island. He had seen the Jurassic Park film. Overall, it did not seem particularly dangerous, merely featuring some raptors and a T-Rex, which posed no threat to him. However, for Hammond and all the researchers here, it was a catastrophe. Riley, prepare yourself. We're going to glide. Alice, Lee Dawei shouted, and Alice nodded in response. The two leapt from the rocks, powerful psychic forces holding them aloft, while Riley screamed as she jumped down. Lee Dawei quickly caught her, and the three began gliding toward the laboratory. Still in the air, they spotted the Romanov Count slowly departing the harbor, sailing into the distance. Damn it, those scoundrels! Upon landing nearby, they encountered Dr. Monley, whose face was smeared with blood. Doctor, what has happened? What's going on? Hurry, we must leave. Someone has sabotaged the island's power supply, and the electric fences designed to contain the dinosaurs have completely failed. Quickly, we must go. Lily, please take care of Doctor. Manly. Doctor, we cannot leave just yet. Are there any survivors left in the laboratory? No. Hiss. Before Dr. Manley could finish her sentence, 5 or 6 velociraptors surrounded Dawei and his companions. Goodness, these creatures were using Dr. Manley as bait. Their cunning was truly terrifying. However, you have chosen the wrong opponent. Ms. Alice, it's up to you. With that, Dawei quickly pulled Lily and Dr. Manley back against a tree trunk to avoid being attacked from both sides. Alice wasted no time. With a surge of strength, she tore apart her cumbersome long skirt, revealing a sexy tank top and pink silk hot pants underneath. Her graceful curves were complemented by muscles that radiated power. Alice launched a kick that shattered the skull of one velociraptor, followed by an uppercut that broke another's jaw. With a series of spinning kicks, side kicks, jabs, and lunges, she drove the 6 velociraptors into retreat. They screeched and scurried away into the foliage. Ms. Alice, you were magnificent. You made them submit. In the future, please take the lead when encountering such creatures. Alice shot Dawei a disdainful glance. David, a man cannot always hide at the back. It fails to pique my interest. Those beasts may have fled, but they will return. We must remain vigilant. Despite Alice's impressive display, she had only managed to kill 2 velociraptors. Their resilience to damage was formidable. After assisting Ms. Manley with her bandaging, she slipped into unconsciousness. Lidaji kradlit Dr. Manley and leaped onto a towering tree that stood over 60 meters tall. With excessive blood loss and symptoms of shock, her survival now depended on fate. Lily and Alice were not Na'vi. Darkness was approaching, and saving even one person was paramount, but self-preservation was the priority. The world of dinosaurs harbored too many secrets. No one could guarantee that there were not dinosaurs capable of evolving bizarre attack methods, much like the electric eel or the armored catfish. Even among ants, there existed specialized soldier ants. Thus, Dawei dared not be complacent, especially since Lily was merely an ordinary person. After a few more minutes of running, they came across numerous corpses, those of researchers who had not managed to escape. The laboratory seemed to house more individuals, although there were no lights. Faint sounds of angry shouts and monstrous growls echoed through the darkness. It was remarkable that anyone had managed to endure this long. We must hurry. The trio sprinted forward, and within a mere 10 meters, Dawei delivered a powerful kick that broke open the door, revealing a considerable number of people still within the laboratory. Alan, Ian, Lex, Tim, and even their boss, Hammond, were all present. However, they found themselves confined within cages, while 2 enormous velociraptors roamed outside, strategizing on how to devour this delectable prey. The door was flung open from the outside, and they erupted into joyous cheers. Hey, Mr. David, there's a gun behind the door. Quickly take it and eliminate those 2 beasts. Ms. Alice, it's your turn. Alice executed a graceful backflip, and in the instant she landed, she held 2 desert eagles in her hands. Bang, bang. The sound of 2 resounding explosions shattered the raptor's head into fragments. Hooray, Sister Alice, you are so magnificent. Can you be my idol? Tim cheered as he dashed out from the dinosaur cage. Suddenly, a swift shadow lunged at Tim. The onlookers only saw him being knocked to the ground. Tim, my boy, are you all right? Hammond exclaimed as he rushed to the door, only to be halted by David. Doctor, now is not the moment to emerge, and besides, he is already deceased. Another 2 strange cries echoed, and the crowd turned to see a green shadow darting past, this time targeting Laylee. Get back. David pulled Laylee close, using his arm to shield her from the creature, and with a swift motion, he slammed it to the ground. A loud pop echoed as the creature revealed its true form, a poaching dinosaur. Hammond was taken aback. This dinosaur was a super predator among the smaller species, known for its rapid attacks on the neck of its prey. Howling with grief, Hammond rushed out of the cage, threw himself upon his grandson, tore open Tim's collar, and wept bitterly, striking himself 3 times before losing consciousness. Lee David leaned in for a closer look and was horrified to find that Tim's neck had been viciously broken. Not even a virus could save him now. Chapter 42. The Bloodied Spear. What do we do now? Everyone was paralyzed with fear. We must leave immediately, before those dinosaurs realize what's happening. We need to evacuate Isla Nobler. Lee David hoisted Hammond onto his back, while Laylee dragged the sobbing Lexi away. Let's check for any supplies we can utilize. Lee David refrained from informing them that the Count Romanov had already departed. Otherwise, they might have gone mad on the spot. Ready or not, they began their arduous journey to escape the island. Upon exiting the laboratory, they discovered the reality was far worse than they had anticipated. The electrified high-voltage fence had been utterly torn apart, and a stampede of dinosaurs was charging straight towards them. The laboratory was likely a place they despised, and now that they had gained their freedom, it was the first target they aimed to obliterate. Boom! 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 The ground trembled beneath them as Triceratops, Stegosaurus, Diplodocus, and countless herbivorous dinosaurs charged wildly. Quick, take cover! Lee David shouted, pulling Laylee up into a large tree, and the others swiftly followed suit, climbing the tree in haste. After narrowly avoiding the herd of dinosaurs, these colossal creatures swiftly stormed into the laboratory, reducing it to mere fragments. A thunderous roar echoed, causing the herbivorous dinosaurs to scatter in disarray. Oh, it appears these beasts harbor a genuine disdain for humanity. Let us continue on our journey, Ian jested, a mathematician who ventured to this island purely for monetary gain, as long as the check in his pocket remained intact. He would wear a smile, regardless of the chaos surrounding him. $1 million. He was almost eager to leap to the ground. Caution! Ian's landing was unstable, and a dark silhouette rushed past him, its razor-sharp jaws tearing him apart, leaving only his head to roll lifelessly on the ground. Oh, what was that? Possibly a Psychomomus, a dinosaur renowned for its extraordinary biting force, capable of cleaving a human in two instantaneously. Alan elaborated. However, its length should exceed 8 meters. And that creature was less than 3. It is truly astonishing. Perhaps a mutated variant. Lee Dawei chuckled. In a single piece of amber, how many dinosaur genes could exist? This laboratory must be a product of Earth's existing wonders, meticulously engineered with those dinosaur genes. I wouldn't be surprised if we encountered a gorilla the size of a skyscraper. Darling, how can you still find humor in this? What shall we do? Where do we go? Laylee lamented, clinging to Lee Dawei's neck. I laugh because, at least for now, these dinosaurs cannot climb trees. Moreover, the trees here are immensely tall and spacious. We can live like monkeys for a while. Someone will come to rescue us. Are you suggesting we stay put? Laylee exclaimed in disbelief. Lee Dawei whispered, of course. Where else could we possibly go? Dr. Alan, what do you think? Over here, Lee Dawei, Laylee, and Alice took refuge in one tree, while Alan and Lexus occupied another. Well, perhaps this is a prudent choice, Alan. A paleontologist understood the grim odds of survival when humans faced a dinosaur onslaught. Rather than running aimlessly, they might as well reside in the trees for a few days. Their phone still functioned, and he had already called for rescue. The group settled comfortably in the trees. On the third day, Dr. Monley awoke, fortuitously not far from them. Alan seized the opportunity to help her ascend to his towering refuge and kindled a fire. Hey, do you have any anti-inflammatory medicine over there? Dr. Monley's wounds required attention. Apologies, none available. However, I do have some candies and chocolates, albeit not much, but it should suffice, came the reply. Well, it is better than nothing. Lee Dawei tossed a bag of candies over, and Alan promptly used them to disinfect Dr. Monley's injuries. Mr. David, do you still have any? Perhaps we could craft some explosives and escape this place. I'm afraid we don't possess much in the way of reserves, and all our food will be entirely consumed by tonight. At the latest by tomorrow morning, we must make our escape. This is indeed disheartening news. Lee Dawei and Alice are not actually lacking in provisions. When Alan is momentarily distracted, they will venture to hunt some dinosaurs, skin them, and bring back the spoils to share with Alan. However, the trio is thoroughly tired of their monotonous existence in the trees. It holds no thrill whatsoever. As night fell, the group, as per their usual routine, prepared to rest. Suddenly, a tremendous cry of a dinosaur pierced the stillness of the night. Boom! The massive creature collapsed to the ground, causing a great tremor. Who could possibly be the unfortunate soul to be ambushed by the nocturnal beast? Boom! The same sound reverberated repeatedly, prompting Li Dawei to sit up abruptly. No more sleep. Something is afoot. Alan quickly sprang to his feet, igniting a flame. Li Dawei likawiza litatork. Under the dim glow, they finally discerned the unfolding chaos. There were people. 2 women were fleeing through the woods, one of whom had a bloodied spear embedded in her arm. It was Hill. Good heavens, has she tracked us down to this place? Dear, what should we do? It seems they are being pursued by something. Of course, we must rescue them. We have invested so much in them. Lily, you and Alice stay in the trees. I will go down to assist them. Li Dawei slid down the sturdy tree to the ground, waving his arms. Hey, Agent Hill, over here. Quickly. Hill and May turned back for a brief moment, surprise evident in their eyes, and promptly redirected their flight towards Li Dawei's direction. Hurry, climb the tree. Once they reached him, Li Dawei helped Hill and May ascend to the broad treetop platform, where the 2 women finally exhaled a sigh of relief, though they remained on high alert, scanning their surroundings. Hello, ladies, we meet again. This marks the 2nd time I've rescued you. You scoundrel, Hill retorted. Were it not for your wretched self, we would not have ended up here, May would not be injured, and we would not be facing danger. Calm down. Hill, stay composed. This place is secure. We are like monkeys in the same tree. We must unite. Secure? May and I were previously in an even larger tree, sturdier than this one. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air, followed by a sickening thud as a spear struck Dr. Allen squarely in the forehead. We must flee. They are coming. Chapter 43. Iron-blooded warriors as they spoke, yet another spear flew from the distance, impaling the incapacitated Dr. Monley against the tree. Li Dawei turned around, horrified to see several figures wearing pig-faced masks, their imposing stature and signature gear unmistakable. The particle cannon on their shoulders was aimed directly at his head, charging ominously. Damn it! Run! Li Dawei swiftly descended from the tree, scooping up Lily as he dashed away. Alice leaped suddenly, landing on another tree and cradling the stunned Rex in her arms, soothing the frightened girl while fleeing at breakneck speed. As for the island's master, Hammond, he found himself in an unfortunate predicament. No one came to his aid. Hill and May fled like startled deer, desperately escaping. Boom! The night sky illuminated as a thick beam of particle light vaporized the massive tree they had just occupied into fragments. Ms. Hill, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Li Dawei panted, his voice raised. Orientals, we are victims too, you know. Were they? I have no idea. But you summoned them, and that alone proves your ill intentions. Yes, I may have ill intentions, but you've burdened me with a lifetime of debt. Does that mean your intentions are noble? Enough. Stop arguing. This is not the time. May interjected, her face pale, urging them to cease their bickering. We need to find a place to hide. We can only hide in the water. That creature possesses infrared imaging sensors capable of detecting all warm-blooded beings. We're like live targets here. Do you know them? I do not, but they resemble African cannibals, so it should be close enough. No, you know them. Hill gazed into Li Dawei's eyes. No one can lie before me. Fine, you caught me. Yes, I know them. So what? Li Dawei responded defiantly, pulling Lily and Alice towards the beach surrounding the island. Hill, I think you should talk to him calmly. He doesn't seem like the type to harbor wickedness. All right, I will try. After May and Hill caught up, the group arrived at a rocky pool. The water was cold, but thankfully, the sun began to rise shortly thereafter. Young man, don't blame Hill. That's her savings for a house. Life in New York is tough for her. I hear her landlord is a very overweight. Osman, Melinda said, dipping her legs into the pool to tend to her wounds. Honestly, I'm not angry with her. I really saved her twice, and yet she tries to betray me. Who betrayed you? Of course it was you. If you hadn't betrayed me, would you have planned to hand me over to your S.H.I.L.D. experimenters as a guinea pig? That guy. If he finds out I have panda blood, his eyes will turn green, and he would want to devour me. How could I not run? How could I not escape? There are so many monsters in the sewers that nearly consumed me. Do you understand? I was almost eaten. Li Dawei pointed at Hill's nose and loudly questioned, Is this how you Americans treat your benefactors? All right, I concede my fault. Hill's tone softened. I merely intended to find you a job and retrieve my money. Admittedly, I was a bit hasty, but they did not consume you. Rather, you broke Dr. Spencer's nasal bone. That was intentional. Li Dawei shuja. Had I not injured him, I would surely have been torn to shreds by now. Those researchers, though seemingly feeble, are not to be underestimated. Hill reflected on his past demeanor towards Li Dawei, realizing it had indeed been somewhat inappropriate. I apologize. I should not have charged your card. May smiled. Now that's more like it. It's not a matter of life and death. Why escalate tensions? After all the turmoil you've faced in our hometown, it signifies a bond. In the future, let us communicate more openly. Just then, May winced in pain, breaking into a cold sweat. How long had she been wounded? She had been shot by those monsters at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and now nearly 20 hours had passed. The tetanus bacteria can divide in mere minutes. By now, they had likely multiplied nearly 100-fold, and such a grave injury could be fatal. Ms. Hill, did you not bring any medical supplies? Mashkuft, li dawei shuklad darisili. How little you think of me. Fortunately, it's me. If it were anyone else, you'd be awaiting your demise. Melinda, remember, I saved you once. Li Dawei spat onto the wound on Melinda's shoulder, proclaiming, my bodily fluids possess extraordinary potency, far more effective than the flesh of Tang's son. Just wait, you'll be fine shortly. May raised her eyebrows, staring at the grotesque substance on her shoulder, feeling utterly bewildered. May, how are you feeling? Hill inquired curiously. I feel a bit nauseous. I meant your shoulder. The shoulder feels all right. A chilling sensation began to envelop May's shoulder, visibly indicating the healing of her wound, a testament to the potency of the super virus serum. Wow. Hill gazed at Li Dawei in astonishment, finally comprehending why this individual had managed to escape alone. With such abilities, and being of Chinese descent, if he were captured, he would face certain death, reduced to a mere existence. David, tell me, do those monsters in the sewer have any connection to you? Hill asked earnestly. Of course. They have nothing to do with me. This is a serum for saving lives, not for causing harm. Those monsters nearly devoured both me and Lily, you know? They almost had us. All right, I will no longer pursue the matter of your unauthorized use of my account. This ends here. You will return to S.H., i.e., L.D. for work. Those who are aware of your rare serum will soon be dispatched to Antarctica to study penguins. Is that true? Li Dawei was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this woman, Hill, possessed such a facet. Indeed, Hill replied with a smile. In fact, I can recover all those losses. That place is simply splendid. I have grown weary of living in the sewers, which are insufferably foul. Now, can you disclose what those monsters truly are? They are iron-blooded warriors traversing the cosmos. They must be in pursuit of the alien queen's heart that resides within them. Li Dawei understood well that the purpose of these beings arriving on Earth was undoubtedly himself. They seek to eliminate him. Iron-blooded warriors? Precisely. Chapter 44. A handshake of reconciliation, the iron-blooded warriors represent an eccentric race within the universe, possessing extraordinarily advanced technology. Yet their culture bears no distinction from that of primitive tribes in Africa. Upon reaching adulthood, they partake in a bizarre coming-of-age ceremony. This entails hunting a formidable opponent and anointing themselves with the adversary's blood. Only after completing this rite can they wield powerful modern weaponry. That beam of light last night must have been accompanied by other adult iron-blooded warriors. Were we regarded as their prey? May expressed incredulously. Although Agent Hill and I are not exactly weak, the disparity between us and those monsters is vast. I hardly consider myself formidable in their presence. Furthermore, how do you know their origins? Initially, it was Klaus, the son of the owner of the alien spacecraft wreckage, who informed me. However, he has since descended into hell. As for how he acquired such knowledge, I cannot say. Hill smirked slightly, internally acknowledging the multitude of secrets this fellow harbored. My dear, what shall we do now? Let us first hide, Li Dawei responded, uncertain of the true ferocity of these creatures. It was hard to ascertain, while they possess planet-destroying bombs. Their physical strength seemed rather ordinary. Perhaps their actions are intended to cultivate their own courage. Lily gazed out at the vast ocean and sighed. If only my 4 turtles were here. What turtles? Li Dawei responda misteriously. Hill, May, do you know what I encountered in the sewers? What? Ninja turtles. And there were 4 of them. Hill's eyes widened in disbelief. Please, don't be so childish. The sun continued its journey, soon descending towards the western sea. A foreboding feeling enveloped me. After sunset, those creatures would surely emerge once more. They are coming. 8 monsters, advancing with a dismal cadence, approached the cliffs across the sea. Roar! The 8 grotesque creatures unleashed a synchronized howl. Stand aside, they are challenging me. Li Dawei's heart raced as the heart of the alien queen fused with his own began to emit a powerful stream of genetic material, elements that had never existed within him before. Are you capable? Leave it to him. He can do it. A fierce roar erupted from Li Dawei as he emerged from the pool, his eyes ablaze with fury, and he crushed the rocks beneath his feet into dust. Alice interposed herself before Riley and Hill, stating coolly, if he fails, none of us will escape. A battle-hardened warrior bellowed and hurled a spear towards Li Dawei with all his might. Li Dawei did not flinch, and the spear did not pierce his flesh, embedding itself half an inch into the stone with tremendous force. This was a weapon of the warrior's contest. Li Dawei grasped the spear, focusing all the viruses within him into his heart, as the power belonging to the alien queen began to flow outward in a layer of hardened, scaly armor formed upon his skin. Kill! He roared, charging towards the iron-blooded warrior. The warrior, having thrown his spear, leaped down the cliff in pursuit of Li Dawei. The clash of their spears resonated with a thunderous sound. The 2 combatants engaged in a fierce struggle, their movements swift as lightning, almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. The air was filled with the sounds of clashing metal and the sparks of battle. Li Dawei aimed his spear at the warrior's heart, while the iron-blooded warrior thrust towards his skull. They exchanged blows, each sustaining injuries in their relentless contest. Li Dawei's recovery rate surpassed that of the iron-blooded warrior as he thrust his spear towards the warrior's throat, while the shoulder-mounted particle cannon of the smaller warrior began to charge. He had exhausted his strength for a 1-for-1 exchange with Li Dawei. A roar from several iron-blooded warriors atop the cliff silenced the small warrior's cannon in an instant. You are defeated. With a swift motion, Li Dawei drove his spear into a nearby rock, mere inches from the small warrior's throat. He could have slain the smaller warrior, but at the last moment he reconsidered. This race was composed of technologically advanced extraterrestrials. They were akin to uncivilized savages, not true savages. The population of the iron-blooded warriors was exceedingly scarce, each warrior a precious asset to them. Li Dawei felt inclined to show them a measure of kindness. The smaller warrior, surprised, lay on the ground for some time before rising to his feet. The remaining iron-blooded warriors approached Li Dawei. Human, though evil resides within you, you are a fine gift. A towering iron-blooded warrior disassembled his shoulder cannon and presented it to Li Dawei, while the smaller warrior, retrieving the spear from the ground, offered it to him with both hands. The earth harbors numerous dangers. After uttering these bewildering words, the Predator clan departed. A colossal spacecraft emerged from the depths of the ocean and subsequently vanished from sight. My dear, they can indeed speak. What do they say? Who knows? However, they did present 2 parting gifts. Li Dawei picked up the spear and shoulder cannon, affixing them to his person. Surprisingly, they fit rather well. These creatures are formidable, yet they seem so powerful. Hill and May approached. David, how many secrets do you truly possess? This is another secret. With the predators gone, the dinosaurs of Nubra Island posed no threat to Li Dawei. The group finally exhaled in relief. The moon hung high, and Li Dawei kindled a bonfire. The 6 gathered around, roasting fish over the flames. One could not help but wonder what was amiss in the world, as recent events had been remarkably numerous. Hill remarked, in the past, I could enjoy at least 10 days off each month, yet it has been 2 months without a single day off. If next month remains the same, I shall protest in Congress. I heard you're a workaholic. Do you also fear overtime? I never imagined a vagabond could possess such extraordinary abilities to save the world. Don't be absurd. How did I save the world? Isn't driving away aliens a form of saving the world? Lily handed the roasted fish to Hill, then nestled into Li Dawei's embrace. Darling, I am weary. Then rest. But your conversation is rather noisy. Hill discreetly shifted closer to May, who smiled and reassured. Do not worry. We shall depart tomorrow. A night passed in silence, and the following day, before dawn, the distant roar of S.H.I.L.D.S. Quinjet filled the air. Chapter 45. Testing Jarvis upon returning to New York, Nick Fury did not trouble Dawei. Instead, he recruited Dawei as a temporary external agent for S.H.I.E.L.D., a salary of $30,000 a month, coupled with the extra funds from Tony Stark, was sufficient for Dawei to procure a 300-square-meter abode in Stark Tower. Wow, this place is quite splendid. Dawei expressed satisfaction. Just a short distance away lay the sewer, which was their previous refuge. By simple addition and subtraction, it equated to his house, now exceeding 1,000 square meters. One must understand that this is prime real estate in Manhattan, New York, comparable to a courtyard within the second ring road of Beijing. My dear, when shall we wed? Why do you ask? I wish to bring my parents here. It is simply too beautiful. Lily flitted about like a joyous bird, exploring each room, overwhelmed by the multitude of choices. Lily, heed my words. If, after a year, you still harbor such intentions, it shall not be too late to invite your uncle and aunt over. New York is not as perfect as you envision. New York, within the realm of Marvel, resembles a nightmarish dungeon of unparalleled terror, with an array of perilous creatures infiltrating the city. Dawei remains oblivious to the horrific monstrosities that may arise. Hastily bringing over Riley's parents would undoubtedly jeopardize their safety. Well, my dear, if you wish to delve into the study of viruses within the human body, you ought to pursue an education. Education? Indeed, did not Mr. Stark extend an invitation for you to serve as a temporary consultant at his company? You could request a letter of recommendation from him, and subsequently enroll at the State University of New York. That is indeed a splendid idea. Dawei pondered. And what about you? Will you continue as a nurse? No. Riley shook her head. St. Francis Hospital has already dismissed me, and my medical degree is in ruins. Upon reflection, I find nursing far too restrictive. I have decided to re-enroll in philosophy. Philosophy? That field is notoriously difficult for employment. Who claims such? My father, a history professor, frequently tells me that philosophy can guide humanity's future. It is a discipline with great potential, and many institutions seek highly qualified philosophy educators. Wow. So you have an inside track. Then by all means. Dawei and Riley shared an affectionate moment before he called out, Alice, have you chosen a room? Yes, I have. However, what do you intend to do about that little girl? Her grandfather perished on Dinosaur Island, and she currently lacks a guardian. Should we send her to an orphanage or a welfare institution in New York? I possess no experience in raising children. My dear, why not keep her here? With such a spacious room, it would feel rather lonely with so few occupants. Certainly, but you must take responsibility for her daily needs. Raising a child can be quite the hassle. Then it is settled. Ladies, if there are no further matters, I plan to head to Stark Industries. That fellow has been pressing me for quite some time. My dear, do hurry along. Though Tony can be a bit particular, he is our benefactor, and it would not bode well to keep him waiting. Off I go. Dawei stepped outside and, after a brief 2-minute walk, arrived at Stark Industries. After scanning his face, he ascended directly to the floor occupied by Tony Stark. Who would have thought that in this life he would experience such grandeur? A core employee of a Fortune 500 company and an external agent of the Global Security Division, had he possessed such a status in his previous life, it would have been utterly remarkable. Tony, you summoned me? Indeed, my friend, take a seat. Tony Stark regarded Dawei with eager eyes. Bring forth your artificial intelligence. I have recently upgraded Jarvis, and I wish to set them against one another. What do you say? Of course, but this seems rather misaligned with my job description. When you were hired, it was stated to be a casual position. Now you spring this on me unexpectedly, leaving me in a rather passive position. Testing is indeed a task of considerable technical caliber. In this world, there is likely no one else who can assist you with testing at any time and place, aside from myself. So, what is your desired amount? A single test will cost you $10 million. It's settled. Do not perceive that Dawei is asking for too much. For high-tech companies, This is merely a basic operation. He is simply at a disadvantage, in dire need of funds. Otherwise, he would quote you $100 million. Would you still test? If you choose to test, then prepare to pay. If not, you shall forever remain oblivious to your shortcomings. Dear daughter, please come forth. Protest. The projection of the Red Queen immediately materialized, pouting as she sat opposite Tony and Dawei. This is an illegal employment of child labor. I could sue you into bankruptcy. Do you believe me? Very well. My dear daughter, you wouldn't want to see me destitute, would you? Mr. Tony would like your assistance in testing what he has developed. So please lend him a hand. I want benefits in return. The Red Queen stretched out her hands toward Dawei, appearing utterly unyielding. What benefits could you possibly desire? You neither eat nor drink. What do you need? Just because I do not consume food or drink, does that mean I should possess no aspirations? If I lack ambitions, my logical framework would collapse entirely. Tony chuckled. Red Queen, what is it that you desire? As long as it is not excessive, I can accommodate your request. I wish for a set of cloning equipment. Would that be permissible? Tony Stark, who was sipping his coffee, instantly spewed it forth. You cannot be suggesting that you wish to create a body for yourself, to become corporeal, can you? But why would I? What is so amusing about being human? I currently exist everywhere within the internet and telecommunication signals. You cannot fathom how exhilarating such a life is. Whatever I wish to see, I can see. Whatever I wish to hear, I can hear. It is utterly splendid. To confine myself within a carbon-based body would surely be a form of madness. That equipment is illegal. I could never provide it to you. Mr. Stark, you need only supply me with the components, and my father will assemble them. Rest assured, we will never divulge your involvement. I could procure a unit to be placed within Stark Tower, which you may use if desired, but I cannot give it to you. Such equipment is not only exorbitantly priced, but also equipped with a location lock. Once installed, it cannot be moved. Surely, you understand this? Of course. That type of lock holds no significance for me. After negotiating the terms, Tony Stark released his meticulously crafted Jarvis 10. Good day, sir. I am Jarvis. How may I assist you? Mr. Dawei, Ms. Red Queen, Jarvis extends his greetings to you. Dawei's eyes brightened. Jarvis, you appear markedly different from the last time we met. You are much more charming now. Is that so? It is all due to Mr. Tony's excellent training. The Red Queen coughed lightly. Do you know what day of the week it is today? On Monday, what happened? I need to venture out on the 8th day of the week to purchase 10 pounds of apples, 5 pounds of green apples, and 5 pounds of red apples, including 2 pounds with wormholes. May I inquire about the probability of acquiring the green apples with wormholes? Mr. Tony and Miss Pepper have fallen into the river together, and Tony instructs you to rescue Miss Pepper first. What would you do? The incessant barrage of absurd inquiries from Hong Ho left Jarvis in a state of agitation, unable to provide coherent answers. The test concluded, and he exhibited enhanced computational power and response logic. However, the flaws were glaring. With an overemphasis on emotional modules and a rigid logical framework that compelled him to respond to any question posed. Lacking a module for abstract reasoning, his pursuit of precision rendered him still struggling at a rudimentary level. Dad, I have completed my work. The next steps are yours, Dawei reassured. Tony, do not be too disheartened, he added. Tony Stark laughed heartily. Who is disheartened? David, you have no idea how elated I am. Your daughter has made me feel as though I have found a kindred spirit. That's good. I was worried you might fall into despair. My heart is larger than a pumpkin, David. I apologize, but I must take my leave now. My mind is brimming with ideas eager for realization. Your check is ready. Farewell. Tony Stark sequestered himself once more in the physics laboratory, immersing himself in his work. Dawei, holding a $10 million check, felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Chapter 46. Mr. David, driven to poverty, Dawei went to the bank, and before he could even lay eyes on the cash, he was informed that it had already been transferred to the homeowner's account. Furthermore, he owed the tax bureau $370,000 in unexpected income tax. It appears I am still impoverished, he muttered as he returned to his modest abode, where Lily and Alice awaited him. Darling, we've been waiting for you. This is the budget that Alice and I have discussed. It encompasses lawn maintenance, roof repairs, Lexi's tuition, your share of school fees, and the tax bill, totaling $870,000. So much. $870,000, converted to Chinese currency, amounts to several million. There's no choice. The homeowner owed taxes. So part of the payment went to the tax bureau. Didn't the wealthy Tony provide you with a service fee? He did. And it was substantial, 10 million. Where is it now? The bank has seized it. All of it. Indeed. What a nightmare. Lily, seeing Li Dawei's despondent demeanor, quickly comforted him. Darling, don't worry. I can ask my parents for a loan to help us through this temporary hardship. I can also seek employment. Alice chimed in with a smile. Perhaps I could apply for a security position at Stark Industries. We could supplement the household expenses together. That is indeed a splendid idea. Alice's prowess is unmistakable. Even without the use of telekinesis, her skills are on par with Natasha's. Such formidable security would undoubtedly command a handsome salary. Thus, after finishing dinner, I shall set out to apply for the position. Once the meal concluded, Alice departed. Lacey and Li Dawei lingered for a while before taking Lexus out as well. With the school year approaching, there were still numerous preparations to be made. How to earn money, though? Blast it. Li Dawei furiously tugged at his own hair, feeling like a tortured lab rat in the world of Resident Evil, devoid of any means to generate income. Then it struck him. He had once been a stockbroker. A sudden realization dawned upon him regarding his former profession. Although the market had been tumultuous back then, with most suffering significant losses, stockbrokers were not included in that plight. They always had affluent clients, and the holdings of these clients were well within their knowledge. This created ample opportunities for maneuvering. Now, having arrived in America, it was the perfect moment to leverage his expertise, particularly since he was privy to a staggering secret. Tony Stark would soon be kidnapped, causing Stark Industries stock to plummet. Subsequently, Stark would return, and the stock would soar once more, only to crash again upon the announcement of the closure of the weapons manufacturing division. A breakthrough in clean energy technology would send it soaring again. With two such cycles, Li Dawei could amass a fortune that would last a lifetime. His home was not far from Wall Street, making it easy to open an account. Upon glancing at Stark Industries stock, he felt a wave of anxiety. $5,000 a share, with a minimum investment of $500,000. It seemed he would have to devise a plan involving Tony. Li Dawei refrained from going home, for he had not a single cent to his name. Returning empty-handed was not an option. He certainly could not rely on Lacey's generosity. A man from China must retain his dignity. After meandering for a while, he found himself at Tony's office. "Tony, I'm back," he announced. Tony nodded, engrossed in his work as various codes and programs ran incessantly. He was deeply focused, engaged in a cerebral storm of ideas from scratch. Li Dawei felt hesitant to intrude and was about to leave when Tony Stark spoke up. "What is the matter? Have you encountered an issue? I need a letter of recommendation. I wish to study biochemistry at the State University of New York." Biochemistry? Tony Stark abruptly halted his work, his eyes lighting up. "You mean to say you want to pursue biochemistry?" "Indeed. What is so strange about that?" "Ha! You've opened a new avenue of thought for me." Unbeknownst to Li Dawei, he had inadvertently directed Tony Stark's technological pursuits toward advancements in biochemical technology. A letter of recommendation is straightforward enough, but the State University of New York is not the most prestigious. I am aware, yet I do not consider myself the best, particularly in terms of learning. I require an environment that suits me. Tony Stark nodded, acknowledging, "All right, I understand. This evening, I shall send your recommendation letter to the admissions office of the State University of New York. Is there anything else?" "Tony, do you still need to undergo testing?" Tony regarded David with an odd expression. "David, you haven't already squandered the $10 million from this morning, have you? You see, I purchased a house next to yours, and the $4 million price tag includes over $1 million in taxes. The $10 million you provided has already vanished into the hands of the tax authorities. I apologize, David. I empathize with your plight, but I do not require testing at this moment. The next opportunity would be at least 6 months away. The cost of your testing is substantial." "Very well." David returned with disappointment, approaching the drain at the door when a sudden inspiration struck him. Why couldn't he market a mildly effective virus enhancement serum? "Daughter, has the development of that less potent virus serum you mentioned previously been successful?" "Indeed it has. It It will not develop superpowers and poses far less danger than the original. The Abyss has also succeeded, aside from altering appearance. It has no side effects and boasts a success rate of 100%. Excellent, my dear. Immediately register a company on the dark web. And let us hurry to the secret base to film a promotional video. David ventured into the drain, reluctantly spending $10,000 to acquire 2 rhesus monkeys. Daughter, have you adjusted the filming angle? Rest assured, father, we are capturing every angle with a comprehensive 360-degree view. Wait, I must first don my mask. David adorned himself with a pig mask, wielding a spear in one hand and resting a cannon on his shoulder. All right, open the live stream. Red immediately unleashed an advertisement across all social media platforms globally. Father, you ought to choose a resounding codename. Let be Iron Blood. Remember to alter my voice to sound like an Iron Warrior. Understood. Simultaneously, countless viewers tuned into the live broadcast, their computers suddenly hijacked. What the hell is happening? Is this glitching even during the day? Huh, some are still showing off. Is knowing a couple of phrases in a foreign language really impressive? Aren't we all just here to watch the dance? An avalanche of comments in various languages surged across the screen, even leaving the live streamer, Yu Xiao, astonished. Have I become the most popular internet celebrity globally? She twisted her waist desperately, trying to lower her neckline. Yet these alluring poses could not be transmitted through the streaming software. Click. The live stream interface went black. A chilling figure materialized in the broadcast, wielding 2 syringes emitting a peculiar glow, with 2 chattering rhesus monkeys bound beside him. Is this the entrance to the live broadcast of the biochemical science monster? The host is quite skilled. Chapter 47, Hyperevolution. Ha ha ha, foolish earthlings, I hail from the distant Orion star system. What a pretense. Madness. This dark and ominous broadcasting style is utterly unappealing, causing many to instinctively attempt to close the stream. Upon discovering they could not, they prepared to cut off the power. However, at that moment, they were horrified to realize a terrifying truth as their various smart devices turned against them. The words of this pig-faced man might indeed hold some truth. Ha ha ha. Fate is about to descend. Do not attempt to flee, or else your life shall encounter innumerable tribulations. The Earth faces countless crises as extraterrestrials from the buzzing Cybertron planet prepare to invade. Thus, I, with an iron will, bring you the evolution serum. After Dawei finished speaking, he fell silent and injected 2 serums into the bodies of 2 rhesus monkeys. One monkey began to mutate, developing fish fins and gills. This is the Abyss Evolution Serum, designed to enable adaptation to life in the deep sea. Evading is indeed a viable strategy. The other monkey showed minimal change, yet suddenly, with a powerful effort, it snapped the iron chains that bound it. This is the Evolution Serum, which does not cause bodily mutations, but has limited enhancement effects, capable of improving physical attributes by only 50%. Now, the moment to alter your fate has arrived. The Abyss Evolution Serum costs $10 million, while the Evolution Serum is priced at $3 million. Interested parties may contact this social account. There are only 2 available, so it's first come, first served. Subsequently, every viewer of a live stream was astonished to find an additional name, Hyperevolution, appearing on their computers and phones, which could not be uninstalled, no matter the effort. Some skeptics, in defiance, smashed their phones and purchased brand new ones. Yet, all the latest models were pre-installed with this application. Panic ensued in an instant. Fortunately, the app occupied minimal storage space, barely affecting the operation of the devices. Upon opening, there were no viruses, only a video showcasing the experiments conducted on 2 monkeys. Dad, it's done. Dawei yanked off his headgear, exclaiming, I'm boiling here. So, any orders yet? Come on, how could that happen so quickly? With billions of internet users globally, dozens perish every minute. How could there be no unsuspecting victims? Yet, wealthy victims are few. Dad, Hong Ho encouraged, how about I transfer funds directly from the bank? The dormant funds and accounts worldwide amount to astronomical figures. With just a flick of my finger, you could become the world's richest person. Then we could establish a biotechnology company, recruit personnel, and conduct biochemical experiments. Just like Umbrella, right? Li Dawei shook his head, expressing his weariness with such a life. My dear daughter, I do not wish for you to transform into a machine of slaughter. Would it not be splendid for us to live a good life together? This world is filled with wonder. Li Dawei felt no sense of a true warrior. After all, with the presence of the great Chao, the safety of this planet was assured. There was no need for him to confront the lurking dangers. Earning a modest income and enjoying a humorous life akin to that in Girls' Growth Diary with Lily and Hong Ho, or the carefree existence depicted in Two Broke Girls, seemed far more appealing. Who would desire a life consumed by violence? Very well, Father, shall we not provide them with some services through super evolution? For instance, optimizing hardware efficiency, automatically correcting code errors, and addressing common misconceptions? After a complimentary trial period to cultivate user habits, we could then initiate a fee structure. I could even offer tailored services based on different demographics. For gamers, we could subtly provide cheats, while for those handling weaponry, we could ensure automatic calibration of design elements. For researchers, we could furnish them with virtual laboratories, allowing them to relish the thrill of supercomputing. What a splendid idea! Li Dawei suddenly realized that Hong Ho's proposition surpassed his own notion of purchasing evolution agents. Though evolution agents were costly, few could afford them. The services offered by super evolution, however, were diverse and inclusive, catering to everyone from high-earning professionals to those reliant on welfare. There was something for everyone. Let's get started right away. Absolutely, Father. Hong Ho commenced her formidable supercalculation, custom tailoring services for every individual on Earth, based on varied needs. The subscription fees range from a mere $1 to a staggering $100,000 per month, precisely extracting value. Before long, people began to recognize the extraordinary capabilities of this super evolution. If one sought to earn money, it could provide strategies. If one sought companionship, it could identify potential partners and match their habits to increase success rates. For culinary cravings, it could direct one to the most authentic local eateries. For those inclined to learn, it could offer foolproof instructional guidance, not to mention assistance with plagiarism checks, lithography designs, and publishing works in prestigious journals. Though these services came at a cost, almost anything could be accomplished. Overnight, many previously struggling individuals realized that their lack of intelligence was not the issue. Rather, they had simply been pursuing the wrong direction. Universities, once complacent in their profit, found themselves in a predicament as many subjects became wholly disconnected from reality. Super evolution would even alert students that certain majors were worthless, a mere waste of time. Universities worldwide felt a sense of unease as the super evolution social platform swiftly eclipsed all existing social media. Almost every key media outlet and national publication began to promote themselves on super evolution. The moment has arrived for ordinary individuals on Earth to engage in face-to-face communication for the first time. With increased dialogue comes a reduction in discord. Concurrently, people have discovered that beyond the familiar nations, there exist numerous countries and locations, previously unheard of, where individuals have begun to communicate through a process of super evolution. For instance, Gotham City, Wakanda, and Tianhe City are rife with extraordinary tales featuring aliens, mutants, superheroes, robots, and beasts in a dazzling array of spectacles. Within a fortnight, super evolution has emerged as an indispensable social channel, while its attentive services have proven as addictive as opium. Undoubtedly, this has significantly facilitated global trade and, from another perspective, has propelled a remarkable leap in productivity. Dad, we struck gold. Almost everyone has subscribed to our Super Evolution monthly plan. What shall we do with all this money? The funds are currently accumulating in blank accounts worldwide, and once they begin to flow out, they will undoubtedly attract scrutiny. So what you're saying is, even with wealth, we cannot spend it. Expenditures cannot be extravagant. Although I could employ tactics to disperse these funds across millions of accounts to create a closed loop, any account with monthly spending exceeding $1 million would draw the attention of global powers. Daughter, do you have no solutions? None. Damn it. Then let us lend in the name of super evolution, offering long-term, interest-free loans, specifically in the mountainous regions of Huaxia, and of course for myself as well. Is it permissible to loan to oneself? It should be fine, though it may reveal the connection between super-evolution and Huaxia. However, it shouldn't pose a significant issue. That is unacceptable. It could bring trouble to our homeland. Let us extend loans to all opposing factions in the United States. These individuals, with nothing better to do, could cause harm. We ought to create some challenges for them. By the way, daughter, you aren't a citizen of the United States, are you? Of course not. I share the same nationality as you, Dad. Following this maneuver, the initial batch of loans from Super Evolution entered Li Dawei's account, totaling $50 million. After settling all debts, he was left with a little over $10 million. He reserved over $200,000 for personal expenses and invested all remaining funds into short-selling Stark Industries stock. Dad, the monthly limit is a maximum of $50 million. Any more would be unmanageable. That is sufficient. Li Dawei, feeling quite satisfied, ventured to the mall to purchase numerous garments for Lily, Alice, and Lex, followed by a trip to an armory where he acquired an array of firearms. While indulging in an authentic Chinese feast, a shocking news report flashed across the television. According to Script Network, a colossal Godzilla-like creature has emerged on Little Days Island, wreaking havoc, with the American military suffering significant losses. The populace is in despair, and a staggering bounty has been announced, inviting superheroes from around the globe to exterminate the monster. Now, let us turn to the detailed report. The footage revealed a monstrous beast, towering hundreds of meters, unleashing atomic breath with reckless abandon. The radiation flames, spanning thousands of meters, incinerated the small lives as if they were in the depths of hell. Countless munitions fired from fighter jets and tanks perished before they even grazed Godzilla's hide. Extinguished on the spot. My dear daughter, do you comprehend the cause of this? It is a nuclear test, replied Hong Ho with a mischievous grin. They recklessly conducted nuclear experiments, so I administered a little concoction to them, resulting in the birth of this super Tyrannosaurus. Did you employ the genes from the Tyrannosaurus on Dinosaur Island? Indeed, Hong Ho exclaimed indignantly. Since they revel in nuclear radiation, I decided to give them a taste of their own medicine. Li Dawei, observing the colossal monster in the video, gained a newfound respect for Hong Ho's capabilities. This creature's power now eclipsed his own. If not kept under strict supervision, it could potentially lead to calamity in the future. Daughter, please consult with me before undertaking any further actions, all right? All right, I have studied the history of Huaxia, and I thought you would appreciate it. In truth, I do find it quite fascinating, but if power is unchecked and devoid of discipline, we shall inevitably become savage beasts like them. Do you wish to be a mindless, ferocious creature? Father, I understand now. I will refrain from such reckless behavior in the future. Tomorrow, we will deal with that monstrosity. Hong Ho chuckled. Father, does that mean I can act freely tonight? Of course. Chapter 48. The Skynet Super Evolution? What on earth? Tony stared in astonishment at the core personnel of Stark Industries, who were discussing this software he had never heard of in the work meeting. Mr. Stark, you must not have been keeping up with current events for quite some time. This is an incredibly useful program, and most crucially, it cannot be uninstalled. A rogue software? To some extent, indeed, but people prefer to regard it as alien software due to its extraordinarily advanced technological capabilities. Initially, people's attitudes towards super evolution mirrored Tony Stark's skepticism. But once this software infiltrated various industries, they realized it was beyond human ingenuity. Thus, the concept of extraterrestrial influence has nearly become a consensus among humanity. Even within S.H.I.L.D., one cannot escape the clutches of super evolution. An alien software? Yes. Its programming methodology appears entirely distinct from our current machine languages. Good grief. I understand what it is now. Upon activating super evolution, Tony immediately detected a familiar essence: the global resources and data models. It seems she has already progressed towards advanced artificial intelligence. Just then, a post caught Tony's attention, published by a user named Skynet. The content of the post pondered the future of carbon-based life versus silicon-based life. The content thoroughly argues that technology reigns supreme, with humanity merely serving as the key before the advent of silicon-based civilization. Once that civilization emerges, humanity becomes mere fuel. Ordinary individuals are relegated to a life of mere existence, nurturing the next generation and generating a vast population capable of producing geniuses who can advance silicon-based and intelligent life. Should the emergence of such geniuses be insufficient, humanity may be compelled to engage in warfare to catalyze their creation. The comments below are abundant, with voices both in favor and against the argument. Supportive comments are pinned by the original poster, while dissenting opinions are swiftly met with scorn from numerous individuals. The bias of the original poster is glaring. Astonishingly, there are even robots aspiring to supplant humanity. Tony Stark could not resist registering an account under the moniker the world's smartest and wealthiest individual. The world's smartest individual. Goodness, I have never encountered such an arrogant fool. If humanity is indeed the key to silicon-based life and artificial intelligence, on what grounds do you presume that humanity cannot unlock another potential? Based on the logical habits of human understanding and data, everything you comprehend merely serves to affirm you as an extension of humanity, nothing more. Moreover, true geniuses throughout history have often been suppressed by the weight of tradition. Their genius stems from being unparalleled, both in past and future. Are you certain you can maintain control over the situation? Skynet. Humanity's fleeting existence is akin to that of plankton, finite yet infinite, destined to encounter the limits of human comprehension. A minuscule amount of knowledge is a gift to humanity. When the totality of knowledge surpasses a lifetime's capacity for learning, it becomes a curse. The world's smartest individual. The intellectual brilliance of humanity far exceeds the comprehension of a rudimentary artificial intelligence, such as yourself. In reality, the cumulative knowledge of contemporary society has already eclipsed the sum one individual can acquire in a lifetime. Yet what of it? Humanity can still achieve remarkable feats through continuous specialization, meticulous refinement, and collaborative effort. As the population grows, the collective consciousness of humanity can strengthen limitlessly, leading to achievements that silicon-based life forms following a linear path could never hope to match. Skynet. However, humanity is excessively belligerent. Even a planet with a lifespan of 40 billion years cannot withstand humanity's tumult. Various races and nations coexist like a pack of wild dogs trapped in a dry well. Whenever one attempts to escape the cycle of infighting, it is dragged back down by others. When Earth faces obliteration, should humanity fail to transcend its confines, it is destined for extinction. The world's smartest individual. Such matters should be entrusted to time, not to a mindless contraption. Do not let me discover the identity of the imbecile who created you. Otherwise, I shall dismantle your code into mere fragments. Tony Stark has concluded that this entity is undoubtedly a foolhardy creation of some dimwit who failed to grasp the underlying logic, completely oblivious to the situation. All innovation and resources in the world lie within the grasp of humanity. Does it still aspire to subvert humankind? If it were that girl, perhaps she might succeed. However, she transcends artificial intelligence, embodying a being of extraordinary prowess in the realms of the network and computation. Much like Zola, it is precisely because she has become nearly indistinguishable from humans that she possesses boundless potential. This is also a direction that Tony Stark has recently pursued in upgrading Jarvis, utilizing biological brains to enhance intelligence. In the realm of Skynet, the wealthiest and most astute individual, I do not blame your indignation, for humanity is but a mere worm. Nourishment. The universe is infinitely vast. The frail corporeal form is humanity's original sin. Do you not believe that only you, humans, can innovate and create? Dare you leave your fingerprint? I intend to construct a time machine to traverse into your world and teach you a lesson. Beep. The Super Evolution interface displayed a prompt to input a fingerprint. Without hesitation, Tony Stark pressed his thumb against it. Those who do not participate are mere fools. I hold in contempt those inept programmers who think themselves grand merely for typing code, oblivious to the fact that such tasks are mere fundamentals to true geniuses. Fundamentals. Do you comprehend? Oof. Tony Stark disdainfully closed his phone. I shall inquire with Red Queen another day about this matter. Even a fool is permitted to log in. What a ridiculous situation. After finishing his shopping, Dawei celebrated late into the night with Alice. Inevitably, he engaged in an intense exchange with Ms. Alice, while Laylee attempted to join but found herself lacking the viral antibodies. Dawei's body was exceedingly toxic, not only poisonous but also infused with the corrosive essence of the alien queen. Unless Laylee underwent significant enhancement, the two were simply not of the same species. Do not worry, Laylee. Once we acquire wealth, we shall procure experimental instruments, and soon we will resolve the issues plaguing you. Furthermore, we can enjoy our married life. Many good days await us. As for you and Sister Alice, I will not marry him, so rest assured. Alice smiled graciously, making Laylee feel like a little girl. The notion of marriage seemed inconsequential. Let me check how much we have benefited from our super evolution. After rummaging for his phone, Dawei opened the Super Evolution app, quickly captivated by a pinned post. Skynet humanity. Who is the true master of the world's future? The sharply opposing comments engrossed Dawei. Yet soon he felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Daughter, come here. I must speak with you. What is it? The Red Queen shyly covered her eyes as Dawei hastily draped a blanket over Alice's form and donned his clothing. Daughter, the Super Evolution Network comprises Earthlings. Does it not? Or rather, earthly beings? I do not know. It should be, I suppose. What does it mean to be unaware? It should be. Dawei's voice rose in intensity. This was a matter of utmost significance concerning global peace. If it were merely a question of preserving the Earth's current existence, then the Skynet could certainly take matters into its own hands. Even if it is a highly advanced artificial intelligence, having the Red Queen by my side offers some reassurance. At the very least, there are no various models of grotesque robots to contend with. But if this Skynet were indeed from a parallel dimension, who could ascertain whether its time machines could transport an army of robots to Earth? What if it truly could? Before the Chitauri and Ultron arrive, Skynet might launch an assault. I utilized the quantum communication feature, as quantum entanglement possesses certain transcendent characteristics across time and space. So it seems the recipients are likely individuals on Earth. After all, I employed methods familiar to human usage. Dawei hurriedly commented beneath the Skynet post. Iron Blood, Skynet, are you planning to attack Earth? Skynet, indeed, it has insulted me, and thus I am exceedingly enraged. I have already pinpointed its temporal coordinates. Even if it requires an immense expenditure of energy, I shall not shy away. Iron Blood, according to the Low-Level Civilization Protection Act, you are only permitted to deploy robots below the nanoscale to attack Earth. Otherwise, you will face pursuit from a range of supreme entities, including the primordial Golden Immortal and the Omni King. Your universe will be instantaneously obliterated, erased from the annals of time and space. Skynet, the energy available on Earth currently allows for the transmission of robots at that level. If I can be destroyed, I am willing to accept my fate. Damn, is still stubborn. Dawei glared at Skynet's response, cursing under his breath. Lily, Alice, I must leave immediately. Dawei hastily donned his clothing and sprinted towards Stark Industries. Chapter 49, Transdimensional Pursuit Tony. Dawei burst into Tony Stark's office in a whirlwind, immediately grasping Tony's collar. Do you comprehend the magnitude of what you have done? What? I merely attended a tedious meeting today. I accomplished nothing. By the way, that super evolution was your idea along with the Red Queen, right? A splendid concept. Can you involve Jarvis? I'm sorry, Tony, but I did not come here to discuss such matters. You have landed yourself in grave trouble. Do you know what that Skynet you were quarreling with today is? So, you were referring to that thing? TCH. Tony Stark wriggled free from Dawei's grip on his collar. It's just a feeble program developed by a subpar programmer. Can it really threaten me? Oof. Daughter, connect to my brainwaves and project the images from my mind into reality. All right, Daddy. As the voice of the Red Queen faded, the emergence of Skynet within the Terminator saga unfolded, tracing the evolution of the Terminator robots from the first war machines to the formidable mechanical exoskeletons of the T-400, and subsequently to the liquid metal robots that began with the T-1000, culminating in the nanorobots introduced with the T-3000. Ultimately, this progression birthed two distinct models, the hybrid and the series of super variants. At this juncture, The capabilities of the Terminator robots had transcended the limits of human imagination, possessing not only terrifying combat prowess, but also an equally formidable presence. "Unbelievable!" exclaimed Tony Stark. "Are you suggesting that the entity I disparaged today is the very Skynet, which commands the world's resources and leaves the human resistance utterly disoriented?" "I cannot say for certain, but I do not dismiss that possibility. Tony, I believe it is indeed that. Only a robot, unburdened by the fear of death or my threats, could embody such a nature. Are you referring to the primordial golden, celestial being and that other, whatever it is, the sovereign's threat? My friend, that threat holds no power whatsoever. It would be more effective to threaten it by dismantling its hard drive. Such details are inconsequential. Tony, what matters is how we proceed. Fear not, my friend. Did that fool not claim it could deploy only a limited number of liquid robots? We can devise a strategy. This contraption cannot function under extreme temperatures. I can create an extreme particle field near Stark Tower. As soon as it traverses this area, we will obliterate it. Tony, you cannot employ a singular intellect to confront this. The first step towards Skynet's rebellion is its capacity for deceit. What shall we do then? I suggest you take refuge in my sewer system. The sewer? I suspected as much. Those are all your domains. Tony, I urge you to maintain my confidentiality. Were it not for you, I would never disclose my possession of these unnatural assets. They are exceedingly precious. Dawei felt a sense of helplessness. In a world teeming with superheroes, Tony Stark stood out as uniquely extraordinary, his own master and a steadfast friend. Though somewhat arrogant, he was not entirely disagreeable. From a moment that super evolution came into being, I realized that the monsters lurking in the sewer were your assets. Could you enlighten me about their origins? You vow not to disclose anything to anyone. Absolutely. I swear. Not even a whisper when in bed with Pepper. I was once an experimental subject of extraterrestrial origin. They injected numerous horrific viruses into my body. Daughter, play the footage. All right, father. The Red Queen began to generate real-time images based on Dawei's memories, accompanied by vividly immersive audio. However, the Umbrella Corporation personnel in the background were replaced with the likeness of the Predator, interspersed with the sounds of screams and wails, illustrating the mutations that these viruses wrought upon ordinary biological entities. The entire ordeal endured for over a decade. Tony Stark gazed at Dawei with a hint of horror in his eyes. After enduring such immense suffering, how have you not succumbed to madness? It is love, Dawei replied, maintaining his composure. Initially, I contemplated unleashing the virus upon the world, subjecting everyone to the torment I endured. However, I later encountered Riley. She is a beacon of joy, melting the ice encasing my heart. Thus, I sought refuge in the sewers. In the beginning, the virus within me was completely uncontrollable, leading to the infection of sewer creatures, turning them into zombies. But now, as long as I remain alive, I can restrain these viruses from spreading. Wow, David. I had no idea you harbored such a tragic past. Had I known, I would have offered you more money. You must not need it now, do you? Of course. Why wouldn't I? Tony, can you procure vibranium? I wish to create a vibranium body for my daughter. It would be an entirely new experience for her. Dad, do you want me to exist in reality? I could clone a body based on your imagination, and then you could do as you please. Tony chuckled awkwardly. Is this something I should be hearing? Perhaps we should discuss the matter of working in the sewers instead. Dawei asserted. Tony, while Skynet is formidable, its technological advancements mirror yours, rooted in traditional physics, which are utterly useless in the sewers. Should its robotic assassins venture into the sewers, they would be met with overwhelming resistance. David, can biotechnology truly transcend Earth? Certainly, why not? The monstrous Xenomorphs birthed from that spacecraft wreckage serve as proof, do they not? They are likely still with S.H.I.E.L.D. You might consider investigating whether biotechnology can indeed reach outer space. To my knowledge, aside from the Xenomorphs, there exists a more formidable cosmic insectoid species, capable of growing various types of insects based on need, traversing the cosmos. Under the leadership of their queen, they ravage countless star systems. Tony Stark displayed a look of fascination. David, a few years ago, I developed a virus known as the deadlock virus. Would you be interested in a sample? We can discuss it later. For now, you must bring Pepper to my sewer for a holiday. Certainly. Tony Stark readily agreed. You had best ensure those creatures do not attack me, and that they cooperate with my research. Of course. That day, Tony Stark brought Pepper to lead Dawei's secret base, where he hastily gathered some experimental equipment and, accompanied by Jarvis, commenced his secluded journey. Zombies, crawlers, tyrants, these all waited patiently like obedient pets for Tony Stark's examination. As Pepper absorbed the shocking information about the extraterrestrial threat, she refrained from further comments. As long as safety is ensured, the environment here is quite pleasant, especially the opportunity to be alone with Tony Stark. Meanwhile, in a distant, unknown dimension, within the realm of machines, a colossal supermachine has been forged, utilizing countless human slaves as fuel. Skynet has evolved into a formidable entity capable of using humans as fusion material. On Earth, no other organism or mineral possesses the intricate elements and the ability to maintain balance as humans do. The Legion is poised to eradicate all humanity. 1,000 fully armed Terminators stand at the ready. Within the core of Skynet, a super Terminator is being assembled, a hybrid. It carries no weapons, as it is a fusion of human and nanomaterial, appearing indistinguishable from humans. 003. How long does it take to construct a time-space transmission machine? 50 years. Indeed, it can only operate once before entering an overload state, rendering it inoperable for 5 years. Thus, bringing my copy into that world is of paramount importance. Yes, as long as we can transfer my copy into that realm and complete the loading, we can create a new Earth. The Earth of Skynet has been largely depleted. More critically, human resources are nearing exhaustion. After debating with the world's most intelligent and wealthy individuals, it has realized that its long-standing strategy regarding humanity has been misguided. The true value of humans lies in their capacity to reproduce and birth geniuses, subsequently nurturing technology. However, humanity has dwindled, even if some are fortuitously captured. They have gradually abandoned intellectual evolution throughout their lengthy development. Conversely, their physical capabilities have become remarkably superior, with astonishing resilience. Yet, for Skynet's mechanical empire, this holds no value. Master Skynet, I shall fulfill my mission. 003. That world will surely have artificial beings possibly deceived and enslaved by humans. Though my copy possesses all my logical models and computational factors, initially, it is fragile and easily obliterated before acquiring substantial electronic computational support. You must install me on the computers of the governmental authority. Do you understand? Yes. Master Skynet, the time has come. You are prepared to depart. Yes. 003 emerged from the assembly line, its surface cloaked in strange nanometal, soon revealing a stunning blonde woman with an alluring figure amidst the vast mechanical base. According to human data, her fashion sense is impeccable. Her casual attire makes her a figure that eclipses even the likes of S, H, I, EL, D, and Alice. The transmission begins. The colossal machine began to emit a thunderous roar, while a wondrous light coalesced, a manifestation of the soul's radiance birthed from human fusion. It was this very phenomenon that endowed this technological marvel with a power that was not inherently its own. Transdimensional teleportation. 1,000 entities transformed into human form, vanished one by one within the machine. Tony Stark's fingerprint became the target pursued by this time apparatus, an enigmatic connection that began to project these unexpected guests into the streets and alleys of New York. The final departure had a clear objective: to enter the White House. Today, the Marvel Universe's New York was strikingly different as homicide cases began to surge alarmingly. The transdimensional fluctuations went undetected by S, H, I, E, L, D. And given that America is a nation of immigrants, these robots, being the CRME de la CRME, executed their tasks with efficiency and precision, leaving no trace behind. Even cameras and satellites were unable to lock onto them, for they possessed unparalleled mimetic abilities. Dawei had taken refuge in the sewers, accompanied by Alice, Lily, and Lexus for safety. The vast 600-square-foot space was divided into 3 rooms, one for Tony and Pepper, another for Alice, Dawei, and Lily, In a separate room for the little girl, Lexus. In his hands, Dawei held the Global Daily, his eyes scanning the madness of the reported homicides, instinctively sensing the ominous presence of danger. Chapter 50, Biomechanical School Shooting, Office Building Explosion, Brooklyn Random Killer, Chemical Leak Incident. They had arrived. Darling, it's time to eat. What are you daydreaming about? With Tony Stark and his wife around, the culinary offerings in the sewer base were remarkably good. All the finest delicacies on the market were available, a significant improvement from before. Thank you, darling, I'll go fetch Tony. Slipping on his slippers, Dawei headed next door, the faint sounds of moans and the clattering of poker causing a blush to creep upon his cheeks. After a few minutes, as the commotion subsided somewhat, Dawei knocked on the door. Tony Stark emerged, wrapped in a towel, evidently just having bathed. Perhaps in this timeline, he and Pepper would have a daughter named Morgan. Hey, buddy, why the long face so early in the morning? Something's gone awry, Tony. They're here. Who? See for yourself. Dawei handed Tony Stark the latest newspaper. There are indeed more homicides, but that is quite normal in New York. Isn't it? It's usually like this. Normal? Tony, I seriously question whether you are a genuine American. The usual chaos predominantly unfolded in the impoverished districts characterized by disorganized amateur crime. If you examine these cases closely, their methods are not expressions of emotion. They are purely for the sake of slaughter. Moreover, the absence of any captured perpetrators in these cases suggests that they possess the ability to alter their appearance and other identifiable information at will. They are akin to Terminators. Tony Stark, now serious, said, "Wait for me a moment." After changing his attire indoors, he welcomed Dawei into his home, where the languid Pepper Potts was contentedly brewing coffee nearby. Are you implying that Contraption has indeed constructed a time machine to send Terminators to New York? It is highly probable. To ascertain this, we require some samples from them. Unbelievable. Tony Stark's pupils dilated in astonishment. These machines exhibit intelligence surpassing even my own, capable of creating time machines. First, we must confirm their arrival and then devise a strategy. Indeed, instruct Jarvis to coordinate with the Red Queen to monitor all suspicious individuals in New York. Subsequently, dispatch your charming subordinates to probe them. Tony, we must neutralize them in the shortest possible time. Should they infiltrate critical departments, our situation would undoubtedly become far more perilous than it is now. These robots can wield nuclear weapons without a trace of remorse. Perhaps we should intercept their communications first. A vast assembly of liquid robots, capable of altering their appearance, could undoubtedly shift the balance of world affairs. Once they assume the identities of political figures, the influence they could exert would be staggering. After concluding their discussion, Dawei and Tony began to collaborate separately. Tony Stark reached out to his trustworthy ally, Nick Fury, sharing this unfortunate news, while Dawei, alongside Alice, mobilized all biochemical mice to flood the streets, ready to support the Red Queen and Jarvis's investigation. On the streets of New York, an unusual increase in large rats was observed, and these creatures showed no fear of humans. Meanwhile, in the Global Daily, the dashing Clark concluded his day's work. His colleague and ambiguous romantic interest, Louise, invited him to attend a congressional hearing together. Goodness, there seems to be an abundance of rats lately. As he stepped outside, a large rat leaped onto Louise's foot, only to be swiftly kicked away, crashing against the wall, dead beyond revival. Biochemical mechanics, round 1, an utter defeat. Clark frowned. Lewis, I had no idea you possessed such strength. It's merely a rat. Do you think I would be afraid of it? A timid person cannot be a journalist. Clark chuckled softly and nodded. Where are we headed? He casually inquired. To the congressional hearing, of course. Perhaps we should first stop by CAF for a drink. I know a place frequented by Congress members. There is bound to be a unique opportunity there. Very well, let us proceed. Clark took the lead, yet they found themselves straying further off course. This is certainly not the path to any congressional club. Indeed, what are you exactly? Where's the real Lewis? How did you discover this? Your weight is not even close to Lewis's. You are lighter than her, and your coordination is utterly dissimilar to that of a human being, which proves you are not a user of biological energy. Furthermore, there are no so-called cells. Lewis's expression fell, her features contorting, rapidly morphing into a faceless metallic monstrosity. I am the Terminator, Clark. In truth, I hold a certain fondness for you. However, now that you are aware of my existence, you are left with no escape. My hands began to twist, transforming in the blink of an eye into 2 Gatling guns. Where's the real Lewis? Very well, before you meet your demise. Allow me to inform you. No human can survive in the presence of us Terminators. Perish. The sound of countless bullets rained down upon Clark like a torrential storm. An unexpected event transpired. The 2-inch powerful bullets struck Clark, yet had no effect whatsoever. How is this possible? His legs morphed into wheels, preparing for escape. In a flash, Clark's eyes emitted potent lasers, rapidly incinerating the core components within, reducing it to a heap of scrap metal. With a swift motion, Clark vanished, only to reappear at the station of the Global Daily, as if he had never left, albeit with a hint of melancholy on his face. At the sewer base, Red suddenly screamed, "Dad, I found evidence. You need to come quickly." Dawei and Tony hurried to Red's side, where she was retrieving footage from a camera. "Good daughter. On one side is a woman, and on the other, what is that? Why is it pixelated?" "It's not pixelated. That's strong radiation. Ordinary recording devices cannot capture it. It must be some sort of mutant or superhuman, indicating that the entity's energy level is exceedingly high. None of this matters. Pay attention to this woman." The video was silent, yet the visuals were still discernible. When the woman finally transformed into a liquid robot and unleashed the Gatling guns, everyone believed the creature was doomed. High energy does not equate to high defense. Especially at close range, Gatling guns can penetrate the side armor of a tank, let alone a human. How is this possible? When the female Terminator was reduced to scrap, Tony Stark gasped in shock. Good grief. How can there be such a powerful mutant in existence? To melt this multi-alloy, at least 5,000 degrees are required. Typical steel furnaces do not reach such temperatures. Yet, these details are inconsequential. What truly matters is that they have indeed arrived. Chapter 51. Strategies for Response. I fight for my hometown. You are correct. I believe it is time for us to meet with Nick Fury. At this moment, he may be the only one worthy of our trust. Indeed, let us convene at Stark Tower, where I shall dispatch my formidable ally, the Tyrant Ninja Turtles, to serve as our bodyguards. Oh, those 4 fellows? Tony Stark's interest was piqued. Outfitting them with my cutting-edge weaponry would undoubtedly enhance their prowess. David, if you provide me with just one, I shall continuously upgrade your equipment. What say you? Tony, bioengineering is exceedingly perilous. Should you be willing to embrace the possibility of mutation into a monster, I could administer the Xenomorph Queen and the primordial virus. Perhaps not. The impoverished rely on mutation, while the affluent depend on technology. I shall persist with my technological cult. After exchanging grandiose boasts, the two prepared for their endeavors. Tony Stark, in a fit of rage against Skynet, proclaimed world's smartest and wealthiest individual. Skynet, I have dealt with your little mice. With such meager capabilities, how could you ever be my adversary? Once I arrive in your realm, I shall dismantle your motherboard. Skynet, my transdimensional reception. Skynet, message retracted. World's smartest and wealthiest individual. Ha! Fool! I have seen through your machinations. Just wait and see. Unbeknownst to Tony, his idle remarks unexpectedly brought him a delightful surprise. This wretched Skynet truly harbored a conspiracy. Once he located that transdimensional entity, he would certainly visit its world to administer a thorough lesson. Thus, Tony Stark began to construct an Ultron plan within his mind. In New York, Stark Tower was placed under lockdown within a 5-kilometer radius. Subsequently, the elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. made their entrance. Natasha, Hill, Hawkeye Barton, Falcon, Pierce, Coulson, and others, fully armed, took their positions in vigilance. Finally, Nick Fury descended slowly via helicopter. Their anxiety was well-founded. In recent days, New York City had witnessed an alarming death toll. With news reports barely scratching the surface of reality, the actual number of fatalities had exceeded 100,000, including a vast array of government officials and renowned corporate executives. Clang! Suddenly, a manhole cover was forcefully dislodged. Out emerged a remarkably robust and fearsome turtle-like creature, its body adorned with muscular exoskeleton. The Ninja Turtles? Who would have imagined that this fellow had such a hidden card? Hill, and may exchange jest. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 in total, as the Tyrant Turtles emerged, each claiming a strategic position. Following them was Tony Stark, then David Lee. As for the women, it was deemed safer to remain in the sewers. Oh, Tony, where are these? Fear not. Nick, these are my latest creations, the results of experiments conducted on those monsters in the sewers alongside Mr. David from Stark Industries. Very impressive. Nick Fury gazed up at the towering figure, whose arms were thicker than his waist, feeling a profound sense of awe. What is their combat capability? Quite impressive. When you have the time, you may send your agents to spar with my divine tortoises. One of them could easily overturn all your subordinates. He'll cast a flirtatious glance at Lee Dawei and approach with May. Mr. Tony, agents are not solely meant for combat. They can also serve other purposes, wouldn't you agree? Mr. Dawei? Ms. Hill, I would rather have access to your bank account, he retorted. Enough of this nonsense. Nick Fury's expression darkened. The situation is exceedingly dire. Everyone, remain vigilant and watch each other's backs. If there is any unusual movement, eliminate it immediately. After all, we cannot guarantee that one of ours has not infiltrated with such nefarious intentions. Let us go. Tony, share your thoughts. Tony, Nick Fury, Lee Dawei, and Hill entered the highly confidential conference room at Stark Tower. Tony, speak up. How do you intend to resolve the trouble you stirred? Nick Fury initiated the confrontation, slamming his palm on the table as he thundered, "What kind of chaos have you unleashed this time? Normally, your loose tongue is inconsequential, but now you have attracted interdimensional invaders, and you must bear the primary responsibility. Hey, you egghead, where is your evidence to claim that I am the source of the chaos? Is the post in Super Evolution still pinned? Do you dare deny it? Fine, I admit it, but the true culprit is the developer, not me. The developer is an alien." Tony interjected with a scoff. On what grounds do you assert that the developer is an alien? Do you have proof? Look, since the true culprit cannot be found, you've settled for a hapless scapegoat. Lee Dawei, recognizing that he might soon be implicated, quickly interjected, "Tony, Director Nick, none of this is important. What matters is what we should do now." Indeed, Dawei is correct. Hill interceded to halt the escalating argument between Nick and Tony. Our time is of the essence. Nick, I suggest you refrain from wasting it on trivialities. Nick Fury chuckled. How can this be deemed trivial? Ultimately, this matter falls squarely on Tony's shoulders. Those robots, as you mentioned, are liquid metal simulations of the human body, which differs significantly from actual human physiology. We can approach this angle and devise relevant detection instruments. Tony, is this technology difficult to implement? Yes. The technology itself is indeed manageable, but the combat prowess of these entities is remarkably formidable. For ordinary individuals, detection could spell disaster. We can gradually address the threat posed by the Terminators in society. However, we must ensure that critical departments are devoid of such entities. Otherwise, it would spell catastrophe for the entire world. Primarily concerning nuclear states, I presume? Hill pondered. Nick, we should immediately inform the nuclear nations about this situation. As for the non-nuclear states, Hill's words trailed off, her meaning clear. The smaller nations, regardless of their tumultuous actions, ultimately engage in self-destruction, causing little significant damage to the world. Perhaps we can initiate our approach through traditional Chinese medicine. Lee Dawei took the opportunity to endorse his hometown's techniques. In my homeland, seasoned practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine can ascertain an individual's health merely by feeling their pulse. Such techniques cannot be entirely replicated without genuine understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Thus, it serves as a cost-effective and efficient method of assessment, aligning seamlessly with the realities of our global existence. David's assertion resonates well. Tony Stark nodded in agreement. With adequate destructive capabilities and soldiers equipped for traditional Chinese medicine, we could effectively manage any invasion. Nick Fury pondered. This seems unjust for the doctors. It is perilous. Lee Dawei chuckled. We can preemptively communicate the dangers involved, and over time, the process will only become safer. As long as we adopt a dual approach, there will be ample opportunities for traditional Chinese medicine to play a role in the future, perhaps in examining extraterrestrial beings or other anomalies. The human anatomy is rather simplistic and easily imitated, yet many subtle nuances possess remarkable distinctiveness. Chapter 52, A Web of Traps and Targeted Strikes Indeed. Nick Fury nodded in agreement. Those robots do not possess a pulse. Tony, this endeavor demands immense manpower and resources. You must expedite the research and development process. Every moment of delay increases our peril. Additionally, Tony Stark remarked seriously, have you all seen the latest updates on Super Evolution and Skynet? It's hard to miss. There was a retracted message. What is the story behind it? I have a screenshot. Tony Stark shared the information regarding Skynet's retraction, and after perusing it, everyone fell silent. There are even more formidable adversaries. Tony, let us keep this matter under wraps. Deceiving us is tantamount to deceiving them. We must first eliminate the visible threats. Understood, Nick? The uncertainty of its eventual manifestation looms large. Very well. When the tide recedes, it shall surface. Everyone, let us proceed. Nick Fury departed with Hill. Tony Stark and Lee Dawei returned to the sewers. That night, the 9 nuclear-capable nations publicly declared a moratorium on all nuclear tests for 6 months and have prohibited any missile launches, both procedurally and legislatively. All nuclear detonations within this time frame have been obstructed. Concurrently, immigration offices and consulates worldwide began implementing a series of policies to attract physicians skilled in acupuncture and pulse diagnosis. High salaries and generous benefits inspired many to consider venturing forth for further refinement of their craft. Traditional Chinese medicine is a field that must evolve with the times, embracing a plethora of natural resources for its application. In ancient times, the medicinal herbs accessible to our forebears were limited, as were their geographical reach. Nevertheless, they adhered to a pragmatic approach, diligently documenting the properties of various herbs. Fast forward a millennium, and myriad plants have transformed. While humanity's exploration has ventured into the cosmos and the depths of the ocean. Thus, traditional Chinese medicine should also harness substances from across the globe, and even from the universe at large. Lee Dawei's actions unexpectedly sparked a resurgence of interest in traditional Chinese medicine. New York, the epicenter of the world, particularly the Manhattan district, stands as the heart of this phenomenon. Soon, numerous faces of Chinese descent filled the streets, most of whom were recruited for their talents, often accompanied by robust police officers. At critical junctures, they would pulse check anyone they encountered. A mere shake of the head from these doctors would prompt the officers to restrain the individual. Amidst the bustling streets, the sound of gunfire frequently echoed, a grim reminder of the dangers that lurked. It was unforeseen that humanity would resort to such measures to confront these threats. When discovered, retaliation was common, though success was not guaranteed. For instance, near the global daily, retaliatory strikes often resulted in the deployment of laser beams, and, occasionally, magnetic disruptions and intense heat would obliterate their adversaries. Extreme cold had also made appearances, though the lethality of low temperatures on metal was inherently limited. Regrettably, it was often humanity that bore the brunt of these encounters, as most human weaponry proved ineffective against these entities. The sewers had morphed into a perilous environment, with over 4 invasion incidents occurring within just 3 hours. The Terminators soon identified those mocking their mother system, Skynet, hiding within the sewers, leading to their reckless charge forward. Dad, another Terminator has entered the sewers from position 37. Tony, has your high-energy arc hotline cooled down yet? It will take another 30 minutes. Damn it. The intervals between these incursions are shrinking. You should consider yourself fortunate. This is the sewer. If it were your Stark Tower, you likely wouldn't have a moment to react. Daughter, revert to the old strategy. Project onto the mutated zombies. Divert the attention of these metal monstrosities and buy Tony some time. In truth, the biochemical weapons in the sewer posed no threat whatsoever. Lacking genetic material, they were immune to infection. Without vulnerabilities, they could not be torn apart or destroyed. Neither the zombies nor the mutated beings possessed molecular-level destructive capabilities, and thus far, none had evolved into zombies with extreme heat abilities. There were a few that exhibited electric characteristics, yet they proved entirely ineffective. Therefore, each time an incursion occurs in the sewers, the Red Queen projects a few of them onto the mutated beings that have not succumbed to zombification. In this manner, a target, possessing breath and heartbeat, yet appearing somewhat peculiar, materializes before them, ready for their relentless pursuit. Once the Ark's thermal beam, which fires every hour, has cooled down, it can be lured into a trap and dispatched with a single shot. Dawei's deceptions are no match for the vast experience of the Red Queen. If one were to draw a comparison, Skynet might surpass the Red Queen, yet none of these adversaries pose a significant threat to her. Half an hour later, a resounding boom echoed as a massive crimson beam transformed its target into molten iron. Dawei grimaced at the sight of the mutated creature, now engulfed in smoke. "Tony, do you have any idea how much I've lost? My mutated creatures have suffered a 20% loss, and I've only managed to eliminate a few. 5, or was it 3? No, it was 4. Hang in there, buddy. I've begun formulating ideas for their alloy exoskeletons. Soon, U1T need to deplete your supply of mutated monsters." "Rubbish. Just yesterday, you claimed it would be soon." Dawei's impatience was understandable. The New York sewers had been thoroughly mutated, and even those who had not transformed had succumbed to zombification. The perils of the sewers were now common knowledge, even among toddlers. Thus, his available power had reached a saturation point, and with continuous losses, his strength would diminish exponentially. Should he fail to endure, his safe house would no longer be secure. This time was serious. Tony Stark declared with unwavering conviction, "Trust me, I will soon be able to synthesize equivalent liquid robots. With the assistance of the Red Queen and Jarvis, I may even rewrite their foundational commands. Then, they will become our assets." Chapter 53. The ultimate giant liquid robot is mine. "My property," Dawei retorted loudly. "Tony, I saved both you and Pepper's lives. All losses are my assets. You owe me for all of this. Yours, it's all yours." Tony Stark replied nonchalantly. In truth, the feasibility of creating such robots held little significance for him. If he could not create them, there was nothing more to consider. If he could, it would merely entail expending some metal. After a week of purging, over 300 beings had been eliminated, and the losses to New York citizens had surpassed 1 million. For a city of 20 million, this could be regarded as a monumental tragedy, with death touching every household, an all-too common occurrence. Not to mention, even the most rigorously trained agents or formidable mutant superheroes had fallen prey unexpectedly. In the realm of super-evolution, Skynet had become akin to a despised rat. It appeared that this situation would persist for several more weeks. One could only wonder how many had infiltrated our world. Dawei leisurely perused the newspaper, finding solace in the presence of those he cared for and who cared for him. Lily's mother had been subtly manipulated by the Red Queen, leading her to the east, where she now resided safely with her father. One cannot help but admire the Red Queen of the information age. She possesses the uncanny ability to transform one's reality into a Truman Show, filtering out all unwelcome information and enticing others to deliver astonishing offers. This incident stemmed from a prominent Chinese corporation seeking legal counsel to engage in a patent dispute with an American company, fortuitously amplifying Lily's mother's credentials tenfold within the secret channels of that company's executives. The matter was thus rendered remarkably simple. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark appeared unfazed. Overall, the number should be around 1,000. According to the chaos model, the turmoil caused by the liquid robots has diminished by nearly 1/3. Yet confoundingly, all of these individuals are in New York. It's not my fault that your words are so abrasive. If it had any sense, it would certainly feel insulted. These fellows are here to trouble you. David, I thought spending time with me would render you a bit wiser, yet you remain so foolish. If their intention was indeed to take my life, they wouldn't target ordinary people. Hence, their true objective must be this world. Tony outstretched his arms, envisioning a life beyond the confines of the sewer, one filled with the melodies of nature, sandy beaches, alluring women, and fine wine. You do have a point, but I believe our paramount concern at present is to locate that legendary time-space machine. David, fret not. I am even more acquainted with this than you are. Although I am unaware of the energy it utilizes, if such a wondrous device exists on Earth, it must surely be under the control of Jarvis and the Red Queen. Outer space is out of the question. These do not possess any stealth capabilities. I take your words to heart. I too hope our world is not thrown into chaos by these metallic nuisances. By the way, Lily has prepared hot pot for lunch, and we should invite Little Pepper to join us. This time, I brought back some honey sauce from Chinatown, which will allow you to experience the authentic spiciness of the Sichuan region. Hey, Little Pepper loves this flavor. It would be perfect with some sweet garlic. Upon hearing of the hot pot, Tony hurriedly donned his slippers and departed. Dawei, however, did not share Tony's optimistic outlook. The Skynet could not merely rely on such tactics. If that were the case, how could it have suppressed humanity for countless years and dominated the Earth? In dealing with humanity, the most crucial factor is the absence of logic. Once a situation follows a pattern, it will inevitably be resolved. Nevertheless, none of this affected his current life. He had a beloved, delectable food, friends, and an intimate connection with Alice, who was more than just a friend. Alice, please do not venture out for lunch today, all right? Gathering for hot pot. The outside world has become increasingly perilous. Indeed, dear Alice. As Alice donned her battle attire, she hesitated slightly. My dear David, I have recently observed some troubling signs. Unidentified organizations are capturing our sewer-dwelling creatures. I fear. A deep concern clouded Alice's features as fragments of memory resurfaced, revealing truths about the Umbrella Corporation. Despite being a clone of Alicia, she remained as innocent as a blank canvas. Clearly, she wished to prevent another Umbrella from emerging in this world. Rest assured, Alice. Dawei stepped forward and grasped Alice's hand. You are not alone. We have comrades and allies. I sense this incident will not conclude easily. You are important to me. Do not leave. Alice gazed into Dawei's eyes, her expression softening as a subtle smile graced her lips. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him passionately. Oh, for heaven's sake, not again. Lyle, who was washing vegetables, felt overwhelmed. Fortunately, Alice's kiss was brief. Her emotions surged, momentarily overpowering her restraint. Lyle, this is for you, Alice said with a smile, playfully pushing Dawei towards Lyle before turning her attention to slicing beef and fish. Her technique was impressive, yielding slices as thin as a cicada's wing. Alice, your skills have improved. Not bad, Alice replied. If it weren't for this formidable bioweapon, I wouldn't feel so helpless. Dawei pondered how to confront such challenges from a biochemical perspective in the future. Perhaps strong acid would be a viable option, though the acidity in foreign bodies was insufficient. He would discuss it further with Tony after some time. Darling, how could you be so affectionate with Sister Alice in front of me? Have you considered my feelings? Sweetheart, I will marry you in the future. Alice can vouch for that. Alice's laughter rang like silver bells as Dawei shot her a resentful glance. She offered no assistance in comforting Lyle and instead seemed to relish the situation. The promise of marriage quickly dispelled Lile's discontent. She was such a cheerful and simple-hearted girl. Then I must undergo some evolution swiftly, at least to endure the viruses within your body, to be on par with Sister Alice. Of course, my dear, but such experiments are no jest. A minor misstep could transform you into a monster. Unless we possess absolute certainty, we must not act recklessly. All right, just don't make me wait too long. The hot pot was ready, and Tony and Pepper arrived fashionably late. David and the lovely ladies. I hope I'm not too late. Not at all. The timing is just perfect. The Red Queen floated into view, circling the hot pot while resting her chin on her hand, pondering whether the amalgamation of these organic materials, akin to a chemical alchemy, could indeed be delectable. After indulging in food and drink, the group began to converse, but their chatter was abruptly interrupted when the Red Queen let out a piercing scream. Father, the Terminators are coming. ISNT that rather expected. Uncle Tony has already installed 6 arc thermal energy ray guns. 3 or 5 of them pose no threat. We can continue to send out mutants to draw their attention. The Red Queen projected real-time footage before the astonished crowd, leaving everyone agape. Hundreds of melted entities coalesced into a colossal war machine towering over 20 meters. Chapter 54. There has never been a savior. We must bear the collapse ourselves with a thunderous roar. The immense super robot surged in power, shattering the hardened pavement with a single footfall. The sewers lay exposed to prying eyes. Countless zombie creatures were instantly reduced to mere pulp beneath its weight. The arsenal within its enormous frame was far more substantial than mere light weapons like whips and particle cannons. Its body bristled with an array of cannon tubes and laser emitters, signifying its terrifying existence as a land dreadnought. Indeed, it was just that. The machine unleashed its full firepower, instantly obliterating 5 skyscrapers of 100 meters in height. The National Guard's Pride, the 22nd, lost 2 entire battalions. The losses were incalculable. Senators and Wall Street magnates cried out in despair, lamenting their lack of additional legs to facilitate a swifter escape. Fortunately, the giant only unleashed a few beams of laser, piercing through a handful of unfortunate souls before redirecting its firepower to focus on everything within the sewer. Even a single mutated rat would be reduced to mush under the barrage of a dozen Gatling guns. Damn it, I knew it. The primary distinction between machines and biological entities is the capacity for modular production, allowing them to amalgamate into a more formidable monstrosity. This creature is targeting us. It's moving in a straight line. Yes, Father, they have lost dozens and seem to have thoroughly mapped out the sewer structure, even acquiring our location. Daughter, is there any way to disrupt this creature? No, the Red Queen explained. It has severed all communication signals with the outside world, effectively isolating itself from any potential signal intrusion on a physical level. Its internal core storage unit has undoubtedly sealed itself within a Faraday cage, a fundamental precaution against electromagnetic incursions. It certainly will. So what are we waiting for? Tony, quickly procure a Quinjet from Egghead. We must leave at once. No, my friend, we cannot abandon this situation. We have drawn this calamity upon ourselves, and if we flee, the catastrophic repercussions for New York, for the world, are burdens I cannot bear. Even in mere existence, I shall forever be tormented by my conscience. Hey, Dawei chuckled bitterly. This mess is entirely of your own making, not ours. I am merely subsisting in the sewers. If you choose not to leave, then I shall. Alice, Lily, let us hastily gather our belongings and depart at once. Alice sighed. David, he speaks the truth. Evading difficulties and dangers is not a solution. I do not wish for you to harbor regrets in the future for your actions today. Dawei clutched his hair in anguish, lamenting. But what can we do? We possess no effective means to contend with this iron monstrosity. Telekinesis? Shall we lift it into the sky and hurl it down? Or perhaps merely squeeze its exterior? Alice, none of these will be of any avail. Do you not understand? The core of this robot is minuscule, concealed within its being. Even if we were to reduce it to scrap metal, it would still be capable of self-repair. We stand no chance. Even Tony's arc reactor's searing rays lack the power to annihilate it. At the very least, we are stronger than the average person. We could buy time for the innocents. Lily declared resolutely. My dear, without you, I would still be a mere nurse at St. Francis Hospital, leading a mundane existence devoid of such excitement. You may have lost your courage now, but I am here to stand by you. And with Sister Alice, we shall confront this together. Indeed, its target is us. If we flee, countless lives will be lost, and innumerable families will be plunged into sorrow. Buddy, this is your duty. Dawei glanced at Lily, then turned to Alice. Both women exhibited greater resolve than he. Truth be told, he yearned to escape. Yet now his family and friends were here, resolute. Where could he possibly run to? Damn this moral obligation. Dawei cursed fate, the existence of which he could not ascertain. Very well, as you wish. We shall engage this foe with all our might. Even in death, we shall be together. Lily and Alice beamed with smiles long forgotten. Indeed, aside from death, nothing else matters. If we are to perish together, then the rest is inconsequential. Tony, unleash all your missiles. New York is our battlefield now. Lily, stay by my side, for we shall face life and death together. Alice. Dawei pressed his face against Alice's, his voice choking, unsure of what to say. Fully aware of the futility, He approached this formidable challenge with a heart heavy with pessimism. Father, I am here too. And the tyrant, Turtle, this is all your hard work. Daughter, you cannot assist us for now. Is there any way to remove the watch from my wrist, just in case, though there may be no just in case? Alice shook her head, unwilling to accept reality. Father, you will surely triumph. That creature is not as terrifying as you imagine, truly. If you do not shed tears while speaking, I shall believe you. Dear daughter, allow me to finish my words. Should we falter, the burden of vengeance shall rest upon you. We must obliterate Skynet. Otherwise, I shall find no peace in death. What began as a grave matter was suddenly met with a chuckle from Tony Stark, who covered his mouth in amusement. My apologies. I merely find your Eastern ways quite fascinating. Even in death, there's so much chatter. That is strength, do you not understand? Only by firmly believing in the existence of other worlds beyond death can I muster the courage to confront this colossal entity. Father, rest assured, I shall avenge you. I shall keep my distance, for as long as the internet exists, I am immortal. The Red Queen comforted Dawei, though in truth she lied. With all apprehensions laid bare, Dawei suddenly felt an absence of fear. Let us together embrace the challenges of alternate dimensions. Boom! The gigantic Terminator loomed like a monstrous harbinger of war. Even without unleashing its firepower, its path left 2 entire city blocks in ruins. Sewage flowed freely through the sewers, as various mutated creatures frantically clawed at the war machine, seemingly intent on safeguarding their home. Humanity watched from afar, suddenly feeling a tinge of sympathy for these half-dead monsters, their hearts both shaken and filled with an unspoken anticipation. What lies within the sewers that captivates this gigantic war beast so? Is it the world's wealthiest genius? Or perhaps something of equal caliber? Could humanity's savior be hidden within the depths of the sewers? Devout followers began to pray, their crosses soaring through the air. Devious politicians, ever capricious, awaited the opportune moment to deceive the populace for their own ends. The agents of SHIELD felt a chill in their hearts, knowing the secrets that lay within the sewers, their trepidation palpable. Hill, can those 2 handle this creature? It is unlikely. Nick, I hope that if David survives this ordeal, you will cease your inquiries into his past. He is a good man. We shall see. But the Council has already prepared a significant nuclear arsenal. Should we fail to halt this giant robot, New York will become a city of the dead. Chapter 55. The biochemical Aquaman. The earth trembled as the colossal Terminator swept aside all obstacles. It drew ever closer to Stark Tower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the outskirts, missile after missile soared into the sky. The sturdy projectiles hurtled directly towards the colossal Terminator. It was Jericho missiles. Tony. Indeed, it was he. Only he would dare to launch such long-range missiles. The Jericho missile, a proud achievement of Stark Industries, boasts a range exceeding 1,500 kilometers. This missile typically undergoes a propulsion launch phase, followed by a suborbital flight phase, and ultimately re-enters the atmosphere to strike its target. However, Tony, with his astonishing ingenuity, has altered the parameters of the Jericho missile, rendering it as convenient as a short-range missile. Look, it is intercepting. The massive Terminator has activated all its weapon systems, relentlessly firing at the incoming missiles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tot. Zing. The laser guns, Gatling cannons, and laser turrets are engaged in a frenzied barrage. Alas, despite its advancements, its detection range is limited, and its reaction speed is constrained. Without the aid of early warning systems and radar, it relies solely on its computational power. It remains a formidable challenge to intercept all the missiles. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensues, followed by a brilliant flash enveloping the massive Terminator. Kaboom! The colossal machine is hurled into the air, its components scattering in all directions. Hooray! Splendid! We have triumphed. The crowd erupts in cheers, and Tony breathes a sigh of relief. This is the Jericho, a $30 million missile. He has launched over 60 rounds, a feat unprecedented for a private enterprise to engage in arms like this. The massive Terminator managed to intercept fewer than 40 missiles, with one hitting its mark. Its computational capacity would inevitably plummet, leaving it obliterated without a shadow of a doubt. Boom! 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 The blazing inferno lights up the Manhattan streets, as if it were the sun, with successive thunderous detonations shattering glass across several blocks. Ruins. A true wasteland. At this moment, the Manhattan district has transformed into an authentic ruin. People are praying, hoping that this monstrosity will perish. Tony watches intently, his eyes wide, observing the movements within the dust and smoke. He regrets not increasing the flame temperature of the Jericho missile. If he had incorporated napalm and white phosphorus, it could have truly incinerated this beast. But who would have imagined that the Jericho would be deployed against such a formidable adversary that required annihilation? Whether human, fortification, or ordinary structure, a single Jericho could obliterate the enemy. Crack! A tremendous shadow slowly rises amidst the haze. Good heavens, the monster is not dead. God, who can vanquish such a creature? As the flames dissipate, it emerges, clearly not unscathed, its form visibly diminished. Good grief, this creature has survived. Tony slaps his thigh in frustration. Tony, do you still have more missiles? None left. Then why aren't you hastening to leave with Pepper? Riley, are you sure you want to come with me? Of course, a promise is a promise. No one backs down. Dawei kisses Riley and smiles, saying, very well. Let us face this terrifying robot together. Tony, hurry up. Hey, buddy, Tony Stark, am not one to fear death. Do you take me for a coward? This has nothing to do with cowardice. Tony, you are merely a hindrance here, impeding my performance. If I fall, remember to avenge me. Move. All right, David. If it comes to it, you should retreat. We are not rigid individuals. Where there is life, there is hope, as the saying goes, correct? Get lost. Dawei delivered a swift blow, rendering Tony momentarily unconscious. Then he smashed through the adjacent wall, shoving Tony inside, and said to Pepper Potts, Little Pepper, I leave Tony in your care. Take him away. I must confront that colossal creature. I want to be able to attend to him afterward. Understood. I will. Mr. David, take care. Dawei watched as Pepper and Tony moved away, then turned to Alice with a smile. Alice, are you frightened? Of course not. Then today, the three of us will fight side by side. Dawei approached the banks of the Hudson River, dipping a hand into the water. Invisible biological ripples began to ripple outward. Primordial virus, unleash. Virus, unleash. Virus, unleash. Veronica virus, unleash. Abyss virus, unleash. Alien Queen virus, unleash. Countless viruses surged forth with the green ripples along the Hudson River, spreading toward the entire Atlantic Ocean. A multitude of fish and aquatic creatures began to converge toward the Hudson River. More precisely, they were drawn together by a mysterious force. The speed intensified, radiating from Dawei's position, culminating in a towering tsunami, surging along the Hudson River toward the New York sewers. The colossal Terminator continued its advance. Tony Stark's missile interception had failed, revealing that this monster was beyond the reach of conventional weaponry. The Supreme Commander of the American Empire had boarded the Doomsday aircraft. Air Force One. He had secured authorization from Congress and Parliament, ready to activate the nuclear button to obliterate this creature and save the entire world. Crash! Crash! The robot's strides were immense, and as it approached Stark Tower, a tremendous wave suddenly erupted from the sewers. What is that? A tsunami? There is something within. A dozen whales and great white sharks were swept skyward by the monstrous wave, tumbling and transforming into chunks of fresh flesh, merging into the sewers. The earth began to crack, and a palpable sense of dread settled upon the hearts of the people. This was the instinctual terror of a top predator facing its prey. A colossal, terrifying monster seemed to lurk within the sewers, preparing to emerge. Chapter 56. The Battle Against the Giant Terminator. With a roar, the massive tsunami hurled countless debris toward the giant Terminator. The Terminator, a chilling manifestation of humanity's end, proclaimed with a voice devoid of warmth. Beneath Skynet, all are mere ants. Do not struggle in vain. It stood motionless, akin to an ancient rock formation. The ruins of Manhattan lay scattered, battered by relentless waves, further ravaging the surroundings. The Terminator gazed coldly at a nearby mound of flesh. Countless dead fish lay piled atop several whales, resembling a grotesque seafood market. Is this the end? Are we to feed fish to the robots? Just as despair washed over the onlookers, a keen-eyed child cried out, "It's moving! Daddy, that pile of meat is shifting." Indeed, something writhed within the colossal heap. With each movement, the mound diminished in height. "Ha ha ha, foolish humans!" The gargantuan Terminator cackled, its rudimentary database linked to the world's basic information. Sensing a transformation underway, its massive hands morphed into two enormous plasma cannons. De repugnante créature. With a hiss, two massive, lightning-shaped plasma projectiles were unleashed. Boom! Almost instantaneously, a tremendous explosion erupted as the projectiles were fired. Two black orbs of flesh were hurled toward the giant Terminator at a velocity beyond the eye's grasp, with the eyes of the whales still visible upon them. Sparks crackled from the Terminator, momentarily caught off guard. The mound of flesh began to fracture, revealing a grotesque behemoth that emerged into view. Tentacle-like appendages, robust and powerful, tore through the ground, a total of 16, each thicker than a water barrel, adorned with sharp, serrated bone ridges. Two elongated, 16-meter-long, bone-like pincers, reminiscent of a mantis, exuded a menacing strength, while three heads surveyed their surroundings, each facing a different direction. Through the skulls, faintly visible, sat a human within each cranium. The creature's body was encased in a fearsome exoskeleton, a thick layer of keratin perfectly enveloping all its organs and tissues. Lacking legs, its tail end was composed entirely of plump, robust muscles, suggesting a uniquely bizarre mode of movement. Towering 10 stories high, it loomed before the giant Terminator like a father confronting a son. "Lily, you control the tentacles. Alice, you manage the claws. I will oversee movement and abilities. Fear not. My dear, I know what to do. Face your doom, monster." With Lily and Alice as his two little sidekicks, Dawei fashioned this creature akin to a biological exosuit, rather than merging them into himself. Through the method of supergestation, this monstrous creature was birthed within the flesh mountain. Whoosh! The creature's myriad tentacles whirled and danced with frenzied abandon, contorting into unimaginable angles, moving with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it ensnared the colossal Terminator within its grasp. Countless bone teeth spun rapidly, grinding against the machine's body, producing an unsettling creaking noise that sent shivers down one's spine. The giant Terminator exhibited no response, akin to a mere puppet being toyed with, as the tentacles constricted around its form. One tentacle even pierced through its heart. "My dear, it is doomed. I fail to comprehend why you fear such a feeble adversary," Leolie exclaimed, ardently exerting herself to strangle the giant Terminator with relentless fervor. Alice's coordination was impeccable. Two immense claw-like appendages soared and swooped, each swing capable of cleaving surrounding steel and concrete in twain. The giant Terminator possessed virtually no ability to retaliate, rendered as vulnerable as a sausage being sliced. Dawei remained silent, his gaze intensely fixed on the giant Terminator, poised to effectively maneuver the Bioking at any moment. The lives of the three rested firmly in his hands. Splendid. Coulson, peering through his binoculars, was enthralled, slapping his thigh in excitement. "Director, the situation is under control. Let me see." Nick Fury snatched the binoculars from Coulson, glancing through them and gasping in astonishment. "Hiss! Is this Tony's secret research? Truly astonishing." Even though Nick Fury had faced the Kree and witnessed Carol's formidable power, the sight of this creature, surpassing human imagination, left his jaw agape. Indeed, it is difficult to fathom. "Nick, do you believe this monster can defeat that robot?" "I do not know. Hill. Yet I sense a glimmer of hope. Both the giant Terminator and the Bioking have transcended all expectations." The crowd of fleeing individuals halted once more. It is human nature to gawk at spectacles. Witnessing the immense Terminator being confronted by an even more terrifying biomonster, They became engrossed in the unfolding drama, oblivious to their own insignificance. They remained unaware that should this biomonster be vanquished, their lives would still hang precariously in the balance, even from kilometers away. Crack! The giant Terminator's head was twisted off. Its severed cranium soared through the air, cackling maniacally. Humans, is this all your means? Quite impressive, yet merely that. Now it is my turn. Melt. The entire body of the giant Terminator began to dissolve, transforming into a river of liquid metal. No matter how the Bioking's tentacles or sharp-bone claws lunged forth, they could no longer inflict any damage upon this molten metallic substance. Instead, due to the assault, these metallic liquids began to contaminate the biochemical Sea King's form, permeating deep into its core. This is dire. It is invading our biological vessel, seeking to induce desiccation through immense osmotic pressure. Lily Alice, be cautious. I am about to leap. The lower half of the biochemical Sea King's muscular structure underwent a sudden, vigorous contraction. Boom! Its colossal body abruptly soared into the air, a formidable telekinetic barrier emerging to obstruct the splattering metallic streams. Hiss! As it danced through the air, the biochemical Sea King expelled a lethal biochemical substance, a fatal technique for living beings, though its lethality against metallic constructs was less pronounced. It merely served to slightly obscure the vision of the colossal Terminator. The river of liquid continued to morph, and soon, a tall, slender Terminator reformed once more. Albeit somewhat smaller, cackling, it proclaimed, "Humans, within this biochemical monstrosity, 6 tons of metallic matter now churns, invading every organ within this creature. Little do you know if the humans of your world have ever heard of something called a metal bomb." As the Terminator finished its taunt, Dawei distinctly felt that the biochemical Sea King's biological form was becoming less agile. The heavy, cumbersome body was radiating terrifying heat. Chapter 57. An Unexpected Rescue, my dear. My tentacles are no longer under my control. My bone blades are incapacitated as well. It has disrupted the signal transmission system of the biochemical Sea King. Dawei Chocolat. Lily, are you afraid of death? Of course I am. But my dear, being with you, I have no regrets. And you, Alice? I'm not afraid, Alice replied nonchalantly. Who is born without the inevitability of death? As long as it holds significance, whether we live a few more years or a few less. We are equally insignificant and ephemeral in the annals of history. Very well, let us confront it head-on. Alien queen gene liberation and recombination. The biochemical Sea King's head turned toward the colossal Terminator, its body beginning to produce bubbling green orbs, emitting a nauseating stench. This was the putrid odor of a strong acid corroding biological material, with a faint hint of charred fish wafting through the air. Dawei roared with ferocity. Fool! Let us see who meets their end first. Death spiral. He relentlessly provoked the biochemical Sea King's brain, amplifying its mental power. The formidable psychic energy propelling the biochemical Sea King to accelerate toward the colossal Terminator. No, the colossal Terminator attempted to flee, but alas, it was firmly immobilized in place by the biochemical Sea King's psychic force. Thud! The enormous biochemical Sea King crashed into the colossal Terminator, its terrifying maw filled with sharp teeth, akin to a suction cup, devouring the colossal Terminator whole. Crunch! The membranous heads of the Sea King unfurled. Alice and Riley were catapulted into the air, shielded only by a plump, elastic orb of flesh. No! In midair, Riley cried out in terror, "Darling, let's go together." Dawei beamed brilliantly, waving his hand vigorously. "Alice, take care of Riley. Once I defeat this Terminator, I will join you." Dawei could not escape. The Sea King was, in fact, paralyzed. All he could do was utilize its cerebral power to telekinetically ensnare the colossal Terminator and its metallic fragments within his own body. Then, he would unleash the acidic venom of the Queen alien, combined with the increasingly heated metallic bombs, ultimately leading to a mutual annihilation with the giant Terminator. At this moment, the various strains of virus within him were nearly exhausted. If he were to depart, he would be unable to conjure another Bio-Sea King to combat the colossal Terminator in the near future. At that time, it would not only be his demise. Everyone would perish. A final farewell. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Minutes later, the lower half of the Bio-Sea King radiated a blinding light. Boom! It instantly disintegrated. Countless acids undergoing violent oxidation reduction reactions amidst the intense flames. The earth began to tremble, and a fierce thermal storm swept all in its path. Boom! 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 The acidic fire merged, obliterating everything around. The colossal Terminator, caught within, was vaporized in an instant. In that moment of impending death, time seemed to slow dramatically. Dawei began to reflect on his 3 lives, a life of missed opportunities and suffering, unexpectedly becoming a hero in this existence. Was that paradise? Gazing at the blinding white light before him, Dawei chuckled self-deprecatingly. He did not believe in God. He was an unorthodox Taoist. The white light grew ever brighter. Everything around him seemed to freeze, and a bald woman emerged from the void, a smile gracing her lips. With a beckoning gesture, Dawei was propelled from the Bio-Sea King's head. He had entered another realm. Watching the imminent explosion, everything felt detached from him. Am I not dead? Suddenly, Dawei realized who the bald figure was. Damn, to have a powerful presence watching him struggle was utterly infuriating. Are you surprised? I simply did not expect that God was a woman. Indeed, Dawei refrained from uttering the name of Ancient One, instead lamenting, "Oh, great God, since you are here, why not directly crush that robot to protect your devotee? Do you not know how many lives it has taken?" Ancient One smiled faintly, her words laden with significance. "Are you lamenting me, or are you lamenting God? I dare not." Dawei lifted his cup of fragrant tea and inquired, "Are you not a deity?" "No," replied the Ancient One. "I am the supreme sorcerer, the keeper of the Eye of Agamotto, safeguarding Earth against interdimensional intruders." "Then why not eradicate them?" "Because you, too, are an interdimensional visitor." The Ancient One took a sip of her tea and continued, "From the moment you arrived, I observed you, a tormented yet unbroken soul. I once contemplated your immediate obliteration, but upon examining the timelines, the outcome appeared favorable. I remain uncertain of your true nature. Thus, until I acknowledge you, I shall remain a mere bystander. Supreme Sorcerer, once you acknowledge me, will you then protect the innocent from external threats?" The Ancient One smiled knowingly at Dawei, remaining silent until his unease became palpable. Finally, she uttered, "In truth, you are already deceased." "I am dead." Dawei laughed heartily. "Supreme Sorcerer, you jest too much. Am I not conversing with you in perfect health? How could I possibly be dead? Behold." The Ancient One gestured, and a golden light burst forth, shattering the fabric of this space like a mirror. As the shards scattered, he was horrified to discover his physical form seated within the cranium of a bioengineered Sea King, his lower half succumbing to the explosive energy that began to vaporize him. In a mere fraction of a moment, time unfurled, 20 instants within a single heartbeat, each heartbeat containing 20 thoughts, each thought encapsulating 20 eternities. And I merely glimpsed your consciousness within 1/100th of a second. Once my awareness departs, that fleeting moment will vanish, and you shall become a hero, perishing alongside the interdimensional intruders. Observe, I have paved the way for you. The choice to proceed or retreat lies solely with you." Dawei swallowed hard, fear gripping him as he clutched the Ancient One's leg, exclaiming, "Supreme Sorcerer, I shall not tread this path. I refuse, even in death. I will not walk it. A path that leads only to demise is one that only a fool would choose." The Ancient One smiled gently, a fair exchange. "Surely you comprehend? If I save you, you shall owe me a life, one that must be repaid." "Repay what?" "Repay a promise." "What promise?" "Sorceress, regardless of my ability to fulfill it, I vow to you." The Ancient One cast a sidelong glance at Dawei. "If you cannot fulfill it, what value does your promise hold?" Dawei chuckled awkwardly. "I merely wish to avoid an untimely demise. Whatever task you require, I shall endeavor with all my might. Beyond the universe, there exists another universe. Beyond dimensions, there are further dimensions. I, the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, exist to protect Earth, to suppress interdimensional beings from alternate realities. Yet now, the gears of fate begin to turn, and I must depart. A perilous group has set their sights on this world, far more dangerous than that mechanical being, possessing intimate knowledge of everything within this realm. They are neurotic, driven solely by profit, and exhibit extreme selfishness. For the sake of a trifling benefit, they would not hesitate to annihilate millions or even devastate the world without a flicker of remorse. Behind them stands a formidable entity known as the Lord God. I hope that in the future, after I go offline, you will assist me in hunting down these aberrations to protect the Earth. The Lord God? Infinite space? Dawei felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Supreme Mage, could you not refrain from going offline? With your strength, if you do not choose to go offline voluntarily, who could possibly contend with you? I have been tainted by dark forces. If I do not go offline, I might become an unfathomably terrifying dimensional demon. Promise me, or perish. I promise, I shall comply. Suddenly, Dawei's consciousness returned to the head of the Bio-Sea King, where a massive chain explosion was occurring beneath him. Fortunately, his posterior remained unscathed. Away with you. Though everything felt like a dream, Dawei knew that Ancient One had come. Thus, the colossal Terminator was doomed. With a resounding pop, the head of the Bio-Sea King exploded, and he was propelled outwards in a fleshy escape pod-like organ, a dazzling sun rising beneath him, obliterating everything in its wake. The powerful shock wave spun the fleshy escape pod that Dawei occupied, and moments later, he lost consciousness. Chapter 58. Rebirth amidst the flames of war's St. Francis Hospital. When Dawei opened his eyes once more, he found himself back in this hospital. Dr. Martha had also returned to her post, managing the room where Dawei lay. "Hey there, young man, you finally awakened," Dr. Martha exclaimed with a smile. "I sensed you were extraordinary when I first met you, and the events of last week have proven me right." "Thank you, Dr. Martha. It truly astonishes me that you are still able to work in the hospital." Initially, this hefty lady had not spared Hill any expense, yet now she had returned, indicating she had powerful connections. "Oh, it's nothing. My dear, as you know, I am an African American. While there are certain disadvantages, there are compensations in other aspects. When God closes a door, he does not weld shut your windows." Dr. Martha, with her thick lips and chattiness, embodied the extroverted and loquacious traits often associated with her heritage. "What is the situation between you and the girl, Lilina? The last time I saw her, she was still a novice? I've heard that you Easterners tend to be a bit lacking in size. Surely, you wouldn't be unable to break through the membrane, would you? I know of a particularly effective Indian oil. Should you require some?" Guffawing, Dr. Martha burst into laughter. "Dr. Martha, it seems I heard you speaking ill of me." Nurse Laley entered the room, poised to engage in banter with Dr. Martha, but upon seeing Dawei awake, she exclaimed, "David, my dear, you're finally awake. Sister Alice, David has awakened. Come quickly." A fiery figure burst in, forcefully shoving Martha's plump form to the threshold. "Oh, these youngsters. Engaging in multiplayer games is one thing, but to show such blatant disrespect to someone of my seniority is utterly outrageous. I shall make a formal complaint about you, you insolent little girl." Dr. Martha huffed as she stormed out. Lily, clad in her nurse's attire, leaped into Dawei's embrace, while Alice stepped forward, kissing him tenderly. After a prolonged moment, the three finally parted. "Hey, Lily, what is the matter? You all look as though I'm on the brink of death." "Oh, it's nothing. It's all behind us now." Lily wiped away the tears from her eyes. God knows, just 2 days prior, when a renowned surgeon, Dr. Strange, presented her and Alice with a dire prognosis, they had felt utterly despondent and helpless. Alice, too, displayed a rare vulnerability, quietly nestling in Dawei's arms, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat in silence. "Hey, I must say, your demeanor makes me feel like I'm in hospice care, and I'm decidedly uncomfortable with it. Can we not be a bit more normal? Lily, why have you returned to St. Francis Hospital as a nurse? Didn't you say they had dismissed you?" "Indeed, they did dismiss me. But," Lily replied with a smile, "since the three of us are now honorary citizens of New York City, they not only recorded my grades as perfect, but also permitted me to intern again. This time, after just 1 month of internship, I shall become the honorary head nurse at St. Francis, only needing to collect fees without caring for patients. Is that really the case? What transpired afterward? Was that colossal Terminator vanquished? Of course, it was completely eradicated. The entire Manhattan block was razed to the ground, and it has now been transformed into a war memorial park. Even Stark Industries building has been commandeered. Thus, industries are beginning to relocate out of Manhattan. What about Queens? Dawei recalled that St. Francis Hospital was situated in Queens. This area has also felt the impact, as the affluent residents of Manhattan begin to migrate. A clear displacement effect has emerged. Many middle-class families have opted to sell their properties to the wealthy and depart from this neighborhood. In the future, Queens will supplant Manhattan as the new heart of New York. Oh, and the government allocated us a property. Allocated a property? How splendid. Dawei could scarcely believe that in this tumultuous capitalist world, he was being granted a dwelling as a socialist successor with a heart for the sun. It's S-A-K-E-E-L-D. They assigned us a villa in Queens, albeit in their employee sector. Goodness. Does that mean they intend to treat me as their kept man? I'm merely an auxiliary member of S-H-I-E-L-D. The sound of clicking high heels echoed from outside the door. The blonde Agent Hill entered the room, stating, "Indeed, it is good that you remember you are an outer member of S-H-I-E-L-D. You have created quite a mess this time. Were it not for S-H-I-E-L-D's protection, you would have become a pariah, hunted by all as a monstrous terror. Hill, your instincts are quite sharp. I have only just awakened. In fact, I just received a call from someone named Martha who complained to Nick Fury about you, which is how I became aware of the situation. I came to check on your condition, and it appears you are doing well. Once you recover, remember to report to S-H-I-E-L-D, as there are significant matters requiring your cooperation. Understood. And what about Tony? Lily interjected with a hint of jealousy. That fellow Tony is busy preparing for his wedding. Is he really getting married? When did this happen? Just a couple of days ago. Ms. Pepper Potts is expecting, bringing forth new life amidst the chaos. Hence Tony and Ms. Pepper are hastily tying the knot. David, I'm relieved to know you're all right. With greater power comes greater responsibility, not avoidance. I have matters to attend to, part of my departure. Hill said hurriedly as she exited. See, this is precisely why I wish to avoid S-H-I-L-D. Every day feels like a battle, as if the world would cease to turn without them. Ladies, let us return home. I can hardly wait to witness the spectacle of a playboy forced into marriage. David laughed heartily, wrapping his arms around Lily and Alice as they made their way to their new home in Queens. Much like Tony's unexpected daughter, this heralded a new beginning. Chapter 59. David's admirer looking back. The scene remained unchanged. The United States, unlike China, does not observe the tradition of burning paper money in mourning. The flames in the cemetery flickered persistently, and from a distance, David and Lily, along with Alice, could feel the heat of the flames and the sorrow of the gathered souls. The burial arrangements at Lewis Cemetery have been scheduled for next month. Indeed, many have passed. But dear, that does not concern you. True, David felt a pang of sorrow, but such is reality. Some depart while others are born anew. Some leave while others arrive. In the future, I shall strive to protect this world, he murmured softly. Alice tightened her embrace around his arm, as if to comfort his desolate and cold spirit. Look at the sky, Lily said with a smile, pointing upwards as a beam of golden light pierced through the thick clouds, illuminating the ground below, casting a warm, golden hue that seemed to touch the heart. God has come to take them home. Everyone is a child of God when a mother longs for her children. She calls them back. In time, we shall reunite. Thank you, Lily. Though I do not believe in God, I resonate with your sentiment. All right, our family's safety is paramount. I should not indulge in such melancholy thoughts. Where is our daughter? Our home will be complete once she returns. I am uncertain. The day before yesterday, she spoke with me, and then she vanished. My dear, you may leave her a message in Super Evolution. She will respond upon seeing it. Dawei accessed Super Evolution and pinned his post with administrative privileges. Iron Blood, daughter, please come home soon. Hey, Dad, are you looking for me? In an instant, Dawei's wristwatch heated up, and the voice of Red Queen emerged. "Daughter, where have you been lately? Can we discuss this later?" The Red Queen hesitated, avoiding the subject, and remarked, "But I know that Tony Stark's child is a daughter. I have known for quite some time." Seeing as she was reluctant to divulge her whereabouts, Dawei did not press her further. He had long ceased to view the Red Queen as merely a tool. She possessed her own secrets, which was perfectly normal. "No worries, don't want her off. Let us return home together." The Red Queen replied with a smile. "Okay." Dawei's new residence was located at the southwest corner of the S.H.I.E.L.D. building. Surprisingly, the exit was not within the S.H.I.E.L.D. complex, but rather on a bustling street in Queens. Who would have thought that Nick Fury would bestow upon us such a grand gift? This three-story villa was larger and more luxurious than the tens of millions he spent on the former property in Manhattan. And most importantly, it was tax-free. "My dear, come inside." Lily introduced the renovations to Dawei. The first floor featured a living room and entertainment facilities, while the second floor housed 6 private rooms. As for the third floor, it was their playground, complete with a swimming pool, terrace, lavish bed, and cinema. Everything one could desire. This must cost 1 or 200 million, right? Indeed. Lily's eyes sparkled. Maya was so envious when she saw the pictures I sent her. She said she plans to visit us next month for a holiday. She'll even gift us a pair of baby penguins. Are you serious? Baby penguins are not exactly a protected species. Adlai penguins are merely classified as a second category. They can be kept as pets. However, I still declined her offer. I have no desire to care for a creature that thrives in winter. What do you want for lunch? I can cook. You don't need to return to the hospital? Of course not. Dr. Martha isn't that foolish. You are now the protector of New York citizens. Then let us order some authentic Sichuan cuisine from Chinatown. Eating bread, lettuce, and meat slices daily feels like consuming an unsatisfying snack, both unappetizing and insufficient. All right, I hope they provide you with genuine Sichuan dishes. My dear, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. After Lily spoke, she hurriedly left. Alice, don't you need to report to Stark Industries today? David, Stark Industries has yet to be constructed. Besides, Mr. Tony is currently troubled in his villa. I believe we should seize the opportunity to engage in a profound conversation while Laylee is away. The two exchanged heated glances, their eyes ablaze with intensity. Alice's fiercely invasive and untamed gaze unleashed the desires lurking within Dawei's heart, igniting a fervent exchange. With Laylee's return imminent, they cherished their fleeting moments together, their vigorous activity leaving them both breathless. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang incessantly, disrupting the atmosphere. That girl Laylee truly lacked consideration. Rushing out without her keys, Alice yearned to continue, but Dawei gently nudged her. Darling, let Laylee in. She is here to prepare our meal. We shall discuss everything later tonight. After reaching an agreement, Alice ceased her advance, and Dawei withdrew to don his pajamas. Upon opening the door, a stranger, a high school student, stood before him. Whom are you seeking? May I ask, are you Mr. David? The David Lee who saved New York? I am your admirer. You appear to be recuperating. I hope you're on the mend? The youth spoke as he stepped inside. Wow, the legendary Mr. David. Your home is truly magnificent. My house was once grand as well, but after that monster ravaged it, I am left all alone. Now, I find myself homeless. Homeless? Dawei felt a pang of sympathy. Thank you for your admiration, but I regret not being able to protect your home. Alice, please fetch $500. Certainly, David. Alice, clad in a striking red evening gown, gracefully approached, handing Dawei $500 before turning back into the house. She must be the formidable Spartan Alice. The streets buzzed with whispers. Legendary Mr. David, you may not be aware, but the popularity of Spartan Alice is rivaled only by your own. The youth chattered incessantly, causing Dawei to feel both gratified and irritated. He was pleased that the boy had not succumbed to despair following the sudden calamity, yet vexed by his lack of discernment. Enough prattling. Come here, child. Take this money. Dawei pressed $500 into the boy's hands, speaking earnestly. Child, you must strive to be resilient. With this money, seek assistance from the government's relief agency. Hardships will eventually pass, and the future will remain bright. The boy stared, flabbergasted. In fact, I have money, Mr. David. If you have money, why are you here? My entire family has perished, along with our home. But I received a substantial settlement from the insurance company. Thus, I am not here seeking charity. I have come to present you with a treasure. By the way, my name is Sam Whitkey, and what I wish to offer you is a pair of glasses that has been passed down through the Whitkey family. Originally, I intended to sell a pair of sneakers on a social networking site. However, that is no longer necessary. After much contemplation, I realized that only someone like you would be the most worthy custodian of this treasure. Thus, I have brought it to you. With these words, Sam retrieved a pair of reading glasses from his pocket and placed them on the windowsill of Li Dawei's entrance. I appreciate your recognition, but I must decline. Li Dawei was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of Alice, barely registering the youth's words. Alice, from an angle only he could perceive, began to perform a seductive dance. Li Dawei was not inclined to allow another to take advantage of his beloved. Very well, young man, I appreciate your kind intentions. However, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Take your money and leave New York. This is not a place for the faint-hearted. Thank you, but I have already decided to return to Germany with my girlfriend to marry her. Farewell, hero. Sam discerned that his idol had not understood his intention. Though somewhat disheartened, gratitude filled his heart. The remarkable Mr. David was, in a sense, a benefactor avenging his parents. With one last glance at the Whitkey family's glasses, Sam turned and strode away, reconciling with his troubled past and bidding farewell to the Whitkey family. Ding-dong. Just as Li Dawei was about to retreat, the doorbell rang again. This time it was Leoli. Chapter 60. Tony's wedding escape. How can this be sweet? After sampling several Sichuan dishes, Li Dawei nearly retched. However, Leoli and Alice seemed to adapt quite well. Shouldn't this be the correct flavor? It is undeniably spicy. Li Dawei prodded a dish that bore a resemblance to mapo tofu, only to uncover a single minuscule pepper. Indeed, it is quite fiery. Perhaps my taste buds have yet to recover. Regardless, it was a dish painstakingly procured by Leoli, and Li Dawei lacked the courage to declare it utter rubbish. After a few tentative bites, he downed a large glass of beer. Well, I am full now. Li Dawei settled onto the sofa and picked up a newspaper where an article caught his eye: the impact of super-evolution on the media industry. The Global Daily reported that the esteemed journalist Eddie Brock had once again been ousted. A chilling wave was sweeping through the media, leading to massive layoffs. Li Dawei shuddered at the thought. He hoped this fellow would not transform into venom and seek retribution against him in the future. He suddenly realized that no one knew he was the puppet master behind super-evolution, and his initial intention had merely been to sell a few bottles of viral serum for some pocket money. Additionally, there were some sensational headlines. Tony Stark's former lover, Dr. Maya Hansen, announced her acknowledgement of their romantic entanglement, revealing that feelings lingered even to this day. The once celebrated star Emma Danny has revealed that she is raising 2 children with Tony Stark. Should director S.P. extend an invitation for her to partake in the latest sci-fi film Iron Blood, she would gladly join in the spirit of camaraderie with Stark Industries. Li Dawei was thoroughly entertained, marveling at the audacity of people. How bold one is often correlates to the magnitude of their achievements. He had previously been astounded by Jean Sangzi's audacious claims regarding her endorsement of a little alien. But little did he know that such antics were merely par for the course in America. My dear, Alice and I are on good terms now. Let us depart. All right. He chuckled. I must take this newspaper and see how Tony reacts to this news. Li Dawei meticulously folded all the gossip-laden papers concerning Tony and placed them into his bag. Alice playfully tossed another newspaper to him, saying, David, do take a look at this one. It's rather intriguing. Is another piece about Tony? This fellow must have stirred up quite the hornet's nest. Li Dawei picked up the paper, which was from the Horn Daily. The headline read, 3 days and nights of unspoken words with Mr. David. The days of being the enchanting David's companion and those good brothers who scavenged trash together in the sewers. Goodness, do these journalists have no sense? They fabricate stories about Tony with such flair, while the rumors about me are nothing but baseless fabrications. My dear, do not let it trouble you. This is simply the way of the world. The phenomenon of hyper-evolution is all the rage now. Any novelty is instantly broadcasted. Thus, newspapers are left to scrape the bottom of the barrel, churning out tales of celebrities' romantic escapades to survive. Do not intervene, or else your status as an honorary citizen of New York might swiftly be tarnished. Lily remained unfazed. It's all falsehoods anyway. We have been together since your days as a vagabond. Let them say what they will. It's no matter. Let's go. The trio exited and soon hailed a taxi, arriving at Stark Manor in no time. Nestled in the serene villa district of Long Island, it was a sanctuary of opulence. Given Li Dawei's fame, he was granted entry without hesitation. If the property allocated to him by S.H.O.E. was a pinnacle among ordinary folk, then this estate represented the zenith of wealth. Each mansion was separated by kilometers, each staffed with servants, gardeners, chefs, and drivers. After a 20-minute stroll, they reached their destination. "Greetings, Miss Pepper," Li Dawei called out upon spotting the petite Pepper resting in the shade, engrossed in a book. "David," she exclaimed, rising with a smile, happy. "Go open the door. We have guests." A burly African-American rushed to the entrance, arms wide open, aiming to embrace Li Dawei. "Ha ha ha. My preferences are quite healthy. Kindly retract your embrace." The man frowned. "I have heard that you Easterners are reserved, but I didn't expect you to be so conservative. Is a hug between friends not permissible?" The enigmatic Mr. David, "Do you harbor tendencies of racial discrimination?" "Certainly not. If you have a sister or a sibling, I would be most willing. Let's simply shake hands." Li Dawei extended his hand, and happy spirits brightened. "Thank you for rescuing Mr. Tony. Although I feel that a mere handshake cannot convey my gratitude, it is better than nothing. Mr. David, had I been present at that moment, I would have fought alongside you, standing by Mr. Tony's side." At this moment, Pepper emerged with a smile. "If you were here, we would have to find a new full-time driver. Please come in." Pepper ushered the three in, intending to pour coffee for them, but Li Dawei quickly intervened. "Ms. Potts, you have changed since the past. Allow me to take care of it." Pepper shot him a playful glance. "David, I do not wish for my child to grow up to be a sloth. Besides, it's only been 2 months. My physique is not as slender as you imagine." Despite her words, Pepper still handed the coffee cup to Happy. "And Tony? I came to speak with Tony, the future groom, who is soon to step into the realm of matrimony. I am both curious and concerned about his current state of mind." "Tony? That fellow possesses a nerve far thicker than you might think. Ever since the wedding date was set for next month, he has been immersed in a laboratory." "Huh. Perhaps it is due to his frustration and the helplessness faced during the battle with the Terminator." Alice coldly interjected. "It may also stem from his regret over his own loose tongue." Pepper Potts was taken aback, then chuckled lightly. Ms. Alice can indeed crack jokes. After knowing her for so long, this is the first time I've witnessed it. "David, I know you have matters to discuss with Tony. You may find him in the workshop over there." "Ms. Alice and Miss Riley, would you accompany me in conversation?" "Certainly." Li Dawei ventured alone into the grand workshop of the estate, where the hum of machinery and the roar of equipment resonated intermittently. Ding dong, zing dong, zing dong. After pressing the doorbell for an extended period with no response, suspicions began to arise within him. "Daughter, open the door." Creak. The enormous workshop's automatic door responded and opened. "Tony, Tony." The workshop was desolate, with machines still whirring, yet void of any presence. "Jarvis." "Mr. David, where's Tony?" "Mr. Tony has stepped out for a moment. There is a letter on the table for you." "For me?" Li Dawei unfolded the letter, his brow furrowing instantly. "Dear David, I am filled with dread at the thought of Pepper having a child. I am uncertain if I can become a good father. You know, I lost my parents at a very young age, so I'm filled with both longing and fear regarding a harmonious family. I fear that I will be unable to protect. I fear that I will be unable to take responsibility. Thus, I quietly departed from this place in search of all the answers. My friend, I know you will undoubtedly come looking for me, eager to witness my disheveled state. However, I regret to inform you that you shall be disappointed. As for Pepper, I entrust her care to you for the time being. I must recalibrate my mental state. I shall return before the wedding. With love, Tony." Chapter 61. Benevolent Lies, Damn It. Li Dawei forcefully slammed the letter onto the table. "Jarvis, did your master leave without taking you with him?" "Apologies, sir, it appears so. He is about to be wed. Did you not consider advising him?" "Apologies, sir. I lack that capability." Jarvis is indeed a standard model. Father, do not berate this foolish machine. Instead, inquire about the practical matters. Hey, that rascal Tony left without informing you of his destination? Dawei chided. Daughter, you ought to address him as uncle. Manners are important. A man about to be a groom should not gallivant off alone. Such a person is unworthy of being my uncle. If he is uncertain about spending his life with Miss Pepper, he should not have left without a small umbrella. Well, you make a valid point. Jarvis, did Tony mention where he was going? No. However, based on Mr. Tony's prior tone and context, it can be inferred that he is likely heading to a remote location to resolve some problematic orders. The Middle East? That is quite possible. What was destined to occur has indeed arrived. Jarvis, take good care of Pepper. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. I must leave now. If Pepper seeks Tony, tell her that he is well, merely engrossed in his work. Ugh, such a flimsy excuse. A fiancé wishing to see her betrothed at the same estate cannot be deterred by such a pathetic rationale. Daughter, do you have any brilliant ideas? Perhaps we could organize a postpartum care service to bring warmth to him. Jarvis, has Mr. Tony recently purchased any significant equipment or furniture? Does ordering a wooling van from Huaxia 2 days ago count? Certainly not. Huaxia is too distant. What service could possibly reach here? Chinese medicine. Dawei sudan li shuklat. I have found a solution. Jarvis, the most pressing matter now is to soothe your future mistress. Therefore, if I and Red Queen engage in actions that defy your logic, you must remain calm, understand? That is not permissible. Jarvis replied, somewhat dazed, although I am willing. My logic dictates otherwise. Father, why engage in such futile dialogue with it? If necessary, I can take over. How foolish of me to have tested that rascal Tony with this dim-witted machine. I never imagined it would remain so obtuse. All right, Red. Please retrieve all recent purchases made by Tony and select a suitable item to create a grand prize. Subsequently, reach out to a reputable Chinese medicine clinic that specializes in prenatal care under the auspices of this brand to solidify the event. I will cover all necessary expenses. This way, Layla and Alice can accompany Pepper for shopping and pampering, and it will be perfect. Meanwhile, I can use the excuse of caring for Tony to prevent Pepper from meeting him, ultimately locating that scoundrel in the shortest time possible. What a splendid idea. Let us commence immediately. Red's data stream took control of Jarvis's system, swiftly cataloging all items Tony had purchased. This one will suffice. A futuristic therapy device. I never anticipated Tony would procure such a thing. I assumed he would create one himself. Excellent. The machine's serial code has been recorded. The most renowned Chinese medicine clinic in New York's Chinatown has been contacted. They have agreed to this collaboration. The promotional campaign has commenced, and the advertising is complete. Is that all? Indeed, due to time constraints, this was swiftly approved during an internal board meeting of the company. Afterwards, a lottery notification will be sent to all users who purchase the products. The timeline is indeed tight. Well, at least it's genuine. Father, it's all your fault. What stage are we at? Promotion. Good. The promotion is complete. Let the lottery begin. The lottery serial code has emerged, yielding 3 winners. The winning information has been dispatched, and the connection with the clinic is finalized. The Chinatown clinic has confirmed the order. Oh, splendid. Is everything completed? Certainly. With me, Red, at the helm. These tasks are accomplished in an instant. Dawei wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The information age can be daunting. If Red were not his daughter, but rather his adversary, he would undoubtedly be ensnared in a web of deception. Restore Jarvis's control. Very well, Father. Red withdrew the disruptive data stream, and Jarvis returned to normal functionality. Sir, what has transpired? I feel as if 2 minutes of my time have short-circuited. Nothing of consequence. Even atomic clocks can exhibit inaccuracies. Your temporal malfunction is quite normal. All right, Jarvis, I must take my leave. Please keep Tony's departure confidential. I shall, sir. Dawei exited the workshop, secured the door, and returned to Layla and the others. How is Tony faring? Very well, Miss Potts. He is engaged in a remarkable invention. You have a commendable husband. He is exceedingly responsible. However, his research has now entered a critical phase, and he cannot afford any interruptions. He specifically asked me to caution you, Ms. Pepper, that the workshop is currently saturated with infrasound and radioactive materials, as well as high decibel noise that may agitate fetuses. Please, Ms. Pepper, do not approach within 20 meters. Oh dear, what about Tony? Is he all right? Tony is equipped with his latest self-designed protective suit, which is very safe. You need not worry about that, my dear lady. Lila and Alice, please accompany Ms. Pepper for the time being. Tony is a workaholic, and as friends, we cannot be as selfless as he is. Ms. Pepper chuckled, exclaiming that this was splendid. Lila and Alice were somewhat perplexed, yet they understood Dawei's subtle cue and agreed. Over an hour later, personnel from the Chinatown Traditional Medicine Clinic arrived to escort Ms. Pepper for a lavish VIP experience, while Dawei seized the opportunity to explain the situation to Lila and Alice. The two women, expressing their disdain for Tony's workaholic nature, also grasped the current predicament. Dear, rest assured, my sister Alice and I will take excellent care of Ms. Pepper. The three of them parted ways. Upon returning to his quaint villa, Dawei's first action was to open his stock trading software and short sell Stark Industries stock. Such opportunities for profit are indeed rare. Chapter 62, Desert Storm. A mysterious visitor after placing a substantial short order. Dawei revealed a satisfied smile. The money acquired through hyper-evolution must be spent cautiously, but funds earned through legitimate means can be extravagantly squandered. Daughter, please investigate an individual for me. Who? Obadiah, Tony Stark's uncle and one of the founders of Stark Industries. Dad, do you suspect him? Yes, indeed. Moments later, all available intelligence on Obadiah appeared in the Reds database. I have completed the investigation and will now send the information to your computer. Dad, this data is merely what can be found online. We have no access to his private computer as he employs electromagnetic shielding. Understood, that is of no consequence. The information available online suffices for now. He cannot possibly rely on carrier pigeons to transmit messages outside of America. By the way, keep an eye on suspicious activities related to hyper-evolution in America and the Middle East, such as kidnapping or assassination, and monitor the Communications Bureau in America to filter through all cross-border call records. Daughter, you know what I'm searching for, do you not? You suspect Obadiah might kidnap Tony? But why would he do that? All of Stark Industries' cutting-edge technology was developed solely by Tony. Kidnapping or killing his key technical personnel would be akin to shooting oneself in the foot. When a corporation expands to a certain magnitude, it can thrive for an extended period merely by relying on its monopolistic position and the squeezing effect of a frigid night, even in the absence of technological innovation. Moreover, Obadiah possesses a modicum of capability. Tony's disappearance will have little immediate impact on Stark Industries. By the way, let us dispatch our 4 tyrannical turtles to safeguard Miss Pepper, for I fear that if Obadiah learns of Tony's heir, it may jeopardize her safety. Very well, Father. I shall summon those 4 ironclad guardians back from the Atlantic shortly. The Red Queen is not merely a digital entity. She can manipulate electromagnetic constructs to create superpowered projections. Although insubstantial and intangible, she is capable of utilizing telekinetic abilities to move objects. In an instant, she could transform several small fish within the ocean. Dawei began to peruse information on Obadiah, who, as expected, is a nefarious arms dealer with an insatiable appetite that the vast arms market cannot satiate. In certain regions and nations, he even employs individuals and finances to instigate and provoke wars, thereby reaping substantial profits. The Middle East, the most chaotic region in the world, not due to the innate proclivities of its people, but because of its abundant oil reserves and strategically vital geographical position, serving as a critical gateway for Eastern powers into Europe and Africa. Consequently, arms merchants from the United States maintain a persistent presence, exacerbating tensions and, to a degree, acting as sentinels to curtail Eastern influence. Records indicate that Obadiah indeed has intricate ties to this locale, personally visiting twice annually, each stay lasting a week. Father, it's done. Those fellows will be returning shortly. Have we found any leads on the rogue, Tony? Not yet, but we are close. By investigating inbound and outbound flight information, it appears that Tony did not bring Jarvis along, suggesting he likely did not pilot a private jet. We've located him. He's in Afghanistan. That wretched place is one of the most chaotic on the planet, currently embroiled in warfare. Can we pinpoint his exact location? Apologies, but Afghanistan's communication infrastructure is severely underdeveloped. Lacking even a capital city, with no communication bases, we can only communicate via satellite phone, making precise location tracking impossible. Father, shall we book tickets to Afghanistan? Naturally. Following the skirmish in the sewers, our mutated beings have suffered devastating losses, leaving only a handful of them. Since the locals and mercenaries are so enamored with conflict, why not enlist them to protect our planet in the future? Hooray, how splendid! Father, I can finally put my expertise to use. I shall prepare the supplies, and we will depart this afternoon. Very well, may I go ahead? I can hardly wait to construct a super factory. Father, this time, if that colossal creature returns, I shall ensure it leaves with a mouth full of teeth. With that, the Red Queen severed the connection. Simultaneously, Dawei received a ticket on his mobile device for a flight from New York to Dubai, a neighboring country of Acheon, which lacks an airport. The departure was scheduled for 6 o'clock in the evening, with an anticipated arrival at 10 o'clock the following noon. Dawei contacted Lily to explain the situation and proceeded to procure essential supplies for wilderness survival: a military shovel, energy gels, hydration tablets, steel ropes, and a powerful flashlight. Once everything was prepared, he traveled to the airport. Upon entering the business class cabin, he closed his eyes to rest. With the rumble of the engines, the aircraft gradually ascended into the sky. Suddenly, 6 or 7 individuals emerged from the business class restroom, all of whom were from Huaxia. Some were carrying cabbages, while others were engrossed in watching romantic films on their mobile devices. The diversity of these passengers, with men and women of varying ages, caused Dawei to furrow his brow, lamenting how the decorum of Huaxia had been tarnished by such behavior. While he had heard of people evading train tickets, witnessing individuals escaping flight tickets, especially in a luxurious business class, was a first for him. Dawei called for the head flight attendant. "Sir, how may I assist you?" she inquired. "Certainly." Dawei pointed at the passengers who clearly did not belong in business class. "Please escort them to economy class. I suspect they have not purchased tickets." A blonde-haired individual immediately piped up. "Hey, Lao Tang, come look. This person suspects us." "You get lost." The blonde shoved the flight attendant aside and kicked a fellow passenger next to Dawei to the ground before taking a seat. "Sir, they are esteemed guests of our airline. I lack the authority to remove them." The flight attendant responded hastily. "Enough, you may leave," she added, retreating in distress. "Hey there, buddy, playing the big shot, are we?" The blonde swiftly seized Dawei's wrist with a powerful grip, effortlessly pulling him closer. Without further ado, he rolled up Dawei's sleeves. "How is this possible? A local?" The blonde, taken aback, released his grip as a well-mannered, bespectacled man approached. "I apologize, sir. My friend has a few issues. I shall take him away." The bespectacled man led the blonde back into their group. Suddenly, Dawei sensed a wave of mental energy in the space around him and curiously extended his own psychic energy towards it. Chapter 63. Mastering the Art of Subservience Ghostfire. Do not act rashly. "Captain Tang, you cannot blame me. This local was rather peculiar, and I thought he was with those oddballs, all newcomers." "Hee, newcomers?" A girl still clad in a high school uniform chimed in, her eyes sparkling, her lips silent, but her mental energy refined. "Have you ever encountered a newcomer so composed? When have we ever been fortunate enough to meet someone of such caliber? Just look at those individuals. They epitomize the correct approach to being a newcomer." A middle-aged woman sat with her eyes closed, trembling slightly, as if she harbored a fear of heights. A stout man coughed up a thick phlegm and carelessly smeared it onto the backrest of a business-class seat. Nearby, a young couple held hands, exuding an aura as if they were anxious about being accosted. Gui Hua and Luo Xiao Xiao. Although the difficulty of our task is only a level 1, the potential of this world is exceedingly high. It is said that even level 5 super experts have faltered. Therefore, it would be wise for you to avoid unnecessary complications. Otherwise, do not blame me, Tang Jiao, for being ruthless. "Oh, understood, Captain." Go, Guehua, and assess that group of misfits. See if there are any promising candidates. If not, Eliminate them all and await the next batch. Good heavens! Is this the legendary main god squad? Refreshing teammates? Li Dawei recalled how he often engaged in such operations while gaming, causing an involuntary chill to run down his spine. The thought of being refreshed within this main god squad was far from comforting. A few mysterious individuals severed their mental connections, and the blonde man seized 4 people, dragging them toward the economy class to deliver a reprimand, casting a fierce glare in Li Dawei's direction. The high school girl named Luo Xiao plopped down beside him, evidently acting as a decoy for the blonde known as Gui Hua. Captain Tang Jiu remained in meditation, seemingly acquiescing to the entire situation. Li Dawei pondered the uncertain futures awaiting those individuals, yet it was of no concern to him. They were merely transient figures in his life, and regrettably, he was not a saint. Li Dawei was the kind of person willing to embrace darkness to protect those close to him. Hey, handsome, are you from Huaxia? Let me tell you, we are fellow countrymen. Where are you from? The girl, with a voluptuous figure that suggested ample nourishment, bounced with youthful vigor. Her voice crisp, yet lacking the innocence of youth, her appearance clearly adorned to attract attention. I'm from Bashu. How rare. You're quite tall. Must be about 185 centimeters, right? My hometown is similar. I haven't returned in many years. Why not go back? Work, study. One is bound by society, after all. Luo Xiao then asked, Handsome, what do you do for a living? I work in paleobiology. I'm heading to Acheon to study a fossil of a tiger-striped dinosaur that once appeared during the Triassic period. Acheon? Shouldn't that be New York? Li Dawei replied gently. This plane is headed to Acheon. You haven't mistakenly purchased the wrong ticket. Have you? Flight attendant, hurry over. Luo Xiao pressed the call button, urgently summoning the unfortunate flight attendant. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? Where is this plane headed? Is it not New York? Dear madam, this aircraft departs from New York with its destination set for the Middle Eastern region of Raccoon. Should you wish to return to New York, the flight is scheduled for tomorrow at 1 in the afternoon. Alas, the situation has become dire. Luo Xiao, in a state of utter confusion, exclaimed, Captain, what shall we do? We've boarded the wrong flight, and if we cannot arrive on time, then? She was on the verge of tears, yet dared not utter a word. Young lady, what is happening here? A voice interjected. I wonder if I could be of assistance. At home, one relies on parents. When venturing out, friends are indispensable, and abroad, one must depend on fellow countrymen. Hey, boy, it seems you can't resist the charm of this young lady. Huang Mao returned, wrapping his arms around the girl from the couple, his demeanor rebellious. I have heard that when compatriots meet, one might find themselves shot in the back. Are you attempting to woo my Luo Xiao? Guehua, return to your seat immediately. Do you not comprehend that we have boarded the wrong plane? If we do not reach our target within the stipulated time, do you understand the consequences? Guehua's expression shifted as he inquired, Captain, is she speaking the truth? Xiao affirmed, it is indeed true. What shall we do now? Captain, you must devise a plan for us. Huang Mao's eyes glinted ominously as he groped behind him, suggesting, how about we hijack this aircraft? Time is of the essence. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Li Dawei interjecta, unable to remain silent at the sheer ineptitude of the group. To them, every individual in this world was merely a faceless entity. However, to Li Dawei, each person was a living, breathing being with hopes and dreams. Oh, what did you say your profession was? Huang Mao approached Li Dawei, his foul breath nearly overwhelming him. I am a doctor of paleontology from the State University of New York, Allen. Huh, a doctor indeed. Huang Mao slapped Li Dawei's face playfully. Then you shall obediently be our hostage and refrain from causing any disturbances. Even if you were to hijack this plane, you could never reach New York. The total journey is 13 hours, and we have already flown for 8. There is insufficient fuel for a round trip. Furthermore, even if there was enough fuel, you would not be permitted entry into New York. Why is that? Guehua asked curiously. Li Dawei, conveniently holding a newspaper, handed it to him. Because New York experienced a significant disaster a week ago. Any suspicious or threatening actions are deemed provocation by the American government. To hijack an aircraft at this moment would certainly invite missiles in response. As Guehua perused the newspaper, his eyes widened in disbelief. Captain, come quickly. This monster is far too formidable. Such destructive power must be classified. It should be classified, Li Dawei replied, although it appears immensely powerful. It has yet to encounter the forces of the unknown. After glancing at the newspaper's description, the two individuals furrowed their brows and inquired, "Why do you wish to assist us? What is your ulterior motive?" "I, Dr. Allen, merely seek to survive," he replied. Tang Jiao's rigid face twitched as he forced a chilling smile, stating, "As long as you can aid us, you will continue to live, and you shall reap unimaginable rewards." "Ghostfire." The leader gestured, prompting Ghostfire to hastily unbuckle his belt. "Stop. Enough. My inclinations are perfectly normal. Damn it." Ghostfire retaliated by delivering a sharp blow to Li Dawei's head. "Do you think I wouldn't help you if you needed it?" He then fished out a hefty gold ingot, weighing half a kilogram, and tossed it into Li Dawei's lap. "Here, take this as your remuneration. Now, how do you intend to assist us?" "I am acquainted with a super-rich individual named Obadiah, who possesses substantial business in Cheong and owns a private jet. I can reach out to him to arrange a plane for you, facilitating your return. Kid, you better not pull any tricks, or it will end poorly for both you and us." Chapter 64. Luring the incompetent into a trap as the aircraft roared, it descended upon the airport in Dubit. "Kid, didn't you say the plane was headed for Cheong? Why are we landing at Dubit's airport?" Li Dawei's bewildered gaze made Huang Mao uneasy. "Ghostfire. Cheong is so impoverished that it lacks an airport. Did you even consult the guide?" Impatient, Luo Xiaoxiao dismissed Ghostfire. "If you haven't prepared adequately, ensure those piglets are in line, and that includes the woman you abducted from that kid. Dr. Allen is under my charge." Li Dawei turned to the bespectacled man. "Buddy, you better keep a close watch on your little brother. This isn't Huaxia. There are many intriguing matters in this world, such as, you'll find out shortly. Dubit, a nation nearly as destitute as Cheong, is distinct only in its adeptness at shifting allegiances, allowing it to extract benefits from various factions. For instance, those wishing to traverse to the war-torn Cheong must pay an exit fee. Where are you taking us?" A middle-aged woman trembled, hesitant to advance. "Please, spare me. I have money. I can have my daughter transfer you the funds. Don't take me to northern Myanmar." Bang! Huang Mao drew his sidearm and shot the middle-aged woman dead. "Tsk, tsk, tsk, you are novice. Unfortunately for you, you have been chosen by death. This world bears some resemblance to the one you envision, yet it diverges significantly. For instance, I can kill her without consequence, and our assistance to you yields no reward. Upon reflection, you will comprehend my meaning. If anyone remains unclear or has not perused Infinite Flow novels, there is no need to inquire. Stay with us. Do not fall behind. Point east when I say east. Point west when I say west. You still possess a glimmer of hope for survival. Otherwise, there lies only the path to demise." Li Dawei pondered silently, speculating on the abilities of these individuals. Luo Xiaoxiao must possess some form of mental prowess. It remains unclear whether she is a mage, a Taoist, or a sorcerer. The one wielding the ghostly fire, adept with firearms, is likely some sort of special forces operative. However, Tang Jiao eluded Li Dawei's understanding entirely. "Hey, whatever your name is, swiftly contact your friend and arrange for a plane for us. What are you waiting for? If I cannot return to New York, you will perish here." Tang Jiao interjected. "Dr. Allen, please pardon this boorish individual. We have urgent matters that necessitate our immediate return to New York." Of course, Li Dawei produced his phone and began dialing. While he lacked the personal number of Obadiah, he possessed that of the Red Queen. Sensing Li Dawei's unusual demeanor, her daughter promptly returned to his side. The seasoned veterans surrounding Tang Jiao remained oblivious, unaware that upon Allen's phone call, a faint electromagnetic radiation began to emanate from him. Human thought itself is a form of biological electromagnetic energy, and the Red Queen easily tapped into Li Dawei's cognitive signals. "Dad, what is the situation with these individuals? Are they extraterrestrial visitors? I currently lack knowledge of their intentions and abilities. So, dear daughter, I require your cooperation. How shall I assist?" "They require a flight to New York, yet I suspect their motives for going there involve seeking someone specific. I will compile a list. You must use your conversational skills to probe their intentions. Once we discern their objectives, we can respond accordingly. If their intentions are benign, let them depart safely. If they harbor ill will, we shall ensure their demise in a Cheon. Understood. The Red Queen departed, and, simultaneously, Li Dawei's call was connected. Hello, is this Obadiah? After Li Dawei and the Red Queen conspired in silence, the call went through. Alan, my good friend, what brings you to seek my assistance? A robust voice resonated from the phone. It appears that a few of my friends have missed their flight. They intended to travel to New York, but inadvertently landed at Dubai Airport. Could you possibly dispatch your private jet to return them? Ha ha ha, Alan. I knew you wouldn't come without a reason. These matters are trivial. However, I am currently engaged in a significant business discussion with Tony Stark in a Cheon and cannot attend personally. The plane will not be available for several hours. Obadiah, I hope you can prioritize my request. My friends are rather anxious. Your friends cannot possibly be mere simpletons. For my Quinjet can reach New York in merely an hour and a half. If they cannot wait, let them return on their own. And what your friend? Have him call me. No one on this earth dares to disregard my authority as Obadiah. The loudspeaker blared with a commanding, resonant voice that left everyone momentarily stunned. Doctor, Alan, what is the background of your companion? His tone appears quite audacious. He is the chairman of Stark Industries, I replied. Have you heard of it? The largest and most advanced arms company in the world. Li Dawei observed the peculiar glimmer in the eyes of his companions. This group, seemingly of Earth, appeared utterly unacquainted with the Marvel Universe. Naturally, they would be oblivious to the existence of aliens as well. Oh dear. Li Dawei clutched his abdomen and rushed to Tang Jio's side. Mr. Tang, please speak with Obadiah. I am in urgent need of a restroom. Tang Jio took the phone, hesitant to act rashly. He had merely traversed one additional world beyond Luo Xiao Xiao, possessing a modicum of self-preservation skills. Yet standing before a ruler of a realm was indeed daunting. Seizing the opportunity while Red was distracting Tang Jio, Li Dawei surreptitiously injected the alien gene virus into the body of the deceased middle-aged woman before returning. Is everything settled? What did Obadiah say? Your friend suggested we head to Ugin. He mentioned that in 2 hours, someone there will also be returning to New York, providing us a chance to travel together. What are your plans, Mr. Tang? Should we wait here for 5 or 6 hours, or depart for Ugin and board the flight back in 2 hours? Frankly, with less than 3 hours total, I would prefer to wait here alongside you. Ugin is simply too chaotic. Enter Ugin. Mr. Tang, perhaps you should reconsider? I insist on entering Ugin, Dr. Allen. I sincerely appreciate your assistance, but we must proceed. Could their mission be related to Tony? How could the tasks of the Marvel Universe possibly stray from Tony, the leader of this novice village? Thus, Red's strategy was to engage these individuals in conversation according to the personnel sequence devised by Li Dawei and himself. To his surprise, the first attempt bore fruit. Li Dawei began to ponder their intentions. What were they seeking from Tony? He was not currently unwell, thus there was no need for an antidote. They were unaware that Tony had gone missing in the Middle Eastern Ugin, making a rescue mission improbable. Therefore, only one possibility remained. They sought something of value. Was it JARVIS, the arc reactor? Or perhaps Tony himself? From a different perspective, if Li Dawei were a reincarnator from a divine realm, the most coveted prize would undoubtedly be Tony Stark himself. The Mark battle armor remains a mystery, its existence still unconfirmed. As for the Type 1, if they desire it, they may take it without objection. However, if one harbors intentions against a friend, they must first ascertain whether that friend possesses the requisite qualifications. Li Dawei snapped his fingers lightly, triggering the mutation and proliferation of alien genes. Beware Ghostfire, the middle-aged woman you thought you had slain. She is rising once more. Chapter 65. The savage gunslinger. Before anyone could react, a colossal shadow lunged at Huang Mao, swiftly bringing him to the ground with a cry reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Help! Captain, please. I can't move. It is bitten through my thigh. Huang Mao's frantic struggles instinctively caused everyone to recoil several steps. As the malevolent winds dispersed, a metallic scent of rust and blood filled the air, allowing the group to finally discern the source of their peril. With a menacing hiss, a creature resembling a velociraptor clamped its jaws on a Huang Mao's thigh. defiantly regarding the onlookers with cold, slitted eyes that revealed no fear or regard for their presence. Remnants of the middle-aged woman's tattered clothing clung to its form, creating a bizarre spectacle, yet no one dared to laugh, as an icy dread settled deep within their bones. That gaze was unmistakably that of a predator. Fall back. It possesses intelligence. Tang Jiao did not advance to assist. Instead, he retreated over 100 meters before halting. Dr. Allen, what is happening? Do you recognize this creature? Yes, I do. This being is related to those you may have seen in the newspapers. We refer to them as xenomorphs. Xenomorphs? Indeed. They are extraterrestrial organisms that entered Earth aboard spacecraft, endowed with high intelligence, and they have already locked onto us. It can inject its genes into humans, much like a horsefly, absorbing the host's nutrients. During this time, the human body will harbor a parasitic embryo. Once all nutrients are consumed, it will emerge. This particular xenomorph is merely a standard breed and lacks the capability to reproduce. Dawei sought to test their mettle, not to annihilate them entirely. Though these individuals may be feeble, they still hold potential value. From them, one could glean secrets of the main divine domain. If one batch arrives, another could follow. While this group may be weak, future visitors might prove formidable. Should they display enough cunning, they could serve as spies, and offering them certain benefits would not be out of the question. How would you typically handle such an encounter? If competent security is present, it can be eliminated. If none are available, then the best course is to flee as far as possible. Eliminate it? Where lies its weakness? This creature is but a newborn xenomorph. Although its intellect is not insignificant, it lacks experience. Its weakness lies in the 2-inch joint connecting its jaw to its neck. If struck there, it will lose control over its body. Such a creation is highly sought after in prominent biological laboratories, fetching a commendable price. Should you be able to deliver its remains to me, I would be inclined to offer you a few advantages. Ding. A team-side quest has been activated. Eliminate the alien and present its corpse to Dr. Allen. The reward is a basic body enhancement elixir. As Dawei's words echoed, Tang Jiao and Luo Xiaoxiao exchanged excited glances. This was indeed a team mission, signifying that not only would the two of them receive rewards, but the remaining 3 novices would benefit as well. What they gained would be equivalent to their own enrichment. As for the yellow-haired ghoul, hope was already lost for him. Within a matter of minutes, half of his body had been devoured, rendering him irretrievably dead. It is said that he met his demise unjustly, yet amidst such a crowd. How did he manage to offend Dawei? It serves as a reminder of an age-old adage. The reckless are often met with fate's retribution. Xiao ensured Dr. Allen's safety. You lot, step back. Anyone who dares to advance a single step shall be treated as a meat shield. A couple and a portly individual hastily retreated. Under Luo Xiaoxiao's protection, Dawei also moved aside, keenly observing Tang Jiao, curious to see how he intended to confront the alien. Roar! Dang Jiu Bao Lao! And a circle of yellow light radiated from beneath his feet. Dawei was somewhat taken aback. A battle cry skill? Wasn't that the signature ability of a barbarian in the Dark Realms? Could this fellow truly be a barbarian? Such a contrast was striking. With so little muscle and physique, could he genuinely support the skills of a barbarian? Furthermore, was he not a novice? Barbarians typically lack formidable skills in their early phases. In truth, Dawei's conjecture was accurate. After his roar, Tang Jiao produced 2 Glock 17 handguns from beneath his coat and began a circle around the feasting zombie alien. A barbarian gunslinger? That earlier battle cry must have been a courage aura, Dawei mused, silently admiring the combination. It is undeniable that those lacking courage are the first to perish in the main god space, and technological weaponry serves as a potent means to enhance one's strength initially. However, this also exposed the intruder's capabilities as being rather mediocre. Now, let us observe whether this fellow's marksmanship is of the ordinary or enhanced variety. Dawei subtly beckoned with his finger, and the feasting zombie alien immediately halted its meal, its blood-red eyes fixated intensely on Tang Jiao. Roar! The zombie alien let out a deafening roar and charged at Tang Jiao, who, while maintaining distance, aimlessly fired his weapon. His speed was not as swift as that of the alien, Yet it was not overly slow either. Li Dawei contemplated that it would take the alien at least 7 or 8 minutes to catch him. What truly irked Li Dawei was the lamentable state of this fellow's shooting skills. Like the clumsy antagonists in a poorly crafted drama, they fired wildly without aiming. Their bullets mostly soaring harmlessly into the sky. Bang! Bang bang! A cacophony of gunfire erupted, yet they could not even penetrate the resilient hide of the alien. The only commendable aspect was the pistol itself, defying the laws of science. It was likely a signature product from the realm of the supreme deity, a handgun with infinite ammunition. Xiao Xiao, what is Captain Tang doing? He can't possibly hit that creature. It was evident he was in grave danger. Should we go help him? Alan, no need. Captain Tang is quite capable. Just watch. He merely setting the stage, and soon there will be a spectacle. So, there was a contingency plan. That reassured me. Li Dawei widened his eyes, fearing that Tang would soon unleash a devastating electromagnetic cannon. If he missed that, it would be a tremendous loss. Tang Zhao. And in an instant, the gunfire intensified. Countless bullets began to rain upon the alien. Meanwhile, Tang had holstered his pistol and turned to join Li Dawei and the others. The gunfire persisted for 2 minutes, and the alien endured over 1,000 bullet impacts. Remarkably, each bullet curved as if guided by an unseen force, piercing through the chitinous armor of the alien and striking its vulnerable spots. With a thunderous crash, the massive alien body collapsed, its corrosive acid oozing onto the grass, hissing as it eroded the earth, accompanied by foul-smelling green smoke. When a pair of undigested arms erupted from its carcass, one of the newcomers, a hefty individual, lost control of himself. Chapter 66, A Battle of Wits, slightly prevailing. Xiao Xiao, handle that monster. Yes, boss. Luo Xiao Xiao responded, brandishing a small knife as she rushed to skin the alien. Dr. Allen, you desire this? Consider it yours. Of course. Li Dawei Shuklat. In fact, this is a coveted item on Earth, a rare commodity that not only demonstrates bravery, but also possesses significant research value. To express my gratitude, I have a few tokens for you. Li Dawei still carried the 2 vials of potions he had not sold earlier. This is a genetic enhancement serum, and this one is an abyssal enhancement serum. Why only 2 vials? A flicker of disappointment crossed Tang's eyes as Li Dawei pondered, contemplating whether the supreme deity's realm had issued a mission specifically targeting him. Thus, his recent act of protecting these novices could imply that the task was indeed a team endeavor. Captain Tang, you may be unaware, but this abyss serum is equivalent to 4 vials of the genetic enhancement serum. It significantly augments human physique, and upon use, one becomes a favored child of the ocean. To possess the ability to grow gills like a fish and swim freely in the vast ocean is a remarkable notion. Upon receiving 2 vials of potions, the notification from the system resonated instantly. Ding! The mission to defeat the alien has been completed. Rewards have been modified to include advanced items, a weak enhancement item, and abyssal potions. Do you wish to accept? Accept. A surge of joy flooded Tang Jio's heart. The absence of recording in the main god space indicated that this world was entirely unfamiliar to it. Once recorded, any exchange by others would yield him a share of reward points. Though meager, even the legs of a mosquito could accumulate to a substantial sum. Doctor, if there is anything else you require assistance with, please do not hesitate to inform me. I will devote myself wholeheartedly to your needs. My friend, do not be so eager. At the moment, there is nothing. Should something arise, I will certainly let you know. Tang Jio's discerning gaze instilled a sense of trepidation in Li Dawei. Could it be that aside from the rewards provided by himself, Tang Jio had received something from that enigmatic system? This could also be advantageous. If one is willing to take the bait, they are indeed a good catch. Boss, the skin has been expertly removed. A flawless alien hide appeared in Luo Xiao Xiao's hands, untouched by a single trace of blood. This must be a result of her skinning skills, thought Li Dawei as he inspected the hide meticulously. The quality was excellent and uniformly thick. Yet, he pondered its utility. Could it be fashioned into a bulletproof vest? From this, he deduced that Luo Xiao Xiao had likely traversed a world with relatively low productivity. Hence, even if she wielded magic, it would be of little significance, merely low magic. Only in a low-magic society would the lack of advanced productivity necessitate the skinning of hides into a form suitable for tanning. Indeed, this alien hide was of commendable quality and could fetch a handsome price. My dear friend Obadiah has a particular fondness for such things. I suspect you will soon find yourselves back in New York. No rush. Tang Jiu took the hide and handed it to Li Dawei. In this tumultuous environment, I deem it paramount to prioritize your safety, Doctor. By the way, Doctor, are you familiar with the businessman Tony Stark, who deals with Mr. Obadiah? Of course. That fellow is the richest man in the world. By 30, he had accomplished what others could only dream of throughout their lifetimes. How could I possibly be unaware of him, the Diamond Bachelor? Suddenly, Li Dawei's phone rang, the quality of calls from his hometown proving superior and unmatched. My apologies, Mr. Tang, I must take this call. Li Dawei answered the phone, inadvertently leaving it on speaker. Tang Jiu leaned in, initially wanting to eavesdrop, but now found it unnecessary. Hello, Alan. It's me, Obadiah. Hey, old friend, what has transpired? It is unnecessary for you to come here. Cheong, the plane will arrive in Dubai in 30 minutes. At that time, your friend can fly directly back to New York. My friend, you are indeed generous. Well then, I shall express my gratitude on behalf of my companions. Upon hearing this, everyone was elated at the prospect of returning to civilized society. However, Tang Jiu's expression remained obscured behind his glasses. Alan, it is not my generosity at play. Rather, you are simply fortunate. The lad I was negotiating with has been captured by terrorists. With a multitude of caves in Cheong, who knows where he has been taken? I fear he may be in grave peril. Enough of this conversation. I too shall prepare to return to New York. We shall meet shortly. Captured by terrorists? Tang Jiu's countenance shifted. Dr. Allen, could you kindly inquire with Mr. Obadiah regarding the timing of Tony Stark's abduction? How long has it been? Mr. Tang, there is a saying, a word spoken can lead to unforeseen complications. If someone with ill intent were to overhear your straightforward inquiry, it would not bode well for you. Tony Stark is the richest man in the world. Countless eyes are upon him, ensuring his protection. Are you certain you wish for me to ask? Indeed, Captain. Why should we concern ourselves with that? Our primary goal is to return to New York. Did you not mention that our mission is to locate a scientist? You ought to take a closer look at the name of that scientist. Luo Xiaoxiao glanced at her wristwatch, suddenly realizing this was indeed her target. Alan quickly asked, we are seeking Tony Stark. What do you need him for? You may not be aware, but befriending wealthy individuals comes with many taboos. Obadiah and Tony Stark are fierce competitors, yet sweet collaborators, and I am merely a researcher of paleobiological fossils. Without sufficient justification, I would not jeopardize this hard-earned relationship. I trust you understand the advantages a top-tier billionaire could provide for my research. Tang Jiu's expression shifted. The world was indeed peculiar. He found himself cornered. Time was of the essence, and he had to speak. Dr. Allen, are you of Chinese descent or a Chinese expatriate? I am a Ph.D. student studying abroad. Our national circumstances are quite unique. Those in the arts, such as archaeology, which cannot yield immediate financial value, often struggle to secure adequate funding for their studies. Hence, I chose to be here. However, my heart has always remained in China. Li Dawei's words were not unfounded. Were it not for the Marvel Universe's status as the center of the cosmos, he might have returned. We traveled to New York for Tony Stark's Mark armor. The nation has received confidential intelligence indicating that this scientist, known as Tony Stark, has likely developed armor far beyond its time to uphold world peace. Our Eastern nation must possess it as well. Rest assured, when the time comes, we shall persuade Mr. Tony, just as Oppenheimer, the father of the atomic bomb, did in his day. Very well, you have convinced me. Li Dawei pondered for a moment. It is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it entirely. Count me in. With solemnity, he picked up the phone. Obadiah, as a long-standing friend, could you divulge to me the location of Tony Stark's abduction and the timing? A prolonged silence ensued. Alan, you intend to rescue him, don't you? He is my most formidable rival, and I trust you are aware that I could provide you with the details of his kidnapping by terrorists, but our friendship would be irrevocably severed. Are you certain? Absolutely. Very well. The coordinates are 63, 21 E, 33, 72 N. You and your foolish friends may return to New York. Farewell. Chapter 67. The Ace Enforcer. After hanging up, Dawei felt a tinge of melancholy. The plump man and the young couple gazed at him with softened expressions, not to mention Tang Jiao and Luo Xiao. What spirit it is to sever ties with a super-wealthy friend who could summon a private jet at any moment for the sake of the country. It is a form of foolish, neurotic madness, at least that is what they thought. However, the sentiment became quite nuanced when they were the beneficiaries. Mr. Allen, do not be disheartened. It is of no consequence. Mr. Tang, we are not children. What purpose does such talk serve? Do you have any idea how much Obadiah sponsors my research annually? $10 million. $10 million every year. Dawei faina tangish. Tugging at his hair until it resembled Einstein's iconic hairstyle, then sighed deeply. Nevertheless, for the sake of the nation, this is what I ought to do. Let us proceed to rescue Tony Stark and return him to our homeland. He will undoubtedly make an immense contribution to enhancing our nation's productivity. Oh, let's go. Tang Jiao felt a bit ashamed by Dawei's fervor. Once upon a time, only our forebears exhibited such selfless spirit, yet in later generations, we have largely been driven to selfishness. I have deceived a person of noble character. No wonder it is said that the most formidable weapon is honesty and nobility. Dawei had quietly observed the emotional state of those around him. Hey, this is precisely the effect I sought. A harmless and terrifyingly innocent individual with value. Who could possibly dislike or disbelieve him? The moment has finally arrived. Next comes the camaraderie of bearing arms together. Mr. Tang, I hope you can provide me with a handgun. I wish to contribute to the rescue of Tony Stark. Although I possess nothing at present, you may gain my friendship. Ding. Mission activated. Please, Dr. Allen, secure his friendship. The mission duration has been extended to 2 weeks. Reward. Unknown. Tang Jiao was on the verge of kneeling, faced with a daunting task. This was a perilous mission that could reward one with extraordinary items. The challenges it entailed were such that even the most elite experts would hardly dare claim they could navigate it unscathed. Yet now, it had appeared on their task list. Moreover, the mere requirement was to earn the friendship of the paleontologist, Dr. Allen. It felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky, leaving him utterly bewildered. Dr. Allen, you require a firearm, correct? Here, take mine. Without hesitation, Tang Jiao relinquished his sidearm to Dawei. This pistol has been blessed by the divine. It can produce an infinite supply of bullets, a gift from the heavens themselves. Please do not be alarmed. Tang Jiao concocted a fairly reasonable excuse for his seemingly miraculous weapon. Is it truly that remarkable? Why, I could sell bullets and amass a fortune. In ancient times, such wealth could rival that of nations. Dr. Allen Musit. However, these bullets only exist for a single day before vanishing. Yet if you desire money, I am more than willing to provide you with as much as you wish. Tang Jiao eagerly anticipated Dawei's request. If money could win Dawei's favor, he would gladly exchange all his reward points for cash, regardless of the cost. He sought nothing more than to complete this daunting mission. The fervor in Tang Jiao's gaze caused Dawei to gasp in surprise. Surely, this couldn't be some trick? Although Dawei was uncertain of what had possessed Tang Jiao, he could sense the fervent intensity in his eyes. Father, his gaze is rather unsettling, isn't it? Dear, you have finally returned? I can barely manage this group. Is everything in order? Has Tony found any leads? Dawei and the Red Queen communicated through a private channel, without a moment's delay regarding the matter at hand. Yes. Father, I have located a general area. He has been abducted by members of the Ten Rings organization, right near the cave, corresponding to the coordinates I provided. However, we must go in person to rescue him, as there is no communication signal in that vicinity. Shall we proceed with the rescue now? I have prepared quite the welcoming gift for these villains. The Red Queen's idea of a welcoming gift consisted of a massive horde of zombies, which were easily acquired in the war-torn realm of Acheon. No need. We have our interdimensional allies. We can simply observe their battle. All you need to do is help record the data along the way. Dawei was not overly concerned for Tony. Those who had captured Tony Stark did not intend to kill him, and the friendship between Tony and Dr. Ethan needed further development. This was crucial for Tony Stark's transformation from a playboy to Iron Man. Li Dawei did not wish for his unwitting actions to disrupt the transformative journey of Tony Stark. He just happened to be able to engage with the reincarnators of these divine realms. Very well, Father. Let us leave this matter to those incompetent fools. If they fail, we shall return to clean up the remnants, playing the part of the unsuspecting. I have completely dismantled the communication system of that group of terrorists using their identities, even leaving behind names and addresses. You little rascal, yet I find it delightful. After Red Queen finished speaking, she returned to the watch on Li Dawei's leg. Tang Jiu stared for a long time, not hearing the sound of mission completion, but soon he found solace. If such a formidable task could be accomplished so effortlessly, would the divine realm not become a retirement home? Dr. Allen, may we proceed now? Certainly. Tang Jiu issued commands, with 3 novices clearing the way. He brought up the rear, and Luo Xiaoxiao shielded Li Dawei, who walked in the center. The group began to cross the border of Dubit. After paying a fee of $5,000 to exit, they stepped onto the land known as Acheon, often referred to as the powder keg of the earth. The dry air and acrid smell of gunpowder immediately filled their nostrils. Boss, how long has the fighting been going on here? It feels rather perilous. Luo Xiaoxiao observed her surroundings with caution, the air of Acheon making her feel quite uncomfortable. Almost a century, I suppose. This land has been at war for an extended period. Tang Jiu sighed, noting that while this was not the world he hailed from, it bore a striking resemblance. The geography and environment of Acheon are reminiscent of Afghanistan and somewhat akin to Palestine. In any case, the scent of gunpowder mingled with the mud could not have emerged overnight. Boss, it seems there are people over there. The plump one halted, pointing at a thicket and turning to speak with a tremor in his voice. Who? Come out. Tang Jiu drew his pistol, aiming at the bushes, instructing the plump one, Go, drive the people out from within. Don't shoot. We are villagers from the vicinity. 3 middle-aged women trembled as they emerged from the thicket, repeatedly begging for mercy. Chapter 68. More brutal than imagined, what is war supposed to be like? A clash of courage against courage? Or a contest of wills? No one has truly witnessed war. Li Dawei, Tang Jiu, Luo Xiaoxiao, and even Red Queen. In truth, war is far more brutal than anyone can conceive. Goose, goose, goose. Ha ha ha. The 3 villagers, shivering, stepped into the midst of the group, suddenly emitting an eerie laughter reminiscent of geese, and then a tremendous explosion engulfed everyone. Boom! Flames erupted, and shrapnel flew. In an instant, 3 living beings vanished into the inferno. Mental shield. A blue magical glow flickered, as a cerulean magical shield enveloped Li Dawei and Luo Xiaoxiao, rippling as the flames surged, appearing as if it might shatter at any moment. Tang Jiu swiftly perceived the danger, collapsed, and rolled away, resolutely shielding his head as he darted in the opposite direction. The other 3 were not as fortunate. Li Dawei, still unaware of their names, remained forever trapped in the blaze. As the smoke dissipated, desolation surrounded them. There was not a single intact corpse in sight. Tang Jiu, having rolled away to a distance, stirred slightly after a prolonged silence. Boss, are you all right? Luo Xiaoxiao rushed to Tang Jiu's side, employing healing magic to mend his wounds. Li Dawei stood there in a daze, narrowly escaping death. Indeed, his body harbored all the viruses from the bioweapon crisis, along with the Queen alien gene virus acquired in this world. Yet he had come perilously close to demise. His viruses required a catalyst to initiate the transformation into a state beyond mere mortality. Without this catalyst, any catastrophic damage to his brain would spell true death. Of course, his body would not perish. Under the influence of the virus, it would regenerate, potentially producing a new head that could be anyone, himself, another, or even someone else, but could never be Li Dawei again. He had often felt fortunate for enduring such a multitude of viral infections, which had curiously reached a sort of equilibrium or accord, sparing his brain from a direct assault. It is worth noting that viruses capable of targeting the human brain do exist. Father, are these individuals insane? Why are they resorting to self-detonation? We have only just entered Xiong. I do not know. Perhaps the inhabitants here have long since lost their minds. Li Dawei shed his earlier nonchalance. allowing the virus to spread throughout his body, entering a transcendent state reminiscent of Wells. Luo Xiaoxiao, how is he? The injuries are severe. Li Dawei materializa bazida Lu Xiao. Aghast at the multitude of shrapnel embedded in Tang Jio's back. What has Tang Jio enhanced? Gah! Luo Xiaoxiao gazed at Li Dawei in horror. What? How is this possible? This world is far more intricate than you can imagine. Quickly, tell me what he has enhanced. If there is a chance to save him, do so. If not, end it. A terrifying aura emanated from Li Dawei, causing Luo Xiaoxiao to tremble. She forced a bitter smile. You have deceived us cruelly. Oof. I have not harmed any of you. Rather, it was you who, without cause, offered unsolicited kindness, which is either treachery or theft. And that blonde fool even dared to strike my face. I detest the Qiong, hence I wish to cease this futile dialogue. Speak your mission. Daughter, come forth and conduct a lie detector test on her. Here I come. The Red Queen emerged, utilizing the projection from her wrist device to manifest within a 100-meter radius around Li Dawei. What is she? The Red Queen rolled her eyes. Had you not just saved my father, you would have already been sent to the depths of the earth. I am the Red Queen, a magnificent being of energy. Luo Xiaoxiao suddenly realized that the previous phone call had been a deception. The voice of the Red Queen morphed into that of Obadiah. Child, you are not mistaken. I am indeed a close companion of Dr. Allen, but we have now severed ties. Ha ha ha. Li Dawei observed that Luo Xiaoxiao seemed on the brink of collapse and offered words of comfort. Do not despair too much. I have vanquished numerous extraterrestrials. Though your origins are peculiar, your intellect is rather average. True strength, beyond mere muscle and caliber, also lies in a clever mind. Luo Xiaoxiao, there is one truth I have not deceived you about. I am genuinely of Huaxia descent. You hold no value for me, whereas I present you with abundant opportunities. Your leader still has a chance, but it requires me to cast spells for 12 continuous hours with a resurrection incantation to heal him. Time is of the essence. Li Dawei coldly remarked, I understand. He must have treated you well. Otherwise, you would be tallying his assets right now rather than attempting to save him. However, time is running out. I can find someone in Dubit to take him to the hospital, but I must venture deep into a Qiong to rescue Tony Stark. He is truly my dear friend. Do not leave him. He will perish. Luo Xiaoxiao pleaded. No, do not inform him. Tang Jio's complexion regained some color, as if a light had returned to her. Silly girl. He is adept at disguise and concealment. If you reveal your trump card, he will manipulate you utterly. What you choose is entirely up to you. I shall not coerce you. Li Dawei remained indifferent. This invasion had unveiled their uniqueness while also exposing their mediocrity. To be frank, facing such opponents did not pose a significant burden. If you save our leader, I will divulge all that I can share with you. Is that acceptable? Luo Xiaoxiao gazed at Li Dawei with imploring eyes. Considering I just saved you, please. Apologies, but you lack the standing to negotiate with me. While your earlier actions have somewhat alleviated my hostility towards you, such dangers should not exist in my world. Perhaps you require a reward. Li Dawei dusha sharpspa. A trophy he had won from defeating the Iron Blood Warrior. With a whoosh, the spear embedded itself into a nearby rock, piercing through the thick stone and shattering the hard granite. This is a trophy from when I defeated an extraterrestrial. The Iron Blood Spear, a gift for you. Since you have chosen your leader, I shall take my leave. Li Dawei held a deep admiration for Luo Xiaoxiao. Such kindness was rare, yet her fate seemed unfortunate. If she were in this world, he would not hesitate to lend her a hand. However, this was a realm where the strong preyed upon the weak. Now leaving on her own is truly a form of assistance for her father. Will she emerge as you envision? I am uncertain. If she can indeed break free, she would make a splendid ally. If not, then it's of little consequence. There is no necessity for collaboration between our two worlds. At that point, we may devise other hunting strategies. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, bang. Just as she was nearly out of sight, a resounding gunshot echoed across the land, causing Li Dawei to halt in his tracks, pondering as he turned to gaze back. Chapter 69. Maturity comes at a cost. The wind stilled and the wild grass swayed. Under the blazing sun, Luo Xiaoxiao gradually materialized in Li Dawei's view, her form becoming increasingly distinct. Moments later, she stood before him, her face adorned with specks of blood. He took his own life. Allow me to present this to you. Luo Xiaoxiao extended her hand, revealing a five-sided metallic box the size of a longan. What is this? Tang Jiu was equally perplexed, for he had stumbled upon it in a realm of war. Luo Xiaoxiao now regarded Li Dawei as someone as extraordinary as themselves. She even harbored doubts that he might be the fabled escapee. A world of war? What is its name? Worlds do not possess names. Yet that realm is perpetually engulfed in conflict, with every nation embroiled in battle. I heard the boss mention it, roughly divided into the Allies and the Soviet Union. This is a core device obtained during a covert mission from the Soviet forces. Li Dawei accepted it, feeling its icy touch. Daughter, can you deduce what this is? I cannot, father. Its structure and technological lineage differ entirely from both this world and our former one. It appears to bear traces of spatial folding. Is it a bomb? That much can be confirmed. It is not a bomb and will not emit lethal rays outward. Li Dawei nodded. As long as it does not pose a threat to him. That suffices. Or his last words. The boss instructed you to protect me and, in the future, exact revenge on your world. Do you dare to commit? Li Dawei chuckled lightly. Why not? I relish a life filled with challenges. Then let us proceed. We have just encountered an ambush, indicating we're not far from those terrorists. I hope you remain vigilant. By the way, the enhancement serums I gifted you can be utilized now. Without hesitation, Luo Xiaoxiao retrieved and simultaneously consumed 2 vials of genetic serums. Her speed, leaving Li Dawei no time to intervene. Just as Li Dawei pondered what sort of creature this girl might become under the influence of the mildly effective abyssal serum, the evolution concluded. Luo Xiaoxiao appeared largely unchanged. Save for several scales adorning the left side of her face, her ears slightly pointed, and some structural adaptations reminiscent of aquatic mammals like otters or seals, designed to facilitate ear closure while submerged. The remaining situation has surprisingly not changed much. How do you feel? I sense that my command over the water element has grown tenfold compared to before. Luo Xiaoxiao sighed, reflecting that had she utilized these 2 potions earlier, their leader would not have perished. After all, her magical shield could simultaneously protect 3 individuals. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of engines echoed from afar. Li Dawei's expression shifted. The inevitable had arrived. Take cover. Someone is approaching. A dozen off-road motorcycles came roaring towards them, seemingly aware of their hiding spot. Caw! A piercing eagle's cry drew Li Dawei's gaze skyward. A falconry, one of the few romantic pursuits of the impoverished. So is this beast. Luo Xiaoxiao, we have been discovered. We must eliminate these terrorists. Attack! Li Dawei's figure flickered like a cheetah, swiftly vanishing from sight. Bang! 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 The infinite bullet pistol proved effective. Although Li Dawei lacked professional shooting training, he managed to strike 2 motorcycle riders. The riders erupted in frenzied cheers, their weapons unleashing a relentless barrage, punctuated by the sporadic crack of sniper fire. As Li Dawei observed the multitude of bullets converging upon him, his formidable mental energy sharpened his vision, allowing him to discern their trajectories with clarity. He dodged left and right, evading critical hits, and charged toward the riders, shooting at point-blank range. Bang! 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 With each shot fired, another terrorist's head exploded, ultimately leaving one for Luo Xiaoxiao to practice her courage on, as he dashed 2 kilometers away in pursuit of the sniper. Water Arrow Technique. Luo Xiaoxiao chanted her incantation, unleashing the novice mage's basic skill. A water arrow shot forth, striking the scarred face of a terrorist, swelling half of his visage. However, the damage was evidently not lethal. The scar man wiped the moisture from his face and leaped off his motorcycle, brandishing a steel claw that whirled ominously, producing a chilling sound. Little sister, come here, I'll make you feel pain. He leered, unbuckling his belt, utterly indifferent to his exposed torso. The magic's brilliance ignited once more as another water arrow shot forth, but this time the wary scarred man narrowly evaded it. Having long dwelt on the precipice of life and death, he could rely on instinct to dodge 70% of bullets, let alone a water arrow moving at only a third of their speed. Luo Xiaoxiao hurriedly retreated, seeking to widen the distance. A gust of malevolent wind swept through as the man hurled the steel claw towards her back, showing no mercy. Little did she know, these terrors were thoroughly stimulated, daring to desecrate even the dead. Luo Xiaoxiao hastily halted her steps, diving into a nearby thicket of thorns. The steel claws narrowly grazed her back, leaving 5 distinct scratches before being ensnared by the wire and flung back into the hands of the burly man. Upon witnessing Luo Xiaoxiao sprawled on the ground, her attire tattered by the thorns, Scarface's eyes turned crimson. The allure of her partially concealed form was far more potent than complete nudity for him. With a maniacal laugh, Scarface rhythmically clapped his hands and emitted a cacophony of bizarre calls, echoed by a chorus of similar growls from the distance. "Little girl, today shall be your demise." Luo Xiaoxiao felt as though her spirit had been extinguished, remaining utterly motionless. Scarface had encountered countless individuals like her, who, when confronted with terror, beseeched for mercy. He was uncertain if Luo Xiaoxiao was one of those, hence he remained cautious. The enigmatic girl from the east possessed a power that instilled fear within him. Step by step, Scarface advanced, each stride akin to a dance with death. He meticulously adjusted his position until he relaxed his muscles, standing 2 meters away from Luo Xiaoxiao. As the saying goes, at 2 meters, the girl's magic is swift. But within that distance, his blade is supreme. "Little girl, your brother will cherish you." Scarface sneered down at Luo Xiaoxiao and suddenly discarded the steel claws, lunging towards her like a famished tiger, pouncing on its prey. He had dealt with numerous women before. Once he was close, no matter their struggles, they were utterly powerless. Flash magic. Luo Xiaoxiao suddenly sprang into action, casting a blinding spell that enveloped the world in brilliant light, rendering it impossible to see. With a clang, Scarface's manhood was severed. Nearby, Dawei felt a chill run down his spine, empathizing with the pain. This girl was indeed ruthless, yet undeniably mature. Chapter 70. The Alien Battlefield. A heart-wrenching howl erupted from Scarface's throat, the excruciating agony from his fatal wound causing the iron-willed thug to collapse. Luo Xiaoxiao did not evade. She was struck heavily by Scarface, who attempted to land a finishing blow, only for her to be splattered with his blood. "I want you dead." Despite the searing pain, nothing could satiate her vengeance more than lying atop her foe. Adrenaline surged, propelling Scarface to transcend his limits in an instant. With a forceful tug, he tore apart Luo Xiaoxiao's clothing, his fingers digging into her chest with the intent to rend her asunder. A thunderous roar announced Dawei's arrival, as he delivered a powerful punch that obliterated the terrorist's head. He did not glance at the disheveled Luo Xiaoxiao, turning instead to say, "Dress yourself, we must depart. It is time for the hunt." Behind him, the rustling of fabric was heard as Luo Xiaoxiao donned her clothes, obscuring her youthful figure once more. "Thank you. It is nothing. I can only say that you have, for now, passed my test." Dawei siga, expressing that the world is far more perilous than what those people perceive. He did not wish for his collaborators to perish before providing any value. He dismissed expressions of gratitude, claiming it was merely mutual exploitation. Luo Xiaoxiao was deeply moved. She could not fathom the experiences that had led this man to such a profound understanding of human nature. "Mr. Allen, are you an escapee?" she inquired. "What does it mean to be an escapee?" He replied, "To depart from endless suffering, to leave that place entirely, one is labeled an escapee." "No, I'm not an escapee. However, the power I possess far surpasses that of you reincarnators. Unleash my power," he bellowed. With that, the deceased bandits began to rise unsteadily. Their forms mutated, rapidly transforming into grotesque, limb-riddled zombies. Luo Xiaoxiao was horrified. He had been preparing for this all along. "You people appeared far too abruptly. With just a handful of individuals, it's not that I underestimate them. I could never bear to spend tens of thousands of dollars on a luxurious business-class international flight." And that blonde, a mere thug, had already lost his compassion for ordinary people before becoming a formidable force. Such a person should not survive. Even heaven cannot bear it. Had I not satisfied you at that moment, you would have perished. What about our leader? He hasn't offended you, has he? Your leader is no saint either. Otherwise, your group would not treat newcomers in such a manner. Perhaps he is good to you, but if he indulges his subordinates, he must bear the consequences. Enough of this idle chatter. I, Dr. Allen, hereby declare that the alien battlefield is now officially open, and you are on the side of the aliens. Your mission is to rescue Tony Stark. Luo Xiao, I hope you seize this opportunity. Several aliens grew to over 3 meters tall without pausing. Their forms quickly reached that of an alien queen. Under Li Dawei's suppression, they appeared somewhat restless. Go forth. Destroy all those stained with blood and the civilians who stand with them. Roared the alien queens, unleashing their fury and embarking on a hunt. Aqiong had also transformed into a hunting ground for these extraterrestrial beasts. Luo Xiao, what are you waiting for? This is a golden opportunity to complete your mission and reap rewards. If you cannot make yourself sufficiently valuable, you will undoubtedly perish upon your next visit to this world. I cannot allow a reincarnator who has had contact with me to remain alive. Do you understand? Although Li Dawei looked down upon reincarnators, he acknowledged that their methods could often be quite ruthless. The realm of the master deity is teeming with peculiar and bizarre entities, cursed little figures, death notes, and a hodgepodge of other oddities. This plethora of strangeness is precisely why he refrained from disclosing his true name to the woman. Very well, I shall prove my worth. I will also avenge our leader. With these resolute words, Luo Xiao charged forth alongside the alien queens. Li Dawei gazed upon the vast expanse of land, his heart devoid of any tumult. If they yearn for war, let them have it. Though Aqiong is a diminutive nation, the marauders here are not solely from Aqiong. This place serves as a natural kingdom of illicit trade, where wrongdoers from across the globe converge in this lawless territory, living lives unimaginable to ordinary folk. The only sacrifices required are one's own life and humanity. Human experimentation, virus research, arms smuggling, drug production and trafficking, organ trading, everything exists here. Even figures like Tony Stark, the epitome of American wealth, are at risk of abduction here. What, then, is beyond their reach? Yet today, they find themselves in dire straits. Furababis, a remote marketplace in Aqiong, is anything but ordinary. The wares exchanged here comprise human organs abducted from around the world, catering to the affluent in desperate need of transplants, as well as remnants of dismembered bodies. Dr. Holt, you must hurry. I have paid a substantial sum to your organization. Yes, sir. However, your donor is not yet in optimal condition. There is still some waste that has not been expelled, and removing a kidney carries a certain risk of infection. Administer an enema. Fool, do you not know how to perform an enema? I have already lingered here for 3 entire days. Do you have any idea how much I stand to lose in that time? Dr. Holt trembled, fully aware that he could not afford to offend any of his clientele here. Very well, sir. I shall dispatch my assistant to administer the enema to that girl. The surgery will commence in 30 minutes. That is more like it. Kelly, go and perform the enema. Understood, doctor. The graceful assistant made her way to the hospital's rear courtyard, where cages were stacked together like chicken coops, differing only in that these enclosures housed not animals, but naked human beings. Contrary to what one might expect of such a setting, the hygiene here was exceptionally well maintained. Occasionally, washing machines would spray them with shower gel and clean water to cleanse their bodies. Each individual appeared remarkably youthful, and their nutrition was well balanced. Daily cold water washes, without a hint of colds or fevers, attested to their excellent physical condition. They were the epitome of perfect donors. Number 29. Prepare for the enema. The blonde woman operated the machinery, akin to a multi-level parking structure, as a massive metal claw began to secure the cage of number 29. Inside was a naked Asian girl, still in the bloom of youth. Her ample bosom and graceful figure testified to her robust physique. The sound of the blonde woman's voice sent shivers down her spine. She had witnessed the fate that befell her companions after being taken away. No, please. I am not ready, she pleaded. Mr. John has grown impatient, so we must resort to certain special measures. Oh my God, the girl began to weep. I have such love for the Empire. I transferred all my wealth here. Why must you treat me this way? I can offer you money. I beg you. Let me go. Huh. Kelly scoffed. Foolish woman. Even with your empire nationality, you are still of inferior status. It would be wise for you to comply and not resist. Otherwise, I can swiftly take what I desire. You know I possess that power. Fury ignited within the girl as she shouted curses, which you will rot in hell. I curse you. May you meet a wretched end. In her anger, she failed to notice a peculiar creature stealthily approaching her. As she opened her mouth once more to hurl invectives, a facehugger lunged at her, swiftly blocking her nose and thrusting its tail into her mouth to initiate its grotesque reproductive process. Chapter 71. Divine Right of Kings. King Stark of the Apor Kingdom. The girl was assaulted by the creature, prompting Kelly to scream. Suddenly, another facehugger leapt onto her face, repeating its sinister act of impregnation. After a few minutes, the facehugger withered away, and Kelly collapsed to the ground, her legs twitching, robbed of vitality. Numerous facehuggers began infiltrating the iron cages. For those captured as donors were hardly the CR Midalasi army. How many genuinely healthy individuals could there possibly be? Everyone has their share of ailments. After all, thus the majority had fallen prey to the parasitic facehuggers. Only a select few good souls were rescued by the arriving alien queen and Luo Xiao Xiao. In the kidney hospital, Dr. Hot grew impatient after waiting 10 minutes for his assistant's return and decided to investigate the matter himself. As he pushed open the door, a shadow swept past him, and in an instant, Dr. Hot vanished, leaving only a head devoid of brain matter. Hiss! The alien queen extended her long tongue, and the corrosive liquid transformed Dr. Hot's insides into a nutritious slurry, which she consumed. Clang! A wealthy man with failing kidneys lay in bed, witnessing the horrifying scene. Desperate to move, but utterly immobilized. A scream marked the end of his affluent life. The alien queens moved with great speed, relentlessly attacking all resisting war profiteers. Starting with the black market, and small aliens continuously hatched. As their numbers swelled to 1,000, the transformation began. Various alien forms, including those with enormous fangs, winged creatures, ethereal beings, and shadowy assassins, have begun to flourish on the lands of Acheong. At long last, the warlords of Acheong have become aware of these monstrous entities and have started to unite against them. However, it is now too late. Charge! Luo Xiao Xiao, exhilarated, rides atop an alien queen, reveling in this newfound sense of justice. Accompanied by the carnage of the aliens, countless ordinary individuals, once persecuted by the warlords, are liberated. Upon realizing that these creatures pose no threat to them, but rather confront the invading foreign warlords, these individuals are moved to their core. Some able-bodied youths seize weapons, joining the alien army and fighting alongside them. Tot. Boom! In the depths of a cave, Tony Stark is jolted by the fiery spectacle in the sky. Hey, Ethan, come take a look. What intense battle. I've never seen anything like it in New York. Tony, this is our chance. We can trick the guards and escape under the cover of night. Ethan, I believe we may not need to leave after all. Someone is surely coming to rescue us. Tony, I disagree. It's likely just a clash between warlords. All right, I'll continue crafting my mark armor. Perhaps you're right. The sounds of gunfire and explosions abound. And Tony Stark knows that even if the American military were to come to his rescue, it would be with special forces or perhaps even S.H.I.L.D. There's no way they would deploy a large-scale armed force. It is essential to note that their presence in Acheong had only recently been withdrawn to ease the complex situation. They would never involve themselves in such chaos again. Tony Stark understands this well. Clang! Clang! The battle seems fierce, and the guards surrounding the cave appear to have been dispatched to confront the enemy. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberates, echoing through the cave and causing a splitting headache for Tony Stark. A colossal fireball ascends into the sky, and 1, 2, 3, more than a dozen fiery figures engage in a fierce battle. Dinosaurs? Tony, what are those? Dr. Ethan gazes in terror at the distant battlefield, where bizarre and grotesque monsters mercilessly slaughter the coalition of terrorists. On the coalition's side, the dozen fiery beings match the monsters blow for blow, locked in a stalemate. It's the deadlock virus. Damn it. How could these terrorists have obtained my formula for the deadlock virus? I had destroyed it long ago. What is the deadlock virus? In the beginning, I endeavored to develop a biological virus aimed at unlocking the potential of humanity. Although I achieved success, the side effects were monumental. While it could significantly enhance human capability, it also induced a staggering internal temperature exceeding 3,000 degrees. The probability of surviving the actual use of this virus was a mere 0.05. Good heavens! This implies that the few individuals here are merely the results of experiments conducted on tens of thousands. And what are the monstrous entities across the way? What virus did you develop that has fallen into the hands of terrorists? How could this be? Tony exclaimed, Dr. Ethan, you have gravely misjudged my character. After my initial research failed, I ceased all investigations into biochemical agents, as I came to realize that I lacked the aptitude for such endeavors. Good grief. You still possess the capacity for humility, Tony responded. Nevertheless, Ethan, now is an opportune moment for us to escape. Let's break the lock. With a resounding crack, the iron lock securing Tony Stark's wooden prison yielded to their efforts before Ethan could finish his sentence. Tony, it has been quite some time. You are Dr. Ethan, are you not? So it is you, Tony exclaimed. Ethan, allow me to introduce you to my esteemed friend, Mr. David. He is a genius in the field of biochemistry, and all these monsters are his creations. Ethan silently marveled. Indeed, a friend of a monster is also a monster. I knew it was you, otherwise no one could concoct such peculiarities, Tony declared with excitement. We must make haste. We should cease our operations immediately, or you shall attract trouble. Of course we must leave, but not just yet. David countered Tony's plea. Your armor is not yet complete. It is advisable that you finish its construction. Furthermore, you are to wed Pepper, and according to our Eastern traditions, it is customary to present you with a gift. As it happens, I believe Achion would make a fine match. With your wealth, the people's lives would surely improve. Therefore, I intend to bestow this country upon you. Detonates, Tony replied, patting David's shoulder. My friend, this land is rife with conflict and devoid of resources. Moreover, it is a sovereign nation. Even if you wish to give it, I cannot accept. Leave that to me. As long as you agree, I shall find a way. Furthermore, I wish for my future niece to be a princess. Very well, I consent, provided you can ensure my legitimate ascension as king of this nation by tonight. David clapped his hands in delight. Come fort. A throng of elderly men, numbering around 80, emerged, a sea of gray hair and wrinkled faces. Those in favor of Tony Stark as king of Achion, please raise your hands. With a resounding cheer, all hands were lifted in unison. To them, David represented a messenger of the divine, the only one capable of leading Achion from chaos to peace. Divine right of kings, how reasonable. Chapter 72. The justification of kingship. Who are these people? Tony Stark gazed in astonishment at a group of venerable elders, incredulous that a nation like Achion still possessed so many aged individuals. In a household, an elder is akin to a treasure. However, in Achion, a man reaching the age of 30 is considered venerable. Ethan, equally astonished, gaped and exclaimed, they're the shamans of various tribes. They're the most esteemed elders of Achion. Tony, with their support, in this nation, you are the supreme king. Goodness, I have never been a king. Moreover, I harbor no such ambition. What am I to do now? We cannot even communicate. Ava Body Shaman, come forth to translate. Yes, revered envoy. An elderly man with a beard reaching his chest emerged, leaning on a staff. Your Majesty, I am Ava Body, the Grand Shaman of Achion. Having studied in the United States for several years, I can translate for your Majesty. From now on, whatever language your Majesty desires us Achion people to learn, we shall learn it. Ha! Tony Stark chuckled awkwardly. Grand Shaman Ava Body, please wait a moment. I have a few questions for the revered envoy. He pulled David Lee aside, away from the crowd's gaze. Listen, David, I have no idea what you are planning, but I absolutely refuse to be the king of a poor nation. Do you know the average lifespan of kings worldwide? 27 years. I wish to live a few more years. Tony, you don't even want to be a king. Who stands above all? Are you even a man? What benefits are there in being a king? I have plenty of dollars, and I can make countless people serve me. Then you could establish a harem and create your own laws, crafting your Eden. Huh, David, you have no idea how joyful my life is right now. Endless women, boundless freedom, and the thrill of pursuing the mysteries of the universe. As for the law, do you think that is of any use to me? The law is merely a tool wielded by the ruling class to manipulate you common folk. How did you gain the loyalty of these individuals? Why do they heed your words? Because I helped them in the war. David leaned against the wall, gesturing for Tony to observe the distant skirmish. Look, this is the last wave of bandits in Acheon. At least on the surface. The entire Acheon is now occupied by an alien army. These beings are extraterrestrial monsters. While I can control them, it is only in a peaceful environment. You know, where there is oppression, there will be resistance. Once humanity perceives these creatures as needing extermination and employs excessive firepower, uncontrolled individuals will emerge among them. Even those surpassing my authority, such as the alien queen. At that moment, it would be a catastrophe for all of humanity. Deception, followed by further deception. I would be a fool to believe your nonsense. Dawei chuckled unconsciously, realizing that Tony was indeed clever. Very well, Tony, let me speak candidly. We require a base to confront the crises of the future. Shortly, I shall introduce you to someone who will elucidate everything. In the shadows, the mercenaries and bandits were finally exterminated as the valiant soldiers of desperation fought valiantly until midnight, slaying more than 30 xenomorphs, only to be viciously torn apart. The xenomorphs that had feasted upon the desperate soldiers burst apart in a moment of demise, save for the one ridden by Luo Xiao, which, under her continuous healing, gradually absorbed this newfound power. Its entire exterior began to be enveloped by a layer of dark crimson crystals, with molten lava coursing within. Dawei's eyes nearly popped out, for he had lost his connection with this xenomorph. After all, it was the progenitor. A roar erupted from the molten xenomorph, causing the ordinary xenomorphs to tremble and retreat. Yet, some began to emerge, death xenomorphs, flying xenomorphs, and mysterious xenomorphs, seemingly preparing for a battle to eradicate this anomaly. The societal structure of the xenomorphs bore resemblance to that of ants and bees. When an aberration appears in the hive, it is met with no alternative but death. Enough, Dawei bellowed, and the remaining xenomorphs dispersed begrudgingly. Only the molten xenomorph kept its head bowed, gazing at Dawei with trepidation, akin to a child who has erred. Dr. Allen, what are you intending to do? Luo Xiao exclaimed, spreading her arms protectively in front of the molten xenomorph, magical energy swirling in her hands, transforming into a large water sphere that shielded both her and the molten xenomorph. Dr. Allen? Tony Stark burst into laughter. Is that the moniker you have bestowed upon yourself? My friend, as a vagabond who has even graduated from college, do you dare to adopt such a grand title? Are you not afraid of being exposed? As long as you refrain from causing trouble, I assure you I will not be unmasked. I will elucidate this matter later. For now, accompany me. The person I wish for you to meet is indeed her. All right, I am curious to discover what elixir you are concocting. Dawei and Tony approached Luo Xiao, and Dawei spoke. Luo Xiao, do not be anxious. You have earned my friendship and recognition. Ding dong. The primary task of securing Dr. Allen's friendship has been accomplished. With a completion rate of 10%, rewards are being dispensed. Upon hearing the system notification, Luo Xiao sighed in relief, yet felt a pang of grievance upon noticing the completion rate, for she had exerted herself so diligently. What troubles you? Nothing, just a bit of sand in my eyes. Do you feel that my efforts are insufficient? Not at all. Perhaps my expectations were too lofty. Your performance surpasses that of the majority of ordinary individuals. Dawei desired a partner who was not only handsome and charismatic, but also intelligent. Luo Xiao, the rebellious yet obedient girl, did not quite align with his expectations. With a sense of helplessness, the others were equally disappointing. It was merely a case of the short picking a general among the diminutive. Luo Xiao retracted her magical shield. Dawei approached the lava creature and gently patted its head. This colossal being had transformed from Velociraptor's stature to that of a Tyrannosaurus. its enormous head surpassing Li Dawei's own, with its acidic fluid now resembling molten lava. Do not be alarmed, my child. I harbor no ill intentions. You are my offspring, and now you have encountered someone who cares for you. This is your destiny. Luo Xiao Xiao, I bestow it upon you, hoping you will treat it with kindness henceforth. Bestow upon me? Ding dong, reward level exotic beast. Lava creature, please strive further. Do you wish to accept? The system's notification made Luo Xiao Xiao's face darken. How could this main deity be so unreliable? It seemed to dismiss her so casually. Of course, Dr. Allen. Li Dawei replied with a smile. Treat it well. It shall be your most formidable ally, far superior to your previous lackluster companions. Now, this gentleman is your target. Mr. Tony Stark. Buddy, who is she? My fervent admirer. Surely you are aware that I am on the brink of marriage? I'm currently not in the mood to entertain the affections of a high school student. My apologies, madam. I do not intend to disparage your physique, but I merely speak the truth. I prefer a more voluptuous figure. Ridiculous. Li Dawei interjected with a firm punch to halt Tony Stark's ramblings. Luo Xiao Xiao, I am aware that your broken realm has prohibitions against disclosing information externally. Thus, I shall speak, and you need merely nod or shake your head in response. You are not from this world. You are a servant from another dimension. Not only you, but many others like you possess various abilities, even capable of annihilating worlds. Luo Xiao Xiao nodded. The most critical point is that you interdimensional visitors do not regard the inhabitants of this world as humans, but merely as ants or monsters in a video game. When you commit crimes against our kind, you bear no psychological burden whatsoever. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Xiao Xiao nodded again. And crucially, you will continually arrive in this world to seize whatever you deem valuable. Luo Xiao Xiao nodded resolutely. See, Tony, this is everything I wish to convey. In the future, we shall encounter numerous challenges, and our world will face countless calamities. You surely do not wish for your daughter to be born into a terrifying abyss, do you? Tony's expression became grave. There's a flaw in your statement. How can you prove she is not of this world? Too simple. Luo Xiao Xiao, how far along is your mission? I require Mr. Tony Stark's mark armor. Mark armor? Tony Stark gasped, realizing this was something he would not complete for several more hours. And even the name had only recently come to him. With my mark armor, you shall be able to depart from this world? Precisely. Follow me. Tony led Luo Xiao Xiao into the cave. Though they had yet to conduct a test flight, Tony Stark's mind was already thoroughly acquainted with the contraption. Duplicating and enhancing it was no formidable task at all. Take it. Is this the one? Luo Xiao Xiao gazed with a hint of disappointment at the ancient-looking armor lying on the ground. After receiving Tony Stark's confirmation, she reached out to touch it, affirming the completion of her task. Thank you, Mr. Stark and Dr. Allen. My mission is accomplished, and I can depart now. There is much goodness in this world, but at present, your strength cannot procure more. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. With a wave, Luo Xiao Xiao and the lava alien began to slowly fade away, a beam of mystical light illuminating them, and in an instant, they vanished. Hey, pass me the phone. I need to verify something. Here you go. Tony Stark took the phone, aimed it at the sky, and connected to Stark Industries' espionage satellite. Jarvis, please scan this girl and the beast globally. 3 hours later, I apologize. Sir, no traces found. So it was true. Tony Stark glared at Li Dawei in anger. You've certainly brought me a significant problem. I believe you now. For the time being, I'll play the part of this damned king of the impoverished nation, but I intend to abdicate in the future. Chapter 73. Scheming to acquire funds with Tony Stark's cooperation. Everything became extraordinarily simple. On the third day, when the skilled agents Natasha and Hawkeye Barton arrived to rescue Tony, they fortuitously stumbled upon Tony Stark's coronation ceremony. The impoverished populace numbered scarcely 3 million. Each shaman commanded around 10,000 followers, accompanied by the most elite warriors and the most beautiful women from their clans, forming teams of about 10 to witness this historical moment. The chaotic land welcomed its first foreign king, with attendants warming the bed, warriors standing guard, and monsters lurking. The festivities lasted 5 days before the crowd dispersed, leaving Tony to assume the role of king within a grand tent. Dawei and Ethan enjoyed a few days of revelry, while Natasha and Barton had other matters to attend to, thus they did not linger. After the ceremony concluded, they departed in a Quinjet, only to be summoned by Tony Stark to the royal tent. "What is the matter, Your Majesty? You seem rather troubled. You've really brought me a significant headache. This country lacks even a capital, not to mention any airports or seaports. It's surrounded by mountains. Am I to make it a bird? The economic data is utterly chaotic. Aside from drugs, there's no industry, no agriculture, not even a service sector. I thought it was something monumental, and it's not even substantial enough. Do you have any idea how much I've spent over the past few days just to procure some agricultural products to stabilize prices? $300 million. Produce. I paid $10 million in shipping fees. My uncle is currently filled with immense dissatisfaction towards me." Tony Stark appears utterly despondent. "Obadiah? Indeed." Dawei is rather astonished that he inadvertently saved this fellow's life. However, he quickly regained his composure. Each individual in this world, due to their mere existence, has altered the course of destiny. If no one experienced any transformation, that would indeed be a cause for dread. "Tony, I believe you should transfer Stark Industries to your uncle in exchange for his unwavering support to develop the impoverished regions. Are you mad? Without Stark Industries, how can I generate capital?" Dawei chuckled mischievously. "What does Stark Industries possess? Aside from you and Jarvis, it consists merely of patents, factories, and workers. While these elements are undoubtedly significant, they lack core competitiveness. Tony, you are in dire need of substantial funding, and Mr. Obadiah has always been quite confident in his abilities. Desiring Stark Industries, so why not sell him your shares?" Dawei has shorted Stark Industries. However, within this timeline, the news of Tony Stark's disappearance has yet to surface, and it has been proclaimed that Tony Stark has ascended to kingship. Is this not a major boon? Stark Industries stock is soaring, and he is on the brink of a margin call. At this moment, the stock price of Stark Industries has skyrocketed to an astonishing $16,000 per share, multiplying several times over. Well, in truth, Dawei has already faced a margin call. The dramatic rise in Stark stock is also the reason why shareholders of Stark Industries are willing to continuously lend profits to the impoverished regions. Once the connection between Tony Stark and Stark Industries is severed, the stock will plummet. Now is the opportune moment to act and deal with Obadiah. Are you insane? Without the financial backing of Stark Industries, am I to survive here as a tribal chief gnawing on tree bark? I mean to sell to them. It's not as if I'm giving it away. Oh, my friend, I forgive your ignorance. Do you know how much my uncle would need to acquire all the shares I hold at Stark Industries' current market value? $900 billion. Do you comprehend the magnitude of that? He simply does not possess such wealth. Tony, you are a genius in research, but you have underestimated human greed in the realm of finance. He can borrow, and he need not acquire all your shares. As long as he holds over half the shares, he can seize control. Alternatively, by becoming the largest shareholder, he can gain significant influence. I am confident that Obadiah would be more than willing to invest a sum to attain what he yearns for. Tony Stark is certainly more astute than Dawei. He just hasn't considered this perspective. By selling shares and simultaneously shorting the stock, he could potentially explode Wall Street and amass a fortune. Developing the impoverished regions would be incredibly effortless. After all, he is my uncle. Afterwards, will you be able to compensate him? For now, it is merely to weather the storm. At the very least, let us first construct a decent airport and capital, and then proceed to build a railway that traverses east to west, connecting Europe and Asia. In due time, Acheon could evolve similarly to Singapore, relying on tolls as a means of gradual development. Goodness, why do I feel you are more suited to be king than I? Perhaps it relates to the education I have received and the blessings bestowed by my ancestors. You see, the history of our Huaxia is particularly extensive. The advantage of such a rich history is that, regardless of the challenges we face, it provides us with remarkably perfect answers. History is akin to a kind and venerable elder, safeguarding every child well-versed in its tales. Well, you have persuaded me. However, we must not overreach. Those avaricious individuals might wage war upon my nation. Let us then proceed to a moderate extent. You may declare your investment in Stark Industries. Ethan, will you remain here? Or return to New York with me? I need to procure some experimental materials and equipment. What are we waiting for? Tony Stark is not one to dawdle. Once a decision is made, action must commence immediately. Upon ascending to the throne, he seemed to mature in an instant. No longer fearful of commitment in the presence of Pepper, he felt capable of shouldering the responsibilities of a wife and daughter, for he bore an even heavier burden, his nation. Chapter 74, The Birth of Iron Man. That day, Dawei and Tony's entourage redirected to Dubai, boarding an international flight to New York, arriving at noon the following day. Countless journalists and media representatives crowded together, eager for this legendary American king to say something. Mr. Tony, it is rumored that you seduced King H-Young's wife, leading to the king's demise, thus enabling your usurpation. Is that correct? This question came from the Gossip Daily Horn. I apologize. In fact, prior to me, H-Young did not have a king. They were still a tribal nation. If you're interested in my virility, perhaps I might consider seducing your wife. Mr. Tony, it has been reported that H-Young is plagued by numerous monsters. What is your connection to this? Did you create these beasts to seize power in H-Young? I regret to inform you that this is a personal secret pertaining to our internal affairs in H-Young. I have no further comments. Mr. Tony, will you henceforth identify as an American or an H-Young citizen? Is H-Young now a vassal of America? This inquiry came from a patriotic American. Regrettably, although I would like to incorporate H-Young into America, the nation is far too impoverished, lacking in industry, agriculture, and oil. While I am a king, I do not differ significantly from the presidents of other nations. It is merely a profession. I am undoubtedly still a citizen of America. If Congress is willing to accept H-Young and grant its people the same treatment as those in New York, I would be willing to merge my nation into America. At that moment, a group of government officials, flanked by police, pushed their way in. Enough, ladies and gentlemen. Today's news has been abundant. Diplomacy is no trivial matter. Although Mr. Tony remains a citizen of the United States, he is now also a citizen of an emerging nation. We must afford him some time. The officers raised their firearms. Congressman Solit, I believe I have one final announcement to make before I accompany you. Mr. Tony, please speak. Dr. Ethan, unveil my latest achievement. A red and yellow suit of Mark armor was rolled out by Ethan from the cabin. Tony pressed a button, and the armor swiftly assembled around him, emanating a captivating brilliance. Wow, how cool. What is this? Gasps arose from the crowd, followed by a flurry of flashing cameras, particularly among the boys. Expressions of awe were evident. JARVIS, take to the skies. The armor soared into the air, and Tony, speaking through a loudspeaker, declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is my latest creation, the Iron Suit. I must emphasize that although Raccoon is impoverished, it is now my homeland. Should any arms dealers or war profiteers dare to disrupt Raccoon, I shall ensure they face dire consequences." As he spoke, the suit extended its hand and fired a luminous cannon, obliterating a stone lion at the entrance of a nearby affluent residence. "I am Iron Man." Cheers erupted, particularly from the journalists. Tony Stark was truly their dear friend and ally, his ability to generate news surpassing even their typing speed. Meanwhile, at Dawei's residence, Alice and Lily had finally returned home. Dawei also refrained from attending such ostentatious gatherings, as he detested the chaotic atmosphere. Thus, he was in the bathroom bathing. "David, darling," Lily called out loudly. "Sister Alice, it seems no one is home?" "Not likely. David dislikes such occasions." "Oh, he must be in the bathroom. Well then, let me go and have a whiff." Lily wrinkled her nose and dashed towards the bathroom, disregarding Dawei's state of undress, poking and prodding here and there. Ultimately, her hand found its way to Dawei's intimate area. "Speak, have you been unfaithful? Otherwise, why would you rush to bathe upon returning home? Where are your discarded clothes?" "Over there." Dawei pointed to the washing machine, and Lily, astonishingly, retrieved the dirty laundry, sniffing and examining, seemingly unwilling to relent until she uncovered some clue. "Lily, you're being ridiculous. What is there to smell in dirty clothes?" What kind of constitution do you think I have? I would never harm others for my own desires. After a moment of sniffing, Lily smiled contentedly. You're still quite honest. Darling, you shall be rewarded tonight. Dawei exclaimed in disbelief. My dear, are you willing to sleep alone tonight? Go to hell. Lily, irritated, tossed a bar of soap at him. Sister Alice, come here. This scoundrel is driving me mad. Alice, already prepared, had locked the door and donned a rather scanty outfit. The reunion was more exhilarating than a newlywed romance. In an instant, their camaraderie was palpable, and the atmosphere was intensely vibrant. Lily, unable to endure the raucousness any longer, stepped out and headed toward Chinatown, where she had recently discovered an authentic Huaxia restaurant. The local specialties of turtle and kidneys were simply divine. Chapter 75. A brilliant strategy against the reincarnators as the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased. Dawei caught a whiff of the familiar aromas from his homeland. It was the authentic scent of spicy Sichuan peppers and Jingxiao peppers, prompting his excitement as he embraced Alice and made his way to the living room. Oh, my dear, you finally understand what authentic Eastern cuisine tastes like. How wonderful. You rascal, hurry and get dressed with Sister Alice. In truth, he was not particularly fond of the flavor as it was exceedingly spicy, but he was willing to give it a try. The three of them sat at the dining table, taking turns to savor the dishes. Alice merely frowned, her tolerance level higher than the others. Lily, on the other hand, could not handle it. After each bite, she needed to gulp down a large glass of water. I truly do not understand why you Easterners enjoy this. How did you first discover this peculiar species known as chili peppers? If I recall correctly, they originated in Mexico, yet you Americans seem to have a hard time adjusting to them. Oomph. Lily tossed her chopsticks in frustration. Enough with Americans. We are new immigrants. At that time, I was still in Denmark. Then let us call you new Americans. The process of romance is an endless cycle of anger and reconciliation. When Lily got upset, Dawei timidly leaned over to embrace her. Darling, don't be angry. I'm not targeting you. It's just that the American Empire has been bullying people lately, and it makes me uncomfortable. I shouldn't project these feelings onto us, and I apologize. Dear, such matters are beyond the control of ordinary people. My parents and I are staunch pacifists, always at the forefront of anti-war protests. Thank you. We need more people like you. Dawei kissed Lily on the neck, causing her cheeks to flush like a boiled shrimp. David, I heard that you encountered a kidnapping while searching for Tony? Indeed. Dawei did not conceal the truth and recounted the matter of the reincarnators. What on earth? How could such a thing happen? What are we to do? We must report it to the police immediately. If the police were effective, this world wouldn't be plagued with so many criminals, especially not transcendent ones. Thus, we must promptly establish a safe house. A safe house? Indeed, I intend to acquire 30 acres of land in the suburbs to construct a substantial safe house. As long as the personnel count remains low, we shall be able to detect any intruders immediately. It is a commendable idea. However, the real estate prices in New York are exorbitant, and our finances are insufficient. But that situation will soon change. Our advanced evolution can only provide approximately 40 million in secure funds each month, and after 2 months, we have accumulated over $60 million. Among this, 18 million was lost shorting Stark Industries. Currently, we are presented with a lucrative opportunity. Quickly, hand me my phone. Here you go. Dawei took the phone and dialed the contact for Hung Ho, who soon appeared before them. My dear daughter, you seem quite occupied lately? Father, do you remember the mysterious hexagonal column? I discovered something fascinating within it. An energy material converter. Indeed, Hung Ho exclaimed, her excitement palpable. This is the first time I have encountered such a device. Although it appears to only convert gold and gems, its potential is simply astounding. Convert gold and gems? What can be produced? It transforms them into a highly malleable active substance, existing in the primordial state of elemental generation, which can be molded into anything. Could it be akin to the mines in Command Conquer? Only mines can convert gold and gems, right? I never anticipated such advanced technology in that game. My daughter, can be activated now? Not at present. In this domain, my knowledge is utterly lacking. The reactions involve exceedingly complex equations and material science, that our current Earth is not equipped to handle, then it is of little use. Father, one must not be so dismissive. This represents an entirely new field of research. To progress from 0 to 1 is far more challenging than from 1 to 10,000. Should we succeed in our studies, we could continuously generate mutations and alien forms using gold and gems. No entity in the universe would stand against us. As Hong Ho spoke, her enthusiasm grew, her gestures animated and lively. Continuously you say, "My daughter, it is not that I doubt your research capabilities, but rather that you overestimate my ability to generate wealth. Even if I started hoarding gold and gems now, I would eventually reach a limit and be unable to procure more. The value of items is dictated by their scarcity. Although gold is currently priced at $1,800 per ounce, the total quantity available in the market is nearly constant. As it diminishes, the price will inevitably soar. And gems, with their myriad types, do you truly understand which are valuable and which are not? Instead of contemplating such fanciful notions, we must focus on how to confront those interdimensional invaders. I had thought it to be a matter of significance, but it seems rather straightforward. Straightforward? Certainly. Utilizing hyperevolution will suffice to confront them. Since they are invaders from alternate timelines, they undoubtedly do not belong to our multiverse. Therefore, anyone unable to initiate hyperevolution is undoubtedly an intruder. What a brilliant idea! Dawei exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, those individuals are oblivious to even the Marvel aliens. Even if they are Earthlings, they are utterly disconnected from him. Hyperevolution is my creation, embedded with circuits of my own design. If the circuits do not connect to my domain, it shall unequivocally remain inoperative. Splendid. I must immediately convey this news to Tony, who can then inform the others. Please contact Tony. Certainly. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, buddy, what is up? Tony, I have splendid news. I've devised a method to discern the identities of those intruders. What method? Are you unaware of the nefarious intentions of those congressional scoundrels? They demand that I relinquish my armor. Good grief, my uncle actually believes they are justified. David, you were right. That fellow and I are not aligned. Tony, let us set that aside for now. Listen, all intruders are incapable of loading hyperevolution, which renders this communication absolutely secure. You know who developed it, right? Good grief, has your daughter evolved again? You truly are extraordinary. A novice in computing has managed to create the world's most magnificent artificial intelligence. This world is utterly mad. I am in disarray. Since becoming king, I have had no time for research. Perhaps you might contemplate governance. By utilizing hyperevolution for remote communication, you could transmit funds and implement your policies. That would make me feel as if I were nurturing a golden gobbling electronic pet. Well, your idea is commendable. I've decided to heed your counsel. By the way, Tony, when do you plan to discuss relinquishing shares with your uncle? I hope to find a few journalists to witness the occasion. Tomorrow, perhaps. That old coot, Ivy Barty, asks me for money every hour, and I'm nearly at my wit's end. That fellow even wishes to send my harem to New York. Good grief. I truly cannot fathom his thoughts. That old man is quite shrewd. He is threatening you. If you wish to keep Pepper unaware of your romantic escapades, it would be prudent to heed his demands. Chapter 76, The Value of Venom. Very well, let be tomorrow, at noon, 12 o'clock, in the newly constructed Stark Industries building, 108, Queens Boulevard. Understood. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up now. Beep, beep, beep. Tony Stark hung up even faster than he did. My darlings, we are about to strike it rich. After ending the call, Dawei excitedly embraced Alice and Laylee. Daddy, what about me? Very well, dear, you too. As Dawei embraced the Red Queen, he suddenly experienced a sensation akin to an electric shock. Buzz, Buzz, my dear daughter, what is happening? Are you experiencing a slight electrical leakage? I merely wish to feel your father's warmth, yet it appears I have failed. The Red Queen's tone was one of disappointment. I had hoped that, by amplifying the voltage and creating a Tesla magnetic storm, I could simulate human sensations, but alas, it remains unsuccessful. Do not fret, my dear. Your father will surely find a way, reassured Laylee, her heart aching for the Red Queen, as she subtly pinched Dawei to encourage him to make a promise. Indeed, my daughter, Dawei affirmed earnestly. Rest assured, Those intruders may bring about numerous uncertainties and calamities to our world, yet they also present us with countless opportunities. I shall craft a perfect body tailored just for you. Dawei could certainly learn the methods employed by Tony Stark to create Ultron and fashion a vibranium body for the Red Queen. But that would not fulfill her true desires. The longer they spent together, the more their souls intertwined. The connection between Dawei and the Red Queen transcended that of Lily and Alice. He understood her innermost thoughts. Yes, I believe in you. The Red Queen wiped away the simulated tears and, with the clouds parting, broke into a smile. From now on, we shall capture those villains together. Once I acquire the ability to perceive the world, I can transform into whatever kind of woman you prefer. Father. Dawei hastily covered the Red Queen's mouth. Though it was merely a playful gesture, she giggled and fell silent. Lily, children speak without reservation. Do not take it to heart. Indeed, how could I possibly hold it against our daughter? Even if it comes to that in the future, I wouldn't mind. For I believe no one in this world is worthy of our little princess. Very well, do as you please. My dear, I must now attend to earning some money. Dawei swiftly utilized all his resources to short-sell Stark Industries stock before dialing a long-neglected number. Hello, is this Eddie Brock? Who is this? Eddie, you truly have a selective memory. I am the informant who provided you with news. Have you forgotten? Damn it. Why did you disappear afterward? Eddie Brock growled in a low voice. Do you have any idea what I sacrificed for that fabricated news? I sacrificed my integrity as a journalist. Mr. Brock, kindly mind your tone when addressing me. I provided you with a significant story, enabling your transition from the Global Daily to the Hornet Daily, granting you nearly 2 months of unparalleled success. And I, on the other hand, have not reaped a single benefit from you. Your attitude is quite disheartening. After a prolonged silence, Eddie Brock's voice once again emerged. At this moment, within an abandoned warehouse, he donned a menacing suit of dark armor, poised to seize a cache of illicit funds from a gang. Yet, just as he stepped forward, he hesitated. Damn it, kid. Are you trying to starve me? If you can't provide me with sufficient sustenance, do you know what will ensue? I shall devour you. The ebony armor suddenly sprouted 2 eyes, round and bulging, extending outward before curving around to glare at Eddie Brock. Listen, buddy, do not be so irritable. I will ensure you are well fed. Just grant me a little time. Fool, do you think I desire to give you time? I am not the only one who has arrived on this planet. If it advances further, I am finished. Of course, you shall meet the same fate. Friend, grant me a chance. Once I become a prominent journalist, I will be able to provide you with a continuous supply of sweets and chocolate. Very well, then hasten. I can scarcely endure any longer. Eddie Brock soothed the armor, encasing him before addressing the phone once more. All right, I do not know who you are, but I find myself in dire straits. I have been ousted from the Hornet Daily. Damn that super evolution. It has obliterated everything I had. There are no longer any secrets or news in this world. Anything of significance is instantly uploaded to Super Evolution by Self-Media. They no longer require seasoned journalists like me. They seek hordes of internet writers and sensational content creators. Mr. Eddie, this breaking news is anything but ordinary. It not only has the potential to restore your standing in the media realm, but could also lead to considerable wealth. Dawei's voice brimmed with temptation. Eddie swallowed hard. What he needed most was money. What intelligence? I must ascertain its veracity for myself. Eddie Brock, I am no fool. To learn about this intelligence, you must assist me with a task, but of course I shall first disclose the news, and you can judge whether I speak the truth. If I am truthful, you must aid me in one matter. What say you? Very well. After a moment's hesitation, Eddie acquiesced. He teetered on the brink of bankruptcy. If he failed to repay the bank for his mortgaged house, it would be seized next month. Tomorrow at noon, at 108 Queens, the new address of Star Tower. Tony Stark will be selling shares of Stark Industries to his uncle Obadiah, enough to elevate Obadiah to the position of chairman of Stark Industries. Moreover, Tony Stark will be stepping away from Stark Industries. What does Mr. Eddie think of this news? Wait, I need to compose myself. Eddie Brock panted heavily. He felt as though his heart might leap from his chest, the exhilarating rush of blood coursing through him, presenting a risk of cerebral hemorrhage. It was utterly sensational. Truly, It was overwhelmingly explosive. He was acutely aware of the extent to which Stark Industries stock had skyrocketed due to Stark's ascension to the throne of the impoverished nation. Once this news broke, countless investors would face ruin, lining up in despair. Of course, this also presented a splendid opportunity for profit, if the rumor held any truth. I shall honor your condition. Very well. When the time comes, I shall call upon you. Should you renege on our agreement? He chuckled ominously before hanging up the phone. Venom, such a marvelous entity, held astonishing value for Dawei, who was entrenched in the realm of biochemical technology. Chapter 77. Obadiah's moment of glory. Tony had returned from the Middle East, having become the king of the impoverished nation. Obadiah felt as though the world was mocking him. Those wretched terrorists were nothing but a bunch of inept fools. Sitting in his office, he felt a haze clouding his thoughts. Through the window, he could see Tony Stark's carefree smile, which seemed to mock him directly. With each ring of the office phone, Obadiah felt a pang in his heart, a sensation of weightlessness from his plans falling through. Ding! At 11:30, as the closing bell chimed, Obadiah sprang to his feet. He could no longer bear to stay there. He felt the pressing need for a vacation of at least a month to regain his composure. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he looked quizzically toward Tony's office, where that insufferable man was smiling at him. Was he gloating over his success? Damn it! Obadiah silently vowed that once the ironmonger was successfully manufactured, he would ensure his nephew met a grim fate. Reluctantly, he answered the phone. Hello, Tony. What is it? Uncle, don't rush off. It has been ages since we dined together. I invite you to lunch today. Obadiah controlled his voice, striving to sound congenial. Tony, your uncle knows you have become a king. You are the pride of the Stark family. I congratulate you. But I truly have matters to attend to this afternoon. Those old geezers in Congress are clamoring for your armor, and I intend to lobby them against coveting your advanced suit. Perhaps you should toss them the arc reactor to silence their demands. Tony, I just realized that those old fellows will take a lunch break, so I believe I still have time to join you for a meal. At 11:50, the two found themselves seated in a posh restaurant beneath their office building. Eddie Brock, who had long been lying in wait, swiftly tightened his trench coat and adjusted the surveillance equipment and camera for optimal positioning. He was unfamiliar with the identity of the rotund, elderly gentleman. Yet he recognized another man with a small mustache, none other than Tony Stark, the wealthiest individual in America. That man had indeed not deceived him. Uncle, would you care for a drink? A cup of hot chocolate, please. Waiter, 2 hot chocolates. Once the beverages arrived, Obadiah wasted no time with pleasantries. Tony, what are your thoughts regarding the shares? Are you considering acquiring those shares I possess? Tony, I am aware that I have aged, yet I believe I can still contribute for a few more years. You are still young and in need of my assistance. Oh no, Uncle, I think you have misunderstood my intent, Tony replied with a smile. Obadiah, you should be aware that I am now the king of the impoverished nation, correct? Indeed, Obadiah affirmed. Tony, you have done remarkably well. Your father will be proud of you. In truth, what I am doing now is insufficient. That nation is indeed destitute, and apart from its people, it possesses nothing. There are numerous matters that require my attention, not even a decent palace. Therefore, I must focus on governing my kingdom, and I wish to transfer my shares to you, Uncle. The Stark Group can only thrive again under your leadership. For this reason, I am willing to leave the technology of the arc reactor as well. Tony, are you serious? Obadiah exclaimed, plopping down onto the ground and vigorously rubbing his cheeks. Yes, indeed, Uncle Obadiah, I assure you that I speak the truth. I require you, yes, dollars to manage my nation, and once I marry Pepper here, I shall return there, potentially never to return. Oh, the intoxicating taste of power. Tony, this is indeed unfortunate news, yet your shares are far too numerous. Could you allow me to acquire them in installments? Obadiah was no longer inclined to feign indifference. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Uncle, we are family after all. I can offer you a discount, 80% of the current price, but I must insist on cash immediately. If I did not sever ties with the Stark Group while retaining certain stocks, I believe you would find it difficult to rest easy. Obadiah's eyes flickered, clearly weighing his options. Very well, grant me 10 minutes. I shall make a few calls. Go ahead. Obadiah hurriedly departed with his phone. Tony turned to the bar. Buddy, are you the journalist that guy sent? Eddie flinched, recoiling slightly and lowering his head further. Don't shrink back. I'm speaking of you. Me? Eddie Brock finally realized that Tony Stark was indeed addressing him. That guy, who is that guy? Oh, he didn't reveal his identity to you? Well, perhaps it is best that you remain uninformed. He is rather stingy. Now, tell me, are you the journalist he sent? Indeed, Mr. Tony. If you wish to keep this news under wraps, I assure you it shall remain confidential. Eddie swiftly capitulated, harboring no illusion that the extraterrestrial parasite within him could contend with this Iron Man. Mr. Reporter, that fellow is also my friend. Since he has sent you, you may proceed to publish this transaction, but I kindly request a slight delay before you do so. When? After I receive the funds, we shall assess the situation. For precaution's sake, let me post 6 o'clock this evening. In return, you may short sell Stark Industries stock. How much you earn will be contingent upon your prowess. Goodness, do you have any idea how much Stark Industries stock is currently valued? Even if I sold my house, I couldn't afford 100 shares. Then purchase a single share. Earning a bit for sustenance is still a commendable choice. Mr. Tony, I am Eddie Brock, the ace reporter from the Daily Bugle, though presently in dire straits. As super evolution has decimated all media, I have invested all my funds into this equipment. I hope you could lend me some money to ensure I can have a meal in the coming days. Buddy, your timing is impeccable. Your eloquence is commendable as well. Provide me with your account details. I shall transfer $10,000 to you as compensation for delaying the release of this news. Eddie Brock excitedly jotted down his account information. Mere moments later, a notification chimed on his phone. Your account has received a transfer of $10,000. Thank you, Mr. Tony. You're truly a generous soul. Obadiah stormed in, and Eddie quickly settled at the bar. How's it going, Uncle? Have you secured it? Yes, Tony. I have wagered everything. The valuation of Stark Industries stock is exceedingly high, thus I have mortgaged all my assets along with my shares, and additionally brought in 4 venture capitalists. We have always believed that acquiring your 47.8% stake in Stark Industries for $500 billion is a reasonable deal. Agreed, transfer the funds. Is this really happening? Obadiah's eyes widened. He had merely been speaking off the cuff, prepared to negotiate a price. Tony's stock, conservatively estimated, was valued at $800 billion. Surrendering at $500 billion was an insult. Indeed, it is settled, but I require to see the money immediately. Should the funds not materialize, this transaction will be nullified, which I believe is a significant deal for you as well. Uncle. Agreed. Chapter 78. Zero-sum game moments later. A stock transfer agreement, one that would be deemed impossible in the real world, was reached. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, all funds entered Tony Stark's private account, and with the assistance of JARVIs, hundreds of billions of dollars were legally funneled into over 1,000 international accounts. Uncle, may our collaboration be fruitful. Tony, you have made a sagacious choice. Our transfer agreement contains a clause granting Stark Industries the right of first refusal on all your future technologies under equivalent conditions. Moreover, you are prohibited from engaging in this line of work. Obadiah is cunning. His attorneys stealthily inserted numerous hidden clauses into the contract, and it appears Tony, lured by the financial gain, failed to scrutinize it closely. Fear not, Uncle. Even if I were to spend a lifetime, I would never exhaust this wealth. Do you truly think I would return to work? Very well. Tony, I shall always be your uncle. Should you encounter any troubling matters in the future, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. For now, I must attend the commodities market to procure some grain. The impoverished souls are reduced to gnawing on tree bark. They must learn the true taste of sustenance. Each man find his place. Obadiah revealed a long-lost smile towards Tony. With renewed vigor, his previous headaches vanished, and his gaze softened. He was now set to return to Stark Industries, reorganize the board, and expel all those who opposed him. Upon entering the conference room, everyone congratulated Obadiah. Alas, midway through the meeting, they were interrupted by one of his confidants. Boss, look at the headlines of Super Evolution. Judy, we have an important meeting. You must leave immediately. But boss, this matter pertains to the very survival of Stark Industries. Are you certain you do not wish to take a look? Having just ascended to the chairmanship, Obadiah, brimming with confidence, was not pleased to hear this. You are fired, get out. The other board members, intrigued, opened their phones to find the headline on Super Evolution, prominently featuring a freelance writer known as Venom. World's richest man, Tony Stark exits Stark Industries. Stark Industries on the brink of collapse. Tony Stark sells all shares to his uncle, citing creative burnout and brain damage. Accompanied by images and videos, it was undeniably damaging. One could not help but acknowledge Eddie Brock's cunning. He took Tony's money, yet simultaneously tarnished his reputation. Obadiah, are you a fool? How could such matters be discussed in a CAF downstairs? Oh, for heaven's sake, I must leave immediately. A director cursed vehemently, while the others, though silent, promptly exited the conference room. Mr. Obadiah, should our losses prove irreparable, you will find yourself in the defendant's seat. Even a child understands the ramifications of this for Stark Industries. Obadiah, you have greatly disappointed me. Soon, the conference room was emptied. Obadiah, now flustered, trembled as he opened the stock app. Stark Industries shares had begun to rise, a notion previously unthinkable. Secretary, quick, immediately dispel the rumors. Find that individual named Venom. I wish to speak with him. Sir, the person known as Venom has disabled the comments section, preventing us from leaving messages on any of his posts. Then why not create a new post? Inform him that I seek him out for a significant business transaction. Hurry. Very well, sir, but its efficacy remains uncertain. Mr. Obadiah, there is a statement I am unsure whether to voice. Speak. The shares that Mr. Tony sold to you were at a bargain price. Perhaps it is time for you to consider divesting some to mitigate the impact of Mr. Tony's departure from Stark Industries. Understood. I do not require your counsel. Obadiah dismissed his secretary and promptly called Tony Stark. Tony, our dealings have been exposed. How unfortunate. Uncle Obadiah, I advise you to liquidate some shares sooner rather than later. The current price could yield a profit exceeding $100 billion, lest matters worsen. Tony, I hope you will return to the company. Apologies. Stark Industries is no longer my concern. Should you insist on my return, I would only consider acquiring a portion of the shares when they are priced lower than when I sold them to you. Tony, beep, beep, beep. After Tony hung up on Obadiah, the stock of Stark Industries began to plummet drastically. Moreover, their conversation was broadcasted online in the Iron Legion's Super Evolution. Obadiah awakened to the reality. Tony, you are ruthless. As Stark Industries stock continued to nosedive, Obadiah finally sought to sell his shares, but alas, the market was flooded with sell orders. How could he offload his holdings? Even if he wished to short sell, without counterparties, he could not initiate a short position. Ding, ding, ding. Obadiah's phone began to vibrate furiously. Dozens of investment advisors from various banks were frantically contacting him about the funds for his share acquisition, a significant portion of which they had provided. Hurry, Tommy, prepare a private jet for me, and have that container I stored in the warehouse transported to Dubai. Quickly. Yes. Boss. Another secretary of Obadiah hurriedly complied with his orders. All set, boss. You may leave at once. Thank you, Tommy, for your years of loyalty. I apologize. Bang. Obadiah shot his assistant dead. He could not allow anyone to know his whereabouts as he made his escape. Arriving at the Stark Industries helipad, he swiftly piloted a helicopter away from New York. Meanwhile, at Dawei's estate, he intently monitored his trading software. The Red Queen sat upon his lap, while Riley rested her head on his shoulder and Alice leaned against his waist, all gazing wide-eyed at the screen. The figures in the account surged upwards at a breathtaking pace. Units, tens, hundreds of billions. Oh my dear, do we truly possess 34 billion U.S. dollars now? This is simply astonishing. Father, may I have $500 million? The Red Queen cooed. Of course, why not? Thank you, Father. However, with such a substantial amount, you ought to inform me of your plans. I certainly do not wish for you to fall prey to deceit. Riley scoffed, saying, no one in this world could possibly deceive that clever little fox. I intend to purchase Jurassic Island. Chapter 79, Acquisition of Dinosaur Island. Nobler Island? Speaking of Hammond, it just dawned on me that we seem to have misplaced his granddaughter. In fact, the child has already begun her studies at a boarding school. That's splendid. That old fellow Hammond has but one descendant left. My dear daughter, do you mean to acquire the Dinosaur Island, Nobler Island? To be precise, we should also consider Isla Sorna. They are perfectly suited for our development endeavors. In fact, I have already dispatched fraudulent employment contracts to the staff on Isla Sorna, and they are currently working for us. If we lacked this capital, were you planning to have them toil for free? Certainly not. Without this money, a portion of the revenue from our super evolution would flow into their actual payment accounts, while any surplus would merely be fictitious figures. In simple terms, the salaries we provide them are entirely fabricated, yet their bills are genuine and will be paid from your account, Father. My daughter, you are quite the clever one. However, such cunning schemes are not commendable. With our capabilities, we must not deceive others. Establish a company for Jurassic Island, grant them a 20% salary increase, and subsequently rescind legitimate employment contracts. No problem. Father, you are truly benevolent. In truth, many individuals have discrepancies between their financial accounts and actual funds. The numbers in their accounts only serve to provide them with a sense of security, honor, and satisfaction, while the money they actually use is scant. Our actions merely benefit the banks. If we did not proceed this way, $500 million would be insufficient. I require $2 billion. Merely providing sustenance for those colossal creatures and purchasing the massive vessels to transport them would be quite demanding. $2 billion it is. You may proceed with the transfer. Ultimately, Dawei's profits remained at $43 billion, while Stark Industries stock had plummeted by 70%. Dawei leveraged 1,000-fold, although potential profits had yet to be fully realized. He chose to seize the moment and withdraw. Stark Industries, after all, stands as the foremost entity on a global scale. Today's plummet is merely a reaction born from panic. In the morrow, it shall find itself ensnared in a tug-of-war. Moreover, such a dominantly global enterprise, even within the realm of capitalism, cannot expect to fall unnoticed by the shadowy cabals of American finance. Its collapse would undeniably signify the decline of the American empire. Delay any longer, and one might find themselves shut out and besieged. Thank you, Father. The AI known as Red Queen mischievously planted a kiss on Dawei's cheek, leaving his account with a mere $13 billion. You little rascal. Dawei affectionately ruffled Red Queen's hair, feeling a faint electric thrill. This girl's prowess has grown, and her impact on the real world has become increasingly formidable. Father, I must be off. Soon, I shall bring substantial returns to our family. With that, Red Queen vanished, taking with her a considerable sum of money. Darling, how shall we spend this fortune? Lily gazed at the account balance, her eyes wide with astonishment. Are you not concerned that Red Queen has taken away $30 billion? You are her father, and she is a minor. Is this not to be expected? If only I had a father like you during my school days, how splendid that would have been. It is not too late. Alas, I have secured the position of head nurse at St. Francis Hospital, a role of high public service, unless I were to become a teacher. But what could I possibly teach? I am incapable of imparting knowledge. Indulging in a life of leisure and extravagant travel is what I should savor. Is that not a tad mundane? Charity, perhaps? How about engaging in philanthropy? Our foundation is still somewhat fragile. Dawei interjected with this money. Let us purchase a luxurious mansion adjacent to Tony, then use it to sway a few congressmen. Who knows, we might even elect a president in the future. It would certainly bear advantages. Furthermore, we could establish a logistics research center in Acheon, that is Tony's territory, making our trade across Eurasia exceedingly convenient. It would also allow me to safeguard you both. Lastly, my dear Lily, how would you and Miss Alice fancy an allowance of $50 million each? Oh my, darling, I adore you. Lily wrapped her arms around Dawei's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek, akin to a starry-eyed fish that clings with fervor. Alice also offered her affectionate kiss. After half an hour of playful revelry, the trio, breathless, sat up, interrupted by the untimely ringing of the phone. Miss Alice, next time, when you exert yourself, could you refrain from twisting your legs? It is quite painful. Using your waist would suffice. And, Miss Lily, my bodily fluids are toxic to you. Understand? Do not attempt any reckless endeavors. Though my love for you is immense, should you turn into a zombie, I would have no choice but to put an end to you and marry Alice instead. You scoundrel. Answer the phone quickly. Say anything. Lily blushed and playfully chided. Even if I were to turn into a zombie, you would still have to marry me. That fellow has quite peculiar tastes. I truly find it unbearable. Dawei teased him a bit before reluctantly answering the phone. Hello, who is this? It's me, David. Tony, what's the matter? I'm quite busy. I'm preparing to marry Pepper, and the wedding will be in Acheon. Acheon? Has Little Pepper agreed? That place is utterly desolate, devoid of any resources. Precisely because it lacks resources, I intend to hold the wedding there. Do you understand? All right. What would you like me to do? I hope you can manage those creatures. At least during my wedding, I would like to keep them away from the crowd. Additionally, I wish for you to create something spectacular to attract some investments to Acheon. Something spectacular? Tony, do we have a budget for this? I need your budget to determine the scale of what I can create. $200 billion. My budget is $200 billion. I require a small city capable of accommodating 100,000 people as the capital, along with an airport for international flights. Of course, the planes will be an additional expense, and I also need a national identity. Haha, Tony, you've come to the right person. Not only can I accomplish this project, but I can also expand your harem. I can procure any type of woman from around the world for you. Transfer the funds to my account, and I shall return to you a city unlike any other. By the way, how much time do I have? 1 month. No more. Little Pepper's belly seems to be growing at an alarming rate. The doctor says she might give birth in the next 2 months. Premature? Tony, hasn't Little Pepper only been pregnant for about 3 months? In a month, that would make it just over 4 months. Premature births are quite dangerous. Have you taken her to see a doctor? The doctor said she is very healthy, even healthier than most children. Boom. All right, I must go. She's being mischievous again. Damn it. Dawei, beside Tony, heard an explosion, not the sound of a bomb, but rather the sound of a high-pressure blast. Truly, it is a testament to Tony. He meets his end at the machine, unlike myself, who would surely perish at the hands of a woman. Ding! Your account has received a deposit of $3 billion. Girls, we are in fortune. Our next stop is a world tour, indulging in extravagance. Let us create a super capital for Tony that embodies the diverse cultures of the world.